Chapter 1 Scumbag, Yi Tianyi. The sky was full of stars, and the moonlight and starlight illuminated the darkness, shining into a large room through the thin curtains. It's obvious at first glance that the room is a girl's boudoir, with all kinds of cosmetics, feminine pink walls, and a soft pink bed. A man suddenly kicked open the bedroom door, and the scene in front of him made him tremble with anger. Yi Tianyi, you will die a miserable death. The man roared and pointed at the two people on the bed. Well. At this moment, a man lying on the bed like a dead pig suddenly opened his eyes, then sat up, scratched his head, and looked at the angry man at the door with a confused and bewildered look. Who I am? Where am I? What the hell am I doing? The classic three questions popped up in Yi Tianyi's mind. Rub. A girl suddenly sat up next to him and looked at him in panic. You guys? The man pointed at them angrily, tears almost falling. Yi Tianyi then looked around in confusion. Just a second ago on Earth, he and his childhood sweetheart Fengya were forced to the burial heart cliff by a dozen powerful men from ancient families. Eventually, with no way to escape, they jumped off the cliff. It was a sure death, but why did he appear here? Could it be traveling through time? Fog? Oh well. Yi Tianyi then showed a surprised expression. Then he came to his senses and looked at the scene, a wave of memories flooded into his mind, and then he was completely confused. This is not Earth, but a place called Sky Blue Star, and the original owner of this body is also called Yi Tianyi, who is a real scumbag. On Sky Blue Star, anyone who can cultivate is called a warrior. Yi Tianyi is a worthless person with very poor talent, but fortunately his family is very rich and powerful. Yi Tianyi is the legendary dandy, proficient in eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. Because he has no strength but good looks, his method of revenge for anyone who messes with him is only one: give out hats. The original owner of this body's purpose is, I may not be able to beat you, but you must not mess with me, otherwise I will definitely give you a hat. No, that's the case now. Awesome. Isn't the purpose of life to achieve something? This is also considered to be achieved. It's just that he seemed to have died suddenly just now, which is why Yi Tianyi on Earth could travel through time and space to his body. But what the hell am I supposed to do now? Yi Tianyi roared in his heart. Yi Tianyi, you die. Lin Yang's eyes were bloodshot, and flames were burning around his body. Etc. Yi Tianyi stretched out his hand, then pretended to be calm as he got off the bed and put on his clothes on the floor. I bet you don't dare to kill me. Yi Tianyi put on his clothes and looked at him and said. I won't kill you? Yi Tianyi, you've gone too far. If I don't kill you, I won't be a man. He was very angry, but he really didn't dare to kill. There were so many people who wanted to kill him, but no one dared. Although Yi Tianyi was a waste, his sister. But it's okay to get rid of him, right? I'll tell you a secret. Not only will you not kill me, you might even be grateful to me. Do you believe it? Lin Yang? Yi Tianyi then walked past him. When he passed by him, Yi Tianyi said softly, I'm telling you this secret as a reward for not killing me. Then Yi Tianyi leaned close to Lin Yang's ear, who was shaking with anger, and whispered. I've met your girlfriend. She's from the Zuanhuang Bath Club. Her employee number is 039. Whoosh. The next moment Yi Tianyi rushed out the door. Ah! Yi Tianyi! Bastard! Lin Yang roared angrily. What the hell is this? Yi Tianyi walked on the streets of Tianshui Holy City at night, and the autumn wind made him feel a little cold. This body is really weak. He was born weak, and he basically did not practice much. He ate and drank too much, and indulged in excessive sexual activities, which made him even weaker. On the way, Yi Tianyi was familiarizing himself with this world with the memory of the original owner of this body. There are hundreds of empires on the Sky Blue Star and the Sky Blue Continent. Most of the empires are in conflict with each other and wars often break out. The Tianshui Empire is a small or medium-sized empire and its situation is not good. The technology here is the same as on Earth, with mobile phones, computers, sports cars, skyscrapers and so on. The difference is that this is a world where strength is respected. As long as you have a little talent, you can practice. As for how far you can go, it is unknown. And outside every city there are countless powerful monsters threatening human lives. Fengya and I fell off the hard burial cliff together. If I can be reborn, does that mean Fengya has also come to this world? Yi Tianyi suddenly thought of this possibility.
He knows every move and style in combat, and he is not weak.
He was a martial artist on Earth, so when he came to this world, Yi Tianyi could accept the cultivation system here. As he walked, Yi Tianyi followed his memory and came to his residence, which was a relatively luxurious community.
Click. Yi Tianyi opened the door and walked in. The room is dark. Are you back?
A girl's voice came over, without much emotion, a little cold, but with a little bit of concern for Yi Tianyi.
Chapter 2 Ding.
Your golden finger has arrived, please recommend. Light footsteps came over accompanied by a faint fragrance belonging to a young girl.
Snap.
She turned on the light and saw a tall fairy. The woman was about 22 or 23 years old, with skin as white as snow, but her light blue pupils were as cold as the frozen soil of Siberia, her high nose bridge showed sharp lines, and her thin lips slightly pursed seemed to convey a signal of indifference. The prettiness of a snow lotus was matched with the grace of a winter plum, and her beauty was revealed in her awe, with pride hidden in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. She looked at Yi Tianyi with a slight tenderness, with delicate features, and was so beautiful that Yi Tianyi was really at a loss for words for a moment. This woman with a somewhat cold temperament is so beautiful.
She is Yi Tianyi's sister, Yi Xianer. Why did Yi Tianyi say that the original owner of this body was a complete scumbag?
Besides liking to cheat on others, the most important thing was related to Yi Xianer.
Yi Tianyi was adopted by Yi Xianer's parents since he was a child.
As the main city of Tianshui Empire, Tianshui Holy City is a gathering place for heroes and strong people. The Yi family was once one of the 4 major families in the Tianshui Empire.
Yi Xianer is a proud daughter of heaven with extremely extraordinary talent.
Coupled with her stunning beauty, she was once called the #1 beauty and the #1 genius by Tianshui Academy, the strongest academy in Tianshui Holy City. She is a legend of Tianshui Academy so far. But everything changed 6 years ago. 6 years ago, the Yi family was massacred overnight by an unknown force. At that time, Yi Xianer was in Tianshui College and Yi Tianyi was in the club. The two of them survived.
It remains a mystery who did it. Yi Xianer has been investigating thoroughly but has found almost no clues.
The reason why Lin Yang was afraid of Yi Tianyi was actually because he was afraid of Yi Xianer. After all, they were once one of the 4 major families. Yi Xianer still knew many elders of the big families, and they might be able to provide some protection and help. Since then, Yi Xianer left Tianshui College, gave up the best training resources, and took care of him wholeheartedly, which was regretted by many people. But the worst thing the original owner of this body did was, 3 years ago, he drugged Yi Xianer, and he might have had feelings for her a long time ago.
Would you, Yi Xianer, be on guard against him? Of course not. Fortunately, he didn't succeed in the end. After that, she never blamed Yi Tianyi.
Maybe she blamed him in her heart but never said it out loud. She even took care of him and covered up for him, but she was definitely on guard against him.
Fuck. Bastard. Yi Tianyi cursed secretly in his heart. Yeah, I'm back. Yi Tianyi then nodded, took the slippers Yi Xianer handed him, put them on, and walked towards the sofa.
Yi Xianer put Yi Tianyi's shoes away, closed the door, then walked to the kitchen, brought out the food that had been kept hot for him, and poured water for Yi Tianyi.
Eat something. Yi Tianyi took the chopsticks she handed over and started eating.
The taste is very homely, but very delicious. Yi Xianer sat not far from Yi Tianyi, looked at him, and said softly, "We are going to Tianshui College tomorrow, so go to bed early."
Yi Tianyi put down his chopsticks and looked at her. Why do you think I should go to Tianshui College? Yi Tianyi's body is that of a person with weak talents. He is still like this after so many years of cultivation. He is even born with no attributes.
Compared with those who cannot cultivate, he is actually not much better. At most, he can sense the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Maybe this is one of the reasons why he is unlearned. Yi Tianyi feels very uncomfortable. In novels, many people who travel through time and space are reborn as losers, but they have golden fingers. Their golden fingers ring when they travel through time and space, but where is my golden finger? Nothing is difficult in the world if one sets his mind to it. Although your talent is weak, as long as you work hard, you will become stronger. Tianshui College can give you better help, but I hope you won't be as ignorant as before in Tianqing College. After saying that, she stood up and walked towards her room. Who did you ask to send me to Tianshui College? Yi Tianyi raised his head and looked at her thin back, and asked from behind. Yi Xianer's delicate body paused. Just practice well. After saying that, he walked into the room and closed the door.
Yi Tianyi was kicked out of Tianjin College because he was such a scumbag.
As the #1 college in Tianshui Holy City, Tianshui College naturally would not accept him. So Yi Xianer had to secretly ask some powerful people to send him to Tianshui College.
Oh, what a beast! Yi Tianyi sighed inwardly.
Such a good person, who had given so much and sacrificed so much for him, yet this bastard still.
After dinner, Yi Tianyi returned to the room.
The room was very tidy and the quilts were folded. It was obviously impossible for him to do it himself.
Then Yi Tianyi lay on the bed, thinking about what to do next.
Since he has come to this world, he must adapt to it. At the same time, he has to shoulder some missions of this body, such as thoroughly finding out who slaughtered the Yi family that year, and also, taking good care of her.
Ding! May I ask what the host's ideal is? Suddenly, a strange little lowly's voice sounded in Yi Tianyi's mind.
Yi Tianyi sat up with a jerk.
Ding! May I ask what the host's ideal is?
The voice sounded again.
Yi Tianyi. Holy shit? Goldfinger arrived? What is an ideal? After a few seconds, Yi Tianyi tilted his head and asked tentatively, "Have you dated countless girls?" Ding!
The host's ideals match the system. The infinite random system has been officially activated.
The currently activated system is Tianqiu system. Ding! Host triggers the mission, I am sure. Mission content: complete a series of unexpectedly impressive feats in front of everyone. Mission progress, 0%. Mission deadline, 7 days.
Mission rewards: a 5-level realm increase plus a heaven-defying cultivation talent plus the opening of the first system mall.
Mission penalty: IQ reduced by 30%. The current mission has been forcibly accepted.
The next moment, a blue screen appeared in front of Yi Tianyi's eyes, with some words written on the screen.
Infinite system. Currently enabled system, Tianqiu system.
Time remaining until the next system is enabled: 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 49 seconds, or after completing the task, the system will be refreshed at midnight the next day.
Current triggered task, I am sure. Current drag value, 0. Exchangeable, none. System mall, not yet open. Host's current status, weak. Yi Tianyi. He actually possesses the system that the male protagonists in urban novels have? Did he go crazy after traveling through time? Wait, I can even travel through time, is there something wrong with the system? There's nothing wrong. This is how it should be.
This system seems to change every 7 days or after completing the ultimate mission triggered by the corresponding system.
It may even change every day.
Each mission will trigger an ultimate mission, which has both mission rewards and mission penalties.
I can't help but look forward to what the next system will be. If these rewards are real, then I won't have to worry about this useless talent anymore. Yi Tianyi's eyes lit up. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the 10 kills achievement. The reward is unlocking any one of the attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, or earth.
Please choose. Yi Tianyi. Is this system so invincible? Attributes are a type of power that every warrior possesses.
For example, fire attributes allow you to release flames in fire-attributed martial arts. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are the most common attributes, and there are also some rare attributes. Even though the owner of this body can cultivate, he actually has no attribute power, which has a huge impact on combat effectiveness.
And this system?
Among the 5 attributes, Yi Tianyi naturally chose the relatively popular fire attribute.
Then Yi Tianyi made a tentative choice. Ding! Fire attribute distribution completed.
The next moment, Yi Tianyi stretched out his hand and slightly mobilized the strength in his body, and a ball of fire burned in the palm of his palm.
This. Yi Tianyi was completely stunned. This is real. Ding!
Host, please unlock the achievement, 100 kills, as soon as possible.
Current progress, 99-100.
Achievement requirements: the last target must be a woman with a beauty score of 90 or above. Achievement reward: permanently unlock a heaven-defying attribute power time or space. The next achievement, 1000 kills, has not yet been unlocked. Host, please continue to work hard.
Yi Tianyi. This TM. Miss. Are you there, system miss? Ding ding ding. Yi Tianyi muttered softly. Ding. Is there something wrong, little brother? Yi Tianyi. Wow! Are you so humane? System lady, how does this system have anything to do with women? What does this achievement mean? Ding!
Because the concept of this system is to help the host pick up girls, pick up more and better girls.
Yi Tianyi.
You are awesome, your whole family is awesome.
Then where's my newbie gift pack? Doesn't this system require a newbie gift pack to be triggered? Ding!
This system doesn't have the content to issue a novice gift package, but because the boy is so handsome, the system will make an exception and issue a novice gift package.
Brush!
The next moment, 2 cards appeared in front of Yi Tianyi.
Yi Tianyi. Sorry, being handsome really means you can do whatever you want.
Then Yi Tianyi swallowed his saliva and picked up the 2 cards in a daze.
Explosion card, select a target within sight, use this card, and you will be awesome. Yi Tianyi. Duplicity card, select a target within sight.
Use this card and all the target's original words and actions towards the host will be reversed within the next hour.
Yi Tianyi.
System miss, you are not pure.
System? Yi Tianyi then curled his lips and put the 2 cards away. He seems to be becoming invincible. Tianqiu system, show operation, right? He is good at it.
Then tomorrow, let the students of Tianqiu College feel despair.
Miss System, you have such a sweet voice, you must be very beautiful, right? Yi Tianyi then asked with a smile. Ding! This system is a virtual entity and has no physical body.
Of course there is a look, why don't you show me how beautiful you are in my mind?
Ding!
This system cannot show your face unless your crazy points are over 10 million.
Yi Tianyi. Goodbye.
Go to sleep.
Chapter 3 Hey, stunning girl, please recommend.
Hello everyone, my name is Yi Tianqiu, my dad calls me Xiu'er, and my mom also calls me Xiu'er.
You can call me by my full name.
Those of you who are closer to me can also call me Tianqiu, and you girls can call me brother Tianqiu.
Starting today, we are classmates.
Please give me your guidance. On the podium, Yi Tianyi glanced at the stunned crowd below with his deep eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an evil and confident smile.
Wow! He's so handsome. So handsome.
There was a girl in the middle of the classroom. After seeing Yi Tianyi, she grabbed her best friend with both hands, looking like a crazy fan, pinching her best friend's arm. She was trying her best to restrain herself. If it weren't for the occasion, she would have screamed. From her tone, one could feel the handsomeness of Yi Tianyi. Her best friend did the same. The 2 of them pinched each other, as if this could restrain the crazy power in their bodies. Of course, out of the 50 or so students in the class, half of the girls did basically the same moves as her. Yes, he is very handsome, with vigorous hair that is neither too long nor too short, the collar of his white shirt slightly open, the shirt cuffs rolled up to the middle of his arms, revealing his wheat-colored skin, deep and bright eyes, and a high-nose bridge. Especially when put together, he looks like a masterpiece created by God. Just based on the appearance of this man, he is definitely the kind of handsome man who can make girls' hearts flutter and their brains go crazy.
One thing in particular is that it's not effeminate. Ding! Your personal introduction was a success, impressive. Plus 30,000 cool points. Current total mission progress, 2%.
A system prompt sounded in Yi Tianyi's mind, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
What's there to show off? Those boys who were jealous of Yi Tianyi's looks grumbled in their hearts. The bald male teacher couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard Yi Tianyi's self-introduction.
Well, classmates, this student transferred from Tianqing College to our Tianqiu College. Please take good care of him.
Find a seat and get to know your classmates.
Your head teacher is drunk and we don't know when he will be able to come.
Just study on your own first.
After the male teacher finished speaking, he seemed to have something else to do and walked away. Then Yi Tianyi walked down, glanced at the girls with expectant faces, and his gaze finally fell on a girl in the corner.
Tianqiu College is one of the most famous colleges in Tianqiu Holy City. There are more women in the college.
The girl in the corner seems to be pretty, but the seat next to her is indeed empty, which is quite strange.
Then Yi Tianyi walked over. That girl should be an extreme.
All girls would be crazy about Yi Tianyi when they saw him, but she just looked up and didn't look at him anymore. She just took a mirror and fiddled with her face.
Why? Yi Tianyi walked over and just heard her sigh. Classmate, what's the matter with you sighing? Do you have acne? Yi Tianyi asked with interest.
The girl didn't look at Yi Tianyi, but looked at herself in the mirror and sighed again, saying with emotion,
"Oh, stunner. Yi Tianyi. Is this guy being narcissistic? Awesome, awesome. Even better than him." Then she turned and looked at Yi Tianyi.
Yi Tianyi was stunned for a moment, because this girl was really beautiful. It was said that Tianshui College was full of beautiful girls, and today he saw that she was indeed extraordinary. She looked about 18 or 19 years old, with a shiny beige jacket over a white turtleneck sweatshirt. Her sky blue pleated skirt revealed a pair of charming, white, delicate, and straight legs. Her skin was as white as cream and her facial features were exquisite, especially her eyes, which were quite alluring. I have to say, what she said made sense.
She was a stunner. "Hello, please sit down," Huo Shui said to Yi Tianyi with a smile. "This woman is a little different." People around saw this scene and talked about it. How dare he sit next to the source of trouble? It's over, it's over. Humph. You're looking for death.
The last man who dared to sit next to someone who caused trouble is still in the hospital receiving oxygen.
This woman is a witch. Let him go and die. Isn't that cool? Just wait and see how miserable he will be. No, miss, you misunderstood. I just came here to move a stool. I don't like small breasts. I like big breasts.
Yi Tianyi finished speaking and picked up the empty stool next to her and walked over to a fat man who weighed about 200 pounds and sat down next to him. He leaned back in his chair and sighed, "Fat people still have big breasts."
Everyone? Ding. Successfully showed off to everyone, crazy all points plus 30,000, current total mission progress, 3%. That's right, everyone was impressed again.
Huo Shui's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, then she couldn't help but smile. Without saying anything, she continued to hold the mirror and admire herself in the mirror.
It's over, it's over. He actually dared to say that Huo Shui has small breasts. He's dead. Get ready to collect the bodies. What's the point of being handsome?
Ah, so refreshing. The male classmates around were stunned at first, and then they all showed expressions of gloating.
Hey, you'd better not get into trouble. She's very powerful. The fat man next to him reminded Yi Tianyi in a low voice. Do you know why there are no girls around you? Yi Tianyi asked the fat man this question out of the blue. Why? Because you're a coward and can't bear to spend 300 yuan.
The little fat boy stopped talking.
Everyone? Ding.
Successfully showed off to everyone, crazy all points plus 30,000, current total mission progress, 4%.
That girl is only 800 yuan, don't be scared.
Yi Tianyi glanced at Huo Shui who was not far away and said lightly.
Troublemaker. Calm down, stay calm.
The boys were also curious about why Huo Shui didn't take action. But if you think about it, you can guess, because every time she took action, she would not directly fight and kill, but use various means to make people suffer a life worse than death.
I'm afraid she has already been brewing.
At this time, a group of young ladies couldn't help but surround Yi Tianyi.
Brother Tianxiu, this is my WeChat, please add me. Brother Tianxiu, do you want to drink milk? Brother Tianxiu, do you like meat-colored stockings?
A girl stretched out her legs.
Yi Tianyi nodded, of course I like it. I like shredded pork with green peppers, shredded pork with eggplant, and shredded pork with Beijing sauce. Girl? Ding. Successfully showed off to everyone, crazy all points plus 30,000, current total mission progress, 5%. Yes, is a show. Brother Tianxiu, you are so handsome, why did you transfer here from Tianqing Academy? Another girl asked expectantly.
Oh, he found dozens of girlfriends at Tianqing Academy, and then was jointly reported.
Actually, I think the most important thing is that one of them was the dean's granddaughter. What do you think? No. No? Everyone was dumbfounded.
What he said is true. A voice suddenly came from the door.
Chapter 4. Wait, I'll make a mosaic.
The sudden sound drew everyone's attention to the figure at the door.
A handsome man walked in with a charming woman in his arms.
Yes, he is quite handsome, but in terms of appearance, there are really few people who can compare with Yi Tianyi.
Yi Tianyi's appearance can definitely make those crazy girls fall for him instantly.
Chen Xiaoyan curled the corners of his mouth and glanced at Yi Tianyi with contempt. He hugged the charming woman with one hand, held the cigarette in the other hand, and flicked it into the trash can.
He thought it was very handsome.
However, the girl in his arms, who was still quite pretty, cast an ambiguous look at Yi Tianyi secretly.
Yi Tianyi touched the tip of his nose. I'm so shy. I heard that the famous Yi Tianyi came to my Tianxue Academy and came to visit. I was wondering, for a loser like you, how much effort and begging did your sister put in to get you into the best academy in the Tianxue Empire? Chen Xiaoyun sneered. When the people in the class heard what Chen Xiaoyun said, they were immediately in an uproar. What? Yi Tianyi? That notorious loser and scumbag? I've heard that someone from Tianqing Academy used to have sex with the granddaughter of the dean of Tianqing Academy, but it's just a rumor. I don't know if it's true or not. But it seems that Yi Tianyi is the younger brother of Yi Xianer, the most beautiful girl in Tianxue Academy. I've heard about it too. It's said that the dean of Tianqing Academy was furious and wanted to kill Yi Tianyi. The dean's family is one of the most powerful in Tianxue Holy City, so killing him wouldn't be easy. Apparently, it was his sister Yi Xianer who knelt down and begged for mercy on his behalf. She knelt at the door for a whole day and night before he finally let Yi Tianyi go. Alpaca, what a beast! Holy crap, is this true? There's even such a thing? This Yi Xianer is really not worth it. Yi Tianxiu just said that he also had sex with the granddaughter of the dean of Tianqing College, and Chen Xiaoyan called him Yi Tianyi. Could it be? Everyone looked at Yi Tianyi in astonishment. They were very angry. Why should Yi Xianer pay for what he did? But these people are very jealous. How come you're so handsome? How come you fucked so many girls? Yi Tianyi frowned. This is true, but he had only heard about Yi Xianer kneeling down to beg for mercy, and had not confirmed it. The original owner of this body asked her about it, but she did not answer. However, he remembered that she did not go home one night during those 2 days. Damn! Bastard! Yi Tianyi also cursed in his heart. Huoshui next to him also showed a look of surprise. No wonder Yi Tianyi seems a little different from this bunch of trash, so that's why. It's such a pity for his sister. Such a talented, enchanting and beautiful sister, but her brother is such a scum. His fame, future and even dignity have been ruined by him. Well, it would be fine if he was just a scum, but he is also a waste. He has very poor talent. Now, he is almost 20 years old and still a loser in the chi building realm. Moreover, as a warrior, he doesn't even have any attributes. What's the difference between him and an ordinary person? He probably can't even beat an ordinary strong person. It's really a disgrace to warriors. Chen Xiaoyun said with a sigh. In an instant, those young ladies who had a great impression of Yi Tianyi because of his appearance immediately took a few steps back and moved away from Yi Tianyi. There are 2 sayings in the holy city of Tianxue that are well known to everyone. The first sentence is, take good care of your granddaughter, daughter, wife, and mother-in-law, and be careful of Yi Tianyi. The second sentence, Yi Xianer, the glory of the holy city, and Yi Tianyi, the villain and scum. The second sentence is something even parents and grandparents will tell their children. So, Yi Tianyi, do you think that no one knows you just because you came to Tianxue College from Tianqing College? Unless you get out of Tianxue Holy City and get out of the Tianxue Empire, you will be an eternal shame and a laughingstock. Chen Xiaoyun looked at Yi Tianyi arrogantly. If the Yi family still existed, he would never dare to provoke them in his life. But with the Yi family gone, he was left with only his sister, Yi Xianer. He didn't dare covet Yi Xianer because he knew he couldn't. There were many people who were stronger than him and had stronger family backgrounds coveting Yi Xianer. It wasn't Chen Xiaoyun's turn. But he was right. Yi Xianer couldn't do anything to him. Who told Yi Tianyi not to consider who he was now? How dare he go against him at the banquet? Now what? Do you still have the nerve to stay in Tianxue College? What a pity, he is still 1 step short. Not to mention the current Yi Tianyi, even the previous Yi Tianyi really has the nerve to stay here. Snap. Yi Tianyi sat on the table, took out a cigarette, lowered his head and lit it, took a deep drag, and then exhaled a long puff of smoke. The smoke unexpectedly formed 2 words in the air. Stupid. Everyone. Ding. You successfully impressed everyone. Your coolness value increased by 50,000. Mission progress, 10%. Really, everyone thought that Yi Tianyi would run away in shame, but instead this scene of his was really amazing. And instantly, many girls, even though they knew he was Yi Tianyi, were inexplicably attracted by his handsomeness. Isn't the way he lights a cigarette and puffs out smoke so damn handsome? And he can even spit out words? I want this scumbag mother too.
Of course, it's just a momentary thought, and I won't do that.
Huoshui raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at Yi Tianyi. It's quite interesting. I'd like to see how this scumbag fights back. He can't be defeated and is a waste.
He seems to be good at talking, but Chen Xiaoyun stands on the moral high ground.
No matter what he says, it's useless.
The 2 words he spit out are quite interesting, but they are useless as a counterattack. Anyway, if it were her, she couldn't think of any way out in such a situation. Chen Xiaoyun looked at the word idiot slowly disappearing in front of Yi Tianyi, his eyes releasing anger, but he forced himself to hold it back. He couldn't fight, because if he did, it would be his fault.
And whoever got angry first, whoever couldn't hold it back first, would lose.
Of course, he wouldn't lose even if he got angry, but the victory wouldn't be so satisfying.
What? Swearing? Ha, you can only swear, ha ha, Chen Xiaoyun laughed. Don't worry, I'm looking for something. I remember it should be there.
Yi Tianyi lowered his head, a cigarette in his mouth, then took out his cell phone and flipped through it.
Everyone was confused. What was he going to do?
Oh, I found it. Yi Tianyi then jumped off the table.
Wait, I'll make a mosaic.
Then Yi Tianyi put his phone on the table, walked towards Chen Xiaoyun and patted him on the shoulder.
A gift for you. After saying that, Yi Tianyi took a deep puff of cigarette and exhaled, then walked out.
Everyone looked at the phone on the table in confusion, and then their eyes widened.
Fog? Chapter 5, Damn. Ruthless. Please recommend. Chen Xiaoyun was completely confused. He was humiliating Yi Tianyi, so how would he react? What did he mean? Was he just going to throw the phone down and call it a day? Get out of the way.
Then Chen Xiaoyun walked over with his arm around the girl, his eyes fixed on the phone on the table. His fists clenched instantly, and he was shaking with anger.
Husband, please listen to my explanation. Snap.
Chen Xiaoyun angrily slapped her in the face.
Fuck. Get out of here. Chen Xiaoyun, you dare to hit me. Fine. Get out of here. Brother Tianyi, wait for me.
Then the girl ran towards Yi Tianyi while shouting.
Everyone.
At this time, Chen Xiaoyun turned around and glared at Yi Tianyi's back, his eyes red. However, just as the smoke rings Yi Tianyi exhaled were still at the door, a large green word.
Yi Tianyi, I'm going to kill you.
Then Chen Xiaoyun rushed over.
Everyone was secretly shocked. He's a scumbag, worthy of being a scumbag. I'm so ashamed of myself, and how can he fight back like this? He's truly invincible.
I have to say, even though he's a scumbag, I admire him.
What can we do? It takes 2 to tango. If that woman wasn't a bitch, how could she be with Yi Tianyi? Quick, go and take a look. Chen Xiaoyun is in the Mingqiao realm, a whole realm higher than Yi Tianyi. He might really be able to kill Yi Tianyi. Then a group of people ran out.
Huoshui walked to the phone, took a look at the photo, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
You're quite something. If you're not a loser, then even if you're a scumbag, you're a capable scumbag. It's a pity, but don't think I'll let you go.
As long as you don't die today, I have plenty of ways to deal with you.
How dare you humiliate me? Humph. Huoshui smiled evilly and walked out. She was good at judging people.
Facing the humiliation from Chen Xiaoyun, he found a way to fight back.
This was only one reason.
Secondly, what interested Huoshui was that he seemed to be very calm from beginning to end. It seemed that his confidence was not pretended. Even if he knew there was a way to fight back, an ordinary person would not have such a calm and sophisticated way of dealing with it. It gave her a feeling of being calm and experienced, not like a 19-year-old boy, but like a middle-aged man who had experienced vicissitudes of life. There are so many outstanding men, but she is too lazy to even take a second look at them. But it is strange that this scumbag actually makes her a little interested.
Ding. You successfully impressed everyone.
Your coolness value increased by plus 100,000.
Current mission progress, 20%.
Yi Tianyi outside felt a powerful aura behind him, and he was actually very panicked.
But this is his only way to fight back.
Although it is indeed a bit shameless and a bit scumbag, it doesn't matter.
He is a scumbag anyway.
He was just a waste of a 5th level chi constructing realm.
What was the concept of the 5th level chi constructing realm?
Speaking of strength, he was much stronger than ordinary people. After all, he was a warrior, and that was not something that ordinary people could compare to.
However, Yi Tianyi had been on women's bellies for many years and was very weak. He might not be able to beat the masters among ordinary people.
And Chen Xiaoyun is a master of the Mingqiao realm, the second highest realm.
There is a huge difference between one level and another, let alone a higher realm.
The power of his punch is enough to easily kill a strong lion, let alone Yi Tianyi.
Brush.
Yi Tianyi reacted quite quickly, because he knew that it was normal for a normal man to go berserk when encountering such a thing, so he was prepared and suddenly dodged to the side.
Chen Xiaoyun's punch grazed his elbow and passed by. Stop. If you dare to continue attacking Yi Tianyi, don't blame me for attacking you.
The girl stood in front of Yi Tianyi and shouted at Chen Xiaoyun, then released a force to push Chen Xiaoyun back to a farther location.
Yi Tianyi. Everyone. Those who ran out were also confused. Alpaca? Do handsome guys really get to do whatever they want? You can't do that either, right? Yi Tianyi was also confused. What the hell? Sister, please don't do this. I can't stand it. You.
Chen Xiaoyun's right hand was condensed with flames, and his face was ferocious.
Go to hell. He was so angry that he didn't want to consider the consequences.
Now he just wanted to use this condensed flame to bombard them.
No matter what, that was enough.
He didn't like this woman, she was just a toy tool, but being cheated on was another matter, especially in front of so many people.
How could he still swallow his anger? Wait a minute.
Yi Tianyi said this at this time.
Still want to delay? Yi Tianyi said.
You're looking for death. Chen Xiaoyun roared angrily, then rushed towards Yi Tianyi again. Hey, Chen Xiaoyun has already been angered, and he's deliberately provoking him.
Isn't this courting death? When a person is angry, he can do anything.
Death is peace, and our Tianshui holy city will have one less scum.
The gap between the two is too big. Yi Tianyi was lucky to dodge just now.
With this speed and this strength, he definitely can't dodge or block it. Huoshui leaned against the wall and looked at the scene in front of him.
No matter how confident you are, what can you do in the face of absolute strength?
Yi Tianyi just stood there without even taking a step back, looking at Chen Xiaoyun who was rushing towards him. Then he took out a cigarette, lowered his head, lit one and took a puff, then stretched out 3 fingers.
3, 2, 1. After counting to 3 seconds, Yi Tianyi snapped his fingers. Snap. Bang.
Chen Xiaoyun, who was 3 or 4 meters in front of him, had his pants burst open instantly and fell to the ground screaming.
Everyone was stunned.
All the men subconsciously took a breath and tightened their legs. Explosion card, select a target within sight and use this card. That's right, it was this explosive card. As for whether it was something that exploded, Yi Tianyi didn't know, but it was probably not a pleasant experience.
There's nothing he can do. He can't beat him, so this is the only way. Hey, I told you to play with fire, and what if something explodes? I gave you a friendly reminder, but you didn't believe it. Do you blame me?
Yi Tianyi flicked the cigarette he had taken 2 puffs of onto the pants of Chen Xiaoyun who was screaming.
Bang. Chen Xiaoyun jumped all over. What the hell?
Yi Tianyi was also stunned for a moment.
Second explosion? Snap, snap, snap.
Then there was a crackling sound like firecrackers. Every time it sounded, Chen Xiaoyun's body lying on the ground twitched and jumped. The frequency was exactly the same as the crackling rhythm. It was funny but also very tragic.
Everyone? Damn, so ruthless.
Chapter 6 Nuwa, your sister's best friend, please vote.
Yi Tianyi was also stunned. Isn't this too awesome? One explosion isn't enough, you have to do a series of explosions. Everyone around was completely bewildered. What had happened? Why was this happening? Was it Yi Tianyi who did this?
Everyone thought that Yi Tianyi did it, because he had said something like playing with fire again before, and it just happened to explode, but how did he do it?
Ding! You successfully impressed everyone.
Your coolness value increased by plus 300,000.
Current progress, 50%.
When did you stuff a string of firecrackers in his crotch? The girl asked.
Hey, stop slandering me. Did you see any physical contact between me and him? Then Yi Tianyi pointed above and said, there are cameras on it. The cameras can prove my innocence.
As for why there was a crackling sound there, I'm also confused. After saying that, Yi Tianyi shrugged helplessly.
Huo Shui watched with interest. Coincide? No, absolutely not. What's going on? Is there really a string of firecrackers in his crotch? I didn't even see any of them explode. Ah.
Chen Xiaoyun, lying on the ground, let out a somewhat ecstatic sound, then he opened his eyes and staggered to his feet.
How? Why did he lose consciousness? No. Yi Tianyi. He then stared at Yi Tianyi viciously, then pointed at him and said angrily, "Today's humiliation is unforgivable.
Just wait, if you seriously injure your classmates, you won't be able to stay in Tianjue College.
Just let your sister continue to kneel." TSK.
Yi Tianyi scratched his head and clicked his tongue, walking towards Chen Xiaoyun with a nonchalant look.
Chen Xiaoyun's legs were shaking as he stood there, let alone attacking Yi Tianyi. "Brother, your thoughts are a bit jumpy. From the moment we met until now, have I touched you? Have I hit you? I even warned you not to play with fire today, it's dangerous, but you ignored me and attacked me, seriously injuring a classmate? I didn't even touch you. I'm still a piece of shit. How could I seriously injure you, a piece of shit who never touched you? The cameras are all there. I don't think the academy can punish me, right?"
Yi Tianyi curled his lips after he finished speaking. When everyone heard what Yi Tianyi said, they felt that there was some truth in it, but why did they think that Yi Tianyi was the one who caused Chen Xiaoyun's crotch to explode?
That's strange. You.
Chen Xiaoyun pointed at Yi Tianyi and was so angry that he couldn't speak, but the first priority now was to go to the hospital and check it out quickly, and the rest could be dealt with later.
"We'll meet again in the mountains and rivers, let's see." Chen Xiaoyun then staggered and walked away in embarrassment.
"Alas, we meet in the mountains and rivers, but my brother is nowhere to be found."
Yi Tianyi shook his head and sighed regretfully. Plop. Chen Xiaoyun staggered and almost fell. Alpaca. Everyone. Ding. You successfully impressed everyone.
Your coolness value increased by plus 10,000.
Current progress, 51%. Brother Tianyi, can we be together now?
At this time, the girl brought by Chen Xiaoyun came to Yi Tianyi with a crazy look on her face.
Can't. Yi Tianyi shook his head and said. Because I have someone I like. Yi Tianyi pretended to be serious and said. Everyone was secretly shocked. Who on earth had been targeted by the scumbag Yi Tianyi? How miserable. It doesn't matter. Tell me who you like.
I can make myself look like her and become the woman you love most.
Yi Tianyi. Everyone. Sometimes being handsome can be a problem.
That might be difficult, because she's so beautiful. As Yi Tianyi spoke, he slowly turned around and looked at Huo Shui, who was leaning not far away. The system showed that her score was 93. She was indeed beautiful. When Huo Shui saw Yi Tianyi's eyes suddenly looking at her, her heart suddenly jumped. She was fearless, let alone a man. Countless self-important men had suffered in front of her. However, when Yi Tianyi, who looked so powerless, looked at her, she felt a little panicked. Wake up, who is he? How could I be so panicked? Yi Tianyi then slowly walked towards the source of trouble, and everyone's eyes followed Yi Tianyi. Huo Shui is ready to fight back. He wants to say that he likes me? Do you deserve it? Yi Tianyi walked in front of Huo Shui, then slowly stretched out his hand and gently stroked her tender cheek. If it were any other woman, she would have been unable to bear it, but she was Huo Shui, so she wanted to see what Yi Tianyi was going to do. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the men couldn't help but shudder. How dare he get involved in this trouble? He won't live long. Yi Tianyi gently brushed the loose hair behind her ear and asked softly, "Little busty girl, what's the name of the most beautiful girl in our college? We haven't been together for long, so I forgot her name, but I like her very much, and she likes me too." Troublemaker. Everyone. Small-breasted girl? Well, it's not big, but it would be reckless of you to say it out loud, right? Besides, weren't you flirting with her? The most beautiful woman? Bai Hanxue? It's normal that you like her, but she likes you? Puff. Those whose ancestors made keys would like to come out and say. Do you have a key? Huo Shui kept reminding himself, hold on. You must hold on. You are the only one who can bully others at will. No one can ever beat you. If you get angry, you lose. I thought you wanted to say it was me you liked. Huo took Yi Tiany's hand away, then raised the corner of his mouth, with an indifferent expression, stared at Yi Tiany and said lightly,
"How is that possible? I'm not blind. A cheap girl that I can get for 800 yuan is worthy of my love?" Yi Tiany looked shocked. "Everyone. Ding. You successfully impressed everyone.
Your coolness value increased by plus 100,000.
Current progress, 61%. Crazy, really crazy." Huo took a deep breath. If you want to kill someone, you have to hold back. Having said that, this troublemaker is indeed beautiful.
She is the most beautiful person Yi Tiany has seen since he came to this world, except for Fingya and the owner of this body's sister Yi Xianer.
After hearing Yi Tiany's words, several people secretly gave Yi Tiany a thumbs up. This scumbag meets the witch, the troublemaker.
As long as this scumbag can live a few more days, there will probably be a good show to watch.
Huo has never been humiliated like this in his life. Since you want to challenge, then don't regret it.
Then she tried her best to control herself, keep calm, and look in one direction. Yes, the most beautiful girl in this academy is there, your sister's best friend.
Huo looked in one direction and pursed his lips and said, "Chapter 7 everyone? My sister's best friend?" Yi Tiany looked over, and everyone's eyes also looked over. A woman in a sky blue dress walked calmly and elegantly not far away.
The eyes of so many people around her were all focused on her.
Every time she appeared, she would attract everyone's attention.
It is said that birds of a feather flock together, and this statement is absolutely true.
Yi Tiany's sister Yi Xianer was once the most beautiful girl in Tianshui College, and this girl entered Tianshui College later. However, her Bai family is one of the 4 major families in Tianshui College.
The Yi family was also one of the 4 major families back then, but was later slaughtered and the Yang family succeeded to the throne.
As the daughters of the 2 major families, the 2 of them are both good friends and rivals. As he remembered, Yi Tiany had a deep impression of her.
Because she was beautiful, he once wanted to make a move on her, but unfortunately he couldn't do it. Her memory in recent years was that she had been to their house once.
Oh yes, that time 3 years ago.
Yi Tiany drugged Yi Xianer in Bai Hanxue, and Yi Xianer fell for it. Bai Hanxue was very wary of Yi Tiany, but she reacted later, slapped Yi Tiany, and saved Yi Xianer.
From that day on, she never went to their house again. If he had succeeded back then, Yi Tiany would have given both of these women to.
Later she came to Tianshui College, and with her appearance she became the goddess of all the men in Tianshui College and the most beautiful woman. A big reason why they can become best friends is because they have similar personalities and are both very cold people.
Maybe they have their common topics. Apart from their looks, Yi Tiany thinks they are cast in the same mold.
Maybe the slight difference is that Yi Xianer is so silly that it makes people feel distressed, while Bai Hanxue is even more cold and arrogant.
When Yi Tiany saw her, to be honest, he didn't want to face her. How embarrassing is this? Ding.
The Tianqiu system triggers the branch mission, Duplicity by Hanxue. Mission content, use the duplicity card on Bai Hanxue. Mission reward, 20% increase in the Tianqiu system's final mission progress, and the Earth-ranked, 1-star fire attribute martial art, Fire God Tribulation. Mission failed, and the Tianqiu system is permanently shut down.
Yi Tiany. The more he doesn't want to face it, the more this stupid system forces him to face it? Mission failed, system shut down?
That means the first Tianqiu system I triggered is gone, along with its rewards, the heaven-defying cultivation talent, realm upgrades, and the premier mall.
This is a one-time opportunity, and once it's gone, it's gone. Who knows what the next system will be, and what the rewards will be.
And all it takes is using the duplicity card to get an Earth-grade martial art as a reward.
How many copies of this Earth-grade martial art are there in the entire Tianshui Holy City? That's incredible. Damn it. Then let's go. Anyway, my current personality is already that of a scumbag. In Bai Hanxue's eyes, I'm also a scumbag. What's the big deal if I'm a little more scumbag? Yi Tiany thought helplessly in his heart. Oh, you don't dare to go? Don't be timid, didn't Bai Hanxue say that she likes you? Go, let us see how much she likes you.
Huo said jokingly to Yi Tiany.
Why?
Yi Tiany shook his head and sighed. I wanted to keep a low profile, but since you don't believe me, how about a bet? What I'm least afraid of is betting.
Tell me.
If I can prove that she likes me, you kiss me.
Yi Tiany smiled.
Huoshui sneered, "At a pound, if you let her kiss you, I will serve you all night long."
Everyone. When these two monsters meet, sparks and lightning fly all the way. Yi Tianyi then smiled and snapped his fingers. "Okay, everyone is listening, don't regret it." "What if you can't do it?" Huoshui asked back. Everyone.
After Yi Tianyi finished speaking, he walked towards Bai Hanxue, who was passing by not far away. Huoshui leaned there with his hands folded across his chest, sneering.
She knew Bai Hanxue well. Like Yi Tianyi? Kiss him?
Even if there were no other men in the world, she wouldn't kiss Yi Tianyi. After all, this scumbag was not something a proud girl like her could look down upon.
Hello. Yi Tianyi walked in front of Bai Hanxue and blocked her. Bai Hanxue frowned slightly and looked at Yi Tianyi. Yi Tianyi?
When she saw that he was Yi Tianyi, her beautiful brows furrowed even deeper, and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. This was the beast who had drugged her and even her sister. It would be strange if she didn't hate him. However, for Yi Xian'er's sake, no fourth person knew about this. Yi Tianyi just looked at Bai Hanxue straight in the eye, without any reservations. It must be said that this woman is truly beautiful, with long legs, a perfect figure, flawless fair skin, and a perfect appearance. However, Yi Tianyi still prefers Yi Xian'er because her eyes are a light sky blue, which adds a bit of charm and temperament to her. However, this woman has a light teardrop mole under the corner of her eye. For a woman of this level, this teardrop mole is truly beautiful.
But Yi Tianyi took a look and saw the system scores.
Yi Xian'er and Bai Hanxue in front of him both got 98 points, but the favorability was -50, which was understandable.
But how amazing is this beauty score?
Those popular female stars with tens of millions of fans, goddesses of so many people, actually only scored over 80 points, most of which were made up with makeup. 98 points is almost perfect, maybe 2 points should be left for expectations. This empire isn't big, the main city isn't big, and the academy isn't big, but this beauty is truly outstanding. The Tianshui Empire was once known as the Fairy Empire because the average beauty of its women surpassed any other empire. Therefore, the Tianshui Empire attracted many men from other empires. Everyone around was paying attention to Bai Hanxue, and suddenly saw a man standing in front of her, and everyone was shocked.
Who is that person?
A man leaning against a tree not far away watched the scene and asked coldly.
A man nearby quickly replied, "It seems to be Yi Xian'er's younger brother, Yi Tianyi."
He was just transferred here. Because he is Yi Xian'er's younger brother, I paid special attention to him.
It's him? How dare you have any thoughts about the woman I've chosen?
After saying that, he flicked the cigarette away. Young Master Lin, calm down.
With my sister-in-law's personality, she will definitely not bother to pay attention to him.
If he continues to pester me, I will definitely give this useless man a slap in the face. Lin Changtian paused, then nodded.
Well, let's see. Lin Changtian smiled jokingly. What's up?
Bai Hanxue didn't bother to pay attention to Yi Tianyi, but he was Yi Xian'er's younger brother after all, so she still asked coldly.
Bai Hanxue, I like you. Do you like me? Yi Tianyi asked, grinning at her. After hearing this, many people couldn't help laughing out loud. Ding.
The duplicity card has been used.
Target, Bai Hanxue. Duration, 1 hour. Bai Hanxue frowned. Like. Everyone? Chapter 8. Can you give me a kiss? Please give me a recommendation. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Bai Hanxue likes Yi Tianyi? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'm dreaming, I must be dreaming. What the hell is going on? Am I crazy?
Those who heard this widened their eyes and murmured to themselves. The troublemaker staggered suddenly.
This. Is she going to be raped?
No, there must be a reason.
This is even more unbelievable than Yi Tianyi liking women.
Lin Changtian on the other side couldn't hear what they said, but he vaguely saw that there was something wrong with the group's reaction. The person who feels something is wrong the most now is Bai Hanxue, the person involved. She clearly wanted to say that she didn't like it, so why did she say that she liked it?
Then, if you like me too, can I kiss you? Yi Tianyi showed an innocent smile. Can. Everyone? Bai Hanxue. What the hell is going on?
At that moment, Bai Hanxue wondered if she was dreaming.
Was she still asleep? She had clearly said no. What had happened today? Yi Tianyi sighed inwardly at the power of this system. Isn't it too powerful? Anyway, I'm already a scumbag, and I don't want to whitewash myself. Since this unscrupulous system has triggered this unscrupulous task, then I'll just do it. Then I kissed you.
Yi Tianyi grinned, then slowly moved closer.
Okay. Bai Hanxue said. Then she was confused again. She was about to say no. What was going on? Dream. She must be dreaming. Everyone?
The most terrifying thing was that she wanted to retreat. She even wanted to slap Yi Tianyi away, but her body was completely out of control. Even after she had this idea, her body leaned forward, and that beautiful face slowly moved towards Yi Tianyi.
This is the terrifying part about the duplicity card. It's not just the words that are said, the actions are completely contrary to the thoughts. You want to leave, you want to hide, but in the end you end up moving closer. Everyone watched as Yi Tianyi's mouth touched Bai Hanxue's cheek. At that moment, Bai Hanxue's mind went blank. Soft, fragrant, smooth, tender. Ah, I am so happy. But Yi Tianyi knew that he couldn't go too far.
Missions were missions, and being a scum was being a scum, but that was in the past. Now, in his heart, he was still a good citizen.
Boom.
Everyone watched the scene, and the world collapsed.
Goddess. Whoa, goddess. Ah. What's going on? Why? What kind of magic does Yi Tianyi have? That's Bai Hanxue. Why did the goddess take the initiative to kiss him?
Mom, I'm embarrassed for you. I have kissed goddesses, but I have only kissed my gay friends. Whoa.
It's crazy. This world is really crazy.
Huoshue staggered again and almost fell down, his beautiful eyes widened.
She wasn't awake yet. She was dreaming too. Click.
In the distance, even though Lin Changtian didn't know what those people were talking about, he saw the scene. The phone in his hand was instantly crushed to pieces, and his eyes were bloodshot.
Yi Tianyi, you will die a miserable death. He growled in his throat and walked over angrily. After the kiss, Yi Tianyi looked at Bai Hanxue with a smile. Can you give me a kiss then? Yi Tianyi asked with a smile. Bai Hanxue stopped talking, she didn't dare to speak.
But even though she didn't say anything, after Yi Tianyi finished asking, she leaned towards Yi Tianyi with her beautiful face and gently pecked him on the cheek.
Everyone? Snap.
The sounds of countless broken hearts are particularly clear.
What else can be explained now? Bai Hanxue took the initiative to kiss Yi Tianyi. How else can it be explained? Bai Hanxue?
Lin Changtian, who had just walked over and was about to pick up Yi Tianyi, saw the scene and suddenly stopped moving. He was shaking with anger, but his eyes were full of disbelief. If Bai Hanxue liked another man, he might understand, but this was Yi Tianyi. He didn't believe Bai Hanxue didn't know who Yi Tianyi was. Why? Why? Hanxue, you and Yi Tianyi. Lin Changtian looked at Bai Hanxue in disbelief. Bai Hanxue did not answer. Ding. You have successfully completed the mission, Duplicity Bai Hanxue, and the mission reward has been issued. Then Yi Tianyi felt a technique forced into his mind. Ding. You've successfully wowed everyone. 37 men were brought to tears, and 55 men were attacked by their mentally retarded spirits. You've exceeded the ultimate mission of the Tianqiu system, I'm sure. You're rewarded with an additional 5 million in crazy dragging value. The mission reward will be doubled in 1 hour. The Tianqiu system will be closed, and the next random system will open at midnight. Yi Tianyi. Cool. This is so cool. A life full of cheats can really be summed up in one word: awesome. Waste, huh? Scum, huh? Beast, huh? I hope that when I rise to power, you won't be shocked. But, it's time to slip away. Yi Tianyi then said, well, I'm leaving first, you should go too. Yi Tianyi was about to run away after saying this. At this time, Bai Hanxue suddenly reached out and grabbed Yi Tianyi's hand. No. I want to go with you. Yi Tianyi. Everyone. Lin Changtian. Bai Hanxue. She was really going crazy. She wanted to angrily say don't leave. How could? She had seen too many bizarre things in her life, and too many bizarre things had happened to her, and she could accept them all, but this time. It must be Yi Tianyi's magic that he cast on her.
It must be him. She really hated this scumbag in her heart. She doesn't care about her reputation or other people's gossip. She believes that those who are innocent are innocent. She doesn't need others to judge her. She doesn't care about what happened today, but as for Yi Tianyi, she must skin him alive this time, even if he is Yi Xian'er's brother. But why did she reach out her hand and beg him not to leave? Let go, let go. Yi Tianyi touched the tip of his nose with his other hand, then slowly reached out and stroked her cheek. Everyone gritted their teeth watching this scene. Promise me that the upper and lower halves of your life will belong to me, okay? Yi Tianyi said tenderly. Bai Hanxue. Everyone. She stopped talking, but her body nodded uncontrollably. Some people couldn't help but shed tears. The next moment, Yi Tianyi's demeanor suddenly changed, and then he laughed. Ha, don't you all say that I'm a scumbag? Fine, I'll show you what a scumbag I am, let's break up. After saying that, Yi Tianyi spread his legs and ran out of the academy. I'm now anxious to go back and see how awesome this Earth-level martial arts is. Everyone. What the hell? I want to kill someone. I can't even touch this goddess. You broke up with me? I'm gonna kill you. Damn it. Everyone, chase after this scumbag Yi and smother him to death. Bao Shui, come together and teach this bastard a lesson. Someone stopped next to Huo Shui. After all, Huo Shui was a master in the academy and was fearless. They might not dare to do it, but with her around, she would definitely teach Yi Tianyi a lesson. I want to be quiet. Huo Shui said this somewhat powerlessly. Lost. She never thought that one day she would be defeated by such a loser and scumbag. She never thought that even Bai Hanxue would be defeated by him. What happened? Bai Hanxue didn't want to move, but her body involuntarily chased after Yi Tianyi. Chapter 9 Baby, please let go. Please vote for recommendation. In an alley in Tianshui Holy City, Yi Tianyi ran all the way here before stopping, gasping for breath. Sent. A 1-star Earth-grade martial art, the ultimate mission of the Tianqiu system was successfully completed, and the mission reward was doubled. But what can it double to? The realm was originally increased by 5 levels, and doubling it is 10 levels, a major realm improvement, which is awesome. Even if it is a genius, it takes several years of practice to reach the great realm of the Qi construction realm and the enlightenment realm, right? The second mission reward, a heaven-defying cultivation talent, if it were doubled. What is it to double against the will of heaven? Could it be Ultraman? Yi Tianyi's eyes suddenly lit up. The first mall is open, how can this double? Can you open 2 malls? But that would only be known in an hour, and now. Bai Hanxue's figure appeared beside Yi Tianyi. There is disgust and anger in the depths of his eyes. Yi Tianyi knew that he would have to face it sooner or later, but for the sake of the mission, he had no choice. I'm sorry, I apologize. Yi Tianyi looked at her and said. Yi Tianyi is a scumbag, but he is not one since he came from Earth. Today's incident will definitely have an impact on Bai Hanxue. Yi Tianyi also knows that maybe she wants to kill him now, so he has to save her life. Temporarily cancelled the effect of the duplicity card. Yi Tianyi said to the system in his mind. Why temporarily? What if she really wants to kill herself? Then I can open it again. At least I can guarantee that she won't die. It lasts for an hour anyway. I really feel sorry for Xian'er. Bai Hanxue spoke, and after she finished speaking, she was surprised. She actually said what was in her heart. Instead of the opposite, she was normal. Yi Tianyi touched the tip of his nose and nodded. Yes, I agree. Bai Hanxue came to Yi Tianyi in an instant, grabbed Yi Tianyi's neck and pressed him against the wall. Her beautiful face was full of anger, and her eyes were filled with disgust and contempt. I won't kill you today, but I'll cut off one of your arms to relieve my anger. If it weren't for Yi Xian'er's sake, she would have really killed Yi Tianyi. Breaking off an arm didn't mean severing it, it was just a fracture to make him suffer. Hey, I'll give you 3 seconds to let me go, otherwise do you believe you will become like that again? Yi Tianyi said without any panic. Bai Hanxue frowned suddenly, but did not let go. She doesn't believe it. 3, 2, 1. Yi Tianyi then curled the corner of his mouth and activated the duplicity card effect again. Baby, can you please let go? Then Yi Tianyi said with a smile. Not loose. Then she let go. Bai Hanxue. What's wrong with her?
Yi Tianyi smiled, then lowered his head, lit a cigarette, and took a long puff.
Are you curious about what I did to you? Am I not a scumbag in your eyes? I am indeed a scumbag, otherwise I wouldn't use this trick on you. Yi Tianyi took another puff and looked at her and said, if I ask you to take off your clothes, you have to take them off now, do you believe it? Bai Hanxue was panicked, really panicked.
Yi Tianyi laughed and continued, forget it, I won't take advantage of you, but just remember, I won't let you off easily next time.
After saying that, Yi Tianyi walked away. Turn off the duplicity card.
What surprised Yi Tianyi was that this duplicity card lasted for 1 hour. Once it was closed, the remaining time stopped, and there were still 43 minutes left. This meant that no matter what day it was in the future, Yi Tianyi could still open it to her anytime and anywhere. This was a bit perverted. Bai Hanxue stood there watching Yi Tianyi go away, gritting her teeth. Brute. She had to figure out what was wrong with her and what Yi Tianyi had done to make her like this. But it seemed that she had figured out a little bit. Everything she said and did was contrary to what she thought in her heart. What if it was the other way around? She was just guessing, not sure, because she really wasn't sure what Yi Tianyi would do to her.
He really could do anything. He even wanted to do something to Yi Xian'er that night.
At this time, Lin Changtian ran over, followed by a group of perverts who rushed out from Tianxue College to kill Yi Tianyi.
Hanxue, are you okay?
Lin Changtian ran to Bai Hanxue and asked worriedly.
Bai Hanxue was in a bad mood at the moment and did not answer.
After 2 seconds, she came back to her senses and glanced at everyone with her cold and beautiful eyes. Lin Changtian was unwilling to accept this, truly unwilling.
Why? He wanted to know. Hanxue, do you really like that loser Yi Tianyi? Lin Changtian looked at Bai Hanxue and asked. Bai Hanxue frowned.
She was too lazy to answer, but it was no big deal to clarify with just a word. If the answer is I don't like it, then what she said should be I like it, so she should say she likes him before she says she doesn't like it.
Bai Hanxue pondered for a moment, then said calmly, I like it. Bai Hanxue? Is this effect gone again?
She really needs to go back and calm down.
Everyone. Wow, the goddess has admitted it, my youth is over.
Quick-acting heart-saving pills, give me quick-acting heart-saving pills quickly.
Why? What on earth is so worthy of your love for him? He's a notorious scumbag and loser. Let alone me, is he comparable to anyone here?
Lin Changtian's tone became a little louder, and he could hardly control his emotions.
I really don't understand. Bai Hanxue took a deep breath. Too lazy to explain.
Then she turned and walked away without saying a word.
Lin Changtian clenched his fists tightly.
He couldn't figure it out, but he didn't need to understand it, because he knew everything.
Yi Tianyi. You're trying to steal my woman. Don't you know how much you weigh? Your Yi family is no longer one of the 4 major families. Without your sister, you're nothing. Even with Yi Xian'er, you're still renting a house. I'm going to make you regret it.
Lin Changtian roared viciously in his heart.
Master Yi, come and play.
Yi Tianyi was walking on the streets of Tianxue Holy City and passed by the door of a beautifully decorated footbath shop. A woman wearing a white coat with her thighs exposed was sitting at the door and greeted Yi Tianyi.
This is the place Yi Tianyi often comes to.
Of course, it is the Yi Tianyi of the past. There is no need to say more about whether it is a formal place or not. It made sense to call him a scumbag. The Yi family collapsed, their funds crumbled, and although they were all dead, they still had hundreds of millions of foreign debts. In a small or medium-sized empire like the Tianxue Empire, a few hundred million was roughly 1/10 of the assets of a top family, which was considered a lot of money. And this money also needed to be repaid by Yi Xian'er. She had really worked hard to repay the debt. Besides accompanying Yi Tianyi, the rest of her time was mostly spent in the monster field killing monsters to obtain monster crystals, or collecting some precious crystals and spiritual medicines to sell for money to pay off the debt, while also having to make a living. Even so, she would still give Yi Tianyi some pocket money, but Yi Tianyi still acted generous.
Thinking of this in his memory, Yi Tianyi couldn't help but sigh. Sister Hong, I want to ask you something. Yi Tianyi then walked over. Chapter 10 The Ultimate Hidden Mall. Please recommend votes, blah blah. Yi Tianyi knew how much pressure Yi Xian'er was under and what she was carrying.
Maybe the Yi Tianyi in the past was not a good person, but he had to do something. Sister Hong crossed her legs, vaguely revealing some good scenery. She looked at Yi Tianyi and said, come in and play, and talk while you play.
Yi Tianyi smiled awkwardly and said, "Forget it. Next time, I'm short of money."
He was indeed short of money. Yi Xianer gave him money once a week, but the money had been spent by the original owner of this body on the day he traveled through time. Yi Xianer was already good enough to him. Under such circumstances, she could still give him 10,000 yuan in pocket money every week. 10,000 yuan in pocket money was something that only wealthy families could have in a small empire like the Tianshui Empire, except for those rich people. Yi Xianer had been really good to him, but Yi Tianyi was such a jerk. Even though he only had 10,000 yuan in pocket money a month, he still kept asking her for more. She didn't want to give him anything, but she felt that as a sister, she should take care of Yi Tianyi. As for whether he would get worse and worse, she certainly considered it, but she had no choice. She had tried strict discipline before. If she didn't give him money, he would steal and rob. Moreover, he had a group of bad friends outside and wrote IOUs. She had no choice but to do so. She felt that people always have to grow up, and he will eventually understand. Yes, she always had expectations for Yi Tianyi in her heart. She grew up with Yi Tianyi. She knew what kind of person Yi Tianyi was, and she knew that he was not a bad person. Indeed, he was not very bad. At least he would not kill people. She felt that Yi Tianyi was kind at heart, so there would always be a chance for him to come back.
Mr. Yi is still short of money. The young ladies in my club like you the most. You are the only customer they have met who will give tips.
Sister Hong said with a smile. Yi Tianyi scratched his head and said nothing.
What a fucking idiot.
His sister works so hard, and he still gives her tips when he goes out to play.
Isn't this idiotic? But now it's different. Yi Tianyi wants to share the burden for Yi Xianer. Sister Hong, you're the most informed. I heard that one of the Blood Legion's units is recruiting members for a mission. It's said that each person who completes the mission will receive a reward of 500,000. Yi Tianyi asked. This Sister Hong is about 30 years old and is quite pretty.
Although she runs such a business, Yi Tianyi knows that she is very well informed.
She also knows many powerful people in Tianshui Holy City.
She is a true person and she is not as simple as she seems. At least her information and connections are the most powerful ones that Yi Tianyi can get in touch with in his current miserable situation.
That's true. We plan to depart the day after tomorrow. What's the matter? Master Yi, do you want to?
Yi Tianyi smiled and said, yes, I want to join them, but I can't get in touch with those people.
Didn't Sister Hong say last time that she knew the leader of the Crimson Legion? So, could you please help me?
Sister Hong frowned, then put down her crossed legs and looked at Yi Tianyi. Young Master Yi, it's not impossible, but the minimum recruitment standard for the Crimson Legion's 7th team is a warrior at the 5th level of the Bright Acupoint realm, so...
Don't worry, Sister Hong, I definitely meet the requirements.
Please tell me, Sister Hong, they'll decide the location, and there won't be any problem with the interview.
Sister Hong looked at Yi Tianyi in surprise. Wasn't he a well-known loser? How could he be qualified to be at the Qi building stage at this age? Okay, then I'll help you explain it, but don't lie to me, Sister Hong. The lowest level is the 5th level of the Mingqiao realm. Yi Tianyi nodded. Thank you, Sister Hong.
He is currently at the 5th stage of Qi building realm, but after the mission rewards are distributed, he will be at the 5th stage of Mingqiao realm. At the 5th stage of Mingqiao realm at the age of 19, it is acceptable.
Well, I'll give you news tomorrow, but this labor fee...
Sister Hong smiled and rubbed her hands.
I'll give it to you tomorrow. Okay.
Then I wish young Master Yi a prosperous business and all the best.
I wish Sister Hong better business. Yi Tianyi grinned.
Oh, my business is not doing well.
That's not the case.
I remember that you have the best quality girls in Tianshui Holy City.
Otherwise, I wouldn't come here so often. How come your business is not good? Yi Tianyi asked doubtfully.
Sister Hong sighed, stretched out her hand and waved, saying, have a cigarette. Yi Tianyi then handed one over and lit one for himself.
Why is Mr. Yi smoking these cigarettes that cost 4 yuan a pack now?
Sister Hong smiled and said.
Oh, I'm poor.
I only have $5 left on me, which I bought this morning on my way to college.
That's right. Your sister has had a hard time too. Please be more considerate. Come to my place in the future and I'll give you 3 free visits a month. Yi Tianyi smiled and said nothing.
Sister Hong then took a deep breath and said, "The news from yesterday was that someone in the Tianshui Empire ate the flesh of some unknown monster and became ill. A Mingqiao realm cultivator died within half a month of not being able to withstand the disease. Furthermore, the virus is contagious, and only 5 people were reportedly infected."
If this news were to get out, would anyone still be playing outside?
Forget about now, even during Chinese New Year, I don't think anyone would be around.
Yi Tianyi frowned. Can a person in the Mingqiao realm die from illness?
You have to know that those in the Mingqiao realm are no longer ordinary people.
It is normal for ordinary people to die of illness, but it is too fake for a warrior to die of illness, right? So it's not an ordinary virus. It's a virus from a monster. Naturally, it's not an ordinary virus. It's normal for it to kill Mingqiao realm warriors. Otherwise, I wouldn't be afraid.
If something like this were to get out, no one would dare to go out.
How could I still have business?
You should be careful these days.
Even Mingqiao realm warriors will die.
This is a bit scary,
Sister Hong said. Thank you, Sister Hong, for the reminder.
I'll go back first.
Yi Tianyi returned home, but Yi Xianer had disappeared.
Normally, she would go to the monster territory during the day to kill monsters and sell monster crystals for money, or collect rare crystals and medicinal herbs. This was, of course, extremely dangerous, as the monster territory was filled with monsters.
While powerful, if you were injured, the smell of blood would attract monsters, making it dangerous no matter where you went.
Yi Xianer was actually thankful she had some strength, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to think of any way to repay her debt. In the monster beast realm, if you're lucky, you can easily find a rare medicinal herb or a powerful monster crystal that can be sold for hundreds of thousands or even millions.
Although the chance of encountering one is very small.
Yi Tianyi sat on the sofa, looking at the time, waiting for the task rewards to be distributed.
Ding, the mission reward has been distributed. Ding.
Because you have exceeded your mission targets, your realm has been raised by 10 levels.
Ding.
Because you have exceeded your mission targets, your heaven-defying cultivation talent has been upgraded to God-level cultivation talent.
Ding.
Because you have exceeded your mission targets, the system's first mall has been upgraded to the level 0 ultimate hidden mall.
Please vote.
Today's update post has exceeded 2,000. I owe 6 chapters and will make up for it after signing the contract.
Today is Valentine's Day.
Although I can't go out to play, the boys and girls who vote will definitely be successful if they confess online.
If you want to confess, please vote first. Believe me, it's true. Chapter 11 Death Post. Please recommend.
Yi Tianyi was stunned for a moment. Upgrading to level 5 doubles it to level 10, and the heaven-defying talent becomes some kind of god-level talent, which seems pretty cool.
The rewards for opening the first mall have doubled, and you opened the Zeroth Mall? Your double is 0, right?
But the Zeroth level ultimate hidden mall sounds pretty cool, like triggering the ultimate hidden quest while playing a game.
A surge of energy erupted from Yi Tianyi's body.
He continuously advanced 10 levels, and he could clearly feel his strength, spirit, and physique all soaring. He used to be exhausted after running a few hundred meters, but now he felt full of energy.
Is this the power of the Mingqiao realm? How fun!
The realm is acceptable at this age, and it can be slowly improved later.
However, Yi Xianer is only 3 years older than Yi Tianyi.
At the age of 22, her realm has reached the Xiantian realm. This can no longer be called a genius, but a monster. Qi building realm, Mingqiao realm, body refining realm, spirit refining realm, Xiantian realm, law realm, domain realm, Tianzuan realm, sage lord realm, and heavenly Dao realm are the realms here, and Yi Tianyi is the Mingqiao realm.
Yi Tianyi's talent is difficult to sense and cannot be seen.
Now he is more concerned about this hidden mall that cannot be opened normally.
What good things can be found here? Then Yi Tianyi took a look and was completely stunned.
Power exchange. After exchange, your own power doubles.
Lasts for 3 minutes, consumes 10,000.
Defense exchange. After exchange, your own defense power doubles.
Lasts for 3 minutes, consumes crazy pull value, 10,000.
Speed exchange. After exchange, your speed doubles.
Lasts for 3 minutes, consumes 10,000.
Spirit exchange. After exchange, your mental strength, reaction speed, and perception are doubled for 3 minutes.
Consumes 10,000 points.
Secret love cake, a magical milky white pastry, rich in protein, though slightly fishy. Giving it to a girl increases the host's favorability by plus 30.
Each girl can only use it once. Consumption, 200,000.
Heavenly Berry, after using, you can directly advance to the body refining realm.
Consumes 200,000 points.
Wishing Stone, use the wishing stone to make a wish, which has a chance of coming true. The chance is inversely proportional to the difficulty of the event you wished for.
Consumption, 1 million. Xian Koan Sacred Art, after redeeming, the host will possess all medical skills and knowledge from ancient times to the present. Consumption value, 1 million. Earth Exploding Sun, a powerful spiritual weapon, its explosion can instantly reduce even the Xiantian realm to annihilation. Cost, 2 million. Can be redeemed twice in a lifetime. 9-turn Resurrection Pill, a top-tier elixir capable of bringing the dying back from the brink of death. Cost, 3 million points. Redeemable twice in a lifetime. Death Sticker, write someone's name on the death sticker while recalling their appearance. The death sticker will knock on your door and take them away. Cost, 10,000, redeemable once per lifetime.
Divine Punishment, destroys an area of 1,000 miles, leaving no grass behind.
Cost, 100 million. Redeemable once per lifetime. Yi Tianyi. What the hell? What the hell are all these?
Yi Tianyi thought the things in the beginning were pretty good, especially the exchange of various attributes, which was simply too exaggerated. The higher the realm, the more terrifying the performance was. The things in the beginning were quite normal, but what was going on in the end? The 9-turn Resurrection Pill can bring back the dying.
The death sticker is even more outrageous. Whoever's name is written on it will die. I'm fucking. It's outrageous.
The most terrifying thing is this Divine Punishment summon, which destroys an area of 1,000 miles.
How big is a 1,000-mile radius? A province.
Tianshui Holy City is big enough, the main city of the Tianshui Empire. Divine Punishment summon, Tianshui Holy City is instantly reduced to ashes.
No, it's outrageous, but why would he want this?
But the things in this mall are really outrageous. Yi Tianyi got 5.71 million crazy points this morning, so he can use the ones that are beneficial to him first. The Heavenly Great Berry is a valuable resource. Yi Tianyi is currently at the 5th level of the Enlightenment realm, and this Heavenly Great Berry could allow him to directly reach the body refining realm. 19-year-olds are considered qualified for the body refining realm.
There aren't many people in the entire Tianshui Academy who have reached this level, but there are quite a few. So some people may wonder, why does a legion need to recruit people in the Mingxiao realm to do tasks? Simple, because it's too dangerous.
In this era of luxury, few people are willing to put themselves in a place like the monster domain.
It might be safe normally, but what if you encounter a monster you can't defeat? Everyone will die. Therefore, if it weren't for the money, not many people would be willing to go.
In this era, there are hundreds of empires on Tianlan Star. Most of the empires are at odds with each other and wars are constant, especially in the Tianshui Empire. The uninhabited areas between each empire, or between several cities in an empire, are called monster areas.
Maybe a plain or a forest is full of monsters.
Monsters rarely attack humans because they know that going there means death, but monsters often enter human cities and cause harm to everyone.
Some people said that if the human race continued to fight like this, wouldn't that be an advantage for the demon race? What if they took advantage of the situation and invaded?
No one listened, because power was too tempting.
Those emperors and those people dreamed of annexing other empires and making them their own.
Yi Tianyi exchanged for a Heavenly Great Berry without hesitation, spending 200,000 crazy pull points, and then a red strawberry-like fruit appeared in his hand, which he ate without hesitation. In an instant, the strength in his body surged, his momentum surged, and continued to rise. He reached the body refining realm.
Yi Tianyi showed a surprised expression. Life with cheats is so damn awesome.
The only thing he could use for the time being seemed to be the Qiankuan Sage technique, a thing that could instantly turn Yi Tianyi into a medical sage. This kind of skill could permanently improve himself, so Yi Tianyi would not hesitate to spend it. There was a group of warriors on Sky Blue Star who possessed fire attributes. They could refine various kinds of elixirs, some of which could be sold for hundreds of millions.
This was definitely a money-making opportunity.
The Qiankuan Sage technique could allow Yi Tianyi to obtain all knowledge, the most precious prescriptions, identify medicinal herbs, and all those medical skills. 1 million crazy drag points were used, and then a stream of memories flooded into Yi Tianyi's brain.
Almost there. Yi Tianyi took a deep breath, then took off all his clothes and walked into the bathroom to take a shower to calm down.
There is also an earth-level martial art, Fire God Tribulation, that I haven't tried yet, but it doesn't matter, there will always be a chance to try it. After taking a shower, Yi Tianyi hummed a song in a happy mood. While drying his hair, he walked out of the bathroom naked and prepared to change into clean clothes. As soon as he came out, he saw Yi Xian'er bending over to help him pick up the clothes scattered on the sofa. When Yi Xian'er heard the door open, she subconsciously turned her head to look at Yi Tianyi, and then of course it was awkward. Chapter 12 Your eggs, burned. Yi Xian'er quickly closed her beautiful light blue eyes, then turned her head away. Her beautiful face was accompanied by a hint of blush. I saw it when I was a kid, why is it so scary now? Go get dressed. Yi Xian'er turned her little face to the side and spoke, her voice trembling slightly. No matter how cold or outstanding she is still an inexperienced girl. Oh. Yi Tianyi was also panicked, and then he quickly ran to his room, changed into clean clothes and came out. A shy group. Yi Xian'er was already sitting on the sofa and poured a glass of water for Yi Tianyi. She had already put Yi Tianyi's clothes in the water to soak, and she would wash them when she had time. Well, it's not my fault. Yi Tianyi walked over, scratched his head and said awkwardly. Yi Xian'er did not continue the topic. She raised her head and looked at Yi Tianyi with her beautiful light blue eyes. Yi Tianyi also glanced at her, feeling a little shy. This woman is so beautiful. Yi Tianyi then coughed dryly and sat on the sofa opposite her. Why did you go home during the day today? Yi Tianyi picked up the water and took a sip. I heard from your college instructor that you got into trouble again at the college, so I came back to check on you. Yi Xian'er frowned slightly and looked at Yi Tianyi and said. No, I really didn't do anything wrong. Yi Tianyi shrugged. She felt really embarrassed that she had to worry about his affairs while she was busy outside every day. I heard from your instructor at the academy that you severely injured someone. Yi Xian'er stared at Yi Tianyi with her brows furrowed. That's absolutely not the case. You can ask them to check the surveillance. Yi Tianyi shook his head and said. Tell me about it. It's very simple. He came to pick a fight with me and wanted to teach me a lesson. I didn't even touch him, but his crotch exploded with a crackling sound. I was shocked. Do you think I can be blamed for this? Could I have stuffed a string of firecrackers in his pants? And there was no trace of firecrackers exploding. Yi Tianyi shrugged. Yi Xian'er looked into Yi Tianyi's eyes. She felt that Yi Tianyi's eyes were very sincere. She had the same feeling as when she looked into his eyes as a child. Before, the light in his eyes was turbid, but now he seemed to have changed. Of course, it was just his eyes. She naturally wouldn't believe that her brother would instantly change from the scumbag he was before into such a good person, and she definitely couldn't imagine it. She just hoped that he could change slowly. I will go to Tianchuan College to check tomorrow. If it is really as you said, I will stand on your side. Yi Xian'er looked at Yi Tianyi and said lightly. Even though she had been hurt by him so many times, she still chose to believe Yi Tianyi's words. Okay. Yi Tianyi nodded with a warm feeling in his heart. I wish you would stop lying to me. Yi Xian'er sighed slightly and said, although she always felt that Yi Tianyi was lying to her and that she might be the one to be embarrassed if she went to the academy, she always wanted to believe him. She believed that her brother was not that bad and would change for the better. Such a simple sentence made Yi Tianyi feel very uncomfortable. Don't worry, this is the last time. Yi Tianyi said, looking into her beautiful light blue eyes. Yi Xian'er looked at Yi Tianyi, and when they looked at each other, she was the first to change her gaze. Yi Xian'er turned her face away, feeling quite happy because of Yi Tianyi's words, but she was also confused. Why did it feel like Yi Tianyi had suddenly changed a lot? He was not mature at all before. In the past, he had told himself many times that this was the last time, but the last time. She didn't expect it to be the last time, she just hoped that things would get better slowly. You must be hungry. I'll go cook. After saying this, Yi Xian'er stood up and tied on an apron. In this world, the only person who can make her willingly cook for him is Yi Tianyi, which is something others cannot envy. Yi Tianyi touched his stomach and nodded, I'm starving, I want to eat braised pork. And pork rib soup. Good. Yi Tianyi leaned against the kitchen door, watching Yi Xian'er cooking skillfully in the kitchen. Even when she was cooking, every move she made was so elegant and beautiful. She was truly a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. Sister, do you think we will break up? Yi Tianyi leaned there, biting a cucumber and asked with a smile. Yi Xian'er's figure, with her back to Yi Tianyi, suddenly paused, then continued to cut the meat and said lightly, "Unless one day you don't need me anymore."
That won't happen. A loser like me will need you for the rest of my life. You're not trash.
Yi Xianer put down the knife, then turned around and looked at Yi Tianyi, her tone of voice firm. Even though Yi Tianyi had hurt her heart so many times, even though he was indeed uneducated and incompetent, she still didn't admit in her heart that he was a waste, a coward. Yi Xianer slowly walked towards Yi Tianyi and stood in front of him. She was very tall, only half a head shorter than Yi Tianyi. Then she looked into his eyes, slowly raised her hand, and gently used the back of her clean hand to tidy up his messy bangs, saying, "There are no wastes or cowards in this world. The so-called waste is when he has already admitted in his heart that he is a waste. He is the waste." Then she put down her hand, looked into Yi Tianyi's eyes, and continued, "The world is unfair. Only by becoming stronger can you reduce the unfairness on yourself. When you succeed, others can only look up to you and say, the world is unfair to them. Do you want to be the one who looks at others and says, the world is unfair to me?" Yi Tianyi shook his head. "Everyone is born a human being, with a pair of eyes and a pair of hands. What do I lack from you?" "I'm not lacking." Yi Xianer looked into Yi Tianyi's eyes and said sincerely. To be honest, Yi Tianyi was really shocked. This Yi Xianer was really different. "We are all born human, with a pair of eyes and a pair of hands. What do I lack from you?" "I am not lacking at all." Yi Tianyi couldn't understand. How useless was the original Yi Tianyi who couldn't even be taught by such a sister. "I understand." Yi Tianyi took a deep breath and nodded. "Practice well. If you don't understand something, you can ask the academy instructor or ask me. Talent is just the starting point, and hard work determines the length of the destination." Yi Xianer turned around and continued cutting the meat. "Sister, cut the meat first and I'll fry 2 poached eggs for you." Yi Tianyi then turned on the fire, heated the oil, and added the poached eggs. Yi Xianer glanced at Yi Tianyi. He seemed to be getting better. Yi Tianyi felt that Yi Xianer was more and more charming and attractive. Her charm was not only in her appearance, but also in her temperament and her heart. Yi Tianyi then turned his back to the pot and watched Yi Xianer cutting meat. He became fascinated by it. "Shall we?" Yi Xianer turned her head to look at Yi Tianyi and found that he was in a daze. "Ah?" Yi Tianyi came back to his senses. "Your balls." Yi Xianer said softly. Yi Tianyi glanced down. "What happened to my balls?" Yi Xianer then pointed at the pot behind Yi Tianyi. "Your balls are burnt." Yi Tianyi. "Wow, there were a lot fewer votes yesterday, everyone remember to vote. As for updates, I still owe you some, I will make up for it after the signing. Updates will also be faster after the signing. The express delivery has been very slow recently, SF Express is also slow, TSK TSK TSK. I want votes, TSK TSK. Chapter 13 New System, Scumbag System. After lunch, Yi Xianer skillfully washed the dishes, while Yi Tianyi was flipping through some of Yi Xianer's books in the living room. They were all ancient books that recorded some rare and exotic animals or some rare treasures on the continent. Yi Xianer finished washing the dishes and came over. Seeing Yi Tianyi reading these books, she felt as if he was not her brother. "Sister, how powerful is the supreme being of this demon race?" Yi Tianyi looked at the ancient book and asked. "It's impossible to predict. The highest realm is the heavenly Tao realm. The demon race supreme must be at least at the heavenly Tao realm. It is said that a heavenly Tao realm can reduce a city to ashes with a wave of its hand." Yi Tianyi took a breath of cold air. "Is this cultivation so awesome? I'm out. I've taught you the methods of cultivation many times. Is there anything you don't understand?" Yi Tianyi shook his head. He knew what Yi Xianer was going to do to the monster realm. "Practice well." Yi Xianer then put on her coat. "Sister." Yi Tianyi called her. Yi Xianer looked at Yi Tianyi in confusion. "Give me $10,000. Yi Xianer frowned. "I gave it to you just the day before yesterday. Have you spent it all?" Yi Tianyi nodded embarrassedly. This money was to be given to Sister Hong. Yi Tianyi couldn't think of a way to get 10,000 yuan at the moment, so he could only ask Yi Xianer for it. He would return it to her when the time came, and he would work together to pay off the debt. Yi Xianer sighed slightly in her heart. Was it an illusion that she felt that he had become better before? "I'll transfer it to you then." After saying this, Yi Xianer put on her shoes and was about to go out.
Did you hear from your classmates that you knelt before the dean of Tianqing Academy? Yi Tianyi suddenly asked this question from behind.
Really, even the scenes in his memory where he tried to rape her didn't make Yi Tianyi feel as uncomfortable as this incident. He really wanted to know whether it happened or not. Yi Xianer, who had just opened the door and was about to leave, paused for a moment before shaking her head. No, that night I went to the dean of Tianqing College to plead for mercy.
He really didn't agree and wanted to teach you a lesson.
Then baby Xing came in and threatened to die. Dean Xing had no choice but to stop you.
I didn't do anything.
After saying that, she walked out.
Be careful. Yi Xianer's delicate body trembled suddenly. She stood there motionless for several seconds.
Yi Xianer said and closed the door. She had never remembered hearing Yi Tianyi say something like be careful to her, so just these 3 words made her feel unreal. She was very happy in her heart, really very happy.
Star baby. Yi Tianyi then sat on the sofa, stroking his chin.
This star baby is the granddaughter of the dean of Tianqing Academy. She is very naive and was deceived by Yi Tianyi's sweet words. However, he did not remember taking advantage of her because he was found and rescued by the dean of Tianqing Academy before he could do so. But later it was rumored that her grandfather must have been extremely angry.
Wouldn't it be easy for a strong man of that level to kill someone? As for how it was leaked, it's very simple.
Yi Tianyi found some bad friends that day, and they must have leaked the information.
But if not, the dean of Tianqing Academy probably wouldn't be so angry.
According to Yi Xianer, Xing Baobo's threat of death to prevent the angry dean of Tianqing College from teaching her a lesson showed how naive she was.
Yi Tianyi also believed Yi Xianer's words. Indeed, Xing Baobo was indeed very naive, and what she said was also expected. It's good that Yi Xianer didn't kneel.
And luckily this scumbag no longer has a star baby, otherwise Yi Tianyi really doesn't know what to do, and he would feel very uncomfortable. Yi Xianer stopped at the door for a long time. What she said was indeed true. Xing Baobao did threaten to commit suicide at that time, but she also knelt down to the dean of Tianqing Academy.
She knew that everything was Yi Tianyi's fault.
She had no capital to ask the dean to stop.
He could easily kill Yi Tianyi.
For Yi Tianyi, she had no choice but to do so. But at that time, only Xing Baobao, the dean, and a student from Tianqing Academy were present.
How could this matter be spread?
The most likely person was the one who spread it. Yi Xianer sighed slightly, hoping that Yi Tianyi would believe what she had just said.
Yi Tianyi was too lazy to clear his name of scumbag. He just hoped that Yi Xianer would be fine. A day passed like this.
Yi Tianyi spent the entire time in meditation in his room, consolidating his awareness of having reached the first stage of the body refining realm. It was strange.
Could this be a divine-level cultivation talent?
Circulating the qi in the body became so effortless. Normally, he could complete 3 cycles in an hour, but now 30.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for starting the new system, Scumbag System.
Ding. You've triggered the Scumbag System Ultimate Mission, Man's True Color.
Mission: maintain a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with 2 girls with a beauty rating of 90 points or higher.
Mission deadline: 7 days.
Mission reward: Heaven grade 1-star martial arts to God grade 10-star martial arts. The higher the quality of the 2 girls you pursue, the higher the martial arts you receive.
Mission penalty: the system will be permanently shut down.
If the mission is halfway completed, the mission penalty will be cancelled and the mission reward will be halved.
Scumbag System, crazy drag points, please explore on your own. Completing the mission will advance the next system.
Current system remaining time, 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds.
Yi Tianyi.
A system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind, interrupting Yi Tianyi's practice.
What the hell? A scumbag system?
Yi Tianyi opened his eyes with a confused look on his face.
Chapter 14. I'm afraid there is no seeking recommendation votes.
Yi Tianyi opened his eyes with a confused look on his face. A system interface that only Yi Tianyi could see appeared in front of him, and then he saw the second system that was turned on. He confirmed the name of the system, and then confirmed the content of the task.
He became even more confused. Brother, what are you doing?
Yes, the Yi Tianyi before he traveled through time was indeed a scumbag, but you can't let him, a good citizen, become a scumbag.
Scumbag?
Brother, this is a derogatory term.
Why would a system like yours make it a derogatory term? Aren't these systems supposed to temper a person, making them stronger and better, and developing them morally, intellectually, physically, aesthetically, and labor-wise? This is insane. Yi Tianyi roared in his heart.
Really, he'd been incredibly excited about the new system.
You'd better have a super rich system, or a God of War system, or at least something close to a Tianqiu system would be fine, but you just went with a scumbag system? Chasing 2 girls with a 90% beauty score in 7 days, and both of them are 93 points, are you kidding me? Girls of that level are true goddesses, are they that easy to pursue? Chasing 1 in 7 days is possible, but chasing 2? I'll kill you with 1 knife. You are awesome.
But even though he was mad, Yi Tianyi felt better after seeing this reward. The lowest is Heaven Grade Martial Arts, and the highest is God Grade 10-star Martial Arts.
Let's talk about the simplest one. In Yi Tianyi's memory, no one in the entire Tianqiu Holy City has Heaven Grade Martial Arts.
Martial arts have 6 major levels: Huan, Xian, Di, Tian, and Shang.
Each level is divided into 10 stars.
The higher the star rating, the stronger the martial arts. Earth grade is the top level existence, which ordinary warriors can only dream of but cannot obtain. As for Heaven grade, at least in Yi Tianyi's cognition, it is a legendary martial art, at least in the Tianqiu Empire. It is said that the destructive power of Heaven grade martial arts can really reach the power of moving mountains. When releasing Heaven grade martial arts, when the difference between the martial artists is even 1 level, it is possible to kill the opponent in seconds by crossing a major realm.
This is the terrifying thing about Heaven grade martial arts. It has to be completed. Otherwise, it will be gone. Why are your quest penalties the same all day long?
Yi Tianyi got out of bed and began to think about which girls with a score of 90 could he win over in 7 days. After thinking about it, he realized that he only knew a few people with a score of 90.
Among those he knew, Bai Hanxue wanted to kill him.
He was a source of trouble. He was a monster and could not be deceived.
Ah! What are we going to do? Yi Tianyi grabbed his hair and walked out of the room.
Yi Xian'er had already prepared breakfast for him, which was placed exquisitely on the table, but she had already gone out. Yi Tianyi didn't know whether he went to Tianqiu College to figure out this matter, or he might have gone to the monster territory early in the morning. Yi Tianyi walked out while biting a sandwich.
Sister Hong. Yi Tianyi greeted and walked over. I've got some news for you. Someone will be interviewing you tomorrow night at 8 o'clock on the 9th floor of Baining Building.
We originally planned to leave tomorrow, but due to a shortage of staff, we've rescheduled it to the day after tomorrow. Sister Hong said to Yi Tianyi.
Thank you, Sister Hong. I've transferred the money to you.
Sister Hong took out her cell phone and took a look.
Oh, 10,000 yuan.
Young Master Yi is really rich.
Yi Tianyi waved his hand and walked away with a smile.
When he arrived at Tianqiu College, Yi Tianyi clearly felt that the students in the college were pointing and talking about him when they saw him. The name Yi Tianyi is very famous in Tianqiu Holy City, but not many people know him.
However, what happened yesterday made everyone know him. Then Yi Tianyi walked into class 10 and sat next to Wuxue.
The originally noisy class became inexplicably quiet due to Yi Tianyi's arrival.
The troublemaker in the classroom was quite surprised to see Yi Tianyi coming. How dare he continue to come to Tianqiu College? She didn't know how many people wanted to kill him. She really didn't want to see Yi Tianyi.
Thinking of the bet he lost to her yesterday, she felt terrible. In everyone's eyes, he is a scumbag, but in the eyes of all men, he is also a godlike man.
Yi Tianyi really wanted to know how this scumbag system obtained the crazy value. The Tianqiu system corresponds to some Tianqiu operations, which matches the system name. As for the scumbag system, ding! You've triggered the mission, Crying Troublemaker.
Mission, use all means to make the little witch troublemaker cry. Mission reward, minimum 5 million crazy points. The amount of crazy points increases based on the degree of crying.
This activates the system's wheel. Mission deadline, while the scumbag system exists. Mission penalty, 3 million crazy points.
The sudden triggering of the task made Yi Tianyi slightly stunned.
Each system has an ultimate task.
The ways to obtain crazy pulling values are different during the process, and some small tasks that match the system will be triggered.
This is it. This system is really a scumbag system. It made the little sister cry. It really is, forcing him to death? But making the troublemaker cry?
It's a bit difficult to make this little witch cry.
Hey, small-breasted girl. Yi Tianyi sat down and glanced at the troublemaker next to him.
Huo Shuwei was stunned for a moment.
Ha! That's not right. She had already tampered with this stool.
If he sat on it, he would fall directly. But when he fell, there was a thumbtack underneath, and his butt would sit directly on it. This was her plan.
How come the stool was fine? Why is he alright? Yi Tianyi isn't a kid, could she have tricked him?
I've heard that troublemakers have endless ways to play tricks on people.
The first step after entering here must be to sit on this stool.
There's a high chance she's tampered with it, so even though Yi Tianyi appears to be sitting on it, he's actually not using much strength, as his legs are supporting him. Call your sister, Irby.
Huo Shuwei glared at Yi Tianyi. Oh no, you lost to me yesterday, what? Are you going to cheat me? Yi Tianyi said with a smile. Shameless? Ha, stop pretending.
Someone has already asked about you and Bai Hanshua, and she admitted in person that you are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Huo Shuwei said disdainfully. Everyone seemed calm, but in fact they were all paying attention to their conversation.
Yes, this matter was clarified after many people asked about it this morning. She was too lazy to say anything more, so she just said no and walked away. Yeah, we're definitely not boyfriend and girlfriend. I dumped her yesterday. Yi Tianyi shrugged and said. Not yesterday either.
She's not admitting it because I dumped her.
If that's not the case, how do you explain why she kissed me and took the initiative to kiss me yesterday? After hearing Yi Tianyi's words, they suddenly felt that it made sense.
Huo Shuwei couldn't figure this out either, but giving him one night?
How could that be possible? Small-breasted girl, lend me your facial cleanser.
If you use it, I won't hold you accountable for losing the bet yesterday.
You won't honor your promise anyway. Yi Tianyi said.
You said it. Huo Shuwei knew that he was in the wrong in this matter, and threw the facial cleanser in his bag to Yi Tianyi without hesitation.
I'm talking about this.
Yi Tianyi pointed at her.
Troublemaker. Everyone. Ding. Successfully teased the girl, awesomeness plus 30,000.
The system prompt sounded, and Yi Tianyi smiled inwardly.
Huo Shuwei took a deep breath.
At this moment, a beautiful figure walked in, interrupting the disaster that was about to erupt.
Chapter 15, Sure Jai, please vote for recommendation.
This may be the pride of their Class 10, because the students in their Class 10 have a mentor that all classes envy. That's right, the most beautiful girl in the previous class of Tianshui College. After graduation, she stayed in Tianshui College to teach and became the tutor of Class 10. She is the dream lover of countless students and even tutors, Sure Jai. She had pretty long black hair with a few bold red strands in the middle, and her eyes under her bangs were as black as ink, as if you would fall into her pupils if you weren't careful, but her lips were an honest crimson, and her peach-like lips added a bit of charm to her. She wore a dazzling silver earring on her left ear and pink slippers on her feet. The ordinary skirt on her made people think that she didn't like to dress up. She walked in with a swaying step and a faint smell of alcohol on her body. Such a person exuded a seductive and dangerous aura. No, it can't be said to be dangerous, it just felt unreliable, as if she might trick you in the next second. It feels very strange. She is obviously a goddess, but why does she look so unreliable and a little sloppy?
Yi Tianyi was completely stunned. Holy shit! Is Tianshui College so awesome? And this instructor so beautiful? But, you're wearing slippers? No, you're drinking? System score, 97.
Just 1 point lower than Yi Xianer. This point might be because she didn't show any noble temperament, but it's definitely not bad. Yesterday, on Yi Tianyi's first day of school, he ran back before she came to teach. If he knew he had such a top-notch teacher, he would never go back.
Ding. You've triggered the quest, Sure Jai's first kiss. Quest content, get Sure Jai's first kiss. Quest reward, randomly unlock twin attributes excluding time and space. Quest deadline, while the scumbag system exists. Yi Tianyi?
He didn't care about anything else, he just saw this mission penalty, he wanted to kill people.
He really wanted to kill this system with a knife.
Class, burp. Sure Jai put the book on the table and burped after saying this.
Yi Tianyi. Confused.
Greetings, Her Majesty the Queen. The students stood up and shouted.
Yi Tianyi? He looked left and right. Are you serious? Stand up.
Shirjai smiled, her face was slightly wine red, and her eyes were hazy, which made any man who saw her want to pick up her body, but she just staggered and couldn't fall down.
Then everyone sat down. Hey, you. I know you, Yi Tianyi, right? Shirjai looked at Yi Tianyi and pointed. Yes, Your Majesty. Yi Tianyi stood up and said something. Hearing Yi Tianyi's words, Shirjai smiled with satisfaction and nodded. Not bad, very considerate, I like you very much, sit down.
Your Majesty, I have a question that I'm not sure if I should ask or not.
Ask.
Are you drunk or were you confused by your boyfriend last night?
Everyone.
Yi Tianyi really just wanted to show off, he said he didn't care about his life.
Fuck. Isn't Yi Tianyi too fierce? With all due respect, I feel like I've been blindsided. +1. Ahaha, so cool. Why do I really like this Yi Tianyi?
But, his good days are over.
Ding. Flirting with the female instructor is commendable.
Your coolness value plus 50,000.
Shirjai yawned and looked at Yi Tianyi. You don't talk nonsense? You're not the boss, how can I be stupid? Not necessarily. I've only seen some on the internet. You should understand what I'm talking about. How can you not be confused? Yi Tianyi said this in a very reasonable manner. Everyone. Troublemaker. Ding.
Flirting with the female instructor, crazy value plus 60,000.
Really, everyone is simply admiring Yi Tianyi. Is he really not afraid of death or what? Shirjai touched her delicate chin and looked at Yi Tianyi.
The next moment, she waved her hand, and Yi Tianyi's figure disappeared from the spot, and then appeared at the door again.
A banner flew directly towards Yi Tianyi, was tied to Yi Tianyi's hand, and hung at the door, swaying. Spatial attribute. Yi Tianyi showed a shocked expression. Isn't this a legendary attribute? Everyone seemed to be used to it.
It was indeed very rare.
Shirjai was the only openly known space-attributed warrior in the entire Tianshui Empire.
Countless people tried to win her over, but in the end, she chose to stay here.
As for the queen or something like that, there's nothing we can do about it.
She just loves to make trouble.
The academy knows it, and everyone is used to it.
But to be honest, although she drinks, she is still meticulous in her work. But it is precisely because of Shirjai's character that she has attracted the favor of many people.
She is so cute, and this is very real. Huoshui, where's that bottle of erguotu you used to prank Xiaoyi? Give it to me.
I'll pour it over him and then set him on fire.
Shirjai said to the troublemaker. Everyone applauded. Yi Tianyi.
No, he just wanted to add some coolness value.
Wow, so pitiful.
No, or I'll stab him to death.
That's fine, it's too bloody. Yi Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief. Twist the head off. After hearing the next sentence, Yi Tianyi felt unwell. Shirjai glanced at Yi Tianyi. I don't know what the school is thinking.
My class 10 is at the bottom of the class, yet they still stuff Yi Tianyi into my class.
It's really outrageous. Shirjai shook her head.
With great ability comes great responsibility. I think the school sees your immense ability, Queen. You're the only one in the entire academy who can manage me.
This is a sign of trust in you. Yi Tianyi was tied there and licked wildly. Yeah, that makes sense.
I was thinking that since the theft of the dean's medicine was exposed a few days ago, he was deliberately trying to make things difficult for me. After she finished speaking, she raised her finger, and the banner that tied Yi Tianyi loosened, and Yi Tianyi fell to the ground.
Go back and sit down, don't talk nonsense. Yi Tianyi. This instructor is really weird. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Yi Tianyi sat in his seat with a smile. But Shirjai is quite good.
She didn't actually punish Yi Tianyi for anything. She must know about Yi Tianyi's deeds, but she didn't seem to show any disgust towards Yi Tianyi. This is why Yi Tianyi likes her very much. This female mentor is quite interesting.
The future may be very interesting.
Shirjia glanced at everyone and said, today there are two major events. First, today is our junior class's monthly assessment. There are 20 classes and 1,000 students in the junior class. Last time, the class ranking did not drop, which makes me very happy. Your Majesty, isn't our class always ranked last? The little fat boy next to Yi Tianyi said weakly. You knew that too? Then can you please be more motivated? I was once the top expert at Tianjue College, so how come I ended up like this after becoming a mentor? You guys are truly the worst class I've ever taught, the worst batch of the worst. Shurjai glared at the little fat boy, and he immediately lowered his head. It's still number one now. Yi Tianyi grinned. Everyone. Die, isn't this just seeking death? Chapter 16 Brother Yi, do you usually flirt with girls like this? Shurjai looked at Yi Tianyi. And you, Yi Tianyi, you came to Tianjue College specifically to help my class 10 stand firm, right? Your Majesty, I'm here to pick up girls. How many have you soaked? Not yet. Queen, do you have a boyfriend? Can I pick you up? Yi Tianyi asked. Okay, first give me the first place in the competition. Everyone. Wow, this Shurjai is so exciting. But for a loser like Yi Tianyi to take first place in the competition? It's impossible in this lifetime. If it gets soaked, will it knock you unconscious? Everyone? Ding. Flirting with the young lady, coolness value plus 40,000. There are so many people who want to bump into this fairy. You can't even get first place, what can you use to bump into me? Yi Tianyi. Awesome.
With such a frivolous and nonchalant goddess tutor, no wonder this class 10 is ranked last.
Everyone is having fun and looking at girls, so who has time to practice properly? Shurjai then said, the second thing.
She then looked at Yi Tianyi and said helplessly, Yi Tianyi, because of what happened to you yesterday, the school deducted my bonus this month.
How do you explain it? Yi Tianyi. Your Majesty, I am wrongly accused. What do you mean? I didn't even touch him, why are you blaming me? Am I so powerful that I could make Qin Xiaoyun look like that without even touching him?
Everyone knows that I, Yi Tianyi, am a loser. I request to check the surveillance footage.
Yi Tianyi said unconvinced. Are you serious? Yi Tianyi nodded. Okay, let's go. I'll go check the surveillance with you.
That old man actually dared to deduct my bonus.
If you're not wrong about this, I'll pluck his hair out. Then Shurjai took Yi Tianyi out.
As soon as he walked out, the whole class 10 was in an uproar.
The evil tutor meets evil male and female students. It is expected that things will be really lively in the next 10 classes. Boss troublemaker, why is Yi Tianyi so arrogant? He even dares to tease Teacher Shi. But he's lucky.
Although Teacher Shi seems unreliable, she's actually a very good person.
Someone asked Xian Huishui. Why? You men want to learn from him?
The little fat boy Li Bang scratched his head and said with a simple smile, I think Brother Yi is pretty good.
Huishui glared at her.
She is the boss of class 10, the big sister. Every class has a boss, but the other classes are all male.
Class 10 is the most bizarre.
You, sit here.
Huishui pointed at Yi Tianyi's stool.
Boss, come on, I saw you break Brother Yi's chair.
Li Bang said weakly. Would you like to sit down?
I'll sit. Then Li Bang sat on the chair and fell to the ground with a thud, but Huishui had already flicked the thumbtacks underneath away.
Ha ha ha.
The class was filled with laughter. There are a lot of losers in these 10 classes, but Li Bang is the biggest loser. Even the losers can bully him. What's more, they all think that the dean is deliberately targeting Shurjai and has basically put all the losers and idiots into these 10 classes.
How can they not be at the bottom? Alright, get up now. I'm telling you, Yi Tianyi is my enemy. If any one of you calls him Brother Yi again, you're my enemy. I want to see if I, the great Huishui, can't deal with a piece of trash.
The troublemaker said this with great dissatisfaction.
I don't care. I just think Brother Yi treats me very well.
Li Bang stood up, lowered his head and muttered softly.
Brother, how is he nice to you? Didn't he just tell you my price yesterday? Pa, just saying that, is that nice to you? Huishui was completely confused. Is this child okay?
Li Bang lowered his head and scratched it, muttering, Brother Yi said I was a coward and told me not to be a coward.
I know I am a coward, but Brother Yi is such a man. He's not afraid of you, the troublemaker, or Qin Xiaoyun's provocation.
He's not even afraid of Teacher Shi, and he even dared to tease her. I think what Brother Yi said is right.
Brother Yi is very powerful. I want to be like Brother Yi.
The tone was soft, but very persistent.
Scum?
Huishui tilted his head and asked.
No, it's a man. I want to be a real man. Brother Yi is a man.
He's a fucking man, he relies on my sister. He spends his sister's money, eats his sister's food, and causes trouble for his sister.
He really looks down on people like her.
I'm surprised why I should bother with such a person.
Huo Shuwei shook his head. Teacher sure. Your Majesty the Queen. Baby. Call her the Queen. Honey. Sure Jiai. Sure Jiai stopped and looked at Yi Tianyi. Brother Yi, do you usually flirt with girls like this? Just hard flirting? Of course Sure Jiai knew everything about Yi Tianyi. She didn't have any prejudice against him.
It was his ability for a man to become a scumbag. The only thing was that she thought he was useless and only cared about his sister.
But she thought it was normal. Too many young masters were like this.
It was just that Yi Tianyi had the worst reputation, so the bad reviews about him were particularly magnified. There were countless playboys and uneducated young masters in any city, and Yi Tianyi was just one of them. Originally one of the 4 major families, he had no worries about food and clothing and was a playboy. Later, it disappeared, and he couldn't adapt to it for a while, so he remained a playboy.
This is also normal. Yi Tianyi touched the tip of his nose. Not really. Normally I just say cheesy love words. Innocent girls fall for them the most. Give this fairy one.
Yi Tianyi glanced at Sure Jiai and said, no, it's only useful for simple girls, and you are not simple.
Come on, or I'll deduct your credits. Yi Tianyi.
Okay. Yi Tianyi thought for a moment, then said, 500 glances in the previous life have resulted in an encounter in this life.
We weren't together in the previous life, but we are destined to be together in this life.
Sure Jiai touched her delicate chin, then looked at Yi Tianyi and said, I saw you 500 times in my previous life and didn't like you.
Do you think you have a chance this time? Yi Tianyi?
It's tender, very tender. Sure Jiai was like a little kid who won the game of rock paper scissors.
He was very satisfied and walked forward with a smile. Damn it, he's really not a good guy.
I'd better go find those innocent young ladies to get the crazy coolness value of this scumbag system. This Sure Jiai is really difficult.
Yi Tianyi shook his head.
I was originally thinking about making her the target of the strategy within 7 days, but now it seems that it is even more difficult than by Han Shuwei.
Is that your sister? Sure Jiai stopped and looked not far away.
I owe 9 chapters in total. Everyone, remember, today's recommendation votes are over 900, which is not up to the target.
Everyone, please vote for me. It was always around 1,200 before.
I guess the contract status should be able to be changed when the editor goes to work on Monday. Please vote, please, save the child, little sisters, you are the cutest and kindest, give you a kiss, hee.
Chapter 17 Your grandmother must be pricked by the needle when she sews. Yi Tianyi followed Sure Jiai's gaze.
In Tianshui College, Yi Xian'er was wearing a simple white dress, as proud as a white lotus on a snow-capped mountain. Everyone who saw her was attracted by her appearance at first sight, and at second sight they were deeply attracted by her charming light blue eyes.
The legend of Yi Xian'er is still circulating in Tianshui College.
Yi Xian'er was just walking around in Tianshui College, and people around her came to chat with her, and people in the distance were secretly taking pictures of her.
Everyone knew the legend of Yi Xian'er, but how many of them had actually seen her?
She hadn't appeared in public for years, at most going out to buy vegetables, and the rest of her time was spent in the demon beast realm. Many people still remembered her from her youthful days several years ago, but now she was at her most charming. You're so beautiful, almost half the size of a fairy.
Sure Jiai exclaimed in praise. Yi Tianyi? Yi Tianyi looked at Sure Jiai with a stunned expression. What are you looking at? Did I say something wrong?
Sure Jiai glared at Yi Tianyi.
No. That's right. Yi Tianyi touched the tip of his nose and said something against his will.
Sure Jiai is really shameless, but Yi Tianyi really likes girls like this. They should both have their own merits and be equally beautiful. You know what, I really admire and appreciate your sister.
It's a pity that she's been dragged down by you.
Sure Jiai shook her head secretly and said.
Yi Tianyi. But you don't seem to hate me.
Sure Jiai looked at Yi Tianyi in shock. Brother, where do you get such a good self-image? How many geniuses like your sister can be produced in the entire Tianshui Empire, no, the entire continent? If she weren't dragged down by you, she would be a true goddess by now.
If I were your sister, I would have killed you a long time ago, but I'm not. I have no relationship with you, so I have no right to hate you. At least after spending half an hour together, I don't hate you that much. If you could buy me some drinks, I might even like you. Yi Tianyi.
Tisk, you're just trying to cheat me out of drinking.
Do you want to buy it? No money. TSK. Sure, Jia made a tisk sound. I really don't have money. I can't even afford a bottle of 5 yuan.
Yi Tianyi shrugged his shoulders.
This was not a lie.
It was all thanks to Sister Hong that she gave him a pack of cigarettes, otherwise he would have had no cigarettes to smoke.
Your sister seems to be in trouble.
Sure, Jia crossed her arms, a hint of interested smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, then she took out a small bottle of wine from her small bag and took a sip.
Yi Tianyi.
It's really a top-notch product. Yi Tianyi looked over and found that Yi Xianer was blocked by several men.
Oh my god. Yi Tianyi rolled up his sleeves and walked over quickly. Ding. You've triggered the mission, overthrow Yi Xianer. Mission reward, realm raised to domain realm. Mission penalty, crazy drag value reset to 0. Mission deadline, while the scumbag system is in effect. Yi Tianyi? What the hell? This scumbag system is too real, isn't it? Others trigger a crying, kissing mission at best, but when it comes to Yi Xianer, you just push her down? Because it is now a scumbag system, it may trigger a task for any pretty girl you see.
Yi Tianyi has only seen Yi Xianer for the first time since the scumbag system was activated, so it is reasonable that it is triggered now.
Wait, this mission reward directly reached the realm?
Chi building realm, acupoint enlightenment realm, body refining realm, spirit refining realm, mysterious heaven realm, law realm, domain realm, heavenly venerable realm, sage sovereign realm, heavenly Tao realm. This is the realm division of the continent. Yi Tianyi is currently in the body refining realm, so how can she be pushed directly to the domain realm?
What the hell? Yi Xianer isn't even in the domain realm yet. Isn't the dean of Tianshui College also in the domain realm? What to do? This mission is too tempting. Give, drug? Don Lin's mother. He's not a scumbag.
Although this mission is extremely tempting, I can only talk about it later.
Yi Xianer, what have you thought about?
If you have made up your mind, then follow me.
My Wang family has a lot of money. My monthly allowance is hundreds of thousands.
If you follow me, my Wang family can easily pay off the remaining debts of your Yi family. Wang Xian and 2 others stood in front of Yi Xianer, looking at her with a teasing smile on his face. A few years ago, he wouldn't have dared to raise his head in front of Yi Xianer.
He felt so inferior. The Wang family wasn't even one of the 4 great families, so how could he dare to act like that in front of Yi Xianer? But now it was different.
In his eyes, Yi Xianer was no longer the high-ranking daughter of the Yi family, but just a beautiful woman burdened by debt. Now, Wang Xian had the confidence to show off in front of Yi Xianer.
Oh, you have so much money. Why don't you use it to fuel your mother's cremation? The crematorium even called me to ask how well you want your mother cooked.
Yi Tianyi came over from behind with a cigarette in his mouth, and stood in front of Yi Xianer. Although Yi Tianyi knew that Yi Xianer was definitely not in danger, he got angry when he heard what this idiot said.
What the hell are you superior to? Yi Xianer looked at Yi Tianyi's back in a daze. He took the initiative to stand in front of him? Is this still his brother?
I was really touched. This kind of thing may seem ordinary to others, but it is very happy in her eyes.
Yi Tianyi, you. Wang Xian pointed at Yi Tianyi with an ugly expression. He couldn't understand why a useless bastard with nothing dared to scold him. What are you talking about?
Grocery prices will go up, your grandfather will be criticized for playing chess, you will not get a 7 when playing Landlord 3456, your brother will have ding talk on his computer, your dad will have a blast when playing mahjong, and your grandmother will get pricked by the needle when she's getting stitches.
Yi Tianyi's mouth cannon came out in a series. Shi Jia, who was following behind, stumbled and almost fell.
This kid has a bright future and is inexplicably to her liking.
Court death.
A burst of power burst out from Wang Xian's body, but the next moment he was crushed by another force.
In an instant, he was sweating profusely and his face turned pale. Of course it was Yi Xianer behind Yi Tianyi.
He was just a loser in front of Yi Xianer.
How could she allow Yi Tianyi to be bullied in front of her? Okay, Yi Tianyi, just wait for me. I want to see if your sister can stay by your side all the time. Wang Xian pointed at Yi Tianyi with a grim expression and walked away.
Hey, remember to go back and forward these two koi fish, may your horse not die tonight.
Yi Tianyi shouted again from behind.
Wang Xian clenched his fists tightly. If he endured for a while, everything would be calm. If he took a step back, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. But there was nothing he could do.
How could he possibly beat Yi Tianyi in front of Yi Xianer? Put out the cigarette.
Under the envious eyes of everyone, Yi Xianer took the cigarette from Yi Tianyi's mouth into her own hand, and then the cigarette turned into ashes.
Wow. I also want to be controlled by Yi Xianer.
This Yi Tianyi really doesn't know how to appreciate his blessings.
Sigh. I guess Yi Xianer is here because of what happened yesterday. People around were talking about it. Let's go check the surveillance together now that we're here.
Shi Jiayi said to Yi Xianer.
Yeah. Yi Xianer nodded slightly.
On the way, Yi Xianer said softly.
11th sister, Xiaoyi will trouble you more from now on. Yi Tianyi looked at the two people walking in front of him with surprise. Do they know each other? Wow.
No wonder Shi Jiayi seemed to treat him so specially.
So that's how it was.
I guess Yi Xianer deliberately sent him to Shi Jiayi.
But why is she called 11th sister? Etc. Shi Jiayi, 10 plus 1, is this the origin of 11? You've given me a difficult problem.
His realm is low, he's difficult to manage, and he loves to cause trouble.
Shi Jia sighed. 10 pots of premium fairy wine. Make a deal.
Shi Jia's beautiful eyes lit up and she revealed a sly smile.
Yi Tianyi? Chapter 18, really weak, please recommend.
In the monitoring room, they watched everything that happened in full. Just as Yi Tianyi said, he really didn't touch Chen Xiaoyun at all.
That's weird, what on earth did he explode?
Shi Jiayi leaned against the wall with her arms folded, thinking.
Yi Tianyi said. What else could it be?
That place exploded.
Shi Jiayi. Yi Xianer. Xiaoyi. Yi Xianer frowned slightly and looked at Yi Tianyi with some reproach.
Shi Jiayi curled her lips and looked at Yi Tianyi and said, Does your thing have a fuse?
Can it ignite and explode? Yi Xianer.
Well, she didn't care, after all, Shi Jiayi was also such a person. But she knew that although Shi Jiayi appeared to be nonchalant, a little frivolous, and even unreliable, he was actually very trustworthy.
You haven't seen it, so how do you know it doesn't have it?
Yi Tianyi curled the corners of his mouth and smiled at Shi Jia.
Little guy, am I afraid of you? Yi Tianyi.
I'm sorry, I lost. Yi Tianyi gave her a fist pump in admiration.
Yi Xianer. Is it a good idea to hand Yi Tianyi over to her?
She was a little skeptical.
That's it?
He's just trying to trick little girls.
How weak.
I was wondering how powerful this famous scumbag was.
I'm disappointed. So disappointed.
Shi Jia shook her head.
Yi Tianyi.
Okay, just wait.
I'll make you cry when the time comes. Yi Tianyi thought secretly in his heart. Since Xiaoyi is not a suspect, then the problem may be with another person. Please trouble Sister 11. Yi Xianer bowed slightly. Humph. I'm also going to go and confront that dean. He's deducting my bonus without even investigating the matter thoroughly. What the hell?
Shi Jia walked away angrily, stopped at the door, and poked her little head in.
Xianer, the junior class evaluation will be held soon. Do you want to stay and see how your brother performs? Good. Be a judge, by the way.
If Tianshui College knows you're here and you come as a judge, I guess more people will come to watch the show.
Look at this kid embarrassed. Shi Jiayi smiled and walked away.
What kind of hatred or grudge is that?
Yi Tianyi shook his head secretly. Shi Jiayi laughed and talked to herself after she walked outside. He's at the first level of the body refining realm.
No matter how you look at it, he's definitely not that good for nothing from the 5th level of the Qi building realm.
Has Yi Tianyi been deliberately hiding something all these years? That's quite interesting. If a warrior does not release his own power, others cannot know a person's realm, but she has this ability, so Yi Tianyi cannot hide it from her. Are you going to join? Yi Xianer looked at Yi Tianyi worriedly. Participate. I've embarrassed you for so many years. Today, I'll earn it back for you. Yi Tianyi said with a smile. But your realm.
Yi Xianer looked at Yi Tianyi, her heart full of worry. Chi building stage 5 was only the entry level for warriors.
At 19, the normal level should be above the Mingqiao stage 5. Some people were even at the 5th stage of Qi building stage at the age of 6 or 7.
Yi Tianyi smiled and said, "From today on, I will be the most handsome boy in Tianshui Holy City.
I'm going to be open and I won't be low-key anymore.
Go to hell with you, you piece of trash." Yi Xianer stretched out her delicate hand to test the temperature of Yi Tianyi's forehead, then straightened his collar and said, "Just do your best. As long as you get better day by day, that's all."
Of course, she didn't believe that Yi Tianyi could do anything, because she knew Yi Tianyi best.
She knew exactly what realm he was in and what he did every day. At least for now, it was impossible for him to make a big splash. Yi Xianer felt that it was enough for Yi Tianyi to practice seriously and try his best. She was willing to stand there and watch Yi Tianyi finish the evaluation amid everyone's ridicule and sarcasm.
"Yeah, I want a kiss and encouragement." Yi Tianyi then smiled and moved his face closer. Ding. Molesting your own sister is egregious. The system likes it. Plus 70,000 coolness value. Yi Xianer frowned. "I'm leaving first."
After saying that, she walked past Yi Tianyi.
Bang. On the other side, Shi Jiayi kicked open the door of the dean's study.
In the study, the dean of Tianshui College twitched his beard and looked at Shi Jiayi.
"Teacher Shi, what are you going to do?"
When Li Boren saw Shi Jiayi, he felt angry, helpless, and wanted to laugh. This little ancestor is lawless, and there is nothing he can do about it. Shi Jiayi has helped Tianshui College a lot, and he also likes Shi Jiayi very much. Of course, he is also very angry. Shi Jiayi sat at the table in front of Li Boren, picked up an apple from the fruit bowl and took a bite.
"Shame on you, old man. Yi Tianyi's case has been thoroughly investigated.
The surveillance footage shows he didn't even touch Chen Xiaoyun."
"Then why did it explode?" Li Boren put down his glasses and looked at Shi Jia helplessly and asked, "How would this fairy know? I don't have the stuff you men have."
Shi Jiayi sat on the table, swinging her legs as she spoke calmly, then took a delicious bite of the apple. "Ahem, Teacher Shi, you are a mentor, please be mindful of your words and phrases,"
Li Boren said with a dry cough. "I don't care about that. Anyway, I've finished what I said. As for the bonus."
Shi Jiayi then rubbed her fingers and looked at Li Boren with a slightly raised corner of her mouth.
"Give." Li Boren gritted his teeth and said,
Shi Jiayi then stroked his delicate chin and said, "In addition to the bonus that should have belonged to me, there is also compensation for mental damage." Shi Jiayi, first of all, you didn't even get any bonus to begin with.
How can you expect a bonus for teaching a class that ranks last? Giving you a bonus is the most the school can do for you."
Li Boren pointed at Shi Jiayi and trembled with anger.
"Oh, is that so? Never mind. I don't want that."
Shi Jiayi jumped down from the table and said calmly, "The dean just finished refining a pill, right?
It just so happens that he's out of candy beans recently."
You. Li Boren pointed at her and was so angry that he couldn't speak.
Then he deflated.
"Here.
I'll pay for the mental damage. He, love you."
Shi Jiayi then made a heart shape with her hands to Li Boren and skipped out.
"All students, please be quiet. The second assessment of the year for the 20 beginner classes is about to begin. Before that, I'd like to introduce someone to you. She's your senior and one of my proudest students.
She happened to be at Tianshui College today for some business, so I'll ask her to help you with the assessment."
Yi Xianer, say hello to your younger classmates."
Li Boren pushed his glasses and looked at Yi Xianer beside him with a smile. Instantly, there was amazing cheering from the audience, and it felt like a star had arrived.
Chapter 19, What a Shameless Person. Yi Xianer didn't like such occasions or this kind of introduction.
She had originally wanted to sit quietly among the tutors, or even watch Yi Tianyi's evaluation silently behind the crowd, but the dean insisted on introducing him in this way, and she had no choice. Then Yi Xianer walked to the microphone and bowed slightly to everyone.
"I'm fortunate to be back at Tianshui College today.
I'm grateful for the dean's training over the years.
I hope everyone can become a strong and capable person. Thank you."
With just these simple words, Yi Xianer walked aside and stood quietly amidst the even louder cheers.
"Yi Xianer, this is the first time I've seen you."
"I've seen photos of you before, but those were from several years ago. You're even more beautiful now."
"Oh my God. especially those light blue eyes, so beautiful. It is said that Yi Tianyi has come to Tianjue College. He should also take the assessment today, right? Could it be that Yi Xianer came here just to watch Yi Tianyi's assessment? Tisk, what's so good about it? A loser who is said to be at the 5th level of Qi building realm at the age of 19. My 8-year-old brother is at a higher level than him. Didn't Yi Xianer come here to laugh at Yi Tianyi? Today, your senior sister by Hanxue, Qin Chao, and senior brother Lin Changtian will also be evaluating you. These are the best students in this academy, and the ones I'm most proud of. Li Boran said with a flushed face that the only thing he felt sorry for was Yi Xianer, who obviously had an unlimited future, but was delayed by Yi Tianyi. Then there was another round of screams and cheers. This time, the girls' screams even drowned out the boys. Because there were two extremely handsome men. By Hanxue's suitor Lin Changtian, and the other one was Qin Chao. But when it comes to handsomeness, Yi Tianyi is really not inferior to anyone. Look, in Tianjue College, Yi Tianyi directly entered the 3rd place on the school grass list, and the top 2 are Qin Chao and Lin Changtian respectively. Yi Tianyi had such a bad reputation and such a despised personality, yet he was still voted 3rd on the school idol list by the girls at Tianjue College. Can you imagine how handsome he was? A bunch of comments below were from girls who were crazy about him. Basically, they said that if Yi Tianyi wasn't a scumbag, they would definitely marry him. Some girls who were deeply attracted by Yi Tianyi's looks even said that even if he was a scumbag, they would still like to be stabbed by him. So, if Yi Tianyi had a better character, it would be really easy for him to be the school hunk. But the other two are the kind that start with comments about appearance and stay true to character. The assessment is about to begin. In order, the 4 assessors will take their positions first, and the students in the first elementary class will be ready. Then Yi Xianer and the other 3 walked away. Xianer, let's go have a meal together when we have time. Qin Chao smiled and followed Yi Xianer. Yi Xianer was about to refuse, but he continued, don't worry, I'm here, and no one will bully your brother at Tianjue College. No need. I believe that as long as he is willing to work hard, no one will dare to bully him. Yi Xianer always has infinite expectations for Yi Tianyi. But, your brother doesn't seem to be very fond of practicing. He's slowly getting better. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your concern. Yi Xianer said lightly, then quickened her pace and walked away. Qin Chao had liked Yi Xianer since the day she was in Tianjue College. Like Lin Changtian, he was a favored child of Tianjue Holy City and the eldest son of one of the 4 major families. He was high and mighty. But even though the Yi family was gone, he still couldn't get her. But in his heart, Yi Xianer must be his woman. Master Qin hasn't given up yet? Lin Changtian walked over with a smile. What's your business? Go catch up with Bai Hanxue first. Bai Hanxue has already clarified that she has nothing to do with Yi Tianyi. It doesn't matter? I saw her kiss Yi Tianyi with my own eyes. Qin Chao sneered. There must be a misunderstanding here. Just look at Han Shue's angry eyes at that time. I will definitely not let Yi Tianyi go on this matter. I hope that you, who likes his sister, will not interfere in order to please Yi Xianer. Qin Chao walked away without saying anything. Humph. Yi Tianyi, you, a loser at the 5th level of the Qi building realm, are so ashamed to take part in this assessment? You're simply embarrassing yourself and Yi Xianer in front of so many people. Lin Changtian said coldly. Normally no one would pay attention to this assessment because of the presence of Qin Chao and Lin Changtian, the 2 most handsome boys in the school, as well as Yi Tianyi, the controversial scumbag, and Yi Xianer and Bai Hanxue, the 2 most beautiful girls in the college. However, this assessment attracted a lot of people from the intermediate class, advanced class, and even the backyard. The junior, intermediate, and advanced classes of this college are completely divided into 3 campuses, and they seldom interact with each other. In a normal college, the only thing that can break this situation is the appearance of a school beauty. Tianjue College is no exception, especially today there is Yi Xianer. Everyone knows the name Yi Xianer, but not many have seen her, so everyone wants to meet her. In addition, the rumor that Yi Tianyi is Yi Xianer's younger brother has given her more attention. Seeing them today, they were indeed not disappointed. The assessment is very simple, it's a talent assessment. Everyone has taken the talent test, but the process is just like this. Talent is something that is innate, but it doesn't mean it won't change. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with following the process for every assessment. Shi Jiayi stood in front of everyone in class 10. Dear students, please do your best in the assessment. Come, let's cheer ourselves up. 1, 2, 3, sing with me. Shi Jiayi looked very active. Teacher Shi, let's say goodbye.
Huoshui said helplessly. As the two women who care least about their reputation in the entire academy, Shi Jiayi and Huoshui, everyone is used to it, but Huoshui is really no match for Shi Jiayi. Huoshui is called a witch, and Shi Jiayi is called a demon.
Not a seductive woman, but a demon. This person is a demon. What else? Everyone, clear your throats and sing. Cheer up for yourself and your classmates. Yi Tianyi, if you can't sing, just hum along. 1, 2, 3, come on.
Shi Jiayi waved his arms like a music conductor, and everyone looked at the scene in confusion. Then, in a quiet, tense, and solemn atmosphere, the students of Class 10 sang loudly amidst everyone's bewildered gazes.
Let's row the oars. The mentor is the most beautiful queen.
She is beautiful and has a sweet voice, we all like her.
A kind heart is an example for everyone. Everyone? Yi Tianyi? Fog? Shameless person. Chapter 20, Stop making noise or you will be punished. Yi Tianyi said that he should give the Tianqiu system to you, Shi Jiayi, you are really amazing. Wow. How could this woman be so shameless?
He felt embarrassed.
The school, especially the Dean Li Boren, was completely upset. Teacher Shi, stop making trouble, the assessment will begin now. Li Boren said helplessly into the microphone.
The students from Class 1 then walked onto the stage. There was a table on the stage, and on the table was a star-like gem. Xin Chao then said, today's assessment is quite special.
There is only one round, and it's a talent assessment. This is a star-luck stone.
When a warrior places his hand on the star-luck stone, he releases his spiritual power and attribute power. The star-luck stone will identify your talent based on your overall status, including attribute purity, age, realm, etc. The star-luck stone will appear in 7 colors: red, orange, red, green, blue, and purple. Red talents are average, and purple talents are the highest. In the entire Tianshui Academy, only Lin Tian, Bai Hanxue, and I have reached the purple level of talent. Of course, Instructor Shi Jiayi and Senior Sister Yi Xianer also have purple level talents. After a pause, he continued, you in the beginner class are all freshmen who entered the hospital last month and have undergone an assessment. However, today's assessment is more important. The top 100 in the beginner class will be directly promoted to the intermediate class, where you will receive more training resources and guidance. After saying that, Xin Chao looked at Yi Xianer and said, Senior Sister Yi Xianer, could you please demonstrate to everyone how to use this starstone? Yi Xianer nodded slightly, then took 2 steps forward, placed her delicate hand on the starstone, and mobilized her spiritual power.
Brush.
The red, orange, red, green, blue and blue lights flashed continuously and rapidly, and finally the purple light became so bright that it amazed everyone.
Yi Tianyi looked at Yi Xianer with admiration.
Really, if he hadn't been a burden to her, she would have become a favored child of heaven.
Xianer has become so much stronger. What a pity, such a pity.
Li Boren looked at this scene, pushed his glasses aside and couldn't help but sigh, his gaze turning to Yi Tianyi in front of the crowd of Class 10.
Humph.
You're just a bunch of idiots, but you're nothing but a bunch of idiots.
Li Boren sighed angrily. He felt sorry for Yi Xianer.
As you can see, Senior Sister Yi Xianer possesses a top-tier purple talent. There are very few people on the entire continent who can achieve this level of talent. However, even warriors with average talent can still improve their talent through hard work and opportunity, so there's no need to be discouraged. Similarly, I hope that a top-tier purple talent will emerge among you. Now, please invite the students to come forward in order to begin the talent appraisal.
Xin Chao said.
Then a young man walked up and nervously placed his hand on the starstone. The instructor of Class 1 helped to record it.
Brush.
The light barely rose from red to orange and then stopped.
Li Boren shook his head secretly.
The number of freshmen this year is really getting worse and worse. In the past, there were Shi Jiayi, Yi Xianer, Bai Hanxue, Xin Chao, and Lin Tian, but now there is really no freshman who is outstanding. The quality of freshmen at Tianqing College this year is very good.
If this continues, I am afraid that Tianqing College will surpass Tianshui College.
The warriors came in for appraisal one after another, and all were unsatisfactory. Yi Tianyi, we're going to embarrass ourselves in a moment, so get ready. Oh, and you're not afraid of embarrassment, you're used to it anyway. Huoshui crossed his arms, laughed, and glanced at Yi Tianyi beside him.
Yi Tianyi looked at the disaster. Small-breasted girl, please stop hugging your breasts. Others hug their breasts by holding them with their arms, but you are hugging your breasts to block other people's view and make them think you have breasts, right?
Yi Tianyi smiled with the corner of his mouth curled up.
Oh. Huo Shuwei sneered. Yi Tianyi was lucky.
On the first day, before anyone could punish him, he had a conflict with someone and ran away. Today, before anyone could punish him, Shi Jia came. But she would never let Yi Tianyi continue to be so rampant. In Tianshui College, at least no one in the junior class dared to mess with her. Her title of which was not undeserved. Other men were like mice seeing a cat when they saw her. They couldn't understand why Yi Tianyi, a waste, was so fearless in front of her. Stop making noise, or you'll be punished by kissing. Shi Jia came over and said something.
Yi Tianyi. Trouble. A boss is a boss, and the way he speaks is different. A girl who costs 800 yuan is not worth kissing, ah. Yi Tianyi sighed. Brother Yi, can I follow you in the future? Li Bang looked at Yi Tianyi expectantly.
I inexplicably felt that Yi Tianyi was very powerful.
Why do you always want to hang out with me?
Because Brother Yi has the face of a protagonist. When I read novels, the supporting characters around the protagonist always become very powerful because of the protagonist. I also want to be a supporting character around Brother Yi.
Yi Tianyi. No way, he is so handsome that even men are fascinated by him? Puff. Huo Shuwei couldn't help but laugh out loud. The protagonist? Ha ha ha.
Huo Shuwei held her stomach and laughed so hard that tears were about to come out.
Forget it, she would not target Li Bang. This kid is not very smart. Li Bang scratched his head and said naively, that's what I feel. So, do you have money?
Yi Tianyi didn't care what he said and asked.
Yes, I have tens of thousands of dollars in pocket money every week. Yi Tianyi's eyes lit up. Wow. This fat guy is actually a wealthy man.
Okay, I'll take you in as my little brother, but you have to pay me 20,000 yuan a week for protection.
No problem.
Li Bang nodded excitedly. Yi Tianyi smiled in his heart, now he had money for cigarettes.
The students in the first 9 classes finished their assessments quickly.
Their highest talent was only green, which was considered acceptable.
Class 10, please get ready. Xin Chao said.
Everyone's eyes were on Class 10, the most controversial and popular class among the beginner classes. It had the beautiful instructor Shi Jia, the freshman Huo Shuwei, the school beauty, and the scumbag Yi Tianyi.
You are the first one to cause trouble, and Yi Tianyi is the second one. Shi Jia said.
Huo Shuwei nodded, then walked onto the stage and placed his hand on it without hesitation, with power surging.
Red, orange, red, green, blue. 6 colors flashed quickly, and finally the blue slowly turned into purple. The light purple light froze.
It was not as dazzling as Yi Xian'er's, but it still caused an exclamation.
Huo Shuwei curled the corner of his mouth and walked away.
Li Boren nodded in satisfaction.
This girl is not bad. She performed well in the first assessment.
At the age of 18, she has reached the 3rd level of the spirit refining realm.
She is very talented. This new student is indeed an outstanding child. Yi Tianyi.
Shi Jia pouted at Yi Tianyi, and then Yi Tianyi walked onto the stage. On the way, Huo Shuwei smiled at him provocatively.
That's Yi Tianyi, right? That scumbag? Yi Xian'er's brother?
Yes, it's him, a waste at the 5th level of Qi building realm.
Wow. He's so handsome. Standing next to Qin Chao and Lin Chantian, why do I feel like he's even more handsome? What's the point of being handsome? He's just scum.
As soon as Yi Tianyi came on stage, he caused a lot of controversy, and everyone was waiting to see his performance. Yi Tianyi glanced at Bai Hanxue, who turned away decisively, too lazy to look at Yi Tianyi.
Then Yi Tianyi looked at Yi Xian'er, and Yi Xian'er's eyes gave him some encouragement. Ding. You've triggered the mission, Bai Hanxue's first kiss.
Mission reward, activate the top-level laws of the law realm and advance.
Mission deadline, while the scumbag system exists. Mission penalty, there will be no laws in the law realm. As expected, Bai Hanxue also triggered the scumbag system's mission. Yi Tianyi didn't understand the mission reward, but he knew what the law was. The law was something a warrior could only comprehend after reaching the law realm. 3,000 great ways, 9,000 laws, some strong and some weak. If this mission was completed, would he, a warrior in the body refinement realm, possess the laws that only the law realm could possess? But your system is really awesome. By Hanshue's first kiss, she wants to kill herself now. Can you trigger some simple tasks? Then Yi Tianyi took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. He placed his hand on the star stone. Shi Jiayi below looked at Yi Tianyi with interest. Brush. The light began to flicker. Originally, everyone was looking at him with a playful expression, but as the light flickered, everyone's expression gradually froze. The air around me also solidified, and my ears became quiet. Chapter 21 Yi Xianer, how come I don't know? Red, orange, red, green, blue, and purple, the 7 colors flashed one by one without stopping. Although Huoxue had the top purple talent, it was only light purple, and finally slowly rushed from blue to purple. However, Yi Tianyi did it in one go, rushing to the purple talent without stopping. And this purple brilliance was not inferior to Yi Xianer at all. Everyone was stunned. Huoxue was also stunned where he was, as was Yi Xianer. Shi Jiayi was also looking at this scene in shock. She could see Yi Tianyi's realm, but reaching the first level of the body refining realm at the age of 19 couldn't be considered a genius, right? Why did he have such a top-level purple talent? Yi Xianer's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. How is it possible? However, the next moment, an even more shocking scene occurred. Bang! The starstone under Yi Tianyi's palm exploded directly, turning into a pile of powder, and the purple light dissipated at the same time. Everyone? Oh my god! What happened? Exploded? No, it exploded, so what happened just now? Purple full talent? Yi Tianyi? He must be crazy. It must be fake. He's a loser and he has purple talent? I'd rather believe that my Sao got pregnant by my brother. Everyone murmured. The school officials were also shocked. They had never encountered such a situation before. Li Boran was even more stunned. Hello. Yi Tianyi withdrew his hand, then looked at the instructors on Li Boran's side and said, your Tianshui College is at least the top college in Tianshui Holy City. You can't buy counterfeit or inferior products, right? If my white and tender little hand gets damaged by the explosion, you will have to pay for it. When everyone heard Yi Tianyi's words, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. Yi Tianyi was also confused. Why did it explode? His luck was really bad. He had been hoping to see if he could get a blue light. This starstone is used to weigh your comprehensive abilities and assess your talent. It was obviously impossible for him to have purple light at the first level of the body refining realm at the age of 19, so Yi Tianyi also felt that it was bad. Broken? Shi Jiayi pondered for a moment. In all these years, she had never seen the starstone break down. Lin Changtian also breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought Yi Tianyi had a purple full talent. It turns out he's broken. Ha ha ha. Lin Changtian chuckled. I almost thought the sun was rising from the west. Huoxue also breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you so nervous? It's obvious that Yi Tianyi can't have such a high talent. Everyone, please wait a moment. This starstone has probably been used too many times and its quality has changed. A new one will be delivered right away. Xin Chao said. Not long after, a mentor came up with a new starstone and placed it on the table. Okay, Yi Tianyi, please retest. Xin Chao looked at Yi Tianyi and said. Yi Tianyi nodded and placed his hand on the starstone again. Red, orange, red, green, blue, purple. Bang! The next second, the starstone exploded again. Everyone? What's going on? It can't be a coincidence, right? 2 products in a row have quality issues? The first one was used by someone else before without any problems. What the hell? You guys at Tianshui Academy are way too ruthless. Although I have a bad reputation, I've never harmed your Tianshui Academy. Do you really want to blow me to death? Yi Tianyi said unhappily. This happened again, and those people felt something was wrong. That's impossible. Wait a minute, get a new starstone. Li Boran said. Soon, another new starstone was placed up. Xin Chao, try to see if there is any problem with this starstone first. Li Boran looked at Xin Chao and said. Yes, Dean. Then Xin Chao walked over.
Red, orange, red, green, blue, purple. The light stopped at the dazzling purple.
Okay, now we can confirm that there is no problem with this starstone. Yi Tianyi, try again. Li Boren looked at Yi Tianyi and said, "If you blow me up again, I'll fuck your granddaughter."
Yi Tianyi shook his numb right hand with a gloomy face.
Li Boren. Everyone.
Then Yi Tianyi placed his hand on the starstone again. Red, orange, red, green, blue, purple.
Bang. Everyone? Holy crap. What the hell? Exploded again? No, what kind of unlucky god is this Yi Tianyi? Why does everything explode when he touches it, but others are fine when they touch it? Could it be that Yi Tianyi deliberately destroyed the starstone? That's not right.
Even the power of the Xiantian realm cannot destroy the starstone.
Then why does it always explode in Yi Tianyi's hands? For 3 consecutive times, Yi Tianyi felt something was wrong. Everyone was confused. I see.
At this time, Li Bang suddenly shouted, and everyone looked at him in confusion.
It's Brother Yi. Brother Yi's talent is too strong.
He broke through the identification limit of the starstone, causing it to explode. I knew it. I knew that Brother Yi has been hiding his strength all these years.
He is actually better than all of you, more talented. Yi Xianer? How come I don't know? Yi Tianyi? Am I hiding? I'm such a weakling. Bro, you're too childish, aren't you? But. Etc. God-level cultivation talent. Yi Tianyi suddenly realized something.
His realm might not be high at his current age, but the system had previously given him God-level cultivation talent. The starstone had been appraised to the highest level, purple, indicating full talent.
Even the Xiantian realm couldn't destroy the starstone, let alone him.
The only explanation was, his talent was too high, exceeding the appraisal limit of the starstone, causing it to explode.
Li Bang's words may be a bit childish, or he may be telling the truth.
Although Li Bang's seemingly unintentional words caused countless students to sigh and laugh, it also awakened many strong people present. Jia's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up.
Yes.
She remembered that there was such a record on the mainland. Even the power of the Xiantian realm could not shatter the starstone, but once your talent exceeded the identification limit of the starstone would explode.
But Yi Tianyi's talent. Could it be that he had really been hiding all these years?
But she could see his realm clearly. Brother Yi, you used to be the son of one of the 4 great families in Tianshui Holy City, but later the Yi family was massacred by unknown forces. So even though you have top-notch cultivation talent, in order to avoid being noticed by your enemies in the dark, you have been deliberately hiding yourself all these years, making yourself a waste in everyone's eyes. In fact, you were just waiting to become stronger. But today, Brother Yi, you don't plan to hide it anymore, because you must have become stronger. As the saying goes, things change over time. Don't despise the young and poor.
I guessed it would be like this a long time ago.
Li Bang looked at Yi Xianer and continued, Senior Sister Yi Xianer, you are Brother Yi's sister.
You must be aware of all this, right? You actually came here today specifically to witness Brother Yi's triumphant return with everyone, right? Yi Tianyi? Yi Xianer? Everyone? Chapter 22. Hey, come to my house tonight. Yi Tianyi was really confused. Brother, are you obsessed with reading novels? And the return of the king? He's just a piece of crap.
But one thing is quite right. Although Yi Tianyi is not the king who has returned, at least he is not that useless person anymore. And with this level of cultivation talent, he must be on the road to becoming a king. Everyone felt it was ridiculous, but there were always some people who would think it over, like Huoshui.
Oh my god. Could it be true?
What the fat guy said seems to make some sense. The Yi family was indeed wiped out by unknown people. If Yi Tianyi was a genius, he would have made the best choice to hide himself when he was so young.
No way? Is it that ridiculous? I don't believe it. But Yi Xianer is Yi Tianyi's sister.
As a younger brother, we share the same bloodline.
How could he be a loser? Even the bloodline theory doesn't make sense. Could it be true? I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it. Finally, there's someone who's more useless than me. I don't believe it. I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it. Some people started talking about it. Huoshui frowned and thought. Could it be true? This is really possible.
From the first time she saw Yi Tianyi, she felt that this was not the look, words, and confidence at the corners of his mouth that a normal loser should have. Even in front of him, she, the little witch, felt a little powerless and couldn't play a prank on him. During the time she came to Tianchuan College, only Shi Jiayi made her feel this way. In her eyes, those other little brats of the same age as her were really little brats. It was meaningless to play pranks on them. Of course, she would only play pranks on those men who were attracted by her looks. As for this Yi Tianyi, she was a little confused. Shi Jiayi also thought this was really possible. However, in the entire situation, apart from Yi Tianyi, there were two people who knew that it was impossible. One was Yi Xianer and the other was Bai Hanxue. Only the two of them knew that Yi Tianyi was a real scumbag. They were also the only two of them who knew that Yi Tianyi was not a member of the Yi family, but an abandoned baby adopted when he was very young. Everyone looked at Yi Xianer following Li Bang's question. Yi Xianer didn't know how to answer for a moment. Yi Tianyi was really helpless. But Li Bang's words really made everyone around him fall into deep thought. Everyone didn't believe it on the surface, but they must have a little doubt in their hearts. Especially one thing, Bai Hanxue took the initiative to kiss Yi Tianyi yesterday, and Yi Tianyi also kissed her. Although she later clarified that she and Yi Tianyi were not boyfriend and girlfriend, she didn't say anything else afterwards. It was really hard to understand why she was like that yesterday, so now some people began to speculate, is it because Yi Tianyi is really hiding himself, and Bai Hanxue knows that he is very good, is she in love with him? Very likely. Yi Xianer then said softly, I don't want to say much about the Yi family. As for Xiaoyi, that's his own business. I think he can do better in the future. Yi Xianer's words left everyone confused. Was he returning as a king or what? Li Bang always felt that this was the case. At this time, Xin Chao stood up and said, everyone, don't be suspicious. The Yi family incident has always been an unsolved mystery in Tianchuan Holy City and a regret for us. I have been investigating this matter for many years. As for Yi Tianyi, Xin Chao looked at Yi Tianyi and said, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I like this saying very much. I believe everyone wants to be that tree. At the same time, I also hope that Yi Tianyi, you have really been hiding all these years, because I really want to fight with you. Everything he said was actually just for Yi Xianer to hear. Yi Tianyi shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm so sorry. I also wish I were a genius who has been hiding myself all these years. What a pity. Hearing Yi Tianyi's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. I was really worried that he was hiding all these years, but it turns out that he wasn't, he is indeed a waste. What a pity. Xin Chao asked with a smile. What a pity. Yi Tianyi raised his head and glanced at everyone, then said calmly, I used to think I was a genius, but unfortunately I later discovered I was actually a god. Everyone. Ding. You successfully made 13 young ladies cry with your coolness. Your coolness value plus 130,000. Ding. You've successfully stunned 3 young ladies. Your coolness value plus 210,000. Really, Yi Tianyi's good looks, coupled with the attention at the moment and his seemingly nonchalant but actually heart-wrenching and inspiring words, made more than a dozen young ladies cry at his handsomeness. That's right, sometimes a person's handsomeness is really so unsolvable. Yi Tianyi finally understood how this scumbag system could gain crazy points. Flirting with young ladies, taking advantage of young ladies, and anything a bad man does can increase his crazy points. And causing a change in a young lady's mood, even making her happy or angry, can all increase her crazy points. Hearing Yi Tianyi's words, the corners of several people's mouths couldn't help but twitch. Are you God? Hello, senior sister Bai Hanxue, is my face sweet? Do you like me? Yi Tianyi greeted Bai Hanxue who was standing next to him on the stage and said with a smile. Ding. Flirting with a young lady in public, plus 50,000 coolness points. Everyone. Fuck. This Yi Tianyi is too lawless. Molesting senior sister Bai Hanxue in front of the whole school? I really want to kill him with a knife. Damn it. Is the college still going to take care of it? Bai Hanxue's face suddenly turned gloomy. Yi Xianer also glanced at her, then looked at Yi Tianyi with a reproachful look. Like. Bai Hanxue said lightly. Everyone? Li Boren? Yi Xianer? Shi Jiayi? Bai Hanxue? Bastard. Why? Why did she say the opposite of what she wanted to say? Why on earth? No.
Why should she care about him? Ignore it just because it is impolite to remain silent and not answer in front of everyone. Li Boren was shocked. He had heard yesterday that Yi Tianyi and Bai Hanxue were intimate, but he definitely didn't believe it. Now, Yi Xian'er was even more shocked. What happened in the past few days? Yi Tianyi said that he was really willing to risk his life for these crazy values. Lin Changtian clenched his fists tightly. What on earth is going on? Love you, pencil. Yi Tianyi smiled and made a heart shape with his hands to Bai Hanxue. Bai Hanxue turned her head coldly. She didn't care about her reputation. She was just angry. Very angry. Ahem, be quiet. We're in the assessment now. We'll discuss this later. And you, Yi Tianyi, please be mindful of the situation. I don't care who you are, or what your past behavior or reputation was like. At Tianxue College, you are a student and must obey the rules. Li Boren said to Yi Tianyi. Okay, Dean, it's just... I don't know how to calculate my score? Or let me try again. I just don't know if you still have the Starstone? Everyone. Hearing Yi Tianyi's words, Li Boren's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He really didn't understand why Yi Tianyi could always make the Starstone explode. He had no knowledge in this area. This matter needs to be considered in the long term. All right. Yi Tianyi shrugged his shoulders, then made a heart shape with his hands to Bai Hanxue and walked away. Hanxue, what's going on? Yi Xian'er frowned slightly and asked Bai Hanxue beside her in a low voice. Let's talk about it this afternoon. She had a huge opinion of Yi Tianyi, but she and Yi Xian'er were still close friends. In fact, she also wanted to know from Yi Xian'er how Yi Tianyi did it. Hey, come to my house tonight. As soon as Shi Jia saw Yi Tianyi coming over, she nudged him with her elbow and then said, Yi Tianyi? Chapter 23, So Annoying Seeking Votes. Yi Tianyi touched the tip of his nose and looked at Shi Jia with a slightly shy look. That look was as if she was saying hate in a particularly charming and shy way. As soon as Shi Jia saw Yi Tianyi's eyes, she got goosebumps all over her body. She could subdue all kinds of demons and monsters, and even the little witch like Huoshue was completely subdued by her. She always felt that this bastard Yi Tianyi was a little difficult. Yi Tianyi looked at Shi Jia and said, Teacher Shi, I'm handsome, so I understand why you covet me. There are many girls who want to get my handsome genes to pass on their family line. It's normal for you to be one of them. In fact, I have long seen that you have bad intentions towards me. You just want my body. Then Yi Tianyi paused and continued, but you are old, and I am just a 19-year-old boy. Aren't you ashamed in your heart? Sorry, don't think I am so frivolous. Going to your house at night? It's really funny. Shi Jia. Shi Jia took a deep breath, and then curled the corners of her mouth slightly. Shi Jia was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yi Tianyi, and then said, I will add you on WeChat later and send you the address. It's very important. Of course, I mean it's very important to you too. It's up to you to come or not. Is it important to me? Yi Tianyi was confused. What could she have that was so important to him? But no matter whether there is one or not, Yi Tianyi will definitely go. Let's see if he can complete the task of Shi Jia's first kiss tonight, hee. I have something to do tonight, so I might be late. Yi Tianyi then said that the matter was of course on the Crimson Legion's side. In order to make money and to share the pressure with Yi Xian'er, he had to do this. At the same time, he also needed to train himself. Whatever. Shi Jia shrugged lightly. Brother Yi, was what I just said right? Yi Tianyi walked into the team, and then Li Bang asked expectantly. Yi Tianyi glanced at him, then patted Li Bang on the shoulder and said earnestly, XX. Brother Yi, my name is Li Bang. Li Bang scratched his head and smiled. Yi Tianyi took out a cigarette, Li Bang quickly lit it for him, and then Yi Tianyi took a deep puff. The one from class 10. Yi Tianyi, put out your cigarette. How disgraceful. Li Boren saw Yi Tianyi and pointed at him and shouted. Yi Tianyi then took a light breath and blew it out. Teacher Shi said it's okay to smoke. Shi Jia? What the hell? I want to hit him. Li Boren looked at Shi Jia, and Shi Jia made a heart shape at Li Boren helplessly. Li Boren. Okay, he didn't want to mess with Shi Jia. If he did, the pills would be stolen. Then be careful not to throw cigarette butts around. Everyone? Okay, Thank you, Dean. Yi Tianyi then grinned. Li Bang looked at Yi Tianyi with admiration. Yes, that was the feeling of being the protagonist. Then Yi Tianyi looked at Li Bang and asked, "Why do you want to hang out with me so much?" Li Bang said excitedly, "I want to learn how to be a man from Brother Yi, a man who was fearless, just like Brother Yi dared to smoke in front of the dean." Then what? Then. Li Bang thought for a moment and said with a shy smile, "I want to pick up girls like Brother Yi, lots and lots of girls." Okay, just for this ideal, I officially accept you as my little brother, that. Then Yi Tianyi rubbed his hands in front of him. What kind of bullshit ideal is that? Yi Tianyi doesn't care. What he cares about is money. Lots and lots of small amounts of money. Yes. Yes. Li Bang nodded excitedly, then took out his mobile phone, added Yi Tianyi as a friend, and transferred 20,000 yuan to Yi Tianyi. Yi Tianyi's eyes lit up. Sure, I'll teach you when I have time. Thank you, Brother Yi. Thank you, Brother Yi. Li Bang said happily. The troublemaker next to him sighed. What a silly child. In this round of assessment, apart from the troublemaker, there is another one that is the most talented male student in class 18, who has reached a level close to purple and has also received great attention. In the envious eyes of everyone, Chen Jian walked down with a slight smile on his face. On the way, he glanced at the position of class 10, looked at Yi Tianyi with anger, and then returned to his class. Most of the remaining people were mediocre. As for the results, they will be out tomorrow, and everyone returned to the classroom normally. Let's go. After the assessment was over, Bai Hanxue whispered something to Yi Xian'er beside her, and the two women left. Lin Changtian looked at their backs as they left and secretly clenched his fists. It seems that your goddess has really been won over by Yi Tianyi. Qin Shao said lightly as he passed by him with a smile on his face. Do you believe it? Don't you feel something is wrong? I don't believe it, and it's indeed not right, but Bai Hanxue admitted it in front of all the teachers and students, so I have to believe it. And don't forget, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Although Yi Tianyi is not a good for nothing, if he really likes Bai Hanxue, he has her sister, who is Bai Hanxue's best friend, to help him pursue her. If the relationship between Bai Hanxue and Yi Tianyi is confirmed, then it is really possible that Yi Tianyi has been hiding it all these years. After all, Bai Hanxue will definitely not fall for a loser. After saying that, he walked away. Hide? I want to see what you are hiding. In the classroom, all the students were chatting. The girls always looked back at Yi Tianyi intentionally or unintentionally. Although they knew he was a scumbag, his looks always made them want to look back. He was really too handsome. Only Huoshue was called to Shi Jiayi's office and no one knew what they talked about. And what about Yi Tianyi? He ground all the chalk into powder and put it in a bucket. It filled 1/3 of the bucket, which was quite a lot. Brother Yi, what are you doing? Li Bang asked doubtfully, and not only him, but everyone was confused. You'll know in a moment. Yi Tianyi then opened the back door a crack and placed the bucket on it. He knew at a glance that whoever opened the door would be completely covered in half a bucket of chalk dust. Besides that, Yi Tianyi asked Li Bang to buy some oil and apply it to the floor at the back, which was slightly tilted towards the side and not very flat. And then there was. Why do this? It's simple. Isn't this troublemaker constantly trying to get me? She's really pissed off at me, and he's triggered a quest to make her cry. So, let him see who's more skilled at getting back at whom. This is reserved for troublemaker. Her office is near the back door, so she's the only one in the class who'll be pushed through the door, so she'll be the only one to get caught. Yi Tianyi understood it. This method was not worth mentioning compared to the method used by the troublemaker to play a trick on others, but it could also make her suffer. Although it was a bit hard to bear for such a beautiful girl, who told you to be unlucky and happened to trigger this kind of task? Just at this moment, a figure walked in from the front door. He did not come in, but just stood at the door and watched for a while. Everyone's eyes looked at him. Chapter 24 Yi Tianyi, you will not be in good condition. Recommendation vote supplement. Chen Jian liked Huoshue. He was Huoshue's #1 pursuer. He was rich and powerful, so he had the capital to pursue Huoshue. He wouldn't feel inferior in front of beautiful girls. But when he heard that Yi Tianyi from class 10 had dared to tease Huoshue repeatedly, making Huoshue angry, he was furious, but it was also a good opportunity for him to show off to Huoshue. As long as he taught Yi Tianyi a lesson, he would win Huoshue's favor, at least that's what he thought. Where's Yi Tianyi? Get out here.
Chen Jian stood at the door and said something to the inside.
Everyone's eyes turned to Yi Tianyi behind him.
Naturally, he followed their gaze and saw Yi Tianyi. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he straightened his bangs, thinking he looked very handsome, and then walked along the corridor to the back door.
Yi Tianyi was stunned. Who was this guy? He didn't remember him. What was he going to do?
Yi Tianyi wanted to remind him, but it was too late.
Chen Jian pushed open the back door. Thump!
A bucket fell directly onto Chen Jian's head, and the chalk dust dyed his whole body into various colors.
Everyone! Chen Jian let out a scream.
The sudden attack in darkness made him lose his composure. He subconsciously tried to hold the door with his hands, but the door was completely unable to hold him while it was opening. He slid to the ground with a thump. The ground was covered with oil and was slightly tilted. Coupled with the inertia of his fall, he slid backwards to the wall at the end with a scream.
Bang!
The next moment, his feet hit the wall, and he thought that was the end, but the last part of the wall, about 1 meter wide and long, was directly kicked by his legs, and all the stones in that small area fell out. At the same time, he slid out and fell on the lawn on the first floor.
Everyone! That's right, this wall was also destroyed by Yi Tianyi.
It was just a 1 meter area, which couldn't destroy anything, not even the entire wall.
This is the second floor, not very high.
A set of damage would not cause much harm to a warrior, but it's hard to say about his mind.
But Yi Tianyi is very angry now. I finally came up with a plan to deal with this mess, and this bitch used it on me? Holy shit! And you could have come in through the front door, why did you have to go through the back door? Damn it! Damn it! Brother Yi, I understand.
At this time Li Bang said in shock.
Lei? Yi Tianyi looked at him in confusion, and everyone looked at Li Bang.
Brother Yi, you knew someone was going to cause trouble for you, so you did all this in advance just to trick him, right?
Li Bang looked at Yi Tianyi with admiration. Everyone suddenly understood. Damn! That's amazing. This Yi Tianyi is quite something.
I thought he was going to cause trouble. I have to say, even though I hate him, I actually admire him. That person could have entered through the front door, but chose to go through the back door.
How can that be counted? Damn it!
So handsome, so smart, I really want to have a relationship with him that we can break up after having sex, TSK TSK. Everyone said in shock.
Yi Tianyi?
Yi Tianyi then coughed dryly and said softly, yes, of course it was planned long ago. I know you think I'm going to deal with Huoshui, after all, she's the only one in the class who didn't come.
But Huoshui and I don't get along.
After all, we're classmates, and she's pretty. How could I bear to do this to her? So, all of this was prepared for this person.
Brother Yi even calculated that this person would come before the disaster, how strong?
Li Bang said he admired it.
Yi Tianyi touched the tip of his nose.
At this time, Huoshui and Shi Jiayi walked in from the back door together, and then they saw the mess behind.
What happened? Did you do this? Shi Jiayi glanced at the troublemaker.
Huoshui acted innocent and said, I was in the office with you, Teacher Shi, the whole time. Teacher Shi, someone came to cause trouble for Brother Yi, and then was dealt with by Brother Yi. Li Bang said quickly. At this time, Chen Jian, covered in dust, ran over angrily.
Yi Tianyi, you're in trouble.
Before he could finish his words, he saw Shi Jiayi. Oh no, he came here to cause trouble for Yi Tianyi. He had already said, Yi Tianyi, get out here, and it had already made something clear. And with Teacher Shi here, the source of trouble was also here.
He couldn't say it out loud. Chen Jian then swallowed his saliva. Yi Tianyi, I don't believe you won't get good grades.
I won't get good grades.
I won't get good grades. Yi Tianyi? Everyone? Chen Jian? What are you doing here? I heard you came to look for me about the people in class 10.
Shi Jia glanced at him. She knew Chen Jian, a talented person, but unfortunately too ostentatious and a playboy. Inexplicably, she preferred Yi Tianyi, this scumbag.
She didn't understand why. Was it because Yi Tianyi was handsome?
Very likely. Shi Jiayi is well known for being protective of his own people, and he doesn't want to provoke him.
No.
Teacher Shi, I just came to congratulate classmate Yi in advance on entering the intermediate class, that's all. Chen Jian said with a stiff smile.
You know the ranking even though I don't know it yet? Shi Jiayi asked with a curl of her lips. Guess. Then your whole outfit.
I just came to congratulate, but I didn't expect chalk dust to fall on me, explained Chen Jian. Nonsense, you clearly told Brother Yi to get lost. Before Li Bang finished speaking, Shi Jiayi raised her hand and he stopped. Then he looked at Chen Jian and said, Did you hit the wall? Chen Jian nodded. Then pay the money. Chen Jian was so angry. How much strength did he have to knock down the wall? He was looking for trouble? That was still his fault. He could only grit his teeth and swallow it. I will pay for it. Chen Jian gritted his teeth. The happiest thing about this class is that Shi Jiayi is very protective of her children. Well, I'll ask your instructor for it then. Go back. Chen Jian then glanced at Yi Tianyi angrily and walked away in shame. Yi Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, a person with a bad face came. This disaster came together with Shi Jiayi. If this person had not come, Shi Jiayi might have been the one who got hurt. But he really wanted to thank Shi Jiayi. He didn't believe that Shi Jiayi couldn't see anything. Huo Shui passed by Yi Tianyi and looked at him strangely. After coming to his seat, he pressed the chair tentatively to make sure that nothing had been done to him before sitting down. It's strange. I always feel that Yi Tianyi is going to deal with me. Yi Tianyi was secretly astonished. This woman's sixth sense was too powerful, right? Attend class. Shi Jiayi didn't bother to say anything more and walked straight to the podium. Just at this time Li Boren walked in from outside. He wanted to come and see Yi Tianyi. After all, Yi Tianyi was quite special. Then he saw the scene that followed. Teacher Shi, what's going on? Li Boren pointed behind him and said angrily. I did it. At this time Li Bang stood up and spoke righteously. Yi Tianyi. Good brother. You. Li Boren pointed at Li Bang angrily. A fine of 20,000. Li Boren said angrily. Li Bang immediately raised his head. I understand, Grandpa. Yi Tianyi? Everyone? Chapter 25 is too damn real? What the hell? Yi Tianyi was stunned for a moment. Dean Li Boren is Li Bang's grandfather? How could the grandson of a dean like you end up like this? Yi Tianyi was also convinced. Li Boren quickly coughed dryly. Ahem, let's continue the class. After saying that, he walked away. Everyone was stunned. This Li Bang was actually the dean's grandson? Holy crap! I said, you are the dean's grandson? Li Bang nodded. Grandpa told me not to tell this outside, and I just let it slip. How could the dean's grandson end up like this? Yi Tianyi said he didn't understand. Li Bang lowered his head in shame and muttered, That's why I want to follow Brother Yi even more. Awesome. How about increasing the monthly salary from 20,000 to 30,000? Yi Tianyi said with a dry cough. Okay. Li Bang quickly agreed. What a joke. It's impossible for the dean's grandson to be short of money. The day is over. I have gained very little today and not much in terms of coolness points, but the girls who should have triggered the tasks have all done so, which is good news. Back home, Yi Xianer was washing his clothes. She would wash her own clothes by hand, but she washed Yi Tianyi's clothes by hand. She even washed Yi Tianyi's underwear by hand. How could you not love such a woman? The key point is that she is also a very proud woman. Thinking of this, Yi Tianyi felt very emotional. Seeing Yi Tianyi coming back, Yi Xianer waved her hands. The meal is ready, wash your hands and eat. Yi Tianyi nodded. After washing his hands, Yi Xianer poured him a glass of water and sat in front of him. What happened with Han Shui? She then looked at Yi Tianyi and asked. What? I talked to her this afternoon. You can't do this. She might not care about your reputation, but it's really not good for you to continue to be so ignorant. I see. Yi Tianyi said after taking a bite of the dish. Why would she say the opposite of what she felt in her heart? Yi Xianer asked. I don't know. Yi Tianyi shook his head. Who would believe such a thing if it were told to others? Yi Tianyi didn't know how to explain it. There was no way a second person could know about the system's affairs. Yi Xianer, no matter how much Yi Tianyi trusted her, he couldn't tell her. You must know. Sister, I really don't know. I was stunned when she said she liked me.
I actually thought she liked me. All right.
Seeing that Yi Tianyi was unwilling to speak, Yi Xianer did not continue to ask. She thought Yi Tianyi had changed a lot, but she was still very disappointed.
I'm going out tonight, Yi Tianyi said while eating.
I just happened to be going out too, so please stop doing those bad things.
I see. After 7 o'clock in the evening, Yi Tianyi walked out and took a taxi to the place where the Crimson Legion's 8th team was located.
This was an office building, or more precisely a large company, where the Crimson Legion did business and had its source of income. The Crimson Legion had a total of 20 teams, and each team was independent. The rewards for completing tasks belonged to their own team, and there was competition among them. This was why the Crimson Legion's 8th team did not go to other teams to find people when it was short of people, but recruited instead. But it is said that the captain of the 8th team of the Crimson Legion is the general manager of this company.
He is quite wealthy.
Although he is rich, the company is in business and has nothing to do with warriors. Arriving at the 10th floor, Yi Tianyi saw a woman and 2 men waiting outside the office. In the next room, there were more than a dozen people typing on their keyboards and working overtime.
Just then, a middle-aged man walked up from behind Yi Tianyi. Yi Tianyi recognized him at a glance.
This man's name was Shang Yu. He was somewhat famous in Tianshui Holy City and had been on the news.
Yi Tianyi recognized him.
Boss Shang, I'm here to apply for a position as a member of the 8th team of the Scarlet Legion.
Yi Tianyi said to him. Oh, I see. There are still 10 minutes until 8 o'clock. Please wait outside for a while. I have 3 people applying for jobs at the company. They will come to you after they finish their interviews. Okay. Yi Tianyi nodded.
They came to apply for jobs at the company, not the Scarlet Legion, so they are not warriors, but practitioners.
Shan Yu walked into the office, and Yi Tianyi also came to the door of the office. There were 2 men and 1 woman.
One of the men was wearing a suit, and the woman was also wearing a suit.
Only one rather ordinary man was wearing casual clothes.
Chen Meng, come in first.
Then the girl walked in. Hello, General Manager. I hold a dual master's degree from Huaqing University and have extensive work experience. Here is my resume.
The girl handed her resume to Shang Yu. They could hear everything that was said, and even if the door was open, they could see it.
Okay, I understand. Please go out and wait for notification.
Shang Yu took the resume and said with a smile.
Chen Meng was stunned. He hadn't even read the resume yet. All right. Then she walked out feeling lost, feeling that she was eliminated. Zhang Ku.
The man in a suit and glasses then walked in with a smile.
Hello, General Manager. I graduated from Fohai University with a double PhD in Economics and Management.
I previously worked for a Fortune 500 company in the Tianning Empire.
Since my family lives in the Tianshui Empire, I decided to return. Here is my resume. Zhang Ke said confidently. My academic qualifications and experience are much richer than Chen Meng's, so he must be qualified for the job. Okay, I understand. Please go outside and wait for notification. Goodwill is another sentence. Zhang Ke was obviously also stunned. How so? But you haven't read my resume yet. Wait for notification.
Goodwill said with a fake smile. Zhang Ke touched the tip of his nose, then nodded and walked out.
Yi Tianyi was stunned. What kind of job was he applying for? A double doctorate and experience working for a Fortune 500 company weren't enough?
The last man in casual clothes panicked. He was just a graduate from a poor university, how could he possibly compete with them? They were all eliminated, so it was even more impossible for him.
For a moment, he wanted to retreat. Wang Dalong. Then Wang Dalong walked in tremblingly. Yi Tianyi looked over.
Wang Dalong was about to sit down when he suddenly saw a crumpled piece of paper dropped on the ground next to the trash can in the corner not far away. He suddenly thought of something, then walked over, picked up the paper and prepared to throw it into the trash can.
Hey, wait!
Shang Yu interrupted him with a smile, and Wang Dalong looked at Shang Yu in confusion.
Please open the paper and take a look.
Shang Yu said with a smile. Wang Dalong then opened the paper, which had a few big words printed on it, "Congratulations, you are hired," and then he showed a surprised expression.
Yi Tianyi was also confused. What the hell? Someone actually used what he saw in the news? Then Shan Yu came out with Wang Dalong, who looked very surprised, and said, "Come to this room together, all three of you." Then they came to the office where more than a dozen people were working overtime. Yi Tianyi also came outside with a little interest. Shan Yu clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, stop for a moment. I have an announcement to make." Everyone looked at Goodwill. Shan Yu then smiled and patted the shoulder of Wang Dalong, who was beside him and looked excited, and said to everyone, "Let's welcome the cleaner Wang Dalong." Snap, snap, snap. Then applause broke out. Yi Tianyi? Cleaner? Wang Dalong was completely stunned. Cleaner? You scared me. I thought you, the general manager, didn't want me. Zhang Ke said as he clapped his hands. Shan Yu pointed at him and said admiringly, "You can't even see such a huge pile of paper. You must be a supervisor." Yi Tianyi? Reality. This is so damn real? So Wang Dalong is picking up trash because he's talented in this field and would be suitable for a job as a cleaner? After saying this, Shan Yu walked out and looked at Yi Tianyi. Come with me to the office. Chapter 26, 10,000 Demons Forest. In the office, Yi Tianyi and Shan Yu sat face to face. Yi Tianyi, right? He knew that there was a scumbag named Yi Tianyi in Tianshui Holy City. He had only heard of him but didn't know him. However, he also knew that Yi Tianyi was a waste, so in his eyes, the Yi Tianyi in front of him was just a person with the same name. Obviously, Sister Hong did not tell him Yi Tianyi's identity. Yi Tianyi nodded. My interview is quite simple. As long as your realm reaches the 5th level of the Mingqiao realm or above, it will be fine. Of course, the higher the realm, the better. If you complete the tasks, the rewards will increase accordingly. Please release your realm. Yi Tianyi then released the power of the 5th level of Mingqiao realm. Although he was at the 1st level of Lianti realm, he didn't want to reveal too much. No one else knew his realm, not even Yi Xiener. What about the attributes? Fire. Fire attribute, good. Attack attribute, you can be one of the main output team members. As long as you meet the requirements, I will naturally agree to your joining. The key is that I don't want to hide it from you. This mission is very dangerous. There are 13 people in my Blood Legion teammate, and 5 people withdrew from the mission, so there are only 8 people including me. My realm is the 5th level of the Spirit Refining realm, which is pretty good. The other 17 members are 5 in the Bright Acupoint realm and 2 in the Body Refining realm. This is our configuration. If you think it's okay, then you are welcome to join our Blood Legion Team 8. Shan Yu was quite kind and honest, and directly told Yi Tianyi some of the truth. His realm was the 5th level of the Refining Spirit realm, which was considered very high. In the monster realm, as long as it was not in some extreme places and as long as the luck was not too bad, the problem was not too big. Of course, for his age, his talent was relatively average. It was estimated that Yi Xiener had reached the 5th level of the Refining Spirit realm when she was a teenager. Talent was indeed very important. How dangerous is it? What is the mission? Yi Tianyi asked. The mission, to find the purple honeysuckle. Yi Tianyi had exchanged for the Qiankuan sacred art, and his mind was integrated with thousands of years of medical knowledge. Of course he knew about the purple honeysuckle, a kind of spiritual medicine, which was not of high quality but not low either. It was quite rare in this era, and normal people would not have this kind of spiritual medicine in their hands. Where are you going? 10,000 Demons Heavenly Forest. Yi Tianyi. The Forest of 10,000 Demons? Isn't that a forbidden place for the human race? 10 people, the strongest of whom is only at the Spirit Refining realm, dare to enter the Forest of 10,000 Demons? Yi Tianyi frowned suddenly. In the human race, every warrior knows that there are a few places you must never go to. Going there means you will die. Those who survive are either strong or really lucky. That's right, the 10,000 Demons Forest is such a place. Why? The 10,000 Demons Forest is the largest forest in the entire Sky Blue Star according to records, and it is also a monster forest. There are countless monsters in it, including a mixture of dragons and monsters, from the lowest Qi-building realm monsters to the most terrifying Heavenly Dao realm monsters. So half of it depends on luck, and it depends on whether you encounter those powerful monsters. And a very crucial point is that ancient books record that the 5 most powerful demon gods of the demon race live in the 10,000 Demons Forest. They are the 5 top kings in the records of the demon race. However, there seems to be no record of them being hostile to the human race.
The main reason is that there are very few records of them in ancient books, and it is almost impossible for them to appear in the eyes of the world.
But even if the 5 demon gods were not there, the countless powerful demon beasts would be daunting.
Yes, but we've heard that the purple honeysuckle has only appeared there in the past 3 years.
We only need to enter there for 1 day. If we find it, we'll come out. If we can't find it, we'll also come out. We won't delay. If we can find it, each person will get a reward of 1.5 million. Even if we can't find it, each person will still get a reward of 500,000.
The 10,000 demons forest is certainly dangerous, but we're only going to the outer reaches. The strongest monsters in the outer areas are at the spirit refining realm. I can handle them, not to mention I have spiritual weapons to help me.
Only if you're extremely unlucky will you encounter stronger ones. Shan Yu looked at Yi Tianyi and said.
Yi Tianyi pondered for a moment after hearing Shan Yu's words. Yes, under normal circumstances, the strongest in the periphery is the spirit refining realm, but accidents always happen, so this is a matter of risking your life. However, there is a reward of 500,000 in just 1 day, and if you find it, you can get 1.5 million. Maybe it is nothing for the Yi family's debt, but you have to know that in such a dangerous place, there must be other rare spiritual objects in the world besides purple honeysuckle. If you can collect one, it is possible to sell it for tens of millions, which is also an opportunity for Yi Tianyi.
But I don't understand.
Purple honeysuckle is rare, but it's only of limited use.
There's no need for more than a dozen people to risk their lives searching for it, right? Yi Tianyi asked in confusion.
This. Shan Yu hesitated for a moment and said, okay, then I'll tell you.
A virus outbreak has occurred in Tianan City, next to Tianshui Holy City. Even warriors at the Mingqiao realm have died from this virus. The situation is very grim. There may be infected people in Tianshui Holy City. Experts in Tianan City have discovered that purple honeysuckle, the main medicinal ingredient, may have antiviral effects.
Therefore, this matter is more for the benefit of the entire empire.
If it spreads, the consequences will be disastrous. So whoever obtains the purple honeysuckle will receive countless rewards from the empire, right? Shan Yu glanced at Yi Tianyi and said, it's only 40 million. It's my company's 2 years of profit. Very few people know about this virus. It's kept secret.
We thought that telling the truth would cause panic, but in fact it would make things worse. He thought that only 5 people were diagnosed was just a small matter.
He thought too simply. Even the emperor didn't know about this. I only heard about it through gossip. Sister Hong? How do you know? Yi Tianyi shook his head, it's okay.
This Sister Hong has really great information.
Does she know everything?
He paused and continued, and the place we're going to is the 10,000 demons heavenly forest.
How many people do you think are willing to take the risk?
Too few.
40 million won't attract many people to risk their lives.
After all, we only speculate that the purple honeysuckle is useful, and we haven't confirmed it, so we won't spend a lot of money.
I just want to give it a try.
You see, I have the strongest strength and can play the biggest role.
There are 40 million in total. If I find it and give it to you, it will be close to 20 million. Is it okay for me to take more than 20 million?
Okay.
I'll go. Yi Tianyi nodded.
Okay. But this matter must be kept strictly confidential. Since the Tianan City Lord and the others don't want to spread it, let's not spread it for now.
After all, it's just a rumor that someone has the virus. We can't spread rumors when we haven't confirmed it yet.
Meet here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and we'll set off directly.
Here's the contract, please take a look and sign it if you think it's okay. Yi Tianyi nodded, signed the contract and left. He picked up his phone, looked at the address of Shi Jia's home, took a taxi and went there.
Chapter 27. He was extremely scared at that time more with recommended votes.
There is nothing wrong with going to the Wanyao Tianlin.
Yi Tianyi may spend more energy not on the purple honeysuckle, but on following them to find precious medicinal herbs.
If they find them, they will make a lot of money.
Shi Jia's family lives in a relatively high-end residential area. On the way, Yi Tianyi was hesitating whether to buy 2 condoms, but in the end he didn't buy any. This woman looked very dirty, and she asked him to go to her house late at night. Normally, it would seem very ambiguous, but if you think about it carefully, it is impossible, unless she is really a very sexy person, which is unlikely.
Boom boom boom. Her home was on the 22nd floor.
Yi Tianyi knocked on the door, and soon the sound of someone running in slippers came from inside.
Here I come. The voice of a girl inside sounded familiar. Jai? No, it's not her. Could it be that she has prepared other girls to come with her? Wow. Click.
The door was opened, and Huoshui, wearing pink pajamas, looked at Yi Tianyi in confusion, and Yi Tianyi also looked at her in confusion.
Trouble? Pink trouble? Pfft, ha 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 ha. Yi Tianyi then couldn't help laughing out loud.
It turns out that this little witch is wearing such pink pajamas, and her slippers are also pink.
If others knew about this, she would probably ruin her image. Yi Tianyi. Why is it you? How do you know where my home is? Huoshui gritted her teeth. She never thought that it was Yi Tianyi knocking on the door. How did Yi Tianyi find her? Teacher Shi asked me to come here. Isn't this Teacher Shi's home? Yi Tianyi asked in confusion. Could it be that Jai did this on purpose? Tricking him? Damn.
It turned out to be Teacher Shi. Then the troublemaker figured it out.
At this time, Jai came over from behind.
She was wearing a white gauze pajamas, which didn't reveal anything, but she just wanted to look inside.
It's so beautiful. Here you are, come in.
Jai's pretty face was a little flushed, her eyes were a little blurry, and there was a slight smell of alcohol.
It's strange, why does this beauty like drinking so much? Yi Tianyi then walked in with Huoshui's extremely unhappy eyes rolling. Teacher Shi, why didn't you tell me that Yi Tianyi was coming? Huoshui was really sad. If Yi Tianyi told the people in the academy that she was wearing pink pajamas and slippers, her prestige would probably be gone. The little witch likes pink. Ah. Considering how idiotic Yi Tianyi is, he will definitely tell others about it. I forgot, I drank too much.
Jai said, scratching her hair.
Troublemaker. Well. I guess she forgot. Teacher Shi would definitely not harm her.
The house is beautiful and cozy, and most importantly, it smells so good from both of them.
I feel so happy. Teacher Shi, do you two live together? Yi Tianyi asked in surprise. Sharing the apartment.
Jai leaned back on the sofa, dangling her fair jade feet on the coffee table and said.
You still need money? Rent together? Nonsense, you don't need money?
Jia rolled her eyes.
Well.
Yi Tianyi felt that Jai should be a fair, rich and beautiful woman, so why was she different from what he imagined?
You're not taking drugs, are you? Yi Tianyi looked at her and asked in confusion. Jai. Troublemaker. Wow. Yi Tianyi's brain circuit is really strong.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I don't take drugs. Jai stretched and yawned after saying that, and suddenly looked a lot more sober.
Yi Tianyi sat beside her, looked at her, and asked, Then why did you ask me to come? Oh, yes, what did I ask you to do?
Jai scratched her hair and thought for a while.
Yi Tianyi. Oh my god. Why is this troublemaker here? Why is this troublemaker here? Ah.
I always feel that if she is not here, with Jai's current state, Yi Tianyi feels that he might do something to her.
Wow. What a chance. I'm a little drunk. Even if I can't do the last step, at least I can complete the first kiss mission, right? No, even if this trouble is here, we have to finish it tonight. We can't let go of such a good opportunity. Oh, yes.
Jai slapped her forehead, then said to Huoshui, please step aside for a moment.
Yi Tianyi and I have something private to discuss. Troublemaker. Private? Sister, you are a teacher after all. Are you sure you used this word appropriately? Okay, I'll go back to the house first. Then Huoshui glanced at Yi Tianyi and said, If you dare to tell anyone what you saw tonight, I will fight you to the death. Got it, pink-breasted girl.
Yi Tianyi said with a curl of his lips.
Thump. Huoshui stumbled and returned to his room gritting his teeth. Bang. The slamming of the door was enough to show how unhappy he was. Teacher Shi, is there something private going on? How about, we go to your room to talk?
Yi Tianyi rubbed his hands and grinned.
You're dreaming. Do you think a stinky man like you can see my fairy's boudoir? Just wait.
Then she staggered back to her room, holding on to the wall. Yi Tianyi was thinking about how to get her first kiss.
Force her? That would be a death wish.
The reward for Shi Jiai's mission is to unlock twin attributes, and it is even possible to unlock rare attributes, namely wind, thunder, ice, and darkness.
Yi Tianyi must attach great importance to it.
Yi Tianyi was quite surprised. This warrior could use spiritual energy to eliminate the intoxication in the body, so why was she still drunk? It was quite strange, and it was even stranger that a woman who was chaste loved to drink so much. Shi Jiai took out a very old box in the room, and kept making hand seals with her hands. Purple light flashed, and then there was a click sound, and the ancient box opened.
Blue and red lights flashed, and there was a tattered ancient book inside. There was also a very beautiful sea blue crystal and a fiery red crystal representing flames.
Seeing this, her slightly blurred eyes regained clarity and revealed a complicated look.
Knowing that Yi Tianyi would come tonight, why did she drink?
It was to deliberately numb herself, and then she walked out.
Yi Tianyi saw the small box she was holding and asked, "Could it be your family's household registration book? Are you going to marry me?"
Shi Jiai sat next to Yi Tianyi, and Yi Tianyi could see clearly what was inside. It's really strange, but I can feel the spiritual power of heaven and earth coming from it. Tell me, you are not a piece of trash born without any attributes. You have the fire attribute, right? Shi Jiai looked at Yi Tianyi. This was the first time Yi Tianyi saw a serious look in her beautiful eyes.
Yi Tianyi hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "This won't be a secret."
"That's right, hold this." Shi Jiai handed the red crystal to Yi Tianyi, then held another blue crystal in her own hand and covered it against her chest, while her other empty hand clasped Yi Tianyi's empty hand with her 10 fingers.
"Yi Tianyi? What?" Yi Tianyi asked in confusion. "Kiss me." "Yi Tianyi?"
He was so scared at that time.
Chapter 28. If I say she took the initiative, would you believe it?
Really, Yi Tianyi had seen too many bizarre things in his previous life, and he inexplicably felt that no matter how bizarre things were, they were not as bizarre as this.
No.
He is indeed very handsome, there is no doubt about that, but he wouldn't win over Shi Jiai just because of his looks, right? If Shi Jiai was a dissolute woman, Yi Tianyi could still accept it, but the mission was triggered and the mission clearly stated that Shi Jiai's first kiss was there, so how could it be possible? When Yi Tianyi was trying to think of how to kiss Hashijiati, she took the initiative to say "kiss me," and Yi Tianyi was really stunned.
What does this feel like?
It's like you buy lottery tickets every day, trying every possible way to win, and suddenly one day you see an old man fall down on the side of the road, and your mind is struggling madly over whether to help him or not, just like Yi Tianyi was thinking about how to kiss her. In the end, you choose to help him, but who knew that this old man has no children and is the richest man in the city, and he then adopts you as his adopted son and gives you all his inheritance?
Yes, that's the feeling. Sister, to be honest, I'm quite panicked. Stop talking nonsense and kiss quickly.
Shi Jiai closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, indicating that she was actually not at peace inside.
Yi Tianyi licked his lips.
To be honest, even though he had ruined countless girls with this body, he had never really kissed a girl. In his previous life, he and Fenya were childhood sweethearts, but they hadn't confirmed their relationship, they just held hands.
For a moment, Yi Tianyi was quite nervous. Here I come. Yi Tianyi took a deep breath and then pressed his lips against it. In an instant, both of their minds went blank. Yi Tianyi was happy, but Shi Jiai was confused. And what about Shi Jiai? Damn. I'm so upset. I lost my first kiss. And it was taken away by a scumbag. The smell of cigarettes, ugh.
But forget it, she was really lucky to have met him, otherwise she might not have lived for many years.
Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission, Shi Jiai's first kiss.
Mission reward, crazy points plus 3 million, and a random wind attribute.
Distributed in 1 hour. Ding. You've triggered Miss Shi Jiai's advanced quest, get to second base. Quest deadline, during the scumbag system period. Quest penalty, none. Quest reward, maximize your proficiency in using the wind attribute. Yi Tianyi. Wow. This system really lets him get to second base. Can you fucking kiss? You're a scumbag?
Shi Jiai let go of Yi Tianyi and glared at him with a blushing face. She was really going to die of helplessness.
Yi Tianyi. No, I really don't understand why this woman is like this. Is it because of these 2 pieces of ruby blue topaz? It seems so. Yi Tianyi then printed it directly again. At this moment.
At the same time, the flame crystal in Yi Tiany's hand turned into a fiery red power and poured into his palm. His whole body was flashing with fiery red light. The fire attribute power in his body was drawn out by this power, burning extremely hot. Part of the fire attribute power flowed out along the tip of his tongue. The blue crystal in the hand of Shi Jia opposite him also turned into blue power and sank into her body. The whole person was flashing with blue light and extremely cold breath, but Yi Tiany didn't notice it. Who would pay attention to this thing at this time? Immediately afterwards, the fiery red power on Yi Tiany and the blue power on Shi Jia were transmitted to each other along their clasped arms. The fiery red power was transmitted to Shi Jia, and the blue power on Shi Jia was transmitted to Yi Tiany. At the same time, water and fire merged. Yi Tiany felt a sudden chill in his body, but who cares? What's important now? Yi Tiany suddenly remembered his mission. Also, when kissing, men would unconsciously want to touch others. So, Yi Tiany let go of Shi Jia's hand that was tightly holding his. Shi Jia kept her eyes closed the entire time. She was nervous and shy at the beginning, then gradually focused more on the changes in her body. And then, she suddenly felt the bastard's hand. Shi Jia suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Oh shit. I want to chop him into pieces with a knife. But it wasn't over yet, she couldn't push him away. If their lips parted, everything would be over. And once she pushed, a normal person would let go. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. And Yi Tiany as a whole. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission, getting to second base. Your crazy points are plus 5 million. The mission reward, maximizing wind attribute proficiency, will be distributed along with the wind attribute. Ding. You've triggered the high-level quest, Overthrow Shi Jia. Quest duration, while the scumbag system exists. Quest penalty, none. Quest reward, your realm will be raised by 10 levels. Yi Tiany. It lasted for about 2 minutes. Yi Tiany did not let go of his hands throughout the whole process, while Shi Jia was holding it in the whole time. At this moment, the door of Huoshui's room opened and she walked out in surprise. How could there be both heat and cold flowing outside? What was going on? Puzzled, she walked out, then froze in place, her mouth wide open in a wide O shape, her face filled with disbelief and wonder. Oh. Bye. Karma. Of. At the same time, the light on the two of them dissipated. The moment it dissipated, Shi Jia pushed Yi Tiany away, and her pretty face turned red beyond imagination. Yi Tiany, you bastard. Shi Jia glared at Yi Tiany in shame and anger, and quickly pulled the collar of her pajamas. At this moment, they all suddenly felt a figure beside them, and they all looked towards the door of Huoshui's room. Seeing Huoshui with a look of doubt on his face, Shi Jia didn't know what to do for a moment and was really a little panicked. Teacher Shi, Yi Tiany, you guys. Huoshui never thought he would see such a scene in his life. Well. Yi Tiany touched the tip of his nose and looked at Huoshui at this time, then said sincerely. If I say that Teacher Shi seduced me first, would you believe me? Troublemaker? Chapter 29. I get angry just looking at him. Really, Huoshui has seen a lot of strange things in the past 18 years, but from the day she met Yi Tiany, the strange things that happened before were just weird, and now they are strange. Han Shui kissed Yi Tiany in public for no reason, and now Shi Jia and Yi Tiany were doing that in the living room. It wasn't just a kiss, she actually saw Yi Tiany's hand in that place. If it was just kissing, maybe I could still wash it, but it's like that. She came from another empire and had been at Tianshui College for a month. She had also been sharing an apartment with Shi Jia for a month. She had gotten to know Shi Jia a lot during this month. She was definitely not a bad woman, but why? She couldn't figure it out. Does this Yi Tiany have some magical power? You can explain why he harmed those innocent and kind girls, and why he harmed those women who were already wild at heart, but by Han Shui and Shi Jia? Oh my god? And Shi Jia was about to cry, innocence, the innocence of this fairy. That, troublemaker, there's a reason. Even if I were blind, there's no way I'd fall for such a scumbag, right? Shi Jia was originally furious and ready to slap Yi Tiany. I've already given you a kiss, how good is that? You bastard, you're still pushing it further. Damn it. But after such a disaster, her anger was suppressed by embarrassment and shame. Yi Tiany was very happy. He had completed 2 major tasks directly. Now he had a cool value of 13.17 million.
I can't use it all up, boo-hoo. I really hope someone comes along and spends 10 million to buy a death sticker, with his name written on it, hee. Huoshui glanced at the two of them. Reason? Yes, she would rather believe that there is a reason, but what reason could make them like this? She didn't believe it again. You guys chat, I'll continue to avoid you. I just suddenly felt two forces erupting outside, so I came out to take a look out of curiosity. I don't have any other intentions. Huoshui felt that he was disturbing them. It's okay, come and sit down. I was going to explain to that bastard Yi Tianyi too. Since you saw it, I'll explain it to him as well. Baby sure, how can you call me a bastard? You take advantage of me and then scold me. You are so mean. Yi Tianyi said aggrievely. Sure Jiai? Troublemaker? Get lost. I'm getting mad just seeing you now. Shurjia raised her jade foot and kicked Yi Tianyi without using much force, then she opened the ancient book. I'd like to see how you can argue? Any reason? I think you just want my body. Oh, it's so annoying to be handsome. Yi Tianyi said secretly, stroking his forehead. Yi Tianyi, no one knows you're here, right? Shurjia then asked suddenly. No. Yi Tianyi shook his head in confusion. Why did she ask this? If you say one more word, I'll kill you and no one will know it was me? Shurjia then showed a charming smile that belonged to her. Yi Tianyi. He was terrified. This is a disaster. Yi Tianyi said with a dry cough. Huoshui looked at Shurjia and asked, Teacher Shur, do you need help? Yi Tianyi. Then Yi Tianyi shut up obediently. It's unlikely that he would be killed, but it's possible that he would be beaten up. Shurjia then looked at Huoshui and said, Since you have also seen this matter, I hope you will keep it secret at that time. Rest assured. Huoshui really wanted to know why Mao Shijiayi was being taken advantage of by Yi Tianyi. Remember when Yi Tianyi used the Star Luck Stone to identify talents and he exploded several times in a row? Huoshui nodded. It's really strange. If this bastard uses it, it will explode. He definitely doesn't have the strength of the Xiantian realm to destroy the Star Fortune Stone. Hey, be careful how you address me. Yi Tianyi said weakly. Shut up. The two girls looked at Yi Tianyi at the same time and said in unison. Yi Tianyi shrank his head weakly again. Perhaps not many people know about this. Even the dean probably hasn't heard of such a thing. Only some old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years may have spread it around. The Starstone has a long history. As early as 10,000 years ago, the Starstone was used to identify talent. There are actually two ways to make the Starstone explode. One is to destroy it with the power of the Xiantian realm or even above, and the second method. Shurjia glanced at Yi Tianyi and said, when a person's talent is so strong that it exceeds the limit of what the Starstone can identify, the Starstone will explode. In fact, this was what Yi Tianyi guessed at the time. Troublemaker. Isn't that true? Huoshui looked at Yi Tianyi in surprise, then thought of something. That's not right, isn't Yi Tianyi a waste? His talent. Yi Tianyi touched the tip of his nose. Unless that Li Bang is right. Shurjia also looked at Yi Tianyi and said. What are you saying? That means Yi Tianyi has been hiding himself all these years. But that doesn't make sense. She can see Yi Tianyi's realm, the first level of the body refining realm. This is not the realm that a demon-level genius should be at the age of 19. Unless she can't see it completely? Huoshui also looked at Yi Tianyi in disbelief. Well, I am indeed a waste. My realm is really not high. Yi Tianyi said weakly. Shurjia looked at Yi Tianyi and said, maybe he was a waste before. There are many precedents of waste encountering opportunities and rising in a short period of time. I believe that this may be the reason for you. At least the Star Luck Stone tells me that your cultivation talent is extraordinary. I don't need to know anything else. The next moment, Huoshui threw a punch directly at Yi Tianyi. Yi Tianyi. Shurjia acted quickly and stopped the disaster. What are you doing? Shurjia was stunned. I'm going to see if he's really useless. People will reveal their instincts when faced with a sudden crisis, but Teacher Shur, look, he didn't even try to hide. I think he's really useless. The path of disaster. Yi Tianyi. He really didn't react. What if it's just like what I said, he was a waste before, but now he's a genius?
Then it makes sense why his realm is not high. Shurjai let go of Huoshui's hand and looked at Yi Tianyi with her beautiful eyes.
Hey, you guys are just chatting like this in front of me? Can you please give me some face? Then you tell me. I won't tell you. You can guess whatever you want. You can even blow me up to the sky. Do you have any chewing gum? My mouth is full of someone's saliva. I hate it. Yi Tianyi said.
Shurjai.
Wow.
I really want to stab him to death. She took a deep breath, then ignored Yi Tianyi and continued, as for why I would do that to him.
Chapter 30 Ice Attribute.
This is also the issue that Yi Tianyi and Huoshui are most concerned about. Yes, Yi Tianyi also wants to know why you want to take advantage of me. Shurjai said, I have a very special physique, inherited from my family. Everyone in my family is very talented, but no girl has ever lived past 30. My mother passed away a long time ago because of this special physique.
Yi Tianyi also showed a surprised expression.
Family legend, this ancient book is what our ancestor predicted using the great prophecy technique, at the cost of 80 years of his own lifespan. The only way to extend his lifespan is to encounter a person of the opposite sex in 300 years, in the next few years. They possess a fire attribute and a pure yang body. Their greatest strength is that they are a rare, once-in-a-millennium genius, capable of causing the starstone to explode. As long as I find him and get close to him, that is, the disaster. What you saw was the kiss between Yi Tianyi and me. With the help of the twin stones of heavenly fire and heavenly water, I activated a special technique that can exchange the pure yang power in his body with the cold power in my body, blending them together and prolonging his life. Yi Tianyi has the fire attribute and has achieved the latter point, which makes me believe that he is this person. Both of them were stunned when they heard it. To be honest, if Yi Tianyi didn't think that Shurjai really couldn't like it, he would have thought that this was just a fabrication by Shurjai. Huoshui believed it because she did feel a chill and a heat in the room. They should be the twin stones of heavenly fire and heavenly water. But I still saw his hand. Shurjai's pretty face suddenly turned red. Bang. Then she kicked again with her jade feet. That is also a necessary action to perform the martial arts. Shurjai explained. The first part is true, but she really made this up. Huoshui then glanced at Yi Tianyi and curled the corners of his mouth. I was shocked. I thought someone was really that charming. It turns out this is the case. Then I won't lose out. Yi Tianyi grinned. But Mr. Shi, is his talent really top-notch now? A lot of the cold energy in my body has been dissipated, proving that our ancestors' predictions were correct. This also proves that this guy is indeed a genius. Shurjai then looked at Yi Tianyi. Both of them found it a little difficult to accept. How can a scumbag become a genius? But geniuses can exist, and scumbags are indeed confirmed. The rumor about him being a scumbag is definitely not fabricated public opinion, and there is sufficient evidence to prove this. Yi Tianyi shrugged his shoulders and said, okay, since you all have seen it, then I won't pretend anymore. I'll be honest. I'm a genius. Then what realm are you in? Huoshui looked at Yi Tianyi and asked. Why should I tell you? You. Huoshui pointed at Yi Tianyi and swung his arms angrily. Just wait, we're not done yet. Scumbag. After saying that, she walked back to her room. Hurry up and leave. I want to kill you when I see you now. Shurjai also said unhappily. Teacher Shi, you can't repay kindness with enmity. I saved your life, and now you want to kill me? Yi Tianyi said aggrievedly. Didn't I let you take advantage of this fairy? If you tell anyone about this, you'll die. Shurjai stood up after saying this. Yi Tianyi touched the tip of his nose. Okay, I'm leaving now. If you need anything next time, just call me. Love you. Yi Tianyi then made a sweet heart shape with his hands. Shurjai took a deep breath, looked at Yi Tianyi who was walking to the door and said, by the way, you should gradually possess the power of ice attribute now. Ah? Yi Tianyi scratched his head. This situation is caused by the excessive cold energy in my body. The twin stones of heavenly fire and heavenly water will bring a large amount of my cold energy into your body and transform your body. With a pure yang body and the power of blazing flames, you don't have to worry about danger. Instead, it will gradually give you ice attribute power. This is the benefit I told you before you came. It can be considered as repaying your life-saving grace. Sure, Jai said and slammed the door shut.
Yi Tianyi stroked his chin. Is there such a good thing? This trip meant he'd gained both wind and ice attributes. If he could complete the missions of this jerk system, he'd also gain time and space attributes.
Add in fire, and that would give him 4 attributes.
Holy crap! This was awesome. Then Yi Tianyi walked home happily.
There are 2 women who are destined to have trouble sleeping tonight.
Sure, Jai is needless to say, and the other troublemaker. How could she put it? In her eyes, Yi Tianyi was a complete loser, a scumbag.
Then, overnight, he became a genius, so talented that his starstone exploded, crushing her. It was hard for her to accept. She wasn't even sure if Yi Tianyi was as good as her, who was in the spirit refining realm. If he had been hiding his abilities since childhood, he must be better than her. If he had simply gained some opportunities during this period, he was definitely not as good as her, but she didn't know which was the former or the latter. As for what opportunities there are, they won't ask too much, because it is a big secret of a person and will not tell anyone.
As for Yi Tianyi,
the scumbag system has been activated for a day, and there are still 6 days left. The task is to establish relationships with 2 girls within these 7 days, and they must be girls with a score of 90 or above.
How can this be done? Despite the ambiguous relationship with Shi Jia, it's impossible. Trouble? Impossible. Bai Hanxue? Forget it. Yi Xianer? Bullshit. That's gone.
As for the punishment for this mission, not only the scumbag system is gone, but also the missions triggered by the girls during this period are gone.
Wow. My mind is blown.
No, we have to find an easy target.
At least we can chase one.
That way, although there will be no mission reward, there will be no mission penalty either.
Click.
Yi Tianyi opened the door of his house, and a bloody smell pierced his nose, and he frowned suddenly.
Chapter 31 Purple Mandala. Please recommend. Snap.
Yi Tianyi quickly turned on the light, and then saw Yi Xianer sitting on the floor with her eyes closed practicing. Her waist was stained with blood. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her breath was slightly unstable. Because Yi Tianyi had directly learned the Qiankuan sacred art, the memory knowledge of thousands of years from ancient times to the present was all in his mind. He could tell the severity of Yi Xianer's injuries at the first sight. It wasn't fatal, but besides the injury, there was a hint of black energy between her eyebrows.
She was also poisoned. Then Yi Tianyi took a closer look at the place where she was injured. The clothes there vaguely revealed a red and black color. It's poison indeed.
Yi Xianer sensed the movement beside her. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes, with a hint of fatigue in them.
Didn't you go out? Why are you back?
Yi Xianer asked with a little surprise.
I said I was going out, but I didn't say I wouldn't come back.
Yi Tianyi stood in front of her and looked at her. In Yi Xianer's memory, Yi Tianyi would never come back once he went out at night, so that's why she went home even though she was injured, otherwise he would definitely not come back.
What's going on? Yi Tianyi asked her with a frown. It's okay.
I was just careless in the monster beast area and was attacked by a monster beast.
That's obviously a sword wound. Yi Tianyi said.
Yi Xianer looked at him in surprise. Her wound was covered in blood and the wound couldn't be seen clearly.
How could he know it was a sword wound?
The clothes at the injured area were gone, and there was no trace of a simple sword scratch. Yi Tianyi then said, "From the bloodstains under your clothes, it can be seen that the blood is flowing slowly, not spraying out from a heavy blow.
If it was a demon beast that injured you, it must be of a high grade.
Even if a demon beast of that level has claws as sharp as swords, the scratches it inflicts on us humans are very serious. So this must be a sword wound or a knife wound."
Who did it?
Even though Yi Tianyi seems calm now, he is still holding back his anger.
You don't need to know, just leave it to me. I'm not doing anything. I'm a loser. I can't beat him. Tell me who it is and I'll fuck his wife. Yi Xianer. Is it the Yang family? Don't guess blindly. Go and have a rest. Yi Xianer said slightly weakly. I'll help you heal. It's just a superficial wound. Just rest for 2 days.
Yi Tianyi then walked over and forcibly grabbed Yi Xianer's delicate hand. Her first reaction was to pull it out, but Yi Tianyi was very strong and then held her wrist.
Yi Xianer looked at him in surprise. He was taking her pulse? Did he know any medical skills? Yi Tianyi sensed it and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the poison isn't that strong. Yi Tianyi then dipped his index finger in a little of Yi Xianer's blood and sniffed it, frowning slightly. Purple mandragora. Yi Xianer looked at Yi Tianyi in shock. She didn't know what kind of poison it was, but she only knew that Yi Tianyi knew she was poisoned just by taking her pulse. When did you learn medicine? Yi Xianer asked in confusion. Medical skills?
Yi Tianyi scratched his head, then smiled and said, "No, I'm just pretending."
Then how did you know I was poisoned?
Nua, your wounds are covered in purple-black blood.
If it's not poison, what is it? Yi Xianer suddenly understood. You take a good rest, and I'll figure out the rest.
After Yi Tianyi finished speaking, he walked back to his room. He'll figure out the rest.
Yi Xianer frowned. What was he referring to? The Yang family or her poison? Purple mandragora, this is not going to be easy. Yi Tianyi paced back and forth in the room.
It was a poisonous grass. Apparently, the juice of the purple mandrake was smeared on the sword, which injured Yi Xianer and caused her to be poisoned. The poison was not strong, and the poisoned person would only become weaker. With Yi Xianer's realm, she could probably hold on for 5 days. Unlike some poisons, the person might die in an hour, and even worse, the person would be turned into blood. But the detoxification of the purple mandragora poison is extremely difficult, all because of one thing: purple honeysuckle. Purple honeysuckle is the only way to detoxify the purple mandragora poison. And it just so happens that Yi Tianyi will go looking for purple honeysuckle tomorrow morning. So this time he must find it. Yi Xianer's injury was not serious, it was mainly due to the poison.
Yang family.
Yi Tianyi rubbed his chin slightly. When he first came to this world and searched his memories, he found that the Yi family had died and the Yang family had succeeded the 4 major families. He became suspicious of the Yang family, but what benefits did the 4 major families have? None at all, it was just a gimmick, so Yi Tianyi dispelled this suspicion because there was no benefit.
Moreover, how could the Yang family destroy the Yi family quietly? But now, on second thought, why did it have to be the Yang family that destroyed them? Couldn't the Yang family have just hired a powerful person to destroy them? When Yi Tianyi mentioned the Yang family, he clearly saw Yi Xianer's expression.
He was sure it was the Yang family. Yi Tianyi didn't know about the Yi family's affairs, but at least it was a member of the Yang family who hurt Yi Xianer.
He didn't know the reason.
Yi Xianer had been investigating all these years.
How could she forget the hatred of the family's annihilation? Yi Tianyi will remember all of this, but the key now is to find the purple honeysuckle.
Then Yi Tianyi sat on the bed, closed his eyes and began to practice. He could already sense the wind attribute and the power of ice, but he couldn't activate it yet.
The next morning, Yi Tianyi opened his eyes and felt a surge of energy.
His realm had actually risen to the 5th level of the body refining realm.
Directly rising to the 5th level? God-level talent? No. No matter how talented you are, you can't do this.
It's the twin stones of heavenly fire and heavenly water. Yi Tianyi suddenly remembered that he had absorbed the fiery red crystal last night. This was the only possibility, as it should be a relatively high-level spiritual object of heaven and earth. Well, his realm has soared.
At least he is more confident on this trip.
He has never fought since he came here, and he has not even used the earth-level martial art fire god tribulation.
This time, it's time to take action.
When he walked out of the door, the room had been cleaned. Even though Yi Xianer was injured, she still cleaned the room.
Yi Tianyi even saw breakfast on the table.
This woman knew he had to go to school, and even though she was injured, she got up early to make him breakfast.
Yi Tianyi really didn't know how to describe it. He glanced at Yi Xianer's room with the door closed. "Sister, I'm going to class.
You should take good care of yourself."
After saying this, Yi Tianyi walked out while biting the cake.
In the room, Yi Xianer opened her beautiful eyes.
Why has this poison already invaded my entire body?
Yi Xianer muttered to herself in great confusion. She clearly felt that the poison was not strong, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not use her spiritual power to neutralize the poison. If this continued, and she could not find an antidote, her condition would probably get worse. On the other side, Yi Tianyi arrived at the agreed place.
Baby?
Yi Tianyi was stunned when he saw someone.
Chapter 32 Star Baby, please recommend.
A beautiful girl was sitting alone on the steps, holding her cheek with her hand as if she was worried about something.
Yi Tianyi knew her.
To be more precise, his memory came back the first time he saw her.
Xing Baobo, the granddaughter of the dean of Tianqing Academy. To be honest, Yi Tianyi was surprised to see her.
Clear and bright pupils, curved eyebrows, long eyelashes trembling slightly, fair and flawless skin with a faint blush, thin lips as tender as rose petals, her eyes are the most beautiful, as if they can speak, especially spiritual. She purses her lips slightly, and there are two shallow dimples on the corners of her mouth. She wears simple loose white casual clothes, jeans, white sneakers, and a lady's light sword on her waist. She exudes a youthful atmosphere, but there is a hint of sadness between her eyebrows, and every move is weak, which makes people want to protect her, and makes the scumbag want to bully her.
Damn it!
Such a beautiful girl, and this bastard actually wanted to be with his friends.
Fortunately, I didn't succeed.
Star baby, some people call her Xingxing, some call her Xinger, and those who are a little more intimate call her baby.
Brother Tian, brother Tianyi.
The moment Xing Baobo saw Yi Tianyi, a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She stood up subconsciously and couldn't help but want to run over and hug him, but suddenly she thought of something. She bit her lip slightly and stood there again, fiddling with the corner of her clothes helplessly with her hands.
Yi Tianyi saw that she didn't know what to do.
Although it wasn't him who did it, it was very embarrassing.
Ding.
Congratulations on triggering the mission, overthrow Star Baby, mission reward, heavenly grade ice attribute martial arts, mission penalty, none, mission deadline, while the scumbag system exists.
Yi Tianyi.
As expected, this Star Baby's appearance score was 94 points.
This rogue system really triggered a task for her, but this task was to directly overthrow her? Oh my god. Ahem.
Yi Tianyi touched the tip of his nose and coughed dryly, not knowing how to face her.
I'm sorry, brother Tianyi, Grandpa. Grandpa said that if he sees anything related to Xingxing and brother Tianyi again, he will kill you, so.
Star Baby bit her lip and spoke softly. Although she really wanted to hug him, but she couldn't. She knew what happened that night because someone told her. But sometimes girls who are in love for the first time are so stupid that it makes people feel distressed.
Even if she knew it, she couldn't let go of Yi Tianyi because she liked Yi Tianyi.
Under normal circumstances, she would definitely choose to forgive Yi Tianyi. At least now she has never blamed him in her heart, and even thinks about him.
It's okay, it's my problem.
Yi Tianyi nodded slightly, then walked to a place not far from her and sat on the steps, lighting a cigarette and smoking silently. Baby Xing bit his lips, lowered his head, held the corners of his clothes with both hands and said nothing.
Yi Tianyi, you're here too. Now that you're here, get ready to go. Xingxing, you should get ready too.
At this time, Shang Yu came over with 7 people and said to them. They didn't know who Xing Baobao was, and even not many people in Tianqing Academy knew about the relationship between Xing Baobao and the dean. Everyone only knew that Yi Tianyi raped the granddaughter of the dean of Tianqing Academy, but few people knew who this granddaughter was.
Ah, I understand, Captain.
Star Baby then nodded and looked at Yi Tianyi.
Yi Tianyi's gaze also fell on Xing Baobao. What are you going to do?
Yi Tianyi frowned and asked. She also wanted to ask Yi Tianyi this. I wanted to go out and relax, so I joined the Scarlet Legion to gain some experience. Brother Tianyi, why are you also?
You'd better not go.
Well, that won't do. We have already signed the contract and allocated some things. You two seem to be friends, so that's even better. Take care of each other. Shan Yu said. Baby Xing then looked at Yi Tianyi and said softly, I want to go. Yi Tianyi sighed slightly. All right. Then Yi Tianyi glanced at the 7 people. They were ordinary, but there was a handsome man with bronze skin, a few years older than him, who caught Yi Tianyi's special attention. His eyes were a little unusual. Let's get in the car first and then introduce each other on the way. Shan Yu then drove a minibus over, and everyone got on the bus, which drove towards the outside of Tianshui Holy City. The Forest of 10,000 Demons is located very close to the Tianshui Empire, otherwise Shang Yu would not have taken on this deal. It takes about 4 hours to drive out of the Tianshui Holy City to get out of the Tianshui Empire, and about another hour's drive to see the Forest of 10,000 Demons. Yi Tianyi and Xing Baobo sat together. Xing Baobo sat by the window, her little face slightly red, and she didn't dare to look at Yi Tianyi. Yi Tianyi was puzzled. It was clearly his fault, so why did this girl act like she had made the mistake? Hey, Yi Tianyi, you're not the scumbag rumored to be from Tianshui Holy City, are you? Ha ha ha. Zhang Chao couldn't help but laugh and joked. Zhang Chao, you don't understand this, do you? Look, Yi Tianyi knows this beautiful girl and they seem to have a pretty good relationship. If he's that scumbag Yi, how could such a beautiful girl be friends with him, right? Another young man said to Yi Tianyi with a smile. Yi Tianyi touched the tip of his nose awkwardly and nodded. If you ask me, Yi Tianyi is indeed amazing. It is said that he even slept with the granddaughter of the dean of Tenqing Academy. Although it is all a bad reputation, ordinary people really can't do it. Shang Yu, who was driving, said with a smile. Yes, he is also a legend in our Tianshui holy city. These people inexplicably brought the topic to this point, and Yi Tianyi and Xing Baobao felt so embarrassed when they heard it. Baby, didn't you tell your grandpa? Yi Tianyi turned his head and glanced at Star Baby. Baby Xing lowered his little head and nodded slightly. Of course. If your grandfather knew, there's no way he would let you go to the forest of 10,000 demons. Yi Tianyi shook his head slightly. Brother Yi, don't think that the 10,000 demons forest is too scary. I have been there twice, and this is the third time. Aren't I, a mere Mingqiao realm cultivator, living well? Wang Wen said with a smile. Yi Tianyi smiled and nodded. Then you are really amazing. It's not that powerful. The 10,000 demons forest is too big. Although there are many monsters, they only move around the periphery. It's rare to encounter powerful monsters. Yi Tianyi didn't really want to talk to them because there was a Star Baby sitting here. You'll follow me the whole way there. Yi Tianyi said to Star Baby. Brother Tianyi, why are you going? Xing Baobao finally plucked up the courage to look at Yi Tianyi and asked in a low voice. She is very outstanding, but inexplicably she feels inferior in front of Yi Tianyi. It may be because Yi Tianyi is too handsome, or it may be because the one who falls in love is humble. Xing Baobao knew that Yi Tianyi was a waste, but she didn't care. However, it would be too dangerous for Yi Tianyi to go to the 10,000 demons forest. Because I want to protect you and stay with you. Yi Tianyi grinned at her. Chapter 33 Demonized Civet Cat Additional Updates with Recommended Vote. When Xing Baobo heard Yi Tianyi's words, his face turned red and he lowered his head quickly. Ding. Feeling Star Baby's shyness, my coolness value plus 100,000. Wow. Is this girl shy? She's so awesome. Yi Tianyi roared in his heart. There was a main reason why she was shy. She believed what Yi Tianyi said. Logically, any normal girl wouldn't believe it, but she did. That's why Yi Tianyi was able to trick her into getting her back then. She was too innocent and was protected too well. Then Yi Tianyi tentatively and slowly placed his hand on hers. Star Baby's whole body trembled suddenly, and he subconsciously pulled his hand out. What's wrong? Yi Tianyi asked softly. No, no. Baby Xing shook his little head like a rattle and said, Grandpa will kill you if he finds out. If you don't tell and I don't tell, how will your grandfather know? Yi Tianyi asked, then held her tender little hand again. Ding. Take advantage of the little sister, cool value plus 30,000. Yi Tianyi. This shouldn't be considered taking advantage, right? This time, Star Baby did not pull his hand back. Do you blame me? Yi Tianyi asked softly. Star Baby shook his head. Then be obedient. Follow me when you get to the 10,000 demons forest and listen to me. Yeah. I understand. Star Baby nodded shyly. What a good girl. The Yi Tianyi before was indeed a beast. But why do I feel like I am a scumbag? Yi Tianyi really didn't have any other intentions. He just saw that the girl was very sad, so he wanted to comfort her. He didn't have the intention of taking advantage of her by holding her hand. It was just to comfort her and make her feel more at ease. Soon, they arrived outside the Wanyao Tianlin, got off the car, and the 10 people put on their bags, took their things and looked at the Wanyao Tianlin in front of them. The endless dense forest is full of mystery, making people want to explore but feel insignificant and daunted. The chirping of insects and birds are in the ears, and occasionally you can see the traces of some small animals, and even some footprints of monsters. This is the 10,000 demons forest. It seems to be no different from a normal forest, but it is said that the center of the 10,000 demons forest, where the 3 great demon gods are located, is a different celestial phenomenon, but no human has ever explored it. Brothers, the 10,000 demons forest is just ahead. The monsters are all in the forest. Let's move forward together. Remember not to make too much noise and avoid them if possible. We're mainly looking for the purple honeysuckle.
I'll lead the way, and you'll follow behind. Remember, the 10,000 Demons Forest is a dangerous place. You must be extremely alert and pay attention to any movement around you. Shang Yu said to them. Receive. Brother Tianyi, Xinger will protect you. Star Baby looked at Yi Tianyi and said seriously. Don't underestimate her age, she seems cute, innocent, and weak. How could the dean's granddaughter be simple? She's at least in the spirit refining realm. She probably hid her realm from Shang Yu, which is why Shang Yu said he was the only one in the spirit refining realm. In her heart, Yi Tianyi's realm is still not high, so she came to protect Yi Tianyi. Yi Tianyi smiled slightly. Aren't you afraid of what your grandfather will say? Yi Tianyi asked with a smile. Grandpa doesn't know anyway. Star Baby muttered softly. Yi Tianyi smiled in his heart, how cute. The appearance of this Star Baby lit a bright light for Yi Tianyi. He was worried that this scumbag system task would be difficult to complete. Look, he can always catch up with this Star Baby, right? At least if he catches one, his task penalty will be gone, which is a relief. Then after you go back tonight, can you please not go home? Yi Tianyi asked with a smile. Brush. Her little face suddenly turned red again. Aye. She didn't know what to do. Just kidding. I'm not going to mess with you anymore. Let's go into the forest. In the 10,000 Demons Forest, Yi Tianyi did not dare to be careless. He had to protect this kind and innocent girl. At least he had a trump card. Because of the trump card, Yi Tianyi dared to come here. Of course, after the incident with Yi Xiener, he had to come even if he didn't have a trump card. Everyone walked into the 10,000 Demons Forest. Yi Tianyi and Xing Baobao walked at the back. In front of Yi Tianyi on the right was the bronze-skinned man. Everyone was having fun happily in the car the whole time, and he didn't say a word. Everyone, please note that purple honeysuckle grows in a damp place where it will never get any sunlight, so please be careful. Shan Yu said. Yes. About 20 minutes later, they were indeed lucky as they encountered a monster. The monster ran away when it saw them, but there was no trace of the purple honeysuckle. Brush. At this moment, a figure suddenly shot out from the bushes on the left side like lightning, and a purple figure rushed directly towards the young man named Wang Jichao who was in front of Yi Tianyi on the left. The speed was too fast, and Wang Jichao's realm was only Mingxiao realm, which was not very high. He had no time to react and dodge. Careful! Yi Tianyi was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He instantly mobilized the wind power in his body, his speed suddenly increased, and he rushed forward directly. Bang! The next moment, Yi Tianyi flew up and kicked the figure. In the face of an emergency, everyone stopped, drew their weapons and looked over here. It's a demonized raccoon cat. Be careful. There must be a group of demonized raccoon cats here. Shan Yu couldn't help but shout when he saw the monster. The demonized raccoon cat was about the size of 3 cats, but actually not that big. It was dark black all over, with a long and slender tail. Its green eyes were particularly terrifying, and its claws were especially sharp. The demonized raccoon cat is an agile monster, generally at the level of the Mingxiao realm. They move in groups and are best at hiding in trees or bushes, waiting for their prey to pass by and launching a lightning-fast attack. Their favorite target is the throat. Kill with one blow. Whoosh! At this moment, he leaped up, with powerful blue thunder flashing on his body, and suddenly punched the demonized raccoon cat. The demonized raccoon cat wanted to dodge and did jump away, but the gap in their realm was too big, and it was directly electrocuted to death by the thunder. Everyone be careful, there are a group of demonized raccoons around. Be careful to protect your throat. Demonized raccoons love to attack people's throats. Goodwill reminded. Everyone subconsciously tightened their throat. Brother Tianyi, your speed just now. Star Baby looked at Yi Tianyi in surprise. Let's talk later, let's fight first. Then Xing Baobao drew out his sword, while Yi Tianyi was left with bare hands. As expected, pairs of dark blue eyes appeared from all directions around them, and then more than 20 demonized civet cats slowly walked out, surrounded them, and slowly moved their feet, looking for the best time to attack. Be careful. These are just demonized raccoons in the Mingxiao realm. They shouldn't pose much of a threat. Fight. Yes. Chapter 34, Mutation. Yi Tianyi was a martial artist back on Earth, and he had a lot of experience in actual combat.
His only weakness was his slightly frail body, but after all, Yi Tianyi was a 5-star body refining realm cultivator. He was deliberately hiding his realm. When out and about, especially with strangers, one must learn to hide. This wasn't about playing dumb, but about survival. The power of wind attributes surged again, and Yi Tianyi appeared in front of a demonized civet cat in an instant, and then knocked it away with a punch. The speed increased again, and the demonized civet cat in the air was kicked directly into a tree by Yi Tianyi. The whole tree was broken, and the demonized civet cat fell to the ground and twitched, and never got up again. On the other side, Star Baby is not a pushover either. The sword in her hand is dancing with sword skills, and the demonized raccoon cat is no match for her at all. Another person who attracted much attention was the bronze-skinned man named Yang Chusheng. He had spiritual weapons, but it seemed that these were not dangerous in his eyes. He fought with his bare hands like Yi Tianyi with several demonized civet cats. About 3 minutes later, all the demonized raccoons were killed by them without any danger, except that 2 people suffered minor injuries. Everyone, take a break. Lu Nang, bandage your wound. Make sure the bloody area is clean. Monsters will be easily attracted by the smell of blood. Zhao Ming, you and Yang Chusheng go ahead and explore a little. Don't go too far. Shang Yu said to a young man. Got it, Captain. Brother Tianyi, you are so awesome now. Baby Xing looked at Yi Tianyi with admiration. She knew that Brother Tianyi would not always be useless. Although he was not particularly powerful now, she already admired him very much. This was the legendary beauty in the eyes of the beholder. Yi Tianyi smiled and scratched her nose. Baby Xing's face turned red again. 5 minutes later, Yang Chusheng and Zhao Ming came over together. Captain, there's a cave a few hundred meters ahead. Do you want to go in and take a look? Let's go. Everyone follow. Shan Yu's eyes lit up, and Yi Tianyi's eyes also lit up slightly when he heard it. Purple honeysuckle grows in dark and humid places where there is no sunlight, and there is a high chance of finding purple honeysuckle in caves. Then everyone arrived at their destination, which was a big mountain with a very obvious cave, which was pitch black inside. Let's go in and take a look. Shan Yu said this and walked straight in. I think we should not go in. Yang Chusheng finally spoke at this moment. Everyone looked at him. It's very dangerous. Yang Chusheng said. Why is it dangerous? This is the 10,000 Demons Forest. It doesn't matter where we are. Goodwill Road. Yi Tianyi came out at this time and said. There's a cave in this place. Regardless of whether there are purple honeysuckle flowers inside, it's obvious that this cave must be where monsters live. Even if it's a natural cave, monsters wouldn't leave such a natural shelter. Furthermore, this is the 10,000 Monsters Forest. The fact that a monster can live in a cave proves that it's at least the king of this area, so it's very dangerous. Star Baby also nodded repeatedly. When Yang Chusheng heard Yi Tianyi's words, he looked at him specially, and Yi Tianyi grinned at him. When the others heard Yi Tianyi's words, they also wanted to retreat. So, if that's what you're saying, why are we still looking for purple honeysuckle? Well, if you find one, I'll give you 1 million. Come on, follow me in. After saying that, Shan Yu walked in. The others hesitated for a moment, but finally succumbed to the temptation of money and followed him in. Baby Xing tugged at the corner of Yi Tianyi's clothes and asked, Brother Tianyi, should we go in? Yi Tianyi looked at Yang Chusheng and asked, what about you? No. Yang Chusheng said lightly. Then we won't go in either. Although Yi Tianyi really needs purple honeysuckle, it is obviously very dangerous inside, and purple honeysuckle does not necessarily have to be found in the cave, so there is no need. If Yi Tianyi really doesn't find it in the end, he will choose to return here and go in to find out. 3 people stayed outside. Captain, purple honeysuckle. Is that purple honeysuckle? Zhang Chao walked in and suddenly saw a small purple gold flower in the corner and said excitedly. Shan Yu looked over and his eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. It's purple honeysuckle. Whoosh. Then he rushed over and picked the purple honeysuckle directly. After taking a closer look at it, he put it into his backpack. I'm quite lucky. There are no monsters here, but there are traces of monsters. It's just luck that the monsters are not here. Great. We found the purple honeysuckle. Captain, you promised to give each person who came with you an extra 1 million. Zhang Chao said excitedly. Shan Yu smiled and nodded, but a hint of viciousness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Those people showed excited expressions, but the next moment, Shang Yu's hand flashed with lightning, and he punched Zhang Chao directly to the wall. Puff! Captain, you! Zhang Chao looked at him in disbelief. Shang Yu sneered, his body wrapped in the power of thunder. You guys want to share my money too? That's ridiculous. Boom! The next moment, thunder erupted and everyone inside died. Whoosh! 2 minutes later, Shang Yu rushed out of the cave panting. Run! There's a monster inside! Shang Yu shouted loudly. Yi Tianyi and the other two subconsciously followed him and ran away. Captain, what's going on? Where are the others? After running a sufficient distance, they stopped and Star Baby asked. Shang Yu grabbed his hair, pretending to be annoyed, and said, I'm sorry for them. They all. Hey, there's no purple honeysuckle in there. Yi Tianyi frowned, sniffed slightly, and seemed to understand something. It's my fault. I was too arrogant. Mainly because I wanted to find the purple honeysuckle so badly. Shang Yu said with a look of annoyance. They didn't know each other, and Yi Tianyi was not at all touched by the death. Xing Baobao was kind by nature, so she might be a little sad. If they knew each other, at most they knew Shang Yi and the people who died there, but what did everything matter in the face of money and interests? Yi Tianyi knew the scent of purple honeysuckle because of the Qiankuan sacred art. Although the scent was very faint, he could smell it. After all, he was a warrior, and his senses were not comparable to those of ordinary people. Others could also smell it, but they did not recognize it. They might just think it was something like the men's perfume on him, and there must be purple honeysuckle in his backpack. Chapter 35. My sister is Yi Biluo. Please vote for recommendation. A normal person would think that he wanted to keep the purple honeysuckle for himself and said that he did not find it, but in Yi Tianyi's opinion, in addition to this reason, he might even have killed the person inside. In fact, Yi Tianyi had been skeptical from the very beginning. Would risking his life for a 40 million yuan reward be enough to tempt him? No, absolutely not. His company's annual revenue was also in the tens of millions, and he lived a wealthy life, so it must be more than 40 million. If he completed the task, he could choose to share tens of millions of yuan of the astronomical reward with them, without having to kill them, but what about the fame and fortune? For him, fame and fortune were probably more important. Furthermore, this was a monster's territory, so killing a few people wouldn't really attract any attention. He could just tell others he was killed by a monster, and he'd be sad. Compensation wasn't necessary, as they'd signed a contract where they wouldn't be compensated even if they died here. It was a voluntary agreement. Therefore, killing them just for tens of millions wasn't out of the question. This goodwill is definitely a hypocrite. But Yi Tianyi couldn't say it, because he must be trying to find a way to kill the three of them. So there are only 4 of us left now. Should we continue searching? Shang Yu's thoughts were similar to Yi Tianyi's. He didn't want to part with the 10 or 20 million. Besides, if he could solve this problem alone, he would be a hero. All the attention would be on him. If there were 10 people, 10 heroes and 1 hero, that would be 2 different things. He could then use this opportunity to boost the company's reputation. A few lives, what did they matter? Team members? Haha, nothing. Search. If we don't, won't their deaths be in vain? Goodwill said. He wanted to find an opportunity to kill them, and he was very cautious. Even though he knew that these 3 people were not as strong as him, what if something went wrong? Okay, then Captain, you lead the team. Yang Chusheng said. Everyone follow closely. Shang Yu said and walked forward. At this moment, Yang Chusheng drew the sword from his waist, and with the power surging in his body, he stabbed Shang Yu in front of him. Laugh. The sword only scratched Shang Yu's waist, but Shang Yu reacted quickly and avoided the fatal injury. Xing Baobo was completely confused. What was going on? Why were his own people fighting? Yi Tianyi quickly pulled Star Baby behind him. Obviously Yang Chusheng also saw it. Yang Chusheng, what do you mean? Shang Yu wiped the blood from his waist and stared at Yang Chusheng. Captain Shang is quite resourceful. He's willing to kill his own men just to keep the purple honeysuckle, right? Yang Chusheng pointed the sword in his hand at Shang Yu and said coldly. Yang Chusheng, what do you mean? I said that they were killed by monsters, how did it become me who killed them? Yi Tianyi felt a little uncomfortable. Of course he had guessed it, but he was trying to figure it out. He wasn't sure if the three of them were a match for this guy. He had wanted to find an opportunity to strike back, but then Yang Chusheng took action directly because he thought a sneak attack from behind might be a good opportunity. However, Yi Tianyi could also understand because he felt his strength. He was in the spirit refining realm, or at least the same realm as Shang Yu. He felt that he had the ability to seriously injure Shang Yu, but unfortunately he still underestimated him.
Still want to pretend? Yang Chusheng then took out a miniature eavesdropping device from his ear and threw it directly to Shang Yu. You eavesdropped on me? Shang Yu's face suddenly turned gloomy.
I don't suspect you, but I'm a very cautious person. I never trust anyone when I'm out, so I installed a bug on you. Yang Chusheng said coldly.
Humph. Since I've been discovered, I won't hide anymore. You could have lived longer, and I might even have spared you, but now.
Shang Yu's body was then surrounded by terrifying thunder. It's only the 5th level of the spirit refining realm.
I'm not much weaker than you.
Then the aura of the 3rd level of the spirit refining realm burst out from Yang Chusheng. No matter how cute and innocent Star Baby was, she knew what was happening, and then she burst out with the power of the 2nd level of the spirit refining realm. Then Shang Yu sneered and said, 2 people in the spirit refining realm, they are hiding very well.
There's nothing wrong with hiding a little when you're out and about. How about you, bro? Yang Chusheng glanced at Yi Tianyi.
It's not impossible for the 2nd and 3rd level spirit refining realm to defeat a 5th level spirit refining realm cultivator.
If Yi Tianyi is also hiding, then they will definitely have no problem.
Yi Tianyi shrugged helplessly. Brother, I'm really not in the spirit refining realm.
Yang Chusheng.
He had originally guessed that Yi Tianyi was also in the spirit refining realm, because he felt that this person was not simple, but he turned out not to be? If not, then he would have to fight more carefully.
Brother Tianyi, I will protect you. Star Baby stood in front of Yi Tianyi. Laugh. Shang Yu sneered again. So you guys can hide, but I can't? Brush.
Then, Shang Yu's aura from the Xiantian realm suddenly erupted, and that power instantly made all of them feel a little breathless.
What? Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. Since you have sent out the message, I don't have to hesitate anymore. The terrifying thunder power from Shang Yu suppressed everyone.
It's true that he is in the Xiantian realm. Normally, if he found the purple honeysuckle, he could kill them at will without any pretense. However, he was too cautious.
He wanted to be absolutely sure.
Because he liked reading novels very much, he always saw some people in the novels fail because of carelessness. He thought it was okay to be cautious, but now there was no need for that.
Yang Chusheng definitely didn't expect this. It's over.
Such thoughts all came to their minds, but of course Yi Tianyi had not. Brother Tianyi, run quickly, I'll stop him.
Power surges in Star Baby. Silly girl, let me ask you, if we can return alive, can you be my girlfriend? Yi Tianyi smiled and stroked her cheek. Ah.
Star Baby bit his lip and nodded vigorously.
The most desperate person at this moment is Yang Chusheng. What time is it and you are still talking about love? Die.
The next moment, Shang Yu struck with thunder.
Etc.
Yi Tianyi suddenly ran to Xing Baobao and looked at him. We are all going to die, please give us a chance to say our last words.
Yi Tianyi said in a pleading manner. Shoo, okay.
Shang Yu sneered, then Yi Tianyi stretched out his hand, and a small red bead appeared in his hand.
This is a recording bead. Mr. Shang is so rich, he must have heard of it, right? Goodwill didn't know what that was, but said, of course. Then I recorded it.
Yi Tianyi then said to the recording bead, Sister, I will no longer be here when you hear this.
I won't say anything else.
Take care of yourself. Yi Tianyi looked at Shang Yu and said, I hope you can give this to my sister.
My sister's name is Yi Biluo.
After saying that, Yi Tianyi threw the recording bead to Shang Yu. Shang Yu subconsciously reached out to catch it.
Hurry up and throw yourself down.
Then Yi Tianyi shouted loudly, holding the baby star, and jumped back.
Boom. Chapter 36. Someone falling from the sky? Ahead, a terrifying force erupted, like a compressed bomb.
The ground shook violently, dust rose up, startling countless birds, and Yi Tianyi and the other two were swept more than 10 meters away by the powerful shock wave.
Ahem.
Yi Tianyi coughed and opened his eyes.
He lay on top of Xing Baobo and subconsciously protected her when he fell. Xing Baobo was fine.
She was looking at Yi Tianyi with a dazed look on her face.
Ahem, what are you looking at? Brother Tianyi, are you okay? Xing Baobao hurriedly supported Yi Tianyi with concern. It's okay, just a minor injury.
At this time, Yang Chusheng beside him also stood up.
Thank you very much. Yang Chusheng clasped his fist towards Yi Tianyi. Fine. What was that just now?
He was very surprised.
What could be able to kill someone in Xiantian realm directly? It's just a spiritual weapon. It's a pity that the purple honeysuckle must be gone too. Yi Tianyi sighed. Earth exploding sun, a powerful spiritual weapon, its explosion can instantly reduce even the Xiantian realm to annihilation. Cost, 2 million. Can be redeemed twice in a lifetime.
That's right, Yi Tianyi directly spent 2 million crazy points to exchange for the earth-shattering sky sun in the mall.
This system really saved his life.
I came here for experience, but I didn't expect something like this to happen.
There's no need to look for purple honeysuckle anymore. Let's go back. Yang Chusheng said to Yi Tianyi. Yes, I need to.
Yi Tianyi looked into the distance, then looked at the baby star beside him, then looked at Yang Chusheng, and said, Brother Yang, I will continue to look for the purple honeysuckle. You can take her with you when you go back so that we can take care of each other.
Brother Tianyi, then you. I'm going to look for it again. I follow you. Go back and be obedient. Don't want. You want to make me angry? Yi Tianyi frowned.
Don't worry, don't forget that Shang Yu was killed by me.
Yi Tianyi laughed.
Yi Tianyi felt that Yang Chusheng was a really good person, and he felt at ease with him. He thought that Yang Chusheng was someone he could treat as a brother. Although Xing Baobao was at a lower level than him, he might not be able to defeat Xing Baobao. Yang Chusheng glanced at Yi Tianyi and said, I have no problem, but you have to be very careful.
Give me your contact information. I will treat you to a drink and a meal when I get back. I owe you my life. Yi Tianyi then smiled and added his WeChat. Go ahead. Yi Tianyi waved to Star Baby.
Brother Tianyi, you must be careful.
Star Baby looks back every 3 steps. Don't worry, remember to go back the way you came. The two of them quickly disappeared from Yi Tianyi's sight.
Then Yi Tianyi sighed and continued walking forward.
1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Fire God tribulation.
Yi Tianyi's hands were wrapped in flames, and he quickly made some kind of seals. The next moment, a flame barrier with special heaven and earth talismans painted on it appeared around the body of the monster in front of him, surrounding it from all directions.
Combine. Boom. The flame barrier closed, trapping the monster inside and then exploded.
When the flames dissipated, the monster had turned into dust.
This is the terrifying thing about Earth-level martial arts.
The key monster is not too strong, it is at the 4th level of the body refining realm.
During the 3 hours, Yi Tianyi encountered many monsters. Most of the monsters did not want to cause trouble. When they saw Yi Tianyi took a detour and the monsters also took a detour, but necessary battles still occurred. We can't go any deeper. Yi Tianyi glanced ahead. If he went any deeper, he might encounter a monster that he couldn't deal with. However, at this moment, the entire forest shook violently, like an earthquake.
At first, Yi Tianyi thought it was caused by a giant monster running. A monster tens or even hundreds of meters long could cause such a situation. But when he looked up, he saw a meteorite streaking across the sky in the distance, rapidly descending. The shaking ground was caused by the meteorite. The meteorites were flying in the air and making the ground tremble.
Yi Tianyi could only think of one reason. That was not a meteorite.
The meteorite was surrounded by terrifying spiritual power, which caused such a situation.
Boom!
The next moment, Yi Tianyi suddenly jumped on the ground. He quickly climbed up a tall tree and looked into the distance. In the distance, a terrifying visual impact like an atomic bomb explosion, the unstoppable impact of the flames engulfed everything in front. In an instant, the forest was cleared into a circle with a radius of tens of thousands of meters.
Yi Tianyi's pupils shrank.
What the hell is that? He wanted to leave, he felt that it was not a good thing and might be dangerous, but his damn curiosity made him want to move forward.
In front, countless monsters were fleeing frantically.
Of course, many of them could sense Yi Tianyi on the tree, but they were too lazy to care.
Some of them even fell down while running. Are you going or not?
Fuck.
Go check it out.
Yi Tianyi lit a cigarette and took a deep puff, then jumped down from the tree and walked forward.
Xing Baobo would send Yi Tianyi a message every once in a while to make sure that Yi Tianyi was okay. When Yi Tianyi walked over, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. It was originally a forest, but in front, everything within sight was razed to the ground. Further in the middle, there was a deep pit that was probably several hundred meters deep. The soil on the ground was smoking and a little hot. Strange, why are these monsters running?
There's no dangerous aura, and no big bosses around.
Are they just scared? Yi Tianyi walked forward with a cigarette in his mouth. Yi Tianyi walked to the edge of the deep pit and looked down. There's something in the middle. Blue. Wait. Blue clothes? That's a person.
Chapter 37 Fairy Sister Recommendation Vote plus more, 4 more votes requested.
Can you understand that feeling? A meteorite falls from the sky, and you look over and see a woman lying inside it? Do you think this is a TV show? This is a cartoon?
However, it was right in front of Yi Tianyi.
Was this woman hit by the meteorite while walking, or was it she who released the power of the meteorite? You say this guy is just a despicable person.
Yi Tianyi knew it was very dangerous and obviously didn't want to go, but he still went down. When Yi Tianyi walked up to her, he was shocked. Under such an explosion of power, her skin and clothes were extremely clean, except for a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. When Yi Tianyi took a closer look at her, he couldn't help but gasp.
Isn't this woman so beautiful?
She was wearing a light blue long dress that trailed on the ground. She had no complicated jewelry on her body, only a rose carved from white gemstones in her hair. She lay there quietly, peaceful, otherworldly, graceful like a fairy, without any worldly air, like the legendary forest goddess, dreamy, with delicate facial features as perfect as a painting, difficult to express in words.
Ding! You have triggered the mission, overthrow Mu Qianxue.
Mission rewards: 1. Gain godhood, 2. Permanently gain all attributes, 3. Saint-level martial arts, mission penalty, none, mission deadline, while the scumbag system exists. Of course, you have been forced to accept the mission.
Yi Tianyi.
It was understandable that this scumbag system triggered a task for her. When Yi Tianyi saw the system reward, he was completely stunned.
Godhead? All attributes? Saint-level martial arts? What kind of fairy is this woman?
He took a look at her appearance score, and the system directly gave her a perfect score. In Yi Tianyi's eyes, he felt that it was hard to tell who was prettier between Yi Xian'er and her, but even with her eyes closed, the noble temperament that exuded from this woman made people want to surrender.
Push down?
Yi Tianyi stroked his chin, then silently lit another cigarette.
He was thinking. Yes, he was tempted.
This divine reward was too shocking, and it seemed that this young lady couldn't wake up now, so if he pushed her down, it would be a free gift for him.
But, isn't this too bad? Yi Tianyi paced slowly. How about?
I ask her if she's willing.
If she doesn't answer, it means she agrees.
Yi Tianyi's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he took off his coat and looked at her.
Damn. I always feel like I'm being influenced by the owner of this body. How could I be such a jerk?
Miss, are you willing? Before Yi Tianyi finished speaking, he suddenly saw her long eyelashes tremble slightly, and then she opened her beautiful eyes.
Oh my god. Aren't these eyes so beautiful?
Yi Xian'er's eyes were the light sky blue that Yi Tianyi thought was the most beautiful. Her pupils were also light blue, but they were somewhat different from Yi Xian'er's. Yi Xian'er's was a quiet, elegant, slightly noble, and cold blue, while hers was purely noble and purely cold.
She looked at Yi Tianyi without making any other movements. Who are you?
The voice is ethereal and pleasant but very bland and cold.
I. Yi Tianyi coughed dryly, then awkwardly rubbed his coat on his hands and said, I
saw you falling asleep in the wilderness in broad daylight.
It must be cold, so I wanted to cover you with clothes. Awesome.
He even admired his own explanation. Mu Qianxue slowly stood up, her brows suddenly furrowed.
You're hurt? Yi Tianyi asked quickly.
She stood up, clutching her chest, and muttered to herself.
I'm injured. Then she looked at Yi Tianyi. Where is this? This is Wan Yao Tianlin. Who are you? Yi Tianyi asked doubtfully.
Mu Qianxue shook her head slightly, as if thinking about something.
My name is Mu Qianxue. I am.
She frowned her beautiful eyebrows and looked at Yi Tianyi in confusion.
I don't remember. I seem to only remember my own name.
This young lady has lost her memory.
Who are you?
She looked at Yi Tianyi.
I'm a human.
I came here to gain experience, and then I discovered you.
You saved me? Yi Tianyi? Yeah. Yi Tianyi then nodded.
He said he did nothing, but he felt that this young lady must be very powerful.
Well, it's okay if she is shameless.
Thanks, she said softly. At this moment, a lion with its body burning red roared, leaped in and rushed towards them.
It's the fiery mad lion. A demonic beast from the law realm. Yi Tianyi's pupils suddenly shrank. Damn. He knew that coming here would be no good. Even the earth-shattering sun would be useless against a law realm monster.
However, at this moment, Mu Qianxue beside him instantly appeared in front of Yi Tianyi. It can be seen that her expression was very cautious. She raised her hand instantly, her hair and long skirt danced wildly, and terrifying power burst out. What shocked Yi Tianyi the most was that her body was wrapped in dazzling white light, and when she released this power, 9 huge snow-white fox-tail phantoms appeared behind her. At that moment, it was like a god descending to the earth, and a blue shock wave that destroyed the world was released.
Boom! Yi Tianyi? The world is quiet. When the dust settled, Yi Tianyi stood there dumbfounded, his mouth open.
They were in a massive pit, probably hundreds of meters deep. And now, before them, a path several dozen meters wide appeared.
Its length seemed endless. Its depth was as deep as the pit itself.
It was as if a passage several dozen meters wide had cut the 10,000 demons forest in two.
As for that demon beast, there is nothing left, not even a trace of ash. What kind of power is this?
Yi Tianyi glanced at Mu Qianxue and swallowed subconsciously.
Have you ever seen a satellite-guided nuclear missile launched to kill an ant? Yi Tianyi saw it. Fortunately, I didn't touch her. Yi Tianyi said that he was extremely scared at the time. This fairy sister turned out to be a demon.
Yi Tianyi does not discriminate against the demon race, and many demons are also friends of humans. When the light faded, Mu Qianxue was slightly surprised. She slowly raised her right hand and looked at her white palm.
So, I'm so awesome,
she muttered to herself.
Yi Tianyi? Sorry, sister, when it comes to pretending to be cool, you're the real expert. I admit defeat. Yi Tianyi said this in worship in his heart.
But she really didn't expect that she had forgotten everything except her name, even how strong her power was.
Then she turned to Yi Tianyi and asked, "Is this amazing?" Yi Tianyi? He nodded woodenly. Yeah. Then you saved me, isn't that even more amazing? Where did this fairy sister come from? Mu Qianxue didn't understand what Yi Tianyi meant. What's the meaning? Nothing. Yi Tianyi touched the tip of his nose. Well, you have no memory now, so why don't you follow me?
I'll arrange a place for you to stay, and it won't be too late to leave once your memory returns.
Yi Tianyi said. Wow! With such an amazing lady by my side, I'm sure I'll be able to find this purple honeysuckle. Chapter 38, Cheating Mode, Start. Mu Qianxue thought for a moment, then nodded, okay. Yi Tianyi's eyes lit up. Wow! That's awesome. Then come with me.
Yi Tianyi said something, then she jumped out of the deep pit, while Yi Tianyi activated the wind attribute and crawled hard. Mu Qianxue looked around, feeling familiar yet strange.
Do you know what happened to me? Mu Qianxue asked. Yi Tianyi shook his head. I don't know.
I just saw a huge fireball passing through the sky and then landing here.
When I came over, you were lying in it.
She said lightly, and the two of them walked in a certain direction.
Sister Fairy, can you find the purple honeysuckle? Yi Tianyi asked.
Mu Qianxue had forgotten everything about herself except her name, but her experience and knowledge were all in her mind, so she certainly knew what purple honeysuckle was.
Wait a moment.
After Mu Qianxue finished speaking, her figure disappeared beside Yi Tianyi.
Is teacher sure here? Yi Tianyi then quickly took out his cell phone and made a call. Sure Jai answered the call quickly, and then heard an angry voice. Yi Tianyi, what do you mean? Skipping class, huh?
Just wait, I'll deduct your credits.
Yi Tianyi.
I don't care even if you deduct all my credits.
Let me ask you something. Is there any monster with 9 foxtails? Shi Jiayi paused for a moment. Yi Tianyi called to ask this? What are you doing? If you don't do it now, you can do it later when you get back. Let's talk about serious matters. Shi Jiayi.
The demon race has a top-tier race called the nine-tailed sky fox, possessing a supreme bloodline. Ancient texts record that the nine-tailed sky fox's realm is divided according to the number of tails it has.
One tail is the weakest, while 9 tails can split mountains and open seas.
However, it seems that the nine-tailed sky fox has not produced a nine-tailed fox in tens of thousands of years.
A fox with 8 tails can fight against anyone in the heavenly Tao realm. Why? Yi Tianyi stroked his chin.
That fairy sister just now was the shadow of 9 fox tails, right?
Yi Tianyi should have counted correctly. It's okay, love you. Shi Jiayi.
Come to the academy and die for this fairy. Shi Jiayi said this viciously.
Yi Tianyi then hung up the call in disappointment.
At the same time, Mu Qianxue appeared beside Yi Tianyi, holding a handful of purple honeysuckle in her hand, which she then handed to Yi Tianyi.
Yi Tianyi. Yi Tianyi took it in confusion. He worked so hard to find purple honeysuckle, and this fairy sister disappeared and brought him a handful in just one phone call? Really cool. Thank you. Yi Tianyi said gratefully. I owe you a favor, it's my duty. Mu Qianxue said lightly.
No matter what she said, her tone was always cold and emotionless, but sometimes Yi Tianyi felt that she was quite gentle. As they chatted, they arrived at the holy city of Tianshui. Mu Qianxue's beautiful eyes swept across the tall buildings and bustling streets in front of her. She seemed to have never been to such a place before.
Why can those iron sheets run on the ground? Mu Qianxue asked in confusion, looking at the cars everywhere.
It's a car, a means of transportation.
What's the use? What's the use? Yi Tianyi scratched his head and said, for transportation, pretending to be B. Mu Qianxue then nodded seriously. Sister Fairy, you don't remember these things?
No, I only forgot my own affairs. I remember everything else, but these are very few in my memory.
It's as if I have never been to such a place.
Mu Qianxue spoke softly as she scanned the surroundings with her beautiful eyes.
Yi Tianyi was secretly shocked. Who on earth was this Mu Qianxue? Was she really from the nine-tailed sky fox clan? Had she never been to the human world?
Nowadays, almost any demon that could transform into a human form had been to the human world.
As long as they weren't enemies, they could even live in the human world. As long as they didn't reveal their demon identity, it would be fine.
That's okay. From today on, I will take you to familiarize yourself with everything here.
Yi Tianyi grinned. Good. First of all, if you live in the city, you must have your own mobile phone. Yi Tianyi said as if he understood very well. What is a cell phone? Mu Qianxue looked at Yi Tianyi in confusion.
Yi Tianyi took out his cell phone, shook it, and then turned it on.
Mu Qianxue was slightly surprised.
You can also listen to music, surf the internet, chat, watch videos, and even record videos. Mu Qianxue's beautiful eyes were full of doubts.
Then Yi Tianyi came close to her and clicked on a video.
This kind of spiritual weapon can actually emit light, make sounds, and even simulate real images.
Mu Qianxue's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and then she asked, how can I get it? I need money to buy it. Mu Qianxue shook her head slightly, indicating that she had no money.
Actually, I don't have much money, and I have a family to support.
How about, do you have anything valuable? I can sell it and buy you a phone.
Mu Qianxue then stretched out her hand, and a colorful little flower appeared in her white palm, slowly spinning.
Is this okay? Yi Tianyi's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw it. Is this a 9-colored exotic flower? Mu Qianxue nodded slightly. Yi Tianyi quickly took it and felt the spiritual power coming towards him. This is the top-level elixir on the continent.
The quality of the medicinal materials is the same as that of the martial arts and spiritual weapons.
Huang Xian is a sacred god.
Although this 9-colored exotic flower cannot be called a holy-level elixir, it is more than enough to be a heavenly level or even a god-level elixir. The effect is very simple, just take it raw and you will be immune to all poisons. A divine elixir, normally it's difficult to even approach its power is too strong, let alone swallowed. Taking it would definitely result in a body explosion and death. However, the 9-colored strange flower is a very gentle elixir. If refined into a pill, it could almost rival the 9 transformation resurrection pill rewarded in the system mall, capable of bringing the dying back to life. Yi Xianer's poison is very tricky, but the 9-colored strange flower can instantly cure it. It also has a terrifying effect, extending life. Everyone has a lifespan. The higher the realm, the longer the lifespan. Some people struggle to improve their cultivation, so their lifespan is limited. But the 9-colored strange flower can forcibly extend a person's lifespan by 20 years. Can you imagine the value of 20 extra years of life? Unimaginable. Just this thing, if sold, it's definitely worth over 10 billion. How many elderly people would give up their entire fortune to live another 20 years for this thing? It's still a priceless item, but anyone who sells it is a complete idiot. A cell phone was exchanged for this. Yi Tianyi looked at Mu Qianxue with eyes that glowed with greed. This fairy sister is simply a treasure trove. Today, I'm going to start cheating and deceiving people. Wahahaha. Please recommend. Chapter 39. What the hell? Fairy. Yi Tianyi quickly and carefully put the 9-colored exotic flower into his pocket. Although it's still a little different from the price of a mobile phone, but we are so destined to meet each other, I will pay the rest of the money myself. Yi Tianyi said. Ding. Cheating on a young lady is a scumbag act. Plus 50,000 insolence value. Yi Tianyi. Ding. Mu Qianxue's favorability towards you +1, current favorability, 9. Wow. She believed it and thought Yi Tianyi was very generous and magnanimous. Mu Qianxue then extended her hand to Yi Tianyi, then give it to me. She thought it was amazing. She really didn't know how much the phone was worth, but she just thought it was amazing and was quite interested. As for the 9-colored exotic flower, it was rare, but she had the impression that she seemed to have planted a patch of it somewhere, but she couldn't quite remember. Buy it, come on, I'll take you to buy it now. Then Yi Tianyi took Mu Qianxue to the mobile phone store. You know, Mu Qianxue's appearance is simply like a fairy, and her every move and gesture has a kind of temperament that makes people fall in love with her. When Yi Tianyi took her walking in Tianxue Holy City, the rate of turning heads was absolutely amazing. Everyone was stunned. Mu Qianxue frowned the whole time. She could feel the gazes of many people around her, and she didn't like it. Not far away, a person was secretly taking photos of Mu Qianxue with a cell phone. Mu Qianxue frowned again. Click. Before the man could press the camera button, the entire phone suddenly turned into a hard block of ice, exploded in the next moment, and turned the phone into powder. Not far away, Wang Xian and his 2 friends were walking on the roadside. They had just had a party with some young ladies and were having a great time. Now they were walking on the road and reminiscing about the past. Suddenly Wang Xian's eyes fell on Mu Qianxue. Xian, brother Xian, what the hell? Fairy. A little fat guy next to him was drooling. TSK fairy? I've even seen fairies like Bai Hanxue and Yi Xianer. What other fairies are there? Wang Xian smiled, then turned his eyes away, and the lollipop in his mouth fell to the ground. Fog? Fairy, a fairy has come down to earth? They couldn't help swallowing. She's wearing an ancient costume dress, isn't she too beautiful? Wait, that's Yi Tianyi? Wang Xian frowned suddenly when he saw Yi Tianyi standing in front of Mu Qianxue. He was Wang Xian, who had flirted with Yi Xianer in the academy, and was then angrily scolded by Yi Tianyi for his grandmother getting pricked by every needle when she sewed. Of course, he recognized Yi Tianyi. Fuck. Brother Xian, is this true? Isn't Yi Tianyi that loser? Although he has played with many women, how could he possibly be with such a top-notch fairy? A person next to him looked incredulous. I don't know either. But it was obvious that the two of them were together, because he saw Yi Tianyi always turning back to talk to her. Why? What's wrong with this world? Let's go. Let's go check it out. On the other side, Yi Tianyi brought Mu Qianxue to a mobile phone store. Miss, give me the latest iPhone 28. Yi Tianyi said proudly. The value of this 9-colored kiwi fruit is unimaginable. Yi Tianyi is willing to give up 28 of them, let alone one. This iPhone 28 is a new model and costs 15,000 yuan each. Yi Tianyi has 30,000 yuan on him that he got from Li Bang, so he has some money. The female shop assistants looked at Yi Tianyi, and then their eyes fell on Mu Qianxue, who was standing behind Yi Tianyi and looking up at the unfamiliar things around her. They then understood why this man was so generous. With such a beautiful, fairy-like girlfriend, if they were men, they would have sold their houses and cars to buy her whatever she wanted. Then they understood something when they saw Yi Tianyi's appearance.
The man is talented and the woman is beautiful.
The woman is as beautiful as a fairy, and the man is also breathtakingly handsome.
The two of them look so good together. Yi Tianyi is really handsome.
Usually, there are girls chatting with him when he walks on the street.
It is normal for there to be one today as well.
Maybe they were deterred because they saw Mu Qianxue beside Yi Tianyi. Okay, please wait. Then a young lady ran to help him get his phone. Wow, what a beautiful girl. At this moment, a greasy man with a big belly walked in with a charming woman in his arms. He originally wanted to buy a mobile phone, but before he could say the first sentence, his eyes fell on Mu Qianxue in front of him. His eyes were immediately fixed on her, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He let go of the woman in his hand and stared at Mu Qianxue unscrupulously.
Beautiful lady, let me introduce myself.
I am Zhang Qiangdong, the chairman of Dingsheng Group. As he said that, he took out a business card and handed it over. Mu Qianxue did not answer, but turned slightly and looked at the young lady who handed her the phone.
Honey, I want to buy a cell phone.
The charming woman beside him took his arm and acted coquettishly.
Buy it, get out of here, don't you know what you are?
Zhang Qiangdong pushed her away. He originally thought she was pretty, but when he saw Mu Qianxue, he suddenly felt she was a scumbag.
This is a goddess.
And she's so beautiful, isn't it? If he could get a woman like this, he would divorce his wife at home. He would not hesitate at all, even if it meant giving up half of his assets. He felt that women were vain, and since he came from a wealthy family, he felt superior to women, even to a goddess as ethereal as Mu Qianxue. He felt that revealing his identity would attract the woman's attention. Then Zhang Qiangdong came up to Mu Qianxue with a fat smile on his face. Beauty, I have plenty of money, just ask for as much as you want.
Of course Yi Tianyi also saw this scene, but he didn't care.
There was no need to care. This fairy sister was very strong, and Yi Tianyi didn't have to worry about her being bullied.
If you don't roll away within 3 breaths, you will die.
Mu Qianxue said coldly. Ha ha ha, this little girl is quite fierce.
I like it.
The more disobedient she is in bed, the more enjoyable it is for me. As he spoke, Zhang Qiangdong stretched out his hand towards Mu Qianxue's butt. In an instant, the temperature within a radius of several kilometers suddenly dropped sharply. Everyone couldn't help but shiver, not knowing what was happening. Zhang Qiangdong, who was in the mobile phone store, was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, and his movements were frozen there. The shop assistants, including the woman, looked at the scene in shock and didn't dare to move.
Court death.
Mu Qianxue's face was frosty, and then Zhang Qiangdong, who was frozen into an ice sculpture, turned into nothingness, without even a trace of ashes left, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth.
Yi Tianyi. Wow.
You really can't mess with this fairy sister, she is too fierce.
Your cell phone.
The beautiful salesperson handed over the phone tremblingly.
Thank you.
Yi Tianyi transferred the money and walked out of the mobile phone store with Mu Qianxue.
Is that man dead? Yi Tianyi asked.
Dead. Mu Qianxue replied calmly, as if she had done something very small.
Be careful. In our human world, openly killing people is not allowed.
It may cause a lot of trouble.
In an era where strength is respected, all rules will be broken by fists. Mu Qianxue spoke lightly as if she was talking about something insignificant.
Chapter 40, This Punch, My Mother has gone additional updates with recommendation tickets.
Yi Tianyi agreed with Mu Qianxue's words.
Yes, all the rules are nothing compared to fists. She does have the strength to do so.
But it's best not to be too high profile.
If no one messes with me, I won't mess with others.
Mu Qianxue said calmly. I know. Yi Tianyi nodded and said nothing. Mu Qianxue opened the box and took out the cell phone inside. How do I use it? She glanced at Yi Tianyi and asked.
You've never used this thing before, so I can't teach you in a short time.
Let's go.
I'll teach you when I find you a place to live. How about I take you to buy 2 pieces of clothes first?
I have. Mu Qianxue said lightly. Look at what you are wearing and then look at what everyone on the street is wearing.
Although they are beautiful, you obviously don't fit in. You need to buy some modern clothes.
Yi Tianyi said. I have no money. Mu Qianxue spoke very frankly again.
I have it, but this. Yi Tianyi then coughed dryly, and his meaning was actually quite clear.
Mu Qianxue of course understood what Yi Tianyi meant.
She stretched out her hand and a ring appeared in her palm.
Is this enough? Yi Tianyi took it. Could this be a space ring? Mu Qianxue nodded.
She saw that Yi Tianyi did not have any spiritual weapon that could store space on him. As a warrior, it was very necessary for him to have a space ring with him.
Yi Tianyi was so excited.
A space ring with only 1 cubic meter could be sold for $1 million.
This one of hers. Yi Tianyi took a quick look. It must have 50 cubic meters of space, right?
This is another treasure worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions.
Yi Xianer has a space ring of 10 cubic meters. She cannot sell it even if she is short of money. It is very convenient for warriors.
Everything they carry with them can be stored in this space ring.
It is not easy to buy even if you have money.
At that time, the Yi family had not been destroyed yet.
The entire Yi family had only this one space ring.
Now it is in Yi Xianer's hands. You can imagine how precious this thing is.
It's okay. One space ring can barely buy a few clothes.
Yi Tianyi chuckled and quickly put it on his finger.
So cool. Ding.
Cheating on a young lady is a scumbag act.
Plus 50,000 insolence value.
Ding. Mu Qianxue's favorability towards you +1.
Thanks. Mu Qianxue then said to Yi Tianyi lightly.
She really knew nothing about this place, but she only knew that every piece of clothing she wore was made of 10,000-year-old ice silk, which was indestructible, difficult to be damaged by swords and knives, and immune to water and fire. A piece of clothing on her was indeed more precious than several thousand space rings, so it was reasonable that the clothes he bought for her were precious.
Come on, let me take you to buy new clothes.
Next to them, Wang Xian and others walked out. Looking at the backs of Yi Tianyi and the other two, Wang Xian shuddered slightly.
Brother Xian, that woman is too powerful.
They just saw what happened inside with their own eyes from outside the door.
Where on earth did Yi Tianyi find such a master? Damn it! Wang Xian was furious, but he didn't dare to move. Mu Qianxue was scanning everything in her sight.
Everything was new to her, and she was happy to accept and learn these new things. She didn't talk much, but would often ask Yi Tianyi questions, although she would say as few words as possible. On the way, Yi Tianyi suddenly saw a stall selling stinky tofu, and said to Mu Qianxue, "Wait for me."
After saying that, Yi Tianyi ran over. Boss, 2 skewers of stinky tofu, 1 extra spicy, 1 slightly spicy and extra stinky. Okay. Soon, Yi Tianyi walked up to Mu Qianxue with 2 skewers of stinky tofu.
Give. Yi Tianyi handed the slightly spicy and smelly one to Mu Qianxue.
It was intentional.
He just felt that it was fun to play a trick on such a powerful fairy sister. And she would believe it or take it seriously, which was very funny. Yi Tianyi admitted that this kind of bad taste was quite enjoyable.
It mainly depends on the person.
This is the fairy sister.
That feeling of enjoyment is even greater.
Mu Qianxue frowned slightly as she looked at the black and disgusting thing, and then she was surprised to find that Yi Tianyi actually ate it.
It looks disgusting and smells disgusting. Why do humans eat these?
Here, it's delicious. Mu Qianxue stretched out her delicate hand to take it, then looked at Yi Tianyi again.
He was still eating. It's delicious. Try it. Since you've come to the human world, you have to accept everything here, including the food.
This thing smells bad, but it tastes delicious.
Am I lying to you? Yi Tianyi smiled.
Mu Qianxue felt that what Yi Tianyi said made sense, and then she slowly put the stinky tofu to her mouth, slowly opened her red lips, without breathing, gently bit a little bit, and then chewed gently.
How strange. Mu Qianxue discovered why there was such a magical thing in the world?
It looked and smelled so terrible, but it tasted really good.
This human world is truly amazing. How about it? Yi Tianyi asked with a smile. Fine.
Then she took another bite and gradually accepted it.
What is that?
She looked at a place with her beautiful eyes, and then asked Yi Tianyi.
Yi Tianyi looked over. It's a toy, right?
When you punch, a counter appears on it to show how strong you are.
If you can get a high score, you can get a reward. Warriors can't use any spiritual power to punch.
Mu Qianxue saw a few people shaking their fists there, surrounded by many people.
She thought it was quite interesting and walked over, with Yi Tianyi following behind.
Mu Qianshue's arrival immediately attracted more people's attention. The burly man who had paid the money and was about to hammer the instrument saw such a beautiful woman looking at him from behind, and suddenly felt full of strength. Then he shouted and punched her. The number was soaring and stayed above 3,800. There was applause and a lot of uproar all around. Mu Qianshue glanced at Yi Tianyi, and Yi Tianyi indicated that he understood what she meant, then walked over.
Boss, give it a try. Yi Tianyi gave $5. Go ahead.
The boss said something, and Yi Tianyi looked at Mu Qianshue. Mu Qianshue handed the remaining stinky tofu in her hand to Yi Tianyi, and then walked away in the eyes of everyone.
What a beautiful young lady. Wow. She looks like a fairy. Miss, do you want to play this too?
For most girls, a score of 1,000 is pretty good.
I guess she can score 1,001, because her beauty is a perfect 100.
The burly man said to Mu Qianshue, beautiful lady, pay attention to your punching posture to get a higher score.
Mu Qianshue glanced at him and said nothing. Bang.
Then she simply and weakly punched it with her fist.
In the first second, the entire instrument was motionless.
Some people were ready to laugh out loud, but in the second, they opened their mouths wide.
The 3-meter-tall instrument seemed to have suffered a devastating attack and instantly flew away into the sky.
It was impossible to see where it had gone.
With this punch, my mother is gone. Everyone. Yi Tianyi. What about the reward? Mu Qianshue then asked the boss indifferently. Boss?
He was terrified. Chapter 41 Handsome guy, your girlfriend is beautiful, please recommend.
You have to know, this is a special instrument. Unless you're at a very high level, a warrior's power is limited. Even a Xintian realm warrior wouldn't be able to destroy it with a single punch without releasing their spiritual power. But this girl really didn't release her spiritual power, but what about the instrument? It's gone. It could have been sent flying thousands of meters away. What is this? What about the rewards? Give it to him? He would lose a lot of money. If he doesn't give it to him? He is terrified. Mu Qianshue really didn't understand.
She thought she was so powerful, but she had only used 1/10,000th of her strength.
How come it was gone before she could activate her spiritual power? Yi Tianyi was also dumbfounded. Wow! What the hell? How could he have forgotten how powerful this fairy sister was?
Even without releasing her spiritual power, one could imagine how powerful her punch was.
Boss, business is booming.
After Yi Tianyi finished speaking, he took Mu Qianshue's hand and ran away.
This thing probably costs 50,000 or 60,000 yuan each? I don't have the money to compensate. Ding.
Intentionally taking advantage of a young lady is a scumbag behavior.
Plus 50,000 insolence value.
Mu Qianshue was being pulled by Yi Tianyi while walking quickly, but she said, he hasn't given me the reward yet.
Yi Tianyi. Sister, there's a reward. If you don't run, you'll have to pay. Yi Tianyi said helplessly. Wow. Isn't this fairy sister too amazing?
When it's cold, it's incredibly cold, absolutely merciless.
But sometimes it's so cute and adorable. Oh my god. I miss the sun. I miss the sun so much.
Yi Tianyi stopped only when he reached a certain distance.
Let go.
Mu Qianshue suddenly said something to Yi Tianyi coldly. She hadn't noticed it just now, but now she suddenly realized that this man was holding her hand. Even though she had a good impression of this man, she didn't like this feeling.
Well. Yi Tianyi quickly let her go. Wow.
This sister's expression changes so quickly. Yi Tianyi thought she was cute and adorable 1 second ago, but now she is so cold and frightening.
If you do that again, you'll cut off your own arm. Yi Tianyi. Ruthless. Sister Fairy, at least I have helped you a lot, right? You can't be so heartless. One thing at a time.
Mu Qianshue said as she looked into the distance with her beautiful eyes. She saw a lot of clothes on the roadside and then walked over. Ding, Mu Qianshue's favorability towards you 5. Yi Tianyi shrugged helplessly. Originally, Mu Qianshue's favorability towards him was 10 points, but now it's only 5 points.
Wow, it's so hard for me. How the hell do I chase her? And even push her down?
I'm getting along well with her, but if I just touched her hand, I'd almost cut off my arm.
Ugh, it's so difficult. Yi Tianyi then followed. Mu Qianxue walked into the clothing store and looked around with great interest.
It was a women's clothing store, and all the items were women's.
Mu Qianxue had never worn modern clothes, but she thought they looked pretty.
However, her clothes were precious because they were extraordinary.
These clothes looked like ordinary fabrics, so why were they so precious? Could it be that humans had become so powerful?
When several shop assistants saw a beauty like Mu Qianxue walk in, they were immediately stunned and hurried over.
Beauty, what clothes do you want to see? Mu Qianxue looked back and saw Yi Tianyi walked in. Why did she want to see Yi Tianyi?
Because she had no money, she had to make sure Yi Tianyi came in before she could buy it.
This, and this, all right. Mu Qianxue pointed at a few items and said. You don't want to try? Yi Tianyi asked. Don't try. What if it doesn't fit? Won't. Try it, otherwise it won't look good if it's too small or too big. The same is true for any woman, even Mu Qianxue. Loving beauty is a woman's nature. Yi Tianyi's words that it might not look good still made her hesitate. Good.
Then she took a white turtleneck sweater and a white coat and walked into the fitting room. Handsome guy, your girlfriend is beautiful. A shopping guide lady smiled at Yi Tianyi.
Hee, she's pretty, isn't she?
It takes a lot of effort to chase her.
Yi Tianyi smiled. That doesn't matter.
It's worth it no matter how much effort it takes to catch up. At this moment, a relatively handsome man walked in with a beautiful young lady in his arms. This young lady is really pretty, and she would get a rating of around 80 points, which is probably the average rating for female celebrities.
Hey, Master Yi, isn't this Master Yi?
When the man saw Yi Tianyi, he was stunned for a moment, then curled the corners of his mouth and walked up to Yi Tianyi and smiled. The tone was full of disdain. Yes, in Tianxue Holy City, everyone who knows Yi Tianyi envies him, but also despises him.
Yi Tianyi looked at the man in front of him. Yi Tianyi knew this man. His name was Zhang Shangwei and he was a high school classmate. Tianxue and Tianqing colleges were warrior colleges, which were considered universities.
Because Yi Tianyi was a bit useless, Yi Xian'er wanted him to learn some culture and make him a better person, so she sent him to a cultural school. At that time, Zhang Shangwei asked Yi Tianyi for advice on how to pick up girls. Later, his house was demolished and he lost 100 million yuan, becoming the second generation of demolition.
Then he became very successful.
In addition, the Yi family was gone, so he naturally became arrogant in front of Yi Tianyi.
How's it going? My girlfriend, Yi Lin, is she pretty?
Zhang Shangwei hugged the beautiful girl and looked at Yi Tianyi with pride, but also with a feeling of contempt.
Yi Tianyi had slept with many women, but Zhang Shangwei's girlfriend was truly beautiful.
He was always proud of her, showing her off everywhere and flaunting their affection.
But even if Yi Tianyi was incredibly impressive and had slept with many women, how many had you slept with women as beautiful as her? Probably not even one, right?
Yi Tianyi stroked his chin and glanced at them, then shrugged his shoulders and said,
It's okay. Laugh. Zhang Shangwei laughed. Oh, Master Yi is so awesome now, isn't he? You have really good taste. I wonder how Master Yi's girlfriend is doing now.
At this time, Mu Qianxue, dressed in modern clothes, walked out. She felt a little uncomfortable, but it looked good in the mirror.
She then looked at Yi Tianyi and asked, should it fit? Zhang Shangwei's face was completely stiff. This couldn't be his girlfriend, could it? Of course it is. If I take her out shopping for clothes alone, then she is not my girlfriend, right? In an instant, Zhang Shangwei felt like a clown. Let's go.
Then he quickly walked away with his girlfriend in shame.
Chapter 42. I also want to drive a Ferrari. Yi Tianyi was almost dying of laughter. His girlfriend was so beautiful? Just ask her if she had the confidence to stand next to Mu Qianxue. She didn't need to do anything else, just stand by her side. Would she dare? This girl was probably quite confident in herself, but after seeing Mu Qianxue, this confidence was probably gone from now on. Mu Qianxue's appearance and, crucially, her overwhelmingly noble and cold temperament would make any girl feel inferior. They wouldn't even dare to appear in the same frame with her, lest, no matter how beautiful they were, they would become mere passers-by and mere decorations. This was truly ruthless. Yi Tianyi then took a closer look at Mu Qianxue. Wow, it's really beautiful.
Regardless of whether it fits her or not, a woman of this level will look beautiful in anything she wears.
Of course, she might be even more beautiful without wearing anything, hee hee. It looks good, buy it. Mu Qianxue then walked into the fitting room again.
Fuck. This really looks like a boyfriend taking his girlfriend shopping.
Yi Tianyi couldn't help but think with a smile.
Handsome guy is so lucky, his girlfriend is so beautiful, unlike my son,
The aunt who spoke sighed. What's wrong? Didn't you find a girlfriend? Not really. It's just that his girlfriend just celebrated her 60th birthday last year and gave him a Ferrari. But she's even older than me.
Oh, it's such bad luck for our family.
It's all my fault.
We have no money, so my son has come up with such thoughts.
Yi Tianyi. Auntie, don't be too depressed. Your son is a talented person.
There are many people whose families are poor.
How many of them can afford a Ferrari like your son? Yi Tianyi then gave a thumbs up and said.
Mu Qianxue changed into another outfit and came out at this time.
How? She asked Yi Tianyi again. Yi Tianyi gave a thumbs up. It's so beautiful. Then she walked back. Strangeness. Mu Qianxue walked into the fitting room and wondered why she had to show him her clothes every time she changed.
She could clearly tell whether they fit her well or not. Soon, Mu Qianxue came out wearing an outfit that she thought was quite suitable, a pure white turtleneck sweater, a white jacket, black pants, and white sneakers. She looked very pretty, and with some jewelry, she was simply too beautiful. Although she felt a little awkward wearing it at first, it was the first time in her memory that she wore this kind of clothes, and she felt pretty and novel. There were 3 suits in total, and 3 pairs of shoes.
Mu Qianxue silently went to the door and stood there, waiting for Yi Tianyi to pay. The total is 18,001, minus the decimal, 18,000. The aunt said as she settled the account with Yi Tianyi. Yi Tianyi. No, 3 sets of clothes for 18,000?
What the hell is this store? He's already worth 15,000.
Yeah, this is a famous brand store.
It's worth spending 20,000 yuan on a few sets of clothes for such a beautiful girlfriend. Besides, the handsome guy must be rich.
If he was short of money, he wouldn't be able to find such a beautiful girlfriend, right? Yi Tianyi nodded stiffly. What he lacks the most is money. Wait a minute, I forgot to bring my card. I'll withdraw cash from my phone. Yi Tianyi then quickly sat aside and sent a ding message to Shijai on WeChat. Beautiful 11th sister, can you lend me some money so pitiful? Yi Tianyi also added a small expression after the sentence. Shijai was sitting in the office watching a drama. She saw Yi Tianyi's message and replied, what this fairy lacks most is money. I don't have any.
No, you must have. I only have 280 yuan on me, and I'm waiting for my salary tomorrow.
I have no money. Yi Tianyi.
This Shijai is a master after all, and the only space attribute expert in the Tianxue Empire.
He has 280 yuan on him? Okay, you're awesome. Yi Tianyi took a look and knew that Yi Xiener must be recuperating from her injuries. If Yi Tianyi didn't disturb her, who else could he borrow money from? Li Bang. Bang hard brother.
Yi Tianyi quickly sent a message, hard, brother is short of money, so.
5 seconds later. 40,000 yuan has arrived in my Zamibo account.
At that moment, Yi Tianyi shed tears of emotion.
It's decided. I must train this Li Bang well. He's such a good friend. Thanks. You don't have to pay for the next 2 months.
Then Yi Tianyi walked over, paid the money, and took the clothes out.
Brush.
As soon as Mu Qianxue stretched out her hand, the clothes in his hand disappeared, probably all into her space ring.
Can you help me find a place to live? Mu Qianxue then asked. Okay, but do you want to eat? Yi Tianyi was trying every possible way to cheat her baby. No need. Mu Qianxue said lightly.
As warriors become stronger, their cravings for food, water, and rest will become less and less.
Take Yi Tianyi for example.
Although he is only at the 5th level of the body refining realm, he can go without food or water for half a month without dying.
The most powerful ones may not need to do so for several years.
So Mu Qianxue would say no, because she has no desire for food.
Actually, I think you're in the human world now, but you used to be a demon, right?
Mu Qianxue knew that she had released that power and was exposed as a demon, but she didn't think it was a big deal.
So? She asked calmly. So, since you don't know where to go right now, stay in the human world for now.
I'll help you, and you'll just slowly recover your memory. There's no danger yet, but while you're in the human world, you'll have to adapt to life here, eat 3 meals a day like a normal person, and if you think what I say makes sense, you can listen.
If it doesn't, you don't have to. Yi Tianyi said. Damn. This is a scam.
If I get it, I'll make tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, priceless treasures.
Every time I scam her, I make more money. I can't let her go.
Mu Qianxue thought about it for a while and felt that it made sense. She really needed to recover her memory in this human world now, and she felt that this human world was quite wonderful and she liked it very much, so she felt that it made sense.
I see. What do you want to eat?
That depends on how much valuable things you give me. The more valuable they are, the better food I'll take you to.
Yi Tianyi grinned. Mu Qianxue frowned slightly. Why did she always feel like she had been tricked? But she didn't understand. Food is the most important thing for people. Shouldn't eating be the most common and cheapest thing? Why does it have to be so expensive? Mu Qianxue asked in confusion. Who said that? Ordinary ingredients are the cheapest.
But pork, for example, has increased several times in price.
Do you know how exaggerated that is?
We humans are so poor that we have to eat wild game and monster meat.
Do you think eating is cheap? How many people even risk going to your monster realm just for money and to buy things?
Of course, if you want to eat something unpalatable, I'll treat you, and it won't cost much.
But if you want to eat something delicious, it's really expensive. Ordinary people like me have never eaten delicious food. Yi Tianyi sighed and said. Ding.
Cheating on a young lady is a scumbag act.
Plus 50,000 insolence value. Chapter 43, not tasty, none of this tastes good. Mu Qianxue pondered for a moment. Besides, do you know how many people there are in the human race? Billions of people. Even if each of those billions of people only ate 1 grain of rice a day, how much food would they consume that day? Not to mention meat. It's not as simple as you think. Yi Tianyi shook his head and continued. I see. Thank you for letting me know this. Mu Qianxue then nodded gently and asked, then what do you want? Yi Tianyi thought for a moment and asked, do you have any powerful martial arts?
Martial arts here are quite valuable, but they have to be of high quality. I think if I take you out for dinner, the value of one martial art is about the same.
What attributes do you want? Fire, is there? Mu Qianxue shook her head. What about the wind?
She shook her head again.
Only ice. Ice is fine too. Yi Tianyi's eyes lit up. A warrior can only learn and release martial arts of certain attributes based on his attributes.
Yi Tianyi currently has both fire and wind attributes, and because of the last incident with Shi Jia, he will gradually awaken to the ice attribute, so he can have it.
Mu Qianxue then stretched out her slender jade finger and touched Yi Tianyi's forehead. A force surged into Yi Tianyi's body, causing severe pain in his head. Don't resist. Mu Qianxue said softly.
Then Yi Tianyi felt a wave of memories flooding into his mind, and Mu Qianxue gave him a direct enlightenment.
Absolute zero? This is one of my martial arts skills. It should be of divine grade. Is it enough? Yi Tianyi.
A meal in exchange for a divine martial art, what the hell?
Enough. Yi Tianyi nodded woodenly. But your realm is very weak.
You must at least reach the spirit refining realm to be qualified to use this martial art.
Otherwise, you will be seeking death. Divine grade martial arts.
Even if Yi Tianyi had mastered them, he wouldn't have had enough spiritual energy to unleash them, because the martial arts were too high grade.
But how powerful were divine grade martial arts? Yi Tianyi had no idea. In an empire of the Tianshui Empire's stature, how many people could possess divine grade martial arts?
In any case, as far as Yi Tianyi could remember, the Yi family didn't even possess heaven grade martial arts.
The highest was earth grade. And at the time, the Yi family was one of the 4 great clans. Very strong, right? Yi Tianyi asked. It depends on your realm.
If you can successfully release it at the 5th level of the soul refining realm, you can easily kill a 5th level of the mysterious heaven realm.
Yi Tianyi. What the hell? Is this a divine martial art?
But the prerequisite is that you have to be able to release it, and if your realm is low, once it is released, you basically have no room to fight back.
I know that. Yi Tianyi nodded. Let's go, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Yi Tianyi then walked forward with a forced smile on his face. Awesome. I made tons of money.
Yi Tianyi calculated that he still had 35,000 yuan on him. Sometimes a big meal could cost hundreds of thousands, so places like 5-star hotels were absolutely out of the question. He would have to rent her a house and give her some money to buy things for herself.
Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to afford it. Would he ask her to trade her treasures for it? Yi Tianyi couldn't bear to part with that.
Everything she owned was hers. So, even though he said he was going to take her out for a big meal, it had better not cost more than 2,000 yuan. Yi Tianyi exchanged his god-level martial arts for a meal that cost no more than 2,000 yuan. He said that if she knew about it, he would probably be killed by her.
Of course, if they got along well by then everything would be fine.
As for whether she will be discovered, let's talk about it later. Give her the money and let her spend it herself. Anyway, she has no idea how much 10 yuan, 1,000 yuan, or 10,000 yuan is. Yi Tianyi can just tell her a lot when the time comes.
Yi Tianyi brought Mu Qianxue to a hotel.
To be honest, Yi Tianyi had already given her enough face by bringing her to a 3-star hotel. Anyway, don't order those super expensive dishes. Even in a 3-star hotel, a meal for 2 people would only cost about 1,000 yuan. And it looks quite luxurious.
At least in Mu Qianxue's eyes, this place is very clean, beautiful, and nice.
He should not have lied to himself.
Welcome,
the beautiful receptionist said with a smile. When their Twilight saw Mu Qianxue, he was completely stunned. What a beautiful sister, so elegant.
2 of us, please get a private room. Yi Tianyi said.
I'm sorry, sir, we're full, and there's no private room.
Wa.
Just as the young lady was about to finish her words, a pot-bellied man hurried over. It's not full, a group of guests just left.
There is a private room. Please follow me.
The lobby manager said with a smile on his face.
Private rooms are very valuable. Many people don't like noisy dining, so they reserve them.
There's only one left, and he just ordered that no matter who comes, they should tell them it's sold out, because this last room might be reserved for the boss.
But when he saw Mu Qianxue, he thought, how could she be so simple with such a beautiful woman? This is the boss.
So he must have given them the room. This meal is estimated to cost hundreds of thousands of yuan.
It's a huge profit.
The 2 entered a beautiful private room.
Mu Qianxue took a look and was full of curiosity.
It was indeed a nice place, and the food there was reasonably expensive. The main reason was that she didn't understand. So she was deceived by Yi Tianyi. The key was that Yi Tianyi was smart. If he had taken Mu Qianxue to a noodle shop with a little bit of deduction, she would have known at a glance that Yi Tianyi was definitely deceiving her.
Here are the menus, sir.
The lobby manager handed the menu to Mu Qianxue. Yi Tianyi moved closer to her and stared at her closely, determined not to let her order anything expensive.
Holy crap!
A plate of hot and sour potato shreds is 75 yuan.
A small restaurant only charges 10 yuan. Too damn expensive.
I want 1 serving of these spicy and sour shredded potatoes.
Yi Tianyi pointed and said. Okay. The lobby manager thought it was normal to order 2 side dishes. Give me 1 of these braised pork. Yi Tianyi said. Good. And this, and this.
Yi Tianyi ordered many ordinary home-cooked dishes, but several of them were meat, and the total cost was only a few hundred yuan.
This looks delicious.
Mu Qianxue pointed to a beautiful dish on the menu, golden caviar.
Yi Tianyi. Beautiful lady, you have good taste. This is a fish. Before the lobby manager finished speaking, Yi Tianyi quickly said, it's not tasty. Trust me, give me some kung pao chicken. Damn. Yi Tianyi took a look at the price of this caviar. 3,000 yuan a spoonful. Who the hell can afford this? The lobby manager's mouth twitched. What about this? Mu Qianxue pointed at the foie gras.
They were very beautiful. Everything she ordered was very beautiful. Because she didn't know what they were, she just thought they looked delicious. But they were really expensive, costing several thousand yuan each.
It's not delicious, it's not delicious.
This is fatty liver. Well, give me a portion of this steamed pork with rice flour,
Yi Tianyi said quickly. Lobby manager. Chapter 44. Is this man a dog? For more chapters to come. There were 9 dishes and a soup in total. Yi Tianyi roughly calculated the cost and it was 1,400 yuan, which was acceptable. The lobby manager was completely confused. He thought this meal cost around hundreds of thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan, but more than 1,000 yuan? Is this man a dog?
He rejected all the dishes that the beautiful young lady wanted to order. If he had ordered all of them, the meal would have cost at least around 80,000 or 90,000 yuan.
Grass. Would you two like to have some wine?
The lobby manager tried his best to force a smile.
Well, I need something to drink.
Yi Tianyi pondered for a moment, then said, "Give me a bottle of coconut milk."
Lobby manager? Yi Tianyi knew that alcohol was the most profitable thing.
Maybe a meal cost you 200,000 yuan, and the alcohol accounted for 100,000 yuan. Some bottles of wine cost 100,000 or 200,000 yuan.
No. No drinking? Yi Tianyi then looked at Mu Qianxue and said, "Do you like drinking? Milk tastes better." Mu Qianxue nodded. "Look, she likes milk too." "Okay, that's it." "Thank you. Please serve the food quickly."
Yi Tianyi handed the menu to the lobby manager with a smile.
"Please wait a moment." The lobby manager really resisted the urge to strangle Yi Tianyi to death and walked out. Holy shit! What the hell is going on? Yi Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I held on.
Soon, their dishes were served.
Mu Qianxue thought it smelled delicious and had the urge to eat it.
All she remembered eating were fruits, flour dough, and occasionally some grilled meat.
She had never eaten these. Try it? Yi Tianyi smiled. Mu Qianxue then took a piece of braised pork and put it into her mouth tentatively.
The next moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. "I've lived for so many years, but I've never tasted anything like this in my life.
It's so delicious." "How?" "It's delicious." Mu Qianxue is very straightforward. If it tastes good, it tastes good.
If it tastes very good, it tastes very good. Maybe Yi Tianyi thought it was just delicious, but she had never eaten it before and she liked every dish. "I originally thought you were lying to me, but now it seems you're not. These foods are much more delicious than the divine fruits I ate."
Mu Qianxue looked at Yi Tianyi and said. Yi Tianyi. He was almost dying of laughter. "I'm so sincere to you, yet you still suspect I'm lying to you? Really, I'm very sad." Yi Tianyi shook his head and said. "Not again." Mu Qianxue took another bite of the braised pork.
She found that she seemed to like this place.
The human world was truly wonderful. The two of them ate all 9 dishes in one soup.
Mu Qianxue ate very elegantly and slowly.
In fact, most of it was eaten by Yi Tianyi.
He was very tired. He had been fighting in the monster field for so long, and he needed to replenish his food.
Mu Qianxue was very surprised. This was the most surprising moment of her day.
The food in the human world was delicious.
"How is it? Are you satisfied?"
Yi Tianyi asked with a smile, leaning back in his chair.
"It's delicious, but too expensive." Mu Qianxue said softly.
"It's okay if you want something inexpensive, but it might not be as delicious. And I know how to cook it, so I can make it for you when the time comes."
"Really?"
"Of course, it's not as expensive as here, but I need to buy ingredients, so." Yi Tianyi coughed dryly, feeling a little embarrassed for having tricked her.
"Wait a minute."
Mu Qianxue thought about it, then stretched out her hand, and a particularly beautiful white and blue snow lotus appeared in the palm of her hand.
Yi Tianyi widened his eyes. "Holy crap! Is this the holy great elixir, the supreme sacred heart lotus?"
"Yes."
Mu Qianxue nodded. "This holy rank is above the divine rank and is considered a legendary class.
No matter it is a spiritual weapon, martial arts, or even a heavenly and earthly elixir, there is this rank but few people have ever seen it. The previous 9-colored kiwi fruit was heavenly or divine, and this one is holy, its value is unimaginable. Once this supreme sacred heart lotus comes out, if others know that you have it, the whole continent will be in chaos and bloodshed, and countless supreme powers will fight for it, because this thing is too terrifying." Ordinary people, even those at the heavenly venerable realm, would probably not be able to get close to a normally grown Supreme Sacred Heart Lotus, and might even be killed by the backlash of the Supreme Sacred Heart Lotus's power. This one was picked by her, and she sealed it with her own power, so it looked extremely soft. It has many effects, such as saving lives, prolonging lives, improving realms, improving spirits and physiques, etc. It can allow a Tianzuan realm expert who is stuck at the 10th level of Tianzuan realm to be promoted to the Saint King realm instantly, and there is even a chance for a Saint King expert to be promoted to the Heavenly Tao realm.
This thing is so terrifying.
Furthermore, the Supreme Sacred Heart Lotus is a supreme item for all warriors who cultivate ice attributes, and even for demonic beasts. Its effect is simple. Using it will multiply your ice power and cold force by several times, bringing the purity of the ice element to its maximum. Your entire combat power will be sublimated by the sublimation of your ice attributes. It will be increased several times.
It's that exaggerated. This is very powerful and rare. It must be valuable enough that I won't have to give you treasures for a long time, right? Mu Qianxue asked. You really want to give it to me? Yi Tianyi asked in disbelief.
Really, I'm sorry, I feel like this fairy sister has suffered a great loss. Since you can learn ice attribute martial arts, you have ice attribute power. You can use this Supreme Sacred Heart Lotus.
I've already used it, so it's useless.
You've helped me a lot, and I'm very grateful.
I also like the human world very much. You'll help me again in the future, so I'm willing to give it to you. Yi Tianyi took a deep breath. Yi Xian'er can also use this thing.
She will definitely be able to reach a higher level by then.
He can also use it. It is enough for 2 people.
If it is refined, he will at least be promoted to the spirit refining realm.
Yi Tianyi then took it. Remember, it's best to use this item as soon as possible, and don't expose it, otherwise you will be killed. Mu Qianxue reminded.
I know, but this thing is too powerful.
My realm is not strong. Can I use it?
Yes, I have already placed a restriction on it.
You can use it without worry.
Just refine it halfway.
Otherwise, you will explode and die. Yi Tianyi's eyes lit up. Half was just right.
After he used it up, he could give the other half to Yi Xian'er, because she was also a very strong ice attribute warrior.
Thank you.
Yi Tianyi was really grateful to her. This girl was so generous.
Mu Qianxue didn't think it was a big deal.
Although this thing was powerful and rare, she had no use for it. She felt that Yi Tianyi and she were destined to be together and he had helped her a lot. She was a person who would repay a favor, so Mu Qianxue didn't think it was a big deal to give it to him.
It would be a waste to leave it alone anyway.
If she planted it, the rich spiritual power of heaven and earth seemed useless to her.
Come on, I'll take you to find a house. Chapter 45. Wow, this fairy sister is so cute. Mu Qianxue is not stupid.
She knows that no matter how expensive these things are, they can never compare to the Supreme Sacred Heart Lotus. However, she is very grateful to Yi Tianyi. She knows that she will definitely lose a lot of money, but she is still willing to give it to him. He is quite handsome and should not be a bad person. At least she feels good about him after getting along with him.
It's easy to find a house.
You can just look around on 85.com. Yi Tianyi originally planned to take her to rent a better house. After all, she is a fairy sister, so she must rent a well-decorated one.
That's why Yi Tianyi is so frugal.
Because the rent of a well-decorated house is probably 2,000 yuan a month, and a deposit of 1.5 times the payment is at least 10,000, right? Then Yi Tianyi took her to find a well-decorated single apartment close to his home.
The landlord was a middle-aged man in his 40s.
He took them to see the house.
Mu Qianxue was naturally very satisfied.
Because she didn't know much, her current judgment standard was whether it looked good or not. The same was true for food. The house was naturally good-looking.
Yi Tianyi then paid the money and Mu Qianxue moved in. You two live together? The middle-aged landlord asked.
No, she lives alone.
Yi Tianyi said.
Oh, sure, I'll be at ease with such a pretty girl living here.
The middle-aged man said this and walked away.
There was a glint of conspiracy in his eyes. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. If she really lived alone, then. As the landlord, he naturally has a spare key to the house.
When the time comes.
Really, this woman gave him the urge to commit a crime, and he was willing to commit it.
What's this? Mu Qianxue walked around the house.
It was very beautiful and cozy, so she was naturally very satisfied. However, she didn't understand a lot of things inside, so she pointed at the TV and asked Yi Tianyi.
Yi Tianyi then turned on the TV. It's called TV. You can watch cartoons and TV series. We made them ourselves.
They're all fictional, but it's a good way to kill time.
It's amazing. Yi Tianyi.
Okay. Yi Tianyi understood that she was not unsophisticated, she really didn't understand. It was precisely because she didn't understand that she was Yi Tianyi's ATM.
Oh, by the way, I'll come find you tomorrow and take you out to buy daily necessities, quilts, etc. You can stay home today and get familiar with these things. Mu Qianxue nodded.
I'll help you turn on the power and water gates. Later I'll teach you how to use some everyday items and their uses, as well as how to use a cell phone.
Yi Tianyi said and ran out the door. When Yi Tianyi walked in, "Hey, stop it!" Yi Tianyi couldn't help but shout.
This woman was actually poking the electrical socket with her hand. One of the sockets happened to have a cover missing, so she curiously poked it in with her slender fingers. Mu Qianxue then turned around, and her right hand was faintly visible wrapped in lightning. She then frowned slightly and asked Yi Tianyi in surprise, "Why is there the power of thunder hidden here?"
Yi Tianyi. Wow. Miss, are you so cute?
Yi Tianyi was really dying of love in his heart, damn it. This level of electricity naturally couldn't hurt her, and Yi Tianyi subconsciously stopped her. It was very strange to see someone poking an electrical socket with their fingers.
Yi Tianyi then explained, "This is actually not thunder, it is electricity. There is a fundamental difference between it and thunder. For example, the TV can light up because it is powered by electricity.
Even your mobile phone will shut down and turn black when it runs out of power. You must use a charger to charge it before it can continue to light up."
I see.
She is not stupid at all, she just doesn't understand.
Her ability to accept things is very strong.
For the next 3 hours, Yi Tianyi taught Mu Qianxue how to use various household appliances, including downloading some common software on her mobile phone, registering a WeChat account for her, adding her as a friend, and saving her phone number to ensure that she could use it. Yi Tianyi transferred the remaining 10,000 yuan to her and taught her how to pay before leaving.
Call. Yi Tianyi walked out and let out a long sigh. This day is really full of mystery and happiness.
Originally, he was planning to cheat her out of the rent, but Yi Tianyi felt really embarrassed. He had already cheated her out of the Supreme Sacred Heart Lotus, so he felt really embarrassed to cheat her out of it again. He would cheat her out of it later.
Now Yi Tianyi was satisfied.
Then Yi Tianyi hurried back home. He was sure that the poison in Yi Xian'er's body would not be dangerous for the time being, so he stayed with Mu Qianxue for so long. As for the mission, there was no mission penalty anyway, and it was too difficult, so it was probably impossible to complete it.
Miss System, let me ask you, if I haven't completed many of the tasks triggered by the scumbag system, but the deadline has passed, will I still be able to complete them in the future? Yi Tianyi asked this question.
Because a system only appears for 7 days, if the ultimate task is completed, the system will disappear directly and switch to the next system. Tasks will be triggered in the middle, and many rewards are very tempting.
Yi Tianyi naturally does not want to disappear like this.
Ding, answer handsome brother, as long as the ultimate mission is successfully completed, in the future, the host can consume the crazy pull value to reawaken a certain system and continue some unfinished tasks in the system, but the ultimate mission and ultimate reward will no longer appear.
If the ultimate mission is not completed, the system will be permanently shut down and cannot be reawakened.
Yi Tianyi scratched his head and walked to the door of his house. What if, for example, with this scumbag system, I only got a girlfriend, and there were no rewards or punishments? Can the system be revived in the future?
Ding.
You need to pay 10 times the crazy pulling value.
How much is that? Ding. 10 million. Yi Tianyi.
He's worked his ass off and now only has tens of millions of points, and you're going to get 10 million just to reawaken the system?
Okay, you're so ruthless. Then why don't I just work hard to complete the mission? 2 young ladies have successfully confessed their love.
Star Baby shouldn't have any problems, but who else can score above 90 and successfully confess within the next few days?
At least it's difficult to find one now. Yi Tianyi then opened the door and walked into the house.
Yi Xian'er's room was still closed, but Yi Tianyi could feel the spiritual power surging inside. She must still be trying hard to expel the poison.
Yi Tianyi then opened the door and walked in. Chapter 46. What a silly girl.
Yi Xian'er sat on the bed with her legs crossed, her eyes closed tightly as she used her spiritual power. For some reason, she had taken off most of her clothes and was only wearing a close-fitting undergarment. Although she didn't reveal anything, her perfect figure was revealed in front of Yi Tianyi.
Yi Tianyi himself came from Earth.
On Earth, he had never been in love, never kissed, and his confidant Fanya had never established a relationship with him. There was no website either. Some searches were all blocked. So he was a pure person. His first kiss was taken away by the bad guy Shi Jiai. Just thinking about it made Yi Tianyi feel so wronged. Yi Xian'er opened her beautiful eyes and saw Yi Tianyi standing in front of her, then she put on her coat.
Come back, I'll go cook for you.
Yi Xian'er said softly.
Seriously, even in this situation, you can still say such things? And even go to cook? How can this woman be so stupid?
Wait, take this first.
Yi Tianyi handed the purple honeysuckle to Yi Xian'er. This is?
Purple honeysuckle, just take it raw, it can cure the poison in your body.
Yi Tianyi said. Yi Xian'er looked at Yi Tianyi in surprise.
In fact, for a moment, she hesitated. She could be kind to Yi Tianyi with all her heart, but she didn't necessarily trust him completely, because he had even drugged her before. As for whether this purple honeysuckle could cure her poison, she didn't understand. She didn't understand how Yi Tianyi knew it. He knew what poison she was in, so how could he be sure that he couldn't cure it? Very strange.
Good.
Yi Xian'er nodded, then picked a piece and put it between her red lips. She knew about this purple honeysuckle. It was not a bad thing and was very rare. Even if she didn't recognize it as purple honeysuckle, she could sense that it was a harmless elixir of life. You should detoxify first, I'll go cook for you.
Yi Tianyi said and walked out. As time passed, Yi Xian'er was truly shocked. The poison in her body was truly eliminated. Yi Tianyi gave her such a big surprise and incredible feeling.
When she walked out, she was shocked to find that there were several dishes on the table. They looked and smelled really good.
He was cooking soup in the kitchen.
Yi Xian'er walked over with a slightly frowned brow, gently picked up a piece of meat with her small hand and put it into her mouth.
It tasted surprisingly good. When did Xiaoyi learn to cook? She is with Yi Tianyi every day and grew up with him. She is the one who knows best whether Yi Tianyi can cook or not and whether he has learned it or not.
Really, Yi Tianyi gave her a huge surprise, but it also made her feel very strange, as if he had become a different person.
Is the poison resolved? Yi Tianyi stuck his head out and asked.
Yi Xian'er came back to her senses and nodded, yeah.
She walked over and asked, how did you know? Ah. What a coincidence.
I just happened to learn this in class at school today, and then you got poisoned.
Yi Xian'er frowned slightly. Even if you know the antidote, how do you know what poison I was poisoned by? I learned it. Believe it or not, that's what it says in the book.
I can only guess what the symptoms and appearance of this poison are.
Yi Tianyi grinned.
Yi Xian'er thought about it for a moment and it seemed that it could be explained. But, purple honeysuckle is rare.
How did you find it? Speaking of this makes me want to laugh.
In a shop selling Chinese herbal medicine, this purple honeysuckle was actually placed together with purple wormwood.
I guess they didn't realize it was purple honeysuckle.
They looked so similar. Maybe they just happened to pick one of the purple honeysuckle flowers while picking purple wormwood. I happened to come across it and bought it for 30 yuan.
Yi Xian'er.
Although I was poisoned just now, my IQ should not be damaged.
Yi Xian'er looked at Yi Tianyi and said lightly. Yi Tianyi.
Yi Tianyi shrugged his shoulders and served the soup. Well, actually, I met this awesome guy, and she gave it to me.
Yi Tianyi didn't lie to her. Who?
I'd better not tell you who it is, just eat.
Yi Tianyi smiled.
Yi Xian'er then lowered her head and ate her meal elegantly.
Xiaoyi, when did you learn to cook?
Well, I was pursuing a beautiful girl before.
She was a foodie.
In order to pursue her, I spent a lot of money and finally practiced cooking hard.
Finally, I got her. I learned it at that time.
Yi Tianyi said with a smile.
Where is she? I dumped you. I don't want you anymore because I'm tired of playing with you.
Yi Tianyi shrugged his shoulders.
Yi Xian'er. After dinner, Yi Tianyi happily returned to his room, lay down and played with his mobile phone, chatting with Mu Qianxue.
Mu Qianxue actually replied to Yi Tianyi's messages, but most of the time she replied with system emoticons because she was not very good at typing. After washing the dishes, Yi Xianer stayed at Yi Tianyi's door for a long time. She felt that Yi Tianyi had changed a lot, but also felt that he had not changed. However, she was very grateful to Yi Tianyi.
Xiao Yi, I'm going to the monster territory. Don't go out and play around at home.
Yi Xianer changed her clothes and said.
Are you okay? Yi Tianyi shouted.
Yi Xianer left after she finished speaking. After Yi Xianer left, Yi Tianyi took out the 9-colored strange flower and the Supreme Sacred Heart Lotus.
Both are top-grade immortal medicines.
Ordinary Yi Tianyi does not even have the qualifications to get close to the Supreme Sacred Heart Lotus, but because Mu Qianxue has placed a restriction on it, Yi Tianyi can eat it directly. The 9-colored strange flower's primary effect is immunity to all poisons, while the Supreme Sacred Heart Lotus grants an ice-attributed warrior several times the power of their cold energy. This boost becomes even more terrifying as one's realm rises. If two top-tier ice-attributed geniuses, both at the same realm, were to clash, and one had consumed the Supreme Sacred Heart Lotus, the former wouldn't be concerned with defeating the latter, but rather how quickly they could do so.
This is the difference. This is the power of a saint-level elixir.
The 9-colored exotic flower was of a slightly lower grade, around the peak of the heavenly rank or the divine rank.
With its extremely mild nature, it could be taken raw. Yi Tianyi then plucked the petals and swallowed them. Instantly, the petals transformed into a warm current that flowed into Yi Tianyi's body.
The next moment, Yi Tianyi's body was shining with soft, colorful light. He closed his eyes and meditated on the spot, refining this power. About 2 hours later, Yi Tianyi opened his eyes, and around him, a surge of energy surged. He had successfully refined the 9-colored strange flower, and his realm soared directly to the 10th level of the body refining realm. He had improved by 5 levels. It is actually quite normal to refine such spiritual objects of heaven and earth and raise them to the 5th level.
Chapter 47, Natural Level Attributes. Moon updated 3 days later.
This Supreme Sacred Heart Lotus cannot be taken raw like the 9-colored strange flower.
Even if Mu Qianxue has placed a ban on it, Yi Tianyi will explode and die with his ability.
There is only one way, which is to slowly refine it outside the body and absorb its power. Refining this Supreme Sacred Heart Lotus should also directly activate my ice attribute.
Let's get started.
Yi Tianyi curled the corners of his mouth. If he had successfully refined this Supreme Sacred Heart Lotus, he would definitely have reached the spirit refining realm. He was gradually catching up with the realm that a normal warrior of his age should have reached. At 19, a normal warrior's realm should be around the 2nd level of the body refining realm. A genius would definitely be at the 7th level or above, or even the spirit refining realm. The top genius would reach around the 5th level of the spirit refining realm. A genius of Yi Xianer's level could probably reach the Xiantian realm at the age of 19 or 20. This kind of genius is a demon-level genius. But Yi Tianyi had too many opportunities. Although he fell behind in the beginning, he would make up for it in the future. By refining this Supreme Sacred Heart Lotus, he would definitely be able to break through the body refining realm to the spirit refining realm, or even reach the 3rd level of the spirit refining realm. After all, the spirit refining realm and the body refining realm are 2 different realms, and the difference is still huge. But the efficacy of the medicine will gradually improve him later. Then Yi Tianyi closed his eyes and began to refine the Supreme Sacred Heart Lotus. With his hands one above and one below, palms facing each other, the Supreme Sacred Heart Lotus rotated in the space between Yi Tianyi's palms, flashing with blue light. Powerful cold force and spiritual power of heaven and earth surged, and Yi Tianyi's body, Yi Tianyi's bed, and the entire house were instantly frozen. His eyebrows and hair were covered with frost. Since Yi Xianer chose to go out at night, she would definitely come back during the day the next day, so Yi Tianyi would have time to refine. At dawn, Yi Tianyi's eyes suddenly opened, and the ice around him instantly turned into nothingness. 5th level of the spirit refining realm. ITM. Yi Tianyi showed a surprised expression. 2 levels higher than he expected. However, refining such a divine object at his current level wouldn't raise his realm too high, because he couldn't absorb that much power, couldn't bear it, and would slowly improve as it was absorbed within his body. Therefore, this absorption might be a long-term improvement. Normally, it might take a year to reach a certain level, but now it might take 3 months. He is finally not a waste now. Moreover, he feels the ice-attributed power in his body, which is extremely cold.
Yi Tianyi is sure that even Yi Xian'er's cold power cannot compare to him, Yi Tianyi.
Of course, this is only true for cold power.
After all, there is still a gap in realm.
From this moment on, Yi Tianyi is no longer a waste. Wind, fire, and ultimate ice, 3 attributes in hand. The supreme sacred heart lotus still exists, but its aura is much weaker.
The rest is left to Yi Xian'er. It is enough for Yi Xian'er to refine it, because he can't use it anymore. There is no point in refining it anymore.
His cold power has reached an extreme. The supreme sacred heart lotus can no longer be improved, and there is almost no other thing in the world that can be improved. But Yi Tianyi needs to find a special time and method to give this thing to Yi Xian'er, not now.
Yi Tianyi then put it into the space ring. It's time to go to school and meet the 11 little fairies. Yi Tianyi inexplicably likes Shi Jia, maybe he took advantage of her. He has to go to the academy to complete the mission. Shi Jia's mission is completed. There is also Bai Hanxue and Huaxue.
Yi Xian'er didn't come back, so Yi Tianyi went out after washing up. When he reached the 5th level of the spirit refining realm, he could clearly sense how much he had changed. The 5th level of the spirit refining realm could already be considered a master. Some warriors had mediocre talents and it would be difficult for them to advance to the spirit refining realm in their lifetime. For example, Yi Tianyi had reached the 5th level of the Qi building realm at the age of 19, and it would be difficult for him to advance to the 5th level in his lifetime. While walking on the road, Yi Tianyi suddenly stopped. You two have been following us all the way, right?
Yi Tianyi curled the corners of his mouth and looked back. Damn!
The perception ability of the spirit refining realm is really incomparable to that of the body refining realm.
It's too strong.
2 young girls who looked younger walked out from behind a stone pillar. Junior sister, it's all your fault for wearing perfume.
Even Yi Tianyi discovered us.
A girl said helplessly.
I'm sorry.
The pretty girl stuck out her pink tongue, and then they walked in front of Yi Tianyi. They had heard about Yi Tianyi's deeds, or to be more precise, they had investigated him and knew that he was a scumbag and a waste, so they felt that it would be impossible to discover it normally, and it could only be that the perfume sprayed by the junior sister made him discover it.
Senior sister Lu, Yi Tianyi is so handsome.
The junior sister was holding the arm of senior sister Lu next to her with a crazy look on her face, and she was almost crying because of his handsomeness.
Yes, he's so handsome.
The senior sister sighed and then quickly shook her head.
No, I can't be seduced by male beauty. Hello, Master Yi, we are disciples of the Moon God Palace.
Moon Palace? Yi Tianyi glanced at the 2 pretty girls. When the little junior sister saw Yi Tianyi looking at her, her face suddenly turned red and she couldn't help but lowered her head.
Ah! So handsome. Of course Yi Tianyi knew what the Moon God Palace was. It was one of the sects on the sky blue continent and one of the top sections. Yes, it was an immortal sect and very powerful. Any ordinary disciple in the Moon God Palace was a genius. Why is the Moon Palace looking for me? I'm a loser. Yi Tianyi shrugged and said.
Of course, the Moon God Palace isn't looking for you, but they do have something to ask you. The senior sister said to Yi Tianyi. What's up? Master is waiting for Master Yi in the private room of the restaurant next to us.
Please move over.
Yi Tianyi shrugged his shoulders and followed him over.
There are 8 major sects and 4 immortal gates on the mainland. The Moon God Palace is one of the 4 immortal gates.
Entering the Moon God Palace, no, or rather, entering the 8 major sects is the wish of every warrior. It is a force that transcends the academy. It is said that there are even legendary beings in the 4 immortal gates. They are the guarantee of the human race. Although Yi Tianyi didn't know why such a being came to find him, he still took it very seriously. They arrived at the 2nd floor of a hotel. The senior sister knocked on the door and said respectfully, Master, Yi Tianyi is here.
Enter.
A very fairy and ethereal voice came from inside, and then she pushed open the door.
Please come in, Mr. Yi. Yi Tianyi walked in surprise.
The 2 girls closed the door and stood at the door. A woman in a white dress sat in front of him. She wore a veil, so her features couldn't be seen clearly. However, she gave Yi Tianyi a very celestial feeling. Was she someone from the Moon God Palace? Such an elegant person? Master? And yet so young. Mr. Yi, please sit down. The woman looked at Yi Tianyi, then smiled and said. Yi Tianyi sat in front of her.
Who is the senior?
Yu Wuxuang, the fifth elder of the Moon God Palace.
Yi Tianyi. He is actually an elder-level figure. He must be a master in the Saint King realm, right? Wow! So young. Ding. You've triggered the quest, overthrow 5th Elder Yu Wuxuang. Quest duration, while the scumbag system exists. Quest reward, gain the natural attribute Moon. Quest penalty, none. Yi Tianyi. Wow! This system is a beast. How can this be accomplished? It's an impossible task.
No, at least not now.
If Yi Tianyi wants to complete it, he can only wait until the time comes to activate the scumbag system for the second or even third time. As for the natural level attributes, what is this?
Chapter 48, Yi Xianer's Whereabouts Additional Update for Captain Zhang Gai. The 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth.
Rare attributes, wind, ice, light, thunder, and dark. Poison, blood, spirit, steel, and other rare attributes might even emerge. These might resemble supernatural powers. And then there's the ultimate attributes, time and space. Natural attributes transcend time and space in a sense, but are actually at the same level as human abilities.
Moon and sun are both natural attributes.
As for what it is used for, the unimaginable uses can only be understood but not expressed in words.
It is said that several people in the Moon God Palace have the moon attribute, so the Moon God Palace can become one of the 4 great immortal gates. Immortal, that means it is beyond the scope of human beings. I didn't expect this to trigger such a task, but it definitely cannot be completed in a short time.
Yi Tianyi clasped his fist and said, "Greetings, 5th Elder. Young Master Yi, there's no need for formalities.
I've come to you today for something, so I'll be frank. The Moon God Palace has noticed Yi Xianer's talent and potential, and we hope to invite her to join the Moon God Palace. I will accept her as an elder disciple and personally teach her. She will receive a wealth of Moon God Palace training resources, and we believe she can become a top-tier expert in the shortest possible time, living up to her talent and potential."
Yu Wuxuang said to Yi Tianyi. "Then why are you looking for him? Why are you looking for me?"
"I did, but Miss Yi refused. We all know that it's because she can't let you go."
Yi Tianyi pondered for a moment.
"But as Miss Ye's brother, I think you would also like to see her get better, right?
So I want to talk to you."
Yi Xianer is not famous, she is only famous in Tianshui Holy City. Even the Moon God Palace has paid attention to her.
Her excellence must be unimaginable.
Indeed, it must be the best choice for her to go to the Moon God Palace.
Yi Tianyi is also happy for her.
He will not refuse and he is not qualified to refuse.
Although Yi Tianyi is reluctant, he hopes that Yi Xianer can go there.
The original Yi Tianyi has dragged her down too much. It is time for her to grow up, and the current Yi Tianyi also needs to grow up.
I understand. I will find a way.
But since you all know about my sister's existence even though you are far away in the Moon God Palace, you should also know the other reason why my sister doesn't want to leave,"
Yi Tianyi said.
"Of course, the Yi family was wiped out that year."
Yu Wuxuang nodded.
Yi Tianyi said, "She won't leave until this matter is resolved."
"It's halfway solved." Yi Tianyi looked at her in surprise.
"We've been keeping an eye on Yi Xianer for 2 years. For her, the Moon God Palace's master spent a fortune to have the elders of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion deduce the facts of that year, and the outcome was deduced. It was your Tianshui Holy City's Yang family who hired a powerful Tianzuan realm expert to destroy the Yi family. We brought that Tianzuan realm expert here when he arrived, and your sister killed him personally, and he admitted it.
The rest is the Yang family's business, so there's basically nothing to worry about. The only thing left is you." Yi Tianyi frowned slightly. It really is the Yang family.
It seems that Yi Xianer was injured because of the injuries she sustained when she went to look for the Yang family. However, Yi Tianyi did not expect that the Moon God Palace would spend such a big sum of money for Yi Xianer. The Tianji Pavilion is also one of the 4 major immortal sects, in charge of deducing the mysteries of heaven.
In addition to her talent, Yi Xianer definitely has another point that the Moon God Palace likes. I understand.
Give me 2 weeks, and I will make sure she goes with you on her own initiative,"
Yi Tianyi said.
"Okay. Then I will wait for her here for half a month. I really admire Mr. Yi for being so righteous."
Yu Wuxuang Dao.
She knew that if she wanted to convince Yi Xianer, only Yi Tianyi could do it. Whether I admire you or not is not important.
What's important is that my sister left with you.
The Yi family still has hundreds of millions of dollars in debt.
Do you want me to pay it back? Yu Wushuang.
Yi Tianyi raised his head and grinned at her. When my sister was with me, I never had to worry about these things.
She even gave me pocket money.
Now that my sister is leaving with you, my pocket money is gone, and I have to pay back my debts.
I am a useless playboy.
To be honest, when I think about this, I suddenly feel a little regretful.
I see what you mean, and you have a point.
Yu Wushuang then took out a card and pushed it in front of Yi Tianyi.
Here are 500 million. There's no password. The remaining debt of the Yi family is less than 500 million. The remaining money should be enough for Mr. Yi to live happily for quite some time. Yi Tianyi took the card with a smile and put it away. Thanks, leave the rest to me.
After saying that, Yi Tianyi pushed the door and walked out.
Yu Wushuan looked at Yi Tianyi's back and shook his head secretly. Yi Xianer's value is far beyond what these 500 million can compare to. Only a few people know the reason.
I just feel sad for her that she has such a brother, and she is even willing to give up her own future for such a brother. She walked out slowly, and the little junior sister looked at Yi Tianyi's back with a crazy look on her face.
Bang!
Yu Wushuan knocked on her head and she immediately came back to her senses.
Master, master!
The little junior sister's face turned red and she bowed in panic.
Still looking? Is Yi Tianyi really that good looking?
He shouldn't have brought a girl like you down here. The junior sister stuck out her pink tongue.
He's just a shell.
If Yi Xianer had stayed with him, she would never have achieved the great Tao in this life. To achieve the great Tao, one must cut off all emotions and desires. Fortunately, for Yi Xianer in this world, the only emotion left is the affection for Yi Tianyi, so it's easy to cut off. Yu Wushuang put his hands behind his back and muttered to himself as he watched Yi Tianyi walking away. On the other side, Yi Tianyi came to Tianjue College. Naturally, he had to repay the debt with 500 million yuan in his card. This debt was not owed to the Young family, but to the shareholders who had invested in Yes Company. It was the common people's money, so it had to be repaid. However, when Yi Tianyi walked in Tianjue College, he saw that the eyes of these people looking at him today were particularly wrong.
Acid. That's right, there is one word written in everyone's eyes, sour. What are they jealous of? Brother Yi, Brother Yi.
When they arrived at class 10, Li Bang quickly ran to Yi Tianyi, while Hoshue glanced at Yi Tianyi, hugged his chest and snorted.
It's so hard. What's going on? Why do I feel like the way others look at me is not right?
That look has the same charm as when Bai Hanshue kissed me.
Could it be that Bai Hanshue wants to get back together with me? Yi Tianyi patted Li Bang's shoulder and asked jokingly. Brother Yi is worthy of being Brother Yi. You already know all this. Li Bang looked at Yi Tianyi with admiration. Yi Tianyi? What the hell?
Chapter 49. I discussed with my wife whether the child should stay.
Yi Tianyi was completely confused. What did it mean, you know all this? Could it be that?
Brother Yi, just now, Bai Hanshue, no, it's my sister-in-law, who's being pursued again. She admitted her relationship with you, Brother Yi, in front of everyone.
Yi Tianyi. What's the connection? Boyfriend and girlfriend. Yi Tianyi? What the hell? Tell me in detail.
Li Bang scratched his head and said, I was there too. A senior from the advanced class confessed his love to Bai Hanshue. I heard Bai Hanshue tell him that she had a boyfriend. The senior asked who it was, and Bai Hanshue said it was you, Brother Yi.
Yi Tianyi. No, there is something fishy going on. What else? Yi Tianyi then asked.
Also, they didn't believe it, and then they asked senior sister Bai Hanshue why she didn't admit her relationship with you, Brother Yi, before.
What did she say?
Senior Bai Hanshue said that you had a fight at that time, and those words were just angry words.
Now you've reconciled. Yi Tianyi. It's a fraud. What's wrong with this woman? This isn't her style.
If it were Hoshue or Shi Jiai, this would be perfectly normal, but Bai Hanshue.
Could it be that Yi Xianer helped him to win her over? Wow. No, I have to go and see. At this time, Shi Jiai walked in and everyone quickly sat down in their seats. Hey, classmate Yi Tianyi, you're really capable. Did you even get Bai Hanshue? You're really brave. Shi Jiai looked at Yi Tianyi and said with a smile.
Mr. Sure, you should know it best.
Oh, and Huoshui-san knows it too. Sure Jiai. Of course she knew what Yi Tianyi was talking about.
Of course, she always had some doubts about Bai Hanshue's affairs, the same idea as most people, but she also felt that it might be true.
Etc. Sure Jiai glanced at Yi Tianyi. Spirit refining realm level 5? What's going on? Wasn't he still at the body refining realm level 5 yesterday? And already at the spirit refining realm level 5 in just one day?
Putting aside other things, Yi Tianyi is now at the 5th level of the spirit refining realm at the age of 19, and he can already be defined as a genius.
This kid is becoming more and more interesting. Are you sure you want to talk back to me?
Sure Jiai looked at Yi Tianyi and asked with a slight smile on her lips.
Yi Tianyi. It's strange.
I clearly have the leverage over her, so why isn't this girl panicking?
Sure Jiai is not panicking. You do have evidence, but will others believe it? Teacher Sure, I didn't talk back. Sure Jiai.
At that moment, Sure Jiai staggered suddenly.
Bastard, bastard, bastard. Brother Yi, what are your instructions?
Li Bang immediately stood up and asked.
Yi Tianyi? What do I tell you? Brother Yi, don't you call me brother? I am your little brother. Yi Tianyi suddenly realized, and everyone else also suddenly realized, so that's it.
Sure Jiai breathed a sigh of relief.
Damn.
Thanks to Xiaopang, I have to give him some extra points when the time comes, otherwise it would be bad if these students guessed something.
Ahem, it's okay.
I just called you in advance to get acclimatized.
Sit down. Okay.
Sure Jiai was definitely not afraid of Yi Tianyi, but she would still suffer a loss in a crowded place, and she remembered that.
Class starts now. Stand up. Greetings, Her Majesty the Queen. Stand up. Huoshui, come with me to the office. Everyone else is dismissed.
Sure Jiai and Huoshui walked away, while Yi Tianyi lit a cigarette and walked out.
Brother Yi, are you going to look for your sister-in-law? Yi Tianyi looked at Li Bang.
This little fat boy is quite smart, but he just thinks too much.
Well, you want to come together? Yi Tianyi asked.
No, I'd better not go to places like the advanced class.
Brother Yi, you should also be careful.
Because of this incident, many people who are pursuing my sister-in-law hate you very much.
Li Bang reminded. I'm leaving. Yi Tianyi waved his hand and walked away.
As expected, when walking on the street, those people really looked at Yi Tianyi with strange eyes. This kind of thing spread very quickly, especially in Tianxue College.
It might only take 10 minutes for everyone in the college to know about it. The advanced class is in another campus.
Those who can enter the advanced class are all masters in the spirit refining realm, and the lowest is 1 star in the spirit refining realm. When Yi Tianyi stepped into the advanced class campus, those people looked at him with even more unfriendly eyes.
Class 1. Yi Tianyi was looking for Class 1. Bai Hanxue was in the advanced Class 1. This was no secret, everyone knew it. Finally, Yi Tianyi found Class 1 and walked straight in. He must find Bai Hanxue to see what is going on.
It would be even better if he could take her first kiss at the same time. When Yi Tianyi stepped into the advanced Class 1, the originally chaotic class quieted down, and everyone's eyes fell on Yi Tianyi.
Yi Tianyi took a look and found that Bai Hanxue did not seem to be in the class. Yi Tianyi?
Several men walked directly in front of Yi Tianyi.
Yi Tianyi, what's going on between you and Bai Hanxue? Tell the truth. A man stared at Yi Tianyi and asked coldly. What's going on? Didn't my wife tell me everything? Yi Tianyi shrugged and said. Everyone. Nonsense. Are you worthy of Bai Hanxue? That's right, leave her immediately. Don't you know what you are?
It's wishful thinking for a toad to want to eat swan flesh.
For a moment, sarcasm lingered in Yi Tianyi's ears. Yi Tianyi couldn't help but laugh, saying, You guys are really interesting. Just because you can't catch up with me, why do you think I have nothing to do with my wife?
If you can't catch up, that's because you're a bunch of losers, bitches, idiots, and brain-dead people.
You guys are all watching you from heaven. Do you think I'm worthy of Bai Hanxue? And you?
Yi Tianyi pointed at the person who called him a toad wanting to eat swan meat and said, I'm sorry, buddy, I think you may have misunderstood something.
You are the toad wanting to eat swan meat. You. And you.
Yi Tianyi pointed at another person and said, "The crematorium called and said something was stuck in the pan."
Everyone.
Just at this moment, Bai Hanxue came over with a pile of books and her eyes fell on Yi Tianyi.
Yi Tianyi quickly smiled and followed Bai Hanxue in. "Baby, let me help you move." Everyone.
Bai Hanxue sat down in her seat, and Yi Tianyi sat beside her with a smile.
Yi Tianyi, get out of here right now. Do you think you can sit here? Yi Tianyi glanced at the man unhappily and said, "What the hell are you yelling about?"
"I'm talking to my wife about whether the child should stay or not."
"What the hell is your business? Get lost."
At this moment, Lin Changtian, with an excited look on his face, walked to the door with milk tea in his arms, and just heard Yi Tianyi's words.
Snap.
The milk tea in my hand fell to the ground.
Chapter 50. Don't kiss him, don't kiss him. It's another day to ask for votes.
Those who vote will definitely find love this year, and those who already have a partner will definitely find love, hee. Lin Changtian had just arrived at Tianxue College, so he didn't know what happened in Tianxue College early in the morning. Naturally, he didn't know the news that Bai Hanxue announced that she and Yi Tianyi were in a relationship. As for why Bai Hanxue said that, Yi Tianyi also expressed his confusion.
He also came here to ask. Lin Changtian was thinking about continuing to pursue Bai Hanxue. After all, this was the woman he loved. He even bought her milk tea early in the morning.
Although she had rejected him every time before, he felt there was still hope.
However, he didn't expect what he suddenly heard when he reached the door. Child? Whose child? Yi Tianyi and Bai Hanxue's child? Yi Tianyi, is this also a place you can come to? Lin Changtian pointed at Yi Tianyi angrily. Yi Tianyi turned his head and took a look. Has Tianxue College ever emphasized that students from the beginner class are not allowed to attend the advanced class? No. If not, then why are you complaining? I'm here to see my wife, what's your business? Yi Tianyi said. Bai Hanxue stood up and walked away at this time. Hey, wife, wait for me. Yi Tianyi quickly chased after him from behind. Lin Changtian clenched his fists tightly. What on earth had happened? Why didn't she even get angry when Yi Tianyi addressed Bai Hanxue like that? Outside, Yi Tianyi caught up with Bai Hanxue. Wife, speak up. Yi Tianyi smiled and hooked Bai Hanxue's little finger, and Bai Hanxue quickly put it in her coat pocket. Yi Tianyi. Bai Hanxue stopped and looked at Yi Tianyi with cold eyes. Yi Tianyi could see Bai Hanxue's favorability towards him, which was 60, even lower than before, so there must be other reasons why she claimed to others that they were in a relationship. Yi Tianyi looked at her with a smile. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. I hope you can afford it. Bai Hanxue said coldly. Yi Tianyi took a breath, then lit a cigarette, took a deep puff and slowly exhaled smoke rings. You're a woman, and I'm a man. If you publicly admit that we're a couple, do you think I'll be at a disadvantage? Yi Tianyi smiled.
Yi Tianyi probably understood that he had been taking advantage of her, saying all kinds of things like "I love you" and pen refills, and he did it in front of everyone, so Bai Hanxue simply played along. Bai Hanxue had countless ways to deal with Yi Tianyi, but because of Yi Xian'er, she couldn't do anything about it. But she really couldn't bear it anymore. Okay, if she didn't do it, then there would always be someone else who could deal with him, right? As long as she publicly admitted her relationship with Yi Tianyi, not only her suitors, but also her own Bai family and her brother would definitely take action against Yi Tianyi. At least teaching him a lesson would be absolutely no problem. She wouldn't ask anyone to deal with Yi Tianyi, as she felt that was petty. However, it was you, Yi Tianyi, who first wanted to have this relationship with me, so I, Bai Hanxue, would acknowledge it. I wouldn't deliberately find someone to deal with you. It shouldn't be a big deal if I just acknowledged a relationship, right? As for what Yi Tianyi would suffer after admitting it, Bai Hanxue didn't care. She really couldn't stand it anymore. Yi Tianyi also expressed that he understood that it was indeed his own problem, but who made him a scumbag? You'll know later whether you'll suffer any loss or not. Bai Hanxue said coldly, and then was about to walk away. AI. Yi Tianyi called her from behind. Then you have to be clear about this. If you publicly announce that we're in a relationship, that means I can be intimate with you in front of everyone. And you can't get angry. Otherwise, those who are pursuing you won't believe it, and your plan will fail, right? Yi Tianyi curled the corners of his mouth and looked at Bai Hanxue's graceful figure in front of him. Bai Hanxue frowned. It's not that she hadn't considered this aspect. She felt that as long as she made it public and then had no contact with Yi Tianyi, she wouldn't have to worry about the kind of magic he would unleash on her. However, when she heard Yi Tianyi's words, her heart subconsciously skipped, and without any hesitation, she quickly quickened her pace and wanted to leave. And could Yi Tianyi let her go? If he let her go today, Bai Hanxue would probably rarely appear in the academy. It might be difficult for him to see her again during the existence of the scumbag system. After all, he knew that Bai Hanxue was afraid of his ability. Ding! Duplicity card activated successfully. Time remaining, 39 minutes and 47 seconds. Lin Changtian didn't believe it. He felt that sometimes what you see might not be the truth, and what you hear might not be the truth either. He wanted to go over and see what was going on between Yi Tianyi and Bai Hanxue. Xiao Hanxue, come here and give me a kiss. At this time, Yi Tianyi smiled and said to Bai Hanxue, who was about to leave with her back to him. At the same time, Lin Changtian walked not far behind him, and of course he heard it too. At this moment, Bai Hanxue turned and walked towards Yi Tianyi. No, no, no. This is what Bai Hanxue, Lin Changtian, and the people watching the show around them are thinking at this moment. Bai Hanxue really didn't want to go, but Lin Changtian was praying constantly in his heart. Don't kiss him, don't kiss him. Bai Hanxue walked in front of Yi Tianyi, anger in the depths of her eyes. Sister, if you don't confront me, I probably won't continue to provoke you, but everything is fate. Yi Tianyi whispered something to Bai Hanxue that she didn't understand. Yes, if Bai Hanxue didn't confront him, Yi Tianyi might really stop. Yi Tianyi might not do her task. After all, he still couldn't get over it. It's a girl's first kiss. Do you think everyone would ask for a kiss like Shi Jia? But then, Yi Tianyi held her head and kissed her red lips with his big mouth. At that moment, Bai Hanxue's mind was blank. Lin Changtian too. No! Lin Changtian roared in despair. He always had a glimmer of hope and disbelief that they had that kind of relationship, but now. Of course, everyone around saw it. What they saw was Yi Tianyi asking Bai Hanxue to kiss him, and she really came over and kissed him. She had doubts before, but now with this scene, what doubts were there? Those people's hearts were broken. It's like there's a song floating in my heart. Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is howling. Sect Master Zhao, this is the advanced class of my Tianshui Academy. Bai Hanxue, the student you're looking for, is arguably my most satisfying student in recent years. Her character and personality are both top-notch. Li Boran said to an old man beside him with a smile. She shouldn't be in a relationship, right? My sect doesn't accept disciples with worldly desires. This needs to be guaranteed. If she can become a disciple of my sect, the sponsorship of Tianshui College will be easy to discuss. Don't worry, don't worry. I know Bai Hanxue very well. She won't fall in love. Even if she wants to, there's no one she'd like. I promise you, if she does, I'll cut off my head and leave it here right now. Dean Li, is that Bai Hanxue? Li Boran looked over. Snap. The book in his hand fell to the ground. I've been thinking about one thing. Is the protagonist's character a bad person? It seems a little bit. I'm afraid that the writing will collapse. It's also my fault. If I don't send this kind of heroine's first kiss mission, I won't have to worry about it. Because this girl is very important, I have to get her, side-eye smile. Chapter 51 I'll destroy you. Please vote for recommendation. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission, Bai Hanxue's first kiss, your crazy points plus 5 million, mission reward, the law will be issued in 3 hours. Ding. You've triggered the subsequent quest, crying Bai Hanxue. Quest content, the scumbag wants to make girls cry. He'll use any means to make Bai Hanxue cry. Quest reward, obtain constitution, heart of extreme ice. Quest penalty, none. Yi Tianyi. What the hell is this? Make Bai Hanxue cry? Your scumbag system really has a bad taste. One troublemaker is not enough, and now you add Bai Hanxue? Ding, Bai Hanxue's favorability towards you 40. Yi Tianyi. My favorability is now minus 100. How do I get it back up? Even using that secret cake to add 30 favorability points won't help. Damn it. This girl must have hated him for the rest of her life. This kind of girl values her innocence very much. Innocent in nature means being pure in body, and reputation doesn't matter.
The innocent are innocent.
And now, her body is also a little unclean.
Do you think she hates Yi Tianyi?
Then Yi Tianyi let go of Bai Hanxue. Really, at this moment, Bai Hanxue wanted to unleash her power to kill Yi Tianyi directly. If she were normal, she would definitely do it, not caring about anything else. However, she really couldn't use any strength. To be more precise, her brain wouldn't allow it. Otherwise, she would definitely kill Yi Tianyi.
Ahem, be good, see you next time.
Yi Tianyi discovered that although Bai Hanxue was controlled by the duplicity card, her delicate body was trembling slightly.
She was angry.
Even Yi Tianyi was afraid that she would break through the duplicity card.
So Yi Tianyi quickly slipped away. Sometimes people are like this, no, most of the time. Even though you know it's not something you should do, there are always some things that tempt you and drive you to do it. For example, Yi Tianyi kissed Bai Hanxue.
In fact, he did it for the mission reward.
He knew it was wrong, but
the effect of the duplicity card was cancelled only after Yi Tianyi ran away.
Bai Hanxue stood there for a long time without moving.
She wanted to chase after Yi Tianyi and kill him, really kill him, but she still held back. Reason overcame impulse, and she even acted particularly calm, not showing any anger to others. Originally, she wanted to disclose her relationship and let those people teach her a lesson, but now she prayed that if those people attacked Yi Tianyi, they would kill him.
Yi Tianyi instantly became a hot topic throughout Tianshui Holy City.
Bai Hanxue wasn't just famous within Tianshui College, she was one of the most beautiful women in the entire city. Add to that the fact that her Bai family was one of the 4 great families, and how much buzz did that have? The entire city was buzzing about how Bai Hanxue, the pride of heaven, and that beastly scumbag were actually together, openly displaying their affection.
Bang!
In the Bai family, a dignified middle-aged man angrily smashed the vase to the ground.
Where's Hanxue? Let her come back dead. Bai Hanxue's father, Bai Zhangyuan, said angrily.
He had great faith in his daughter, but someone had already sent him a photo of the two of them kissing at Tianshui College.
How else could he explain it?
His daughter is already 22 years old, not too young. It's no problem for her to find a partner, Bai Zhangyuan has no objection, but that person is Yi Tianyi. Although the Bai and Yi families have a good relationship, Bai Zhangyuan and Yi Xian'er's father are also good friends, and he has taken good care of Yi Xian'er over the years, but that doesn't mean he has to sacrifice his precious daughter. He had never expected his daughter to be with Yi Tianyi.
His daughter wasn't the kind of person who didn't understand things. What was so special about Yi Tianyi? Besides his appearance, what else was there? Hubby, don't be too angry. Hanxue is not the kind of child who doesn't understand things. I guess there is something wrong here. Bai Hanxue's mother patted Bai Zhangyuan on the back and said softly. Is there a problem? What's the problem? They already kissed.
Bai Zhangyuan said while patting the photo with his hands. I've worked so hard to raise my daughter, teaching her cultivation, how to behave, and how to deal with people and the ways of the world. This girl hasn't kissed me since she was 6 years old, and now she's been taken away by some jerk. I'm so pissed. Forget it, I'm going to go find this bastard myself. Bai Zhangyuan slammed the table angrily and walked out.
Is this person jealous? Bai Hanxue's mother shook her head.
She was relatively open-minded and rational, although she was also very angry. On the other side, Yi Tianyi was sitting in a grove in a new urban area of Tianshui Holy City, practicing.
This is a newly developed urban area with tall buildings, but not many people live here.
However, the housing prices are so high now, and many people have bought houses here in advance. There are a lot of greenery around, it is very beautiful and quiet.
Yi Tianyi deliberately came to this place to practice.
As for home, he doesn't know what kind of rules he will have, so it is safer outside for the time being. Having attained the law realm's laws at the spirit refining realm, Yi Tianyi was absolutely invincible in the early stages. Coupled with the ice power strengthened by the supreme sacred heart lotus, although Yi Tianyi had never unleashed his cold power in battle, he knew he was definitely not weak.
Ding!
The law, Great Destruction, has arrived. A system prompt came in his mind, and Yi Tianyi then felt that there was a connection between his whole body and the way of heaven, as if there were countless stars in the sky, and suddenly one of them was connected to him. There are thousands of laws in the world, and warriors obtain the laws by understanding them after reaching the realm of laws. Whatever you can understand is what you have, so some warriors may not be able to understand it at all, but Yi Tianyi possesses the laws in the realm of spirit refining, which is absolutely against the will of heaven. Yi Tianyi closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the law, and then he found out, this TM is of no use at all.
Great destruction technique? How to use it?
Yi Tianyi tried very hard to activate the extra power of the law in his body, just like he was using his spiritual energy to release martial arts, but he couldn't draw it out at all.
Could it be that a useless rule has been activated? Yi Tianyi thought bitterly. He decided to ask Mu Qianxue when the time comes.
This fairy sister is so powerful, she should know. At this moment, a black Dior A8 stopped by the roadside next to the grove.
Bai Zhanyuan walked out angrily and looked at Yi Tianyi with a majestic look. Uncle Bai?
Of course Yi Tianyi recognized him, but he was not familiar with him. Yi Xianer was quite familiar with him. After seeing him, Yi Tianyi seemed to have guessed something.
Asshole. Yi Tianyi, you dare to mess with my daughter?
I'll fucking destroy you. Bai Zhanyuan gritted his teeth and walked towards Yi Tianyi. Chapter 52. Han Shui and I are in true love for the helmsman who keeps his word. For a father, the most painful thing is that his little daughter is taken away by someone else. Although this day is bound to come, after all, his daughters have to get married and start their own families, it is even more difficult for Bai Zhanyuan to accept that this person is Yi Tianyi.
Uncle Bai, calm down, calm down.
Yi Tianyi stood up with a look of fear on his face. Bai Zhanyuan walked up to Yi Tianyi and grabbed his collar.
Asshole. If you want to do something, go do it with another woman. Don't have any thoughts about my Han Shui. Do you hear me?
Bai Zhanyuan said angrily. Although he didn't believe it, this guy was indeed handsome. Based on his understanding, his daughter was not a superficial woman, but she could not resist Yi Tianyi's handsomeness and sweet words. After all, she was just an inexperienced girl.
In addition, Yi Tianyi was indeed something.
He knew very well that he could sleep with someone else's wife in one day. He was even afraid that something might happen to his wife. So he felt that with Yi Tianyi's ability, his daughter might not be able to withstand it.
Uncle Bai, your daughter and I are truly in love. Yi Tianyi looked at Bai Zhanyuan seriously and said. Bai Zhanyuan. Damn it. Bai Zhanyuan then threw Yi Tianyi out angrily.
Yi Tianyi didn't have any feelings for him, but he knew that he actually had a good relationship with the Yi family. He once wanted to help Yi Xianer repay her debts, but Yi Xianer felt that she was capable of repaying it, and didn't want to trouble him or owe others favors, so she kept refusing. Yi Tianyi stood up, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and said righteously, even if I die today, I will never betray Han Shui.
Bai Zhanyuan. He pointed at Yi Tianyi angrily.
You. If this bastard wasn't his old friend's son, he would have killed him.
Damn.
He took a deep breath, then took out a card from his pocket and threw it to Yi Tianyi.
There's $1 million in there, leave my daughter alone. Yi Tianyi sneered. Uncle Bai, do you think I am such a materialistic person?
Although my sister and I are not in a good financial situation now, I will not betray Han Shui for $1 million. He said as he put the card in his pocket.
You.
Bai Zhanyuan pointed at Yi Tianyi, gritted his teeth, took out another card and threw it to Yi Tianyi, which fell at Yi Tianyi's feet. There's another $4 million in there, a total of $5 million.
Leave my daughter alone. Yi Tianyi laughed again, put it in his pocket, and said, Uncle Bai, don't you think you are insulting me? The corner of Bai Zhengyuan's mouth twitched. This bastard really has the nerve to say such things while stuffing the card into his pocket? I'll give you another $1 million. Stay away from my daughter right now.
After saying that, Bai Zhengyuan threw another card to Yi Tianyi.
Uncle Bai, I actually think. Stop talking nonsense.
Yi Tianyi shrugged his shoulders and said, Uncle Bai, what I want to say is that if I marry your daughter, then the entire Bai family's assets will be mine.
This $6 million, compared to your Bai family's assets, it's really a bit. Bai Zhanyuan? Oh shit. Bastard.
Bai Zhanyuan took a deep breath and threw another card to Yi Tianyi.
$10 million in total. Is that enough? He asked unhappily. Ah. Uncle Bai, it's not easy for you either. Okay, I'm a scumbag and I'm not worthy of your daughter. I also know that you don't like me as a son-in-law. So forget it.
When the time comes, Uncle Bai can just tell Han Shui that I left her for money. I hope she can find a better family.
Now, let's go. Yi Tianyi then waved to Bai Zhanyuan and walked away. Asshole.
Bai Zhanyuan cursed angrily at his back, but also breathed a sigh of relief.
As expected, Yi Tianyi is a beast. He is really willing to leave his daughter for money. But it is also a good thing. It is really worth spending 10 million to buy a future for his daughter. I just hope that this bastard will stop pestering his daughter. Judging from his character, Bai Zhangyuan may even use this to blackmail her for money when she thinks her money is gone. But as long as her daughter can see his true character, everything will be worth it. And Yi Tianyi was so happy. Yi Tianyi, didn't sleep with your daughter, and then he got 10 million? I'm really short of money right now, so I'll just lend it to him and pay it back later. Yi Tianyi knew that Bai Zhangyuan had obviously heard the news, and ran over in a hurry to protect his daughter. How could Yi Tianyi refuse the money given by the money? The first thing Yi Tianyi did was to rush to the bank to transfer the money in the card to his own account. This kind of card does not have a password, so the transfer is very convenient. Because if Bai Zhangyuan knew the truth from Bai Hanxue, the first thing he would do would be to freeze the accounts of these cards. Once the money in the card was in his hands, it would be useless even if he froze it. Even if he came to ask for it, he really didn't have to get it. It feels so comfortable, and my whole body feels refreshed. At this moment, Yi Tianyi's cell phone lit up. What surprised Yi Tianyi was that it was a message sent to him by Mu Qianxue on WeChat. She was not very good at typing yet, so she sent Yi Tianyi a smiling emoticon. What's the matter? Yi Tianyi sent a message in confusion. Then Mu Qianxue sent Yi Tianyi a voice call invitation via WeChat. Yi Tianyi was stunned for a moment. Something must have happened. Given the fairy sister's personality, she would never look for Yi Tianyi if she had nothing to do. Chapter 53, One elixir is only enough for one meal? The video was connected, revealing a table similar to a front desk. Hey, fairy sister, what's going on? Turn the camera around. Yi Tianyi said. How? A faint voice came from Mu Qianxue on the other side. Forget it, what's the matter? Come and pay. Yi Tianyi. Isn't it, I didn't give you money? Yi Tianyi scratched his head. No more. Yi Tianyi. Wow. This girl is really good at spending. The key is, can you change your tone? You asked me to pay, can you please be a little bit pleading? Why is she still so cold, as if she doesn't care at all and is not panicked at all? Where? Yi Tianyi asked. It's a good thing that she had cheated a lot of money from Bai Zhangyuan, otherwise Yi Tianyi would not have the money to pay her even 2,000 yuan. As for the 500 million, Yi Tianyi definitely cannot touch it. When the time comes, he will find an opportunity to fill the Yi family account. Where is this? Mu Qianxue seemed to have asked someone in the video. Qianfu Hotel. A man's voice came from inside. Yi Tianyi. When Yi Tianyi heard the name of this hotel, his heart skipped a beat. Qianfu Hotel, damn, that's a 5-star hotel. She must have gone in just because of the beautiful decoration. Yi Tianyi knew she didn't understand. Her decision to go or do something was purely based on instinct. Because she didn't know what was good or bad, she thought that anything that looked good was good. Anyway, whatever interested her was good. For example, when going to a hotel, there are so many snack bars and restaurants, why would she go to a 5-star hotel? Because it's big, luxurious, and beautiful. The last time Yi Tianyi took her to a 3-star hotel, they ate ordinary home-cooked meals. In that case, if you count the dishes that Mu Qianxue wanted to order, 100,000 yuan would be a must. But this is a 5-star hotel, and she would order good-looking dishes, so Yi Tianyi felt that this meal was quite expensive. Master, you are here. At the front desk of the Qianfu Hotel, Mu Qianxue stood proudly like a white lotus. Even though she had no money to pay, she wasn't panicking at all. Yi Tianyi had said he'd come to pay for her, and she felt there were plenty of ways to pay if she wanted. She didn't understand what these people meant. She had no money, but she gave them a divine-level elixir. That person actually accused her of fooling him, saying that he had plenty of such small flowers in his backyard. Could it be that the human race has now developed to such a powerful level? No wonder Yi Tianyi had said before that he would have to pay for it himself. This elixir couldn't even buy a meal in the human race. It really surprised her. Yeah, here I come. The person who came over was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He received the news that someone was eating and dashing. Normally, he would not care about such a small matter, as he would either be fired or forced to do hard labor. However, the lobby manager sent him a photo of a person who was eating and dashing, and he became very excited and rushed over here. This woman, isn't she too beautiful?
She's more beautiful than any other woman he's ever seen. A woman like this eating and drinking for free proves she's short of money, and the last thing he needs is money.
Even if it means spending all his money, if he can get this woman, he's willing to do it. He's willing to pay any price.
There were many people around watching this scene, and they were talking about it. The general idea was, look at this woman who was so beautiful, like a fairy, how could she eat in free meal?
Mu Qianxue could naturally hear it. When had she ever been criticized like this?
She was very unhappy, but she was also a person who knew her limits. She knew that she was the first to blame, so she would not take action and waited quietly for Yi Tianyi to come. At such a close distance, Xia Xiaofeng saw Mu Qianxue, and his eyes widened. She was 10,000 times more beautiful than in the photo. A woman of this level, let alone getting her, would be a luxury for him to even see her. He was puzzled. How could such a beautiful woman be short of money? It seemed like God had given him this opportunity. Women who were short of money were the easiest for him to get.
Ahem.
Xia Xiaofeng coughed dryly, then adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and walked towards Mu Qianxue with an elegant and gentlemanly look. This beautiful lady.
Mu Qianxue turned her head and glanced at him. Oh my God. Isn't this too beautiful?
It's so beautiful that it's breathtaking. I feel like I'm almost dead just by looking at her face.
Well, I'm the owner of the Qianfu Hotel. This is my business card.
Xia Xiaofeng handed the business card to Mu Qianxue with a smile. Mu Qianxue took it and looked at it in confusion.
A business card? What was that? Seeing Mu Qianxue taking his business card, Xia Xiaofeng was delighted.
You guys, it's an honor for our Qianfu Hotel to have such a beautiful lady dining here.
And you're charging me?
Who gave you the guts to do that?
Xia Xiaofeng's face changed and he pointed at the lobby manager and several others angrily.
They all bowed their heads immediately. Then Xia Xiaofeng looked at Mu Qianxue with a smile and said, "Beautiful lady, how about I buy you a drink?"
No need, I'm full. That. Someone will come to pay.
Mu Qianxue said lightly and turned to the side, looking at the busy traffic on the road. "Ha, miss, you spent 580,000 yuan on this meal.
It's a free meal. A 580,000 yuan free meal is enough to put you in jail for life. So, how about having a drink with me?
I won't charge you a penny for the 580,000 yuan.
How about that?"
Xia Xiaofeng felt Mu Qianxue's attitude, and his attitude also became slightly colder.
If you don't want to take the soft approach, then try the hard approach. Mu Qianxue was too lazy to answer him.
I'll give you one more chance, otherwise I'll have to resort to force. Xia Xiaofeng said softly.
Mu Qianxue frowned slightly. This person was so annoying.
It was Yi Tianyi who made her feel comfortable.
Okay, this is your attitude, isn't it?
I've already been magnanimous, but you asked for this.
Come on.
More than a dozen security guards ran over and surrounded Mu Qianxue.
Take her away.
He had originally wanted to be soft with her, but now he had no choice but to use force. If he could take her away by force, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted with the rest? Even if there were any bad rumors, he would still stand above the moral line because she was the one who refused to pay him first.
Hey, wait, drink, let's drink.
At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the door, and then Yi Tianyi walked in with a smile.
Chapter 54. Why are you my husband? Please recommend. Mu Qianxue was very puzzled.
She inexplicably felt much more comfortable when she saw him. It was because he was too pleasing to the eye, or maybe it was because he was her only friend in this unfamiliar world where she was unfamiliar with everything and who could bring her a lot of help.
You're here. Mu Qianxue looked at Yi Tianyi and said indifferently without any emotion. Yi Tianyi nodded yeah.
Then he looked at Xia Xiaofeng and said with a smile, "Brother, what you just said counts, right?
So many people here heard it, don't ignore it."
What?
Who are you? Me? I'm her husband.
Yi Tianyi said with a smile. Mu Qianxue's expression didn't change at all, because she didn't know what her husband meant, but everyone around her couldn't help but be shocked.
Turns out this woman already has a husband. But that makes sense. A beautiful woman like this wouldn't have suitors arranged in groups, right? Wow.
This guy is so handsome, and he seems like a perfect match for her.
They really look like the hero and heroine from a TV drama.
Ah.
Alpaca. Wow. Zhang Yong, why the fuck are you so loser? No, let's break up. This is too fucking loser. To be able to pursue such a beautiful woman, he must be rich, right? People around were talking about it.
Xia Xiaofeng looked at Yi Tianyi with his eyes slightly half closed.
Damn it! Such a beautiful woman actually belongs to someone else. How abominable. Okay, then you pay. A total of 580,000. Yi Tianyi said he was drunk. Big sister, who the hell can afford to support you like this? A meal costs 580,000 yuan.
Even if I were worth 10 million, I wouldn't be able to afford your food for a few weeks.
Hey, don't be impatient.
I just want to ask you, a grown man, whether your words count or not.
Of course I do. What's the matter? Xia Xiaofeng asked in surprise. Hey, how much is this beer? Yi Tianyi then asked the person next to him.
$10, keep the change. Yi Tianyi then opened the beer and poured it into 3 cups while saying, a man should keep his word.
You just said that if she just drinks a glass of wine, she won't need to pay the 580,000 yuan, right? Xia Xiaofeng frowned suddenly. Did everyone hear that? I recorded it. A little Lolita called out in a baby voice. Good job, uncle. Bah, I'll give you a big lollipop later. Yeah, mommy, brother is going to give Xiaotang a lollipop later. Can I give you half of it?
The little Loli's mother nodded awkwardly. Then Yi Tianyi handed Xia Xiaofeng a glass of wine, and then handed another glass to Mu Qianxue.
Come, let me have a drink too. I want to toast you for being so generous.
There aren't many bosses as generous as you these days. I wish you a prosperous business and all the best. After Yi Tianyi finished speaking, he said to Mu Qianxue, wife, drink the wine.
Mu Qianxue then drank the wine in one gulp. How generous. I admire you. Yi Tianyi then patted Xia Xiaofeng on the shoulder and praised him sincerely. Then we'll leave first. We will come here often in the future. Everyone, please go away.
The young master is so generous that he has promised not to charge us.
Everyone, please come here often in the future.
After saying that, Yi Tianyi and Mu Qianxue walked outside.
Xia Xiaofeng? Fuck you.
He stopped before he finished speaking.
Damn. He's an idiot. There are so many people here, and many of them are even recording the scene. How could he, the owner of a 5-star hotel, take back what he said? If he went back on his word, everyone would definitely accuse him of being attracted to the girl's beauty. Just wait for me. Xia Xiaofeng drank the beer in his hand and looked at Yi Tianyi's back with gloomy eyes. Check him for me. Yes. Yi Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't be blamed for this. Who had made you have such inappropriate thoughts about Mu Qianxue? If you really took Mu Qianxue away and forced her to do something, you would be dead.
So in a sense, 580,000 in exchange for his life, Yi Tianyi felt that he had not lost anything at all, and that he had made a huge profit. Sister Fairy, you spent too much money on this meal.
Yi Tianyi looked at her with some bitterness and said.
It's not that he is reluctant to spend money on her. She gave him those things, and Yi Tianyi is willing to spend as much as he wants. But if this goes on every day, Yi Tianyi really can't stand it.
A lot? Didn't you give it to me? Yi Tianyi nodded. Of course there are a lot. If he didn't give it to me, it was just luck. He did it himself.
It should be quite a lot indeed. I just gave them a divine-grade immortal medicine as payment, but they said it wasn't enough.
Yi Tianyi. Fog? This guy is too ignorant of the value of the goods, isn't he? But fortunately, he didn't give it away.
As long as he doesn't give it away, it will belong to him, Yi Tianyi, sooner or later. If you run out of money next time, come to me.
Don't give your things to them as payment for their debts. Yi Tianyi said. Why? I don't want to trouble you too much. Mu Qianxue looked at Yi Tianyi and said lightly. No matter if it was Yi Tianyi or anyone else, she felt that she had the ability not to bother others, so why would she bother them?
It would make her look incompetent.
Because Yi Tianyi couldn't bear to give your treasures to others. They were all his.
All of them were his. Immortal medicine, martial arts, spiritual weapons, and even her, Mu Qianxue, he wanted them all.
Because to be honest, your things are really worthless in the human world. Mu Qianxue frowned slightly and said, "Things like this are invaluable treasures for warriors, so why are they worthless in your human world?" She really didn't understand. Because in the human world, money is king. Let me ask you, with money you can buy food, clothes, and a house to live in, but what can you do with a magical herb? Money is so omnipotent, why would anyone be willing to trade it for something that has no other use except cultivation? Mu Qianxue thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. But I always feel that something is wrong. The human world really doesn't know what's good. They don't even want the truly good things. Then why do you want it again? Me? Isn't this our destiny? We agreed that when we came to the human world, I would take good care of you.
A man's words are as good as his bond.
Even if I lose everything I own, I will fulfill my promise to you. Yi Tianyi said seriously.
Ding, Mu Qianxue's favorability towards you +5.
Ding.
Cheating on a young lady is a scumbag act. +100,000 insolence value. She admired this man very much. Yi Tianyi was really afraid that she would kill him after she knew the truth.
By the way, you just called yourself my husband, what does that mean?
Mu Qianxue suddenly thought of something and asked softly.
Chapter 55 Goodbye wife, goodbye husband.
Yi Tianyi scratched his head, then coughed dryly and said, "Husband means friend." He asked me, and I said I was your husband, which means I am your friend.
Mu Qianxue suddenly understood. What about my wife? I just heard you call me my wife. Husband means boyfriend. I am a man, I am your friend, I am your boyfriend, so I am your husband. And wife means girlfriend. You are a woman, so you are my wife. Yi Tianyi explained while trying to suppress his smile. Ding.
Cheating on a young lady is a serious offense.
+200,000 insolence.
I guess in her impression, her partner might call her husband or wife, and it is normal not to know husband, wife, or daughter-in-law. After all, she doesn't even know about mobile phones. One dares to speak, the other dares to listen, and both listen very seriously.
This is really unique. Mu Qianxue nodded seriously. I see. It seems I still have a lot to learn in the human world. Since eating out is so expensive, when can you make it for me?
If she finds out, then we're screwed.
Why? Honey, do you like these delicacies? Mu Qianxue nodded. It's amazing. The flavors are unlike anything I've ever tasted before. Although it doesn't give me the same boost of strength as those fruits, the taste is very unique. I like it very much. No problem, I'll do it for you tomorrow night, okay? Well, I know those ingredients are very expensive. Although I think those panaceas are actually better things, this is the human world after all. This is for you. Mu Qianxue then handed Yi Tianyi a small jade bottle. This is? Yi Tianyi's eyes lit up. Wow! Here we go again, baby. It feels so good.
Then Yi Tianyi opened the jade bottle, and 2 white pills lay quietly inside. The fragrant medicinal aroma accompanied by the spiritual power that rushed out made Yi Tianyi feel that the grade of this pill must be not low.
Could this be the 7th grade holy elixir, the destiny pill? Yi Tianyi showed a shocked expression, and he recognized the Qian Kuan sacred art in his mind. You actually know about the holy product, the destiny pill?
Mu Qianxue was also a little surprised. This kind of thing was obviously not something someone like him should know.
Yi Tianyi nodded, I know a thing or two. Then I won't say any more.
Consider this as my reward to you. Items like these aren't like magical medicines that might be useless. They should be worth a lot, right?
Yi Tianyi nodded. He couldn't say this thing wasn't valuable.
This 7th grade holy item, the Destiny Pill, was a high-grade, top-grade elixir with unimaginable value.
Its effect was simple, it was a healing elixir.
If you were seriously injured, just take this pill and it would completely heal you in a short period of time.
It was terrifying. The value of this thing was too obvious. The two of them chatted a lot.
Yi Tianyi really liked this cold and noble fairy sister who was deceived by him. He always felt that she was like a noble little goose. She always held her head high with pride.
That's right. Arriving downstairs of her house, Yi Tianyi suddenly thought of something and asked, do you know what the Great Destruction technique is?
This is the law that Yi Tianyi obtained, but he doesn't understand it.
The supreme law. Mu Qianxue said calmly without hesitation. What do you mean?
One of the most powerful laws in the legend, the Great Destruction, the Great Creation, and the Great Transformation. These are the three most powerful laws among all the laws. No other laws can compare to these three. Yi Tianyi. Fog? How do I use it? You don't have any, why are you asking? Mu Qianxue glanced at Yi Tianyi. Yi Tianyi touched the tip of his nose. He couldn't tell her this, it was too unbelievable. Just asking, you are my wife. I will help you get familiar with the human world, and you can help me get familiar with the way of cultivation. How nice. Mu Qianxue nodded, and then said, the three great laws are the top laws. Just like the name suggests, the Great Destruction art can destroy everything, the Great Creation art can create everything, and the Great Transformation art can control and change everything. But why are you so strong? Destruction magic destroys everything. I'm a warrior, I can destroy everything too. They are strong in destroying with their minds. Yi Tianyi? For example, with the Great Destruction technique, you don't need to release any power. You can destroy this pillar with just your thoughts. Yi Tianyi. What the hell? Is this the true meaning of the art of destruction? Or, if you want to kill someone, you don't need to physically destroy them, you can just destroy them with your thoughts. Of course, while this ability is powerful, it's not invincible. For example, if you're in the soul refining realm, you can't directly kill someone in the profound heaven realm using the Great Destruction technique because there's a gap between you two. The bigger the gap, the more difficult it is. What if they're forcibly released? You'll die. Yi Tianyi. It doesn't feel that strong, it's just a little more convenient. Yi Tianyi shrugged. In a sense, when you become powerful enough, destroying an empire is just a matter of thought. In theory, when you become even stronger, destroying an entire continent is just a matter of thought. Yi Tianyi. Is this still a law? So this is the strongest law. Mu Qianxue said. Yi Tianyi took a deep breath and basically understood. I still feel that the Great Creation technique is more powerful. Mu Qianxue said, how should I put it? They're of the same level, but the Great Creation technique can create everything out of thin air. In a sense, it can even create things directly after a person dies. It may seem stronger, but the Great Destruction technique can destroy everything. Then tell me, with my current strength, if I had the Great Destruction technique, what could I accomplish? Mu Qianxue glanced at Yi Tianyi and said, you should be at the spirit refining realm. If you unleash your full power, you might be able to destroy a finger of someone who is at most 3 levels higher than you. If that happens, you might lose your spirit and spiritual power. Yi Tianyi suddenly realized. Thank you very much. Mu Qianxue looked at him in surprise. Then I'll go back. Yeah, bye, wife. Bye-bye? It means goodbye. Mu Qianxue nodded and tried to leave. Hey, you're being rude. I said goodbye to you and you have to respond to me. Goodbye, husband. Mu Qianxue hesitated for a moment, said this lightly, and walked away. Ding. Because you risked your life to deceive that awesome young lady, the scumbag system saw the host's sincerity and hereby rewards the host with the Wish Come True card. I wish you to live hard, dear. Yi Tianyi? Chapter 56, Wishes Come True card, please recommend. Don't forget to vote after reading the recommendation ticket. Yi Tianyi was completely stunned for a moment. What confused him was not the system reward, but this system prompt. What do you mean? Let him live hard? You really want him to be killed by Mu Qianxue, right? Or are you still pro-system? But to be honest, if Yi Tianyi acts like this, his life may really be in danger. Then Yi Tianyi took a look at the newly acquired Wish Come True card. Wish Come True card, use the Wish Come True card on yourself, and within the next 3 hours, everything you want to happen, small events will happen. Yi Tianyi. Wow! The rewards from this system are really amazing. Although only minor events can occur, and Yi Tianyi may not be sure what constitutes a minor event, it feels like it should be quite powerful. But how can I use it? Forget it. Originally, he planned to go home to accompany his dear sister Xian'er. She was still in the monster realm. Yi Tianyi would not use the 500 million to fill the hole in the Yi family for now, because if he filled it, she would know that Yi Xian'er was going to leave. Yi Tianyi wanted to wait until she was about to leave before talking about it. To be honest, I really can't bear to let her go, but she is a genius. If she stays by my side, she will still be a genius, but her height can only go so high. If she goes to the Moon Palace, she will become the most dazzling new star in the entire continent in the future. But Yi Tianyi really hasn't figured out what method he should use to make her willing to go there without any worries. At this time, Yi Tianyi's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Shi Jia. "Hey, baby Shi, did you miss me?" Yi Tianyi smiled sweetly. When Shi Jia heard Yi Tianyi's word Shi baby, she felt so terrified that goosebumps appeared all over her body. "Yes, brother Tianyi, I miss you." "Well, I thought carefully about what you said yesterday, brother Tianyi, and you're right. Just a kiss won't cure my condition. But I missed you tonight. I'll make you dinner if you come. Then I'll come if you call me daddy." "You." On the other side, Shi Jia on the sofa gritted her teeth in anger and glanced at Huoshui. "Okay. You wait. Dad. Hey, here I come, wait for me for half an hour, ha ha." Yi Tianyi then hung up the phone with relief. "Asshole. If you come here, I'll kill you." Shi Jia threw her phone aside in anger. That's right, she and Huoshui had prepared a series of gifts waiting for Yi Tianyi. This bastard was such a hooligan. Really, Shi Jia was so upset. In addition, Huoshui and she were in the same camp. The two of them discussed in the college office during the day whether to work together to give Yi Tianyi a hard time and vent their anger. The two of them hit it off immediately. So, Shi Jia tempted Yi Tianyi to come to her house. Once he came, he would not be able to go back. This dad made her even more unhappy, but if Yi Tianyi didn't come, wouldn't everything be in vain? She would rather call him dad. "Teacher Shi, all your efforts will be rewarded," Huoshui said to Shi Jia seriously. "Look how he cries tonight." Shi Jia and Huoshui both showed little witch-like smiles. Boom boom boom. About half an hour later, Yi Tianyi came to their door and knocked. It was Huoshui who opened the door for Yi Tianyi again. Today, Huoshui was wearing simple home clothes. "Hey, small-breasted girl, where are your pink pajamas?" Yi Tianyi walked in with a joke. Huoshui gritted his teeth. "Get out." Second stroke. She rolled her eyes at Yi Tianyi and turned to walk inside. "Here I am." Shi Jia walked over with her high heels clacking. "Baby Shi, why are you wearing high heels at home?" Yi Tianyi was very surprised. It was obvious that this was a hongmen banquet. Yi Tianyi felt that the two girls wanted to play a prank on him, but Yi Tianyi just remembered that he had a wish-granting card, so it was hard to say who would play a prank on whom. If he could make the troublemaker cry tonight, maybe the mission would be completed. This is the third day, and there are still 4 days left. Many tasks have not been completed, and some are basically difficult to complete, including knocking down Yi Xiener, but the time has not come yet. Who knows if there is any chance? He even kissed Bai Hanxue, so what else can he do? Isn't it that old dean? There's going to be some Tianxue College Gala tomorrow. Originally, Bai Hanxue was supposed to be the hostess, but she seemed to be in a bad mood and declined. So, they let me be the hostess. When has this fairy ever worn high heels before? I'll just practice wearing them. Really, Bai Hanxue admitted her relationship with Yi Tianyi, but Shi Jia didn't believe it. No matter what the outside world said, no matter how much Bai Hanxue admitted it, she just didn't believe it. "I guess, he gave you a lot of money, didn't he?" Yi Tianyi asked with a smile. Shi Jia's beautiful eyes flashed with a sly and mischievous light. What a joke! Am I the kind of person who loves money? It must be that Li Boren paid her a lot of money to host the show. Bai Hanxue is the most beautiful woman, and the only one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with her is Shi Jia. The host of this evening party is also a big attraction. If the female host is not beautiful, there will be less to watch. Li Boren knows this very well, so he paid a high price to invite Shi Jia to host the show. Yi Tianyi guessed that it was the case. Otherwise, with her personality, she would not wear high heels. "Hey, it's really not easy for you women." Yi Tianyi sat on the sofa and sighed. Chapter 57, Prank or Be Pranked? Shi Jia took a deep breath. Hold on. Hold on. Don't get angry. No matter how rampant he is now, I'll make him suffer just as much later. I'm talking about high heels too. Shi Jia walked into the kitchen and said, "You haven't had dinner yet? I'm making dinner here. Since you're a guest, please sit down. Huoshui, come in and help."
Here I come. The troublemaker then jumped in. Yi Tianyi looked at her. How could you be so happy just to cook dinner, especially for him? It's obvious that there's poison in this meal. Since you guys want to play, then Yi Tianyi must have a good time with them. This meal was the beginning of their prank on Yi Tianyi. Yi Tianyi was watching TV in the living room when the aroma soon wafted out. Shi Jiayi and Huoshui came out with 4 dishes and a soup. It's time to eat. Yi Tianyi, wash your hands and get ready to eat. Shi Jiayi shouted at Yi Tianyi. Oh, here it comes. Then Yi Tianyi walked into the bathroom. The 2 girls outside looked over. Have you put the things away? Don't worry, I put itching powder in that part of the water pipe. It will take effect in half an hour. It will make him itch all night long and make him want to die. Then he will call his dad to beg for mercy and give him the antidote. A hint of cunning appeared in Huoshui's beautiful eyes. The faucet was turned on, and Yi Tianyi looked at the water hesitantly. No, I'll wash if you tell me to? He felt like they were going to mess with him. They were definitely smart. Washing hands after eating was perfectly normal. Normally, such trivial things wouldn't be suspected, but it was precisely these trivial things that would make people ignore them. It was easier for people to fall into the trap, so Yi Tianyi felt that there was something fishy in the water. Hey, aren't you 2 going to take a shower? Yi Tianyi stuck his head out and asked. We washed it. Oh. Yi Tianyi then washed his hands. At this point, Yi Tianyi was basically certain that they were here to mess with him, and Huoshui was a troublemaker. What could be so fishy about this water? It was nothing more than something bad. The only thing Yi Tianyi could think of was poison. However, he had refined the 9-colored kiwi fruit and was immune to all poisons, so Yi Tianyi simply washed his hands of it. The 2 girls' beautiful eyes lit up when they heard the sound of water, and Yi Tianyi walked out shaking off the water. Which towel do you want? Just wipe it on your clothes. Shi Jiayi said. Okay. Then Yi Tianyi sat at the table. There were 2 towels hanging there. Yi Tianyi didn't know which one belonged to whom. He had washed them with tap water, wrung them out, and left them there. Trying to trick him? Humph. Shi Jiayi's cooking skills are really good. He prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup, all of which were well presented, with good color, aroma, and taste. Eat, Nua, I've served you some rice. Shi Jiayi handed the rice to Yi Tianyi. She put laxatives in the rice, and she would definitely make him call her daddy when the time comes. Yi Tianyi was naturally on guard. He took a small bite and tasted it. The taste was fine. As for other concerns, he didn't need to worry about them because he was immune to all poisons. A source of trouble. Shi Jiayi also served Huoshui a bowl and also served some for himself. Ding. Successfully used the Wish Come True card. Duration, 3 hours. That's right, Yi Tianyi doesn't know when to use this card. Since you want to play a trick on me, then let me test your strength. This card can only achieve small events, so there is no need to keep it. Teacher Shi's cooking skills are really good, comparable to my sister's. Yi Tianyi took a bite of the braised pork and said with a smile. Don't just eat vegetables, have some rice. Shi Jiayi said with a smile. Eat, you guys eat too. Yi Tianyi then took a few big bites. The 2 girls lowered their heads and exchanged glances. Humph. Wait for the sky to fall and the earth to split. Then Huoshui picked up a mouthful of rice and put it into his mouth. Puff. The next moment, she vomited it out. What is this? Huoshui's face looked pale. What's wrong? Shi Jiayi looked at her doubtfully. It's so salty. Huoshui quickly took a sip of water. Puff. The next moment, she spat out a mouthful of water. So salty. She growled. The rice feels like it was cooked in salt water, and the water is like salt water. Yi Tianyi lowered his head and suppressed his laughter. This wish-granting card is really powerful. It made everything they ate and drank become extremely salty, directly fulfilling their wish. How come? Shi Jia took a bite of her meal. Puff. Then she also squirted out. Teacher Shi, you didn't cook the rice with salt water, did you? Huoshui asked helplessly. No, how could I make such a mistake? She then subconsciously took a sip of water. Puff. What the hell? Why is it so salty? She roared inwardly. I said, what are you two doing?
Yi Tianyi looked at them, then calmly picked up the water beside him and took a sip while looking at them.
Not salty? Yi Tianyi shook his head, not salty. Where's the rice? Fragrant. Second girl? They looked at each other. What's going on? The water poured out of a kettle is not salty for Yi Tianyi, and the rice cooked in the same pot is normal for Yi Tianyi? Is this a ghost? No, it must be Yi Tianyi who secretly did this. Then let's not eat rice, let's eat vegetables instead.
Then the two girls put the rice aside and picked up a piece of braised pork.
Puff. Almost at the same time, the two women vomited again. Ah! Why is it so salty? Huo Shui was going crazy. So was Shi Jia.
Yi Tianyi looked at them in confusion, then calmly picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth.
While chewing, he asked, "What are you doing?" "It's delicious."
The two women looked at each other.
This level of saltiness is completely unbearable, like eating salt directly, and how come he's fine?
If he pretends to be fine, it wouldn't be right, he can't handle it, his expression will definitely give it away, but he's enjoying it.
Teacher Shi, what exactly did you do? Huo Shui asked aggrievedly. I want to know that, too. Shi Jia expressed a bit of despair, and then asked Yi Tianyi, does it taste good? That's really good. I don't understand what's going on between you two. Yi Tianyi took another bite of the dish. Eat this, eat this.
Huo Shui then picked up some garlic sprouts, and it was the garlic sprouts that Yi Tianyi picked up in front of him, and then...
Puff. Ayo ayo weowa.
She stood up and subconsciously drank a sip of the water beside her to rinse her mouth, then...
Puff.
Huo Shui was hunched over there, looking very miserable.
Teacher Shi, I will never eat salt again in my life. Chapter 58, Num Num Num.
Third update, please vote.
Shi Jia was also confused. What was going on? Her operation was absolutely fine. The dishes were fine. It was just that Yi Tianyi had put laxatives in his rice. Why was their food so salty now, while Yi Tianyi's was fine? This is definitely not right. Or is Yi Tianyi pretending? No, absolutely not. How could Yi Tianyi pretend to be so calm when she couldn't stand the saltiness? Is this really a ghost? It's delicious.
Really delicious. Yi Tianyi directly picked up the plate and poured the dishes into his own bowl. He ate the dishes with rice and soup in big mouthfuls, feeling very comfortable.
Second daughter? Bring the rice. Shi Jia didn't believe it.
Even if there was a laxative in it, it would not have much effect on someone at her level.
Even if Yi Tianyi had eaten it, she had to try it. Was this a ghost? Yi Tianyi then handed it to her.
Shi Jia took a small bite with her chopsticks. Huo Shui next to her had a bitter look on her face. The salty taste made her eyes red.
She looked at Shi Jia cautiously. What? This is the meal Yi Tianyi had eaten? These are not important.
Shi Jia took a bite and found it tasted normal.
The food tasted normal too, so why was the food she was eating so salty? Tell me, what on earth have you done? Shi Jia then glared at Yi Tianyi.
Yi Tianyi shrugged his shoulders in grievance. Hey, baby Shi, please don't spit blood at me.
I haven't done anything since I came in, right?
You cooked the meal, you made the dishes, I didn't touch them, you even served me the meal. Shi Jia felt that what Yi Tianyi said made sense, but such a strange thing made her think that it was related to Yi Tianyi.
I don't want to eat anymore. Shi Jia really couldn't understand why. It really is a ghost.
10 minutes later, Yi Tianyi had almost finished the food.
Teacher Shi, I'm hungry.
Huo Shui sat aside and said helplessly.
Give.
Shi Jia handed Huo Shui a piece of bread.
Who could bear the injustice of not eating a single bite of the food she cooked?
But no matter how she ate, it was always salty, while Yi Tianyi ate it without any problem.
She really couldn't understand it. It was too strange.
Huo Shui looked at the chicken leg on the table and gnawed on the bread miserably.
Okay, you show off now, but let us see how you call me daddy later. Puff. After taking a bite of bread, she vomited. Salty. The disaster was unbearable. It felt like swimming in the sea and drinking a mouthful of seawater. It was so uncomfortable. What?
Shi Jia looked at Huo Shui in disbelief, then pinched a piece.
Poo, poo, poo. She quickly vomited it out. The bread is unopened, so why is it salty? Is this a ghost? She walked to Yi Tiany's side. Yi Tiany, tell me, what's going on?
Yi Tiany spread his hands in confusion.
What the hell? Baby sure, you can't blame me for everything, right? She could only think that it was Yi Tiany who did it. Could it be that he secretly used something to pour salt water into the bread while he was cooking? Shikechi took a deep breath and walked away. Huoshui walked to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of drink. This should be alright now, right? The drink wasn't opened, so Yi Tiany definitely couldn't do anything to it.
Then she took a sip and felt refreshed. Yi Tiany felt that the drink should not be tampered with anymore, otherwise they would become suspicious. It was too supernatural.
I'm full. Thanks for the treat, baby sure. We should go back to our room,
Yi Tiany said while looking at Shijie with a smile.
Watch some TV, here.
Shijie threw the remote control to Yi Tiany, and at the same time inadvertently moved closer to Yi Tiany and placed a very small object on Yi Tiany. The two girls stared intently. They have modified the remote control.
As long as the power button is pressed, an electric current will be released from the small button attached to Yi Tiany's body, which is enough for him to bear. The remote control is in his hand, so it's not them who pressed it anyway. When he gets shocked, they can pretend to be confused.
It has nothing to do with me anyway, and I know nothing.
Yi Tiany felt something was wrong. You can watch TV by yourself, why should you give him the remote control?
Yi Tiany thought directly about transferring all the consequences of pressing the remote control to Huoshui.
This should be considered a small matter, right?
No one, not even Yi Tiany, saw that the small button was on Huoshui's body.
Then Yi Tiany pressed the power button. Sizzle. Huoshui's whole body was trembling there. Num num num. Shijie and Yi Tiany were both confused.
Shijie was confused as to why the electric shock was the cause of the trouble.
She had clearly put the button on Yi Tiany. And Yi Tiany was confused as to what was happening. What the hell?
These two women had gone to great lengths to trick him.
Misfortune, misfortune. The current lasted for half a minute before it stopped.
Huoshui sat on the ground weakly, questioning his life.
Really, she was about to cry. When had she ever suffered such injustice? Why was she the one who was shocked?
I'm going to wipe my face. The troublemaker then went to the bathroom feeling aggrieved.
What's going on? Yi Tiany looked completely bewildered.
I'll go check out the disaster. Then Shijie hurried to the bathroom.
Mr. Shi, why did you put the button on me?
Huoshui found the button on his body and took it off, looking at Shijie with a wronged look on his face. Huoshui, believe me, I really put it on Yi Tiany.
Could it be that he found out and secretly put it on you again?
Shijie was also shocked.
Is Yi Tiany so powerful?
Huoshui wiped his face with a towel and calmed down.
It's okay, it's okay. He'll be itchy soon. It's okay.
Shijie comforted Huoshui. Huoshui's sounded a little tearful. Really, she had never suffered such injustice before. After a while, the two walked out. Baby sure, go to sleep.
Yi Tiany rubbed his hands and looked at Shijie and said. Don't worry, wait a moment. Wait a minute? Wait for what?
Wait till the fun begins.
Shijie said. Let the show begin? Yi Tiany's lips curled up slightly.
He didn't know what was in the water, but it must have a time to take effect. The Wish Come True card would immediately make the effect take effect. Huoshui really felt inexplicably that this home was in danger now, and then she suddenly felt as if her whole body was itchy, and a bad feeling suddenly arose in her heart. Shijie saw Huoshui tickling her, and her brows furrowed, as if she had a bad feeling.
Itchy, itchy.
The trouble kept coming, and the image of the beauty suddenly disappeared. Then she quickly ran to the wall and kept rubbing against it.
Itchy, teacher Shi, antidote, antidote. Oh.
Shijie quickly handed over the antidote.
Chapter 59 I'm not done with you. Fourth update, please vote.
Yi Tiany sighed when he saw this scene.
Wow. These two women really put in a lot of effort.
Luckily, he got this wish-granting card at the right time, otherwise he would be screwed. The antidote took effect in about 3 minutes, during which time Huoshui kept scratching himself, and it was obvious that he was extremely itchy.
What's going on? Yi Tianyi, did you use her towel? Shi Jiayi gritted her teeth and looked at Yi Tianyi. Yeah, I used it for a bit, but then I remembered it was a girl's towel, so I washed it and put it back. Shi Jiayi. What's wrong with him? Yi Tianyi asked with a stupid look on his face. No. It's okay, just an allergy, that's all. Shi Jia said hesitantly. What's going on? Is there really a ghost tonight? Why is Yi Tianyi okay? How did the evil take effect so quickly? Ah! 3 minutes later, the itching ended and she got up from the ground. Yi Tianyi, you bastard. I can't stand with you. She gritted her teeth, and in an instant all the grievances came out. Moreover, she was a beautiful girl, but she looked so ugly in front of Yi Tianyi. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and then she ran into the room. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission, Crying Troublemaker, mission reward, Crazy Pull Points plus 3 million, and unlock the system's big wheel. Ding! You've triggered the advanced quest, Successful Confession Brings Trouble. Reward, permanently unlock 1 random attribute time, space. Quest duration, while the scumbag system exists. Yi Tianyi. To be honest, when Yi Tianyi saw Huoshuwei crying, he couldn't bear it. He felt really cruel. It was all the fault of this system. He had no choice. Moreover, if he didn't have this wish-granting card, he would have to bear everything tonight by himself, the electric shock, the itching powder, and some other things he didn't know about. Thinking of this, he felt much better. Damn! This system really turned him into a scumbag. Shi Jiayi was doubting her life. What was going on? How come Yi Tianyi was fine? But she couldn't tell Yi Tianyi the truth. She wondered if it was really true that evil would be punished. Shouldn't they have played a prank on Yi Tianyi? If they hadn't played a prank on Yi Tianyi, this wouldn't have happened. Damn! This is so annoying. Is Yi Tianyi their nemesis? Why can't they defeat him no matter what they do? Is Shi Jiayi's reputation going to be ruined by him? I'm going to comfort the troublemaker. You can go back now. This fairy won't see you off. That dual cultivation thing. Show your sister. Goodbye. As soon as Shi Jia finished speaking, she walked into Huoshuwei's room. Yi Tianyi shrugged. Huoshuwei returned to normal in the room in a very short time. She felt that everything was brought to her by Yi Tianyi. At this moment, she was poking Yi Tianyi's photo on the wall with a needle. Asshole. I can't stand with you. The troublemaker gritted his teeth. This photo was obtained when Yi Tianyi and her had their first conflict, and he had taken it many times. Shi Jiayi walked in. Are you okay? Fine. Huoshuwei shook his head. This Yi Tianyi is much more powerful than I thought. I even think he has discovered it. Shi Jiayi said helplessly. I don't care. I must get back what I lost today. The troublemaker pouted. Shi Jiayi, also lost a lot of face in front of Yi Tianyi today. How should I put it? Yi Tianyi bullied her, and she reaped what she sowed. Forget it, you can't beat him. Shi Jiayi ruffled her hair and said. I hate him so much. Huoshuwei gritted his teeth. There is a saying that is actually quite sad but quite true: the person who makes a girl laugh will always lose to the person who once made her cry. Yi Tianyi made Huoshuwei cry, which actually planted a deep seed of love for Yi Tianyi in her heart. From then on, Yi Tianyi became very special to her. Don't worry, there's still a chance. At tomorrow's gala. I'm going to avenge my previous shame. This is so annoying. Yi Tianyi walked on the road, thinking about this big turntable. Yi Tianyi couldn't see what was on the big turntable in the system. It turned once every 5 million points. He didn't know what it would turn into, but he felt that it should be something good. He had quite a bit of crazy points right now. If Yi Xian'er couldn't complete her mission, her crazy points would be reset to 0. Yi Tianyi figured this mission was going to be difficult to complete, but right now, he wasn't in the mood for the lottery. He had a lot of crazy points, but if something happened during this time, what if he didn't have enough crazy points to redeem the death stickers? So, even though Yi Tianyi was very curious, he still didn't spend the 5 million to redeem them. When he returned home, Yi Xian'er had not returned yet. Because she was in the monster realm, Yi Tianyi sent her a message. After about 10 minutes, she replied to Yi Tianyi and heaved a sigh of relief. She sat on her bed and began to practice.
It is not easy to advance one level from the 5th level of the spirit refining realm. A normal warrior may need several months or even longer without external help.
The next morning, Yi Tianyi opened his eyes.
I should be able to reach the 6th level of the spirit refining realm in the next 2 days.
Today is the 4th day of the scumbag system.
The mission of causing trouble has been completed, and there is also a star baby.
Yi Tianyi stroked his chin.
The mission of this star baby is to be pushed down. Yi Tianyi feels that it is not difficult to push her down because she likes him very much.
However, this system is a scumbag system, but he can't be a scumbag, right?
The mission reward is a heavenly grade ice attribute martial art.
Whether Yi Tianyi will undertake this mission remains to be discussed.
The few pretty girls he met so far were too difficult. Yi Tianyi thought that as the academy with the most beauties in the Tianshui Empire, there must be other girls with scores above 90 besides them. Otherwise, he might as well find another one. If all else fails, Huoshui is an option, but he just made her cry. How could he possibly catch up with this little witch in 4 days? After getting up, washing and walking out, Yi Xian'er was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast and waiting for Yi Tianyi.
Good morning. Yi Tianyi greeted him and sat down.
Yi Xian'er nodded slightly.
I heard about Han Shui's incident. You've gone too far.
Yi Xian'er looked at Yi Tianyi with some displeasure.
Yi Tianyi shrugged.
Yi Xian'er frowned slightly, and at this moment her cell phone rang. The caller was by Han Shui.
Chapter 60 Girls, are you ready to scream? Please vote for recommendation.
Seeing that it was by Han Shui calling, Yi Xian'er subconsciously glanced at Yi Tianyi. Yi Tianyi also glanced at her, then stretched out his hand and said, I'll answer it.
Yi Xian'er ignored Yi Tianyi and walked to the balcony with her cell phone.
Han Shui.
Yi Xian'er whispered. Han Shui was silent for 2 seconds on the phone, then asked, Are you free today?
Yi Xian'er was slightly stunned and nodded yes.
Then let's go shopping this afternoon.
Yi Xian'er was stunned.
Han Shui. I don't want to talk about him.
There's a party at the college tonight.
Let's go and watch it together.
Yi Xian'er thought about it, then nodded, okay.
Hang up. Han Shui then hung up the phone. Han Shui doesn't have many friends.
Many people want to make friends with her, but they simply can't become good friends with her because they have very different personalities.
Yi Xian'er and Han Shui have been close friends for many years.
Yi Xian'er is also what Han Shui considers her best friend, and they have similar personalities.
Han Shui has been really annoyed recently.
She was thinking of going shopping with Yi Xian'er to relax, but she would get more and more annoyed if she went shopping alone.
Maybe she could find some way to deal with Yi Tianyi from Yi Xian'er.
She had never encountered such a thing before, and really didn't know what to do. Yi Xian'er then walked out, and Yi Tianyi had almost finished eating.
I went to school.
Yi Tianyi wiped his mouth and said. Regarding Han Shui's matter, she has already tolerated you too much.
You should know your limits, right?
Yi Xian'er looked at Yi Tianyi.
I understand. I'll pay attention. Let's go. Yi Tianyi then walked away.
Yi Xian'er sighed slightly. Arriving at Tianshui College, today was a day without classes because everyone was preparing for a party.
Why was this party being held?
First, it was a holiday, and second, Tianshui College and Tianqing College held a competition between their students every year. According to tradition, before that, everyone wanted to relax and have a party.
This was the same every year.
Good morning, small-breasted girl.
Yi Tianyi greeted Huoshui with a smile.
Good morning, second stroke. Huoshui said this in a bad mood. Yi Tianyi shrugged his shoulders. He felt bad for making her cry last night, so he decided not to argue with her anymore. Brother Yi. At this time, Li Bang ran in from outside and said with a smile, Brother Yi, there is a party tonight, Brother Yi, you must attend it, right?
Yi Tianyi?
The students around were all shocked when they heard this.
No way? Yi Tianyi was also going to participate? I'm participating in dry hair?
Yi Tianyi scratched his head. Brother Yi, stop pretending. Li Bang then smiled and nudged Yi Tianyi, saying, tonight's gala will be watched by everyone in the academy. Brother Yi is a dragon among men, and he will definitely not miss such an opportunity to make everyone scream.
Moreover, several masters of the academy and the school hunk will be attending.
Brother Yi must be thinking about giving them a slap in the face. Oh, yes, especially that Lin Changtian, the suitor of Bai Hanshua's sister-in-law, will also be attending.
Brother Yi, can you not attend? Yi Tianyi. At this time, Shi Jiayi walked in. Yi Tianyi.
After she came in, she shouted directly to Yi Tianyi.
Master Shi, what advice does Her Majesty the Queen have?
At tonight's gala, our Class 10 has secured a performance spot.
This spot is for you. Please don't embarrass our Class 10. Yi Tianyi? No. Your Majesty, you. If this isn't personal revenge, what the hell is this? Wow. How did I provoke such a female demon? Shi Jiayi winked at Yi Tianyi cunningly. Don't doubt it, you're right. Get ready.
Oh, and by the way, only those who participated in the gala can compete with the students of Tianqing Academy, so you will also be on the list of candidates for the competition from Tianshui Academy.
Come on, we're rooting for you.
Shi Jiayi made a heart shape with her hands to Yi Tianyi and then walked out. Originally, this spot belonged to Huoshui, and Huoshui naturally wanted to compete with Tianqing Academy, but something happened last night, and the two of them discussed this solution overnight.
Huoshui didn't want this spot in the competition and gave it to Yi Tianyi. She didn't believe that Yi Tianyi had any other talents. Humph. Now it's your turn to be embarrassed, right? Yi Tianyi was very helpless. Who made this rule? To compete with Tianqing Academy, only those who attended the gala were eligible? Look, Brother Yi, even if you don't want to participate, God will make you participate. Then Li Bang turned to the class and asked, do you believe that Brother Yi will definitely win over everyone tonight? Yi Tianyi? Everyone? Troublemaker? Brother, we can't do that. Although I am indeed very good, can you please not be so blindly convinced? We need to be realistic. Yi Tianyi thought helplessly.
Li Bang, even though Yi Tianyi is your elder brother, you can't trust him that much, right?
We don't know who Yi Tianyi is. Dandy young master, what talents do you expect him to have learned? Someone asked directly. That's right, Yi Tianyi, we're not trying to belittle you.
Lin Changtian and Xin Xiao have been outstanding in every aspect since they were young.
They always amaze everyone at every gala. Compared to them? To be honest, even some celebrities may not be able to surpass their stage presence. Hey, what you said is not right. What's wrong with our Mr. Yi having learned any talents? I just feel that Yi Tianyi must have learned some talents, right?
Huoshui raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said to Yi Tianyi.
Just wait to make a fool of yourself. Yi Tianyi touched the tip of his nose. Okay, you want to embarrass him, right? Then tonight I'm going to be the most beautiful guy in Tianshui College. Pretty girls, are you ready to scream? Then Yi Tianyi sighed and said, yeah, what talents can a dandy like me have? Tell me, little-breasted girl, does poetry recitation count as a talent? Whatever. The troublemaker was holding back his laughter. Are you reciting poetry at the gala?
Ha ha ha, she must buy popcorn and Coke then. Even when it comes to poetry recitation, Brother Yi will definitely be able to surpass everyone.
Li Bang said with infinite confidence.
Yi Tianyi patted his shoulder and said, although some things are true, we have to keep a low profile.
It's not good to be too high profile. Li Bang thought about it carefully. Brother Yi, I understand what you mean. I will take care of it. Li Bang said and ran out excitedly. Yi Tianyi? No, what did this guy realize? What was he trying to do?
He just wanted to tell him to stop bragging.
Man, I can't handle it. Chapter 61 My Beautiful School Beauty Wife by Hanshue. Yi Tianyi went to sign up for the program helplessly, and he would think about the specific program on the way.
On the other side, Shi Jiayi handed the list to Li Boren.
Li Boren suddenly saw Yi Tianyi's name and took off his glasses. Teacher Shi, what do you mean? Yi Tianyi? Shouldn't he be the source of trouble? Why?
My student is talented, ambitious, and handsome.
Is there anything wrong with him wanting to perform?
Shi Jiayi sat on the table, picked up an apple, swung her legs, and ate it while speaking. That's right, but if we attend the party, we have to compete with Tianqing Academy.
Aren't you just giving Tianshui Academy away a point for nothing? I don't agree. Li Boren breathed a sigh of relief and said.
Oh, by the way, Yi Tianyi told me that he seems to be getting close to that daughter-in-law recently.
Oh, he wants to put on a show. If you don't agree, he will be very unhappy. Shi Jiayi sighed and shook her head. What? Li Boren jumped up. This Yi Tianyi, his daughter-in-law. No. Danger. Shi Jiayi then sighed and continued, if he is unhappy, who knows what ridiculous things he will do. Forget it, if you don't agree, then I'll let Huoshui participate. After saying that, Shi Jiayi jumped off the table and wanted to leave. Etc. Li Boren called her. Dean, is there anything else? All right. Let him participate. Li Boren gritted his teeth and said. Forget it, forget it. The dean doesn't seem very willing. I'd better let Huoshui participate. Shi Jiayi shook her head and said. Let Yi Tianyi participate. Li Boren's voice became a little louder. It's still Huoshui. The dean is right. Huoshui is very strong. Yi Tianyi will be a loser if he competes with the students of Tianqing Academy. I didn't think enough. I'm going to find Huoshui. Let Yi Tianyi come. Li Boren said loudly. Shi Jiayi raised the corner of her mouth slightly and then said, okay, Yi Tianyi is Yi Tianyi. Oh, yesterday's salary seemed a little less. Dean, did you not give me the bonus? Li Boren. Shi Jiayi, you. Li Boren pointed at Shi Jiayi. Ha? Dean, why are you pointing at me? Li Boren took a deep breath, then sat down, put on his glasses, and said, I think Teacher Shi has been diligent and conscientious during his teaching career. He also cares about the school and personally hosted the gala. Where can you find such a mentor? The bonus is indeed not enough. I will give you a supplement after the gala tomorrow. Thank you, Dean. You are so generous. Shi Jiayi's beautiful eyes lit up, and then she walked out humming a little tune, shaking her long hair. Li Boren shook his head helplessly. This girl was indeed lawless, but she had made great contributions to Tianjue College. He only refused her symbolically. In fact, he wanted to give Shi Jiayi more benefits. Yi Tianyi came to the training room, where many people were practicing songs, dances, and even skits. There was nothing he could do, as the rules required that if he wanted to participate in the competition, he had to attend the party. Maybe the party was not important, but everyone wanted to stand out in the competition between the two colleges and attract everyone's attention. Yi Tianyi watched some pretty young ladies dancing. Why can't I find a girl with a beauty score above 90? Isn't Tianjue College known for having the most beautiful girls? Yi Tianyi didn't understand. Yes, there are indeed a lot of beautiful girls, but the girls who score above 90 points are simply too beautiful. Most of them score above 80 points. They are all beauties, but they cannot be called the kind of beauties that bring disaster to the country and the people. Yi Tianyi is still waiting to see if he can meet a beautiful sister to complete the task. Many young ladies around became infatuated with Yi Tianyi as soon as they saw him. They subconsciously stayed away from Yi Tianyi because they knew that he was a scumbag and very dangerous, but they couldn't help but look at him because he was so handsome. It's Yi Tianyi, wow. So handsome. I really feel that he is much more handsome than Lin Changtian and Qin Chao. Ah. Why? Why can't such a handsome Yi Tianyi be an outstanding man like Qin Chao? Hearing what those young ladies said, Yi Tianyi curled the corners of his mouth and looked at her. Wake up, little sister. If I were as good as Qin Chao and the others, and as handsome as they are now, I would look down on you even more. Miss? Yi Tianyi? Suddenly a voice came from the front, filled with doubt, anger, and unwillingness. Yi Tianyi looked over. Hey, Senior Lin, good morning. Want a cigarette? Yi Tianyi took out a cigarette and handed it over. Lin Changtian's expression was not friendly. Everyone knew he was Bai Hanshue's suitor, but the scene between Bai Hanshue and Yi Tianyi had shocked everyone. If there had been any disbelief before, then Yi Tianyi kissing Bai Hanshue on the spot had shattered all suspicions. Most people believed him, but Lin Changtian still had a lingering suspicion. He just couldn't accept it. Why? What was so good about Yi Tianyi that even Bai Hanshue had lost to him? Of course, he was still furious. He absolutely hated Yi Tianyi. In the eyes of those in the academy, he, Lin Changtian, had become a laughingstock. How could the son of the Lin family, one of the four great families, lose his pursuit of Bai Hanshue to a scumbag like Yi Tianyi? It seemed that appearance was the most important factor. No. Lin Changtian said unfriendly. Yi Tianyi then lit one for himself and took a puff while leaning against the wall.
This action simply fascinated the young ladies around him.
Ding. Successfully impressed 3 young ladies, awesomeness value plus 30,000. There's nothing you can do, people with good looks can be so willful.
This is a training building, there are a lot of girls here, smoking is prohibited.
Lin Changtian stared at Yi Tianyi and said coldly. Yi Tianyi laughed, then blew out a puff of smoke and asked the young ladies behind him, "Young ladies, do you mind if I smoke?"
They were stunned for a moment, and subconsciously wanted to say that they didn't mind, but suddenly felt that this was not right, so they were about to say that they minded, but at this time Yi Tianyi smiled and said, "Think carefully before speaking."
Wow! He looks so handsome when he smiles. I'm so drunk. I don't mind.
They then looked like they were in a state of amorous feelings.
So good. Yi Tianyi smiled and looked at Lin Changtian, saying, "Senior Lin, the girls all said they don't mind. Do you think you, a grown man, mind? You can't be a grown man who can't stand the smell of cigarettes, right?"
Lin Changtian frowned, trying his best to control his anger. He said, "Yi Tianyi, I don't care if you smoke or not.
This is my responsibility.
Only students attending the party are allowed to enter.
Anyone else, please leave." Oh, what a coincidence. I also happen to be attending the gala. How about we perform a skit together?
Yi Tianyi said with a smile.
Lin Changtian frowned. Just you? What's wrong? I can't participate?
I plan to recite a poem for my wife. The title of the poem is My Beautiful School Beauty Wife by Han Xue.
What do you think? Yi Tianyi asked with a smile. Lin Changtian? Fuck you. Chapter 62 I'm looking for my husband, please recommend.
Yi Tianyi's words are quite profound.
Aren't you pursuing by Han Xue? How about it? Do you feel good after hearing this? Lin Changtian swore that if this wasn't he in the academy, he would have beaten Yi Tianyi to death.
Oh, my wife is good in every way, but she's not very obedient. Yi Tianyi sighed and continued, I told her I was tired, but she refused and insisted that I continue to be tired.
She doesn't understand me at all.
Oh, it seems she doesn't really love me.
Oh, I won't say anymore. Yi Tianyi then pounded his waist and walked away. Lin Changtian secretly clenched his fists.
Yi Tianyi went to the aisle to smoke a cigarette, then took out his mobile phone, selected the friend list, and found Mu Qianxue as friend. I inexplicably wanted her to come to my performance, thinking that this would win her favor. After all, I'm handsome, and Mu Qianxue is a girl after all, so she'd definitely be attracted to me, right? This opportunity only comes once in a few years, so I really need it.
Wife, are you there? Yi Tianyi sent a message.
The cell phone rang, and Mu Qianxue took a look.
The note she gave to Yi Tianyi, no. To be more precise, the note Yi Tianyi gave to herself was husband. Mu Qianxue sent a few question marks.
There's a gala at Tianxue College tonight, and I'm going to perform there.
Do you want to come and watch? Mu Qianxue sent a few more question marks. Of course Yi Tianyi understood what this question mark meant, which was, what is a gala? It's a lot of people performing, singing and dancing, with tens of thousands of people watching. It's quite lively. You've never been to such a lively event since you came to the human world. How about coming and having some fun?
Okay, where is it? Yi Tianyi thought for a moment and said, Tianxue College Studio. I'll pick you up at the door when the time comes.
Good. Then Yi Tianyi put away his phone. The Tianxue College Gala will be watched by many friends and relatives, so it will be very lively.
Because of this, Li Boren was really worried when he heard that Yi Tianyi was going to participate.
What kind of performance would Yi Tianyi give? It had to be something amazing, and it definitely wasn't a speech. Then Yi Tianyi walked into the music class. Night came quickly, and for them, a day of rehearsal was enough time. Hey, what are you doing?
Jiayi changed into a beautiful white long dress and walked to the room where Yi Tianyi was wearing high heels. Yi Tianyi sat in front of the computer and took a look. Wow, Jiayi is really beautiful. She doesn't usually dress up, but she is really stunning in this formal outfit.
Me, I'm memorizing my speech. Yi Tianyi smiled.
Jiayi.
Brother, is it true that you only know how to give speeches?
Jiayi really did want to see Yi Tianyi make a fool of himself.
She thought Yi Tianyi would choose the simplest song to sing.
She thought it would be enough if he just sang it poorly, and it would be embarrassing enough.
But he actually gave a speech here? She felt inexplicably sorry. The name of the speech is My Poetry Baby. Sure, Jiai. Well, I don't feel sorry for him anymore. Hurry up and give me the program. I've submitted it and it's about to start. Yi Tianyi then handed the program to Shi Jiai. What do you mean? Not a speech? Shi Jiai took a look at Yi Tianyi's show. That's it. Yi Tianyi shrugged. Okay, I'll go and arrange the order. I'll try to put you at the back of the queue. You should get more prepared. Shi Jiai said and walked away. Yi Tianyi smoked a cigarette, pulled out the copied USB drive, and walked out. Walking into the corridor, Yi Tianyi looked at the brightly lit Tianshui College, and the dense crowds of people entered the auditorium of Tianshui College one after another. This auditorium can accommodate at least 50,000 people. Students from each class sat down in order of their class. Yi Tianyi also walked backstage and waited to go on stage. Half an hour later, the students and their relatives who came to watch were basically seated in the auditorium, and the entire auditorium was extremely lively. Yi Xian'er and Bai Hanxue walked into the auditorium wearing simple casual clothes. Because everyone else was already in place and there were few people coming and going, the entry of the two attracted a lot of attention. Qin Xiao, who was in the backstage, saw that Yi Xian'er had also come, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Then I can show my charm in front of her tonight. Yi Tianyi will also perform tonight. Lin Changtian walked over and said something. Oh? Qin Xiao laughed. What show? Asked Teacher Shi. It seems she said it was a speech. Qin Xiao couldn't help laughing, then glanced at Yi Tianyi who was playing with his phone in the corner. Then wait to laugh at him. Lin Changtian also sneered. Don't take on a job if you don't have the skills. Yes, a speech can be considered a performance, but wouldn't you be laughed at to death at a party like this? Yi Xian'er and Bai Hanxue were sitting in the corner. Yi Xian'er was looking for Yi Tianyi. It was strange. Yi Tianyi's class 10 was just a dozen meters ahead, so why wasn't she seeing him? At this time, music started, the whole auditorium became quiet, the lights flickered, and several beautiful and handsome students performed a cheerful and lively opening song. They walked down amid applause, and then Shi Jiai, wearing a white dress, walked onto the stage with a microphone, which immediately attracted screams. Wow! Teacher Shi is so beautiful. She's worthy of being the most beautiful woman in the past. She's really not inferior to Yi Xian'er and Bai Hanxue now. Ah! What a shame! Teacher Shi isn't performing, and senior sister Bai Hanxue isn't performing either. So what's the point for us men today? Are we just going to have to watch Qin Xiao and the other grown men? Hush, I heard Yi Tianyi is also participating, and it said he's giving a speech. Ha, we can watch him make a fool of himself, and then we can all laugh at him together, ha. Thank you all, thank you for coming to watch the Tianshui College Gala. I believe this gala will be a complete success amidst a lively and joyful atmosphere. So, just when Shi Jiai was halfway through her speech, the door of the auditorium was pushed open and Mu Qianshui in a white dress walked in. When she first came in, she was surprised by how many people there were, but then, everyone's eyes were on her. She didn't like the feeling of being the center of attention, but what about Yi Tianyi? He said he would come pick me up? Where is he? He didn't reply to my message, so where should I go now? Mu Qianshui's appearance instantly shocked the entire auditorium. Gulu. There was the sound of swallowing saliva. Oh my god. Fairy? Oh my god. This is too beautiful. Who is this? A student from our Tianshui College? No, this is impossible. Could she be someone's friend, someone's relative? Wow. She's so ethereal. Why do I feel like teacher Lianshi and senior sister Bai Hanxue aren't as pretty as her? This aura feels so noble. I don't even dare to look at her. If there weren't so many people here looking at her, I would really be embarrassed. Shi Jiai was interrupted by her arrival, but it didn't matter, it was just a small episode. However, she was also shocked. This woman was so beautiful and noble, and the most important thing was that she couldn't see through her at all. This woman was a master. There was a screen backstage that could show the situation in the entire auditorium, and that damn director directed Mu Qianshui's face onto the big screen. The entire huge screen in the auditorium was filled with her beautiful figure. This director was definitely a man. When Qin Xiao and others in the backstage saw her, they were all shocked. How could there be such a woman in this world? Yi Tianyi put away his phone and took a look.
Oh no, I was so engrossed in playing games with Star Baby that I forgot to pick her up. This game is in Do Not Disturb mode, so I naturally didn't see the message.
Miss, what can I do for you? Are you a relative of someone?
Sure, Jiayi said with a smile.
I'm looking for my husband.
Mu Qianxue glanced calmly at the scene.
She didn't see Yi Tianyi. Where should she go?
He didn't tell her where to go, or that he would come to pick her up. When they heard her words, their mouths opened wide, and they all cried out in heartbreak.
Looking for a husband? She's married? Wow! Who could possibly be worthy of such a goddess? I'm freaking out. Who the hell is she? Who is her husband? Come out and die. Who is your husband? Sure, Jiayi asked.
Mu Qianxue thought for a moment, then said, Yi Tianyi.
Everyone? Chapter 63 I want to kill you with one fucking knife. Mu Qianxue's words filled the entire auditorium with shock. Puff. Yi Tianyi in the backstage burst out crying. Ah. It's all over. Don't let her know what husband and wife mean.
Otherwise, Yi Tianyi feels that this girl can turn her head in front of these people.
This fairy sister is really something. If you are looking for someone, just say you are looking for Yi Tianyi. Why are you looking for your husband?
Mu Qianxue said that she was right, her husband just meant to call her a friend, so she said, is there anything wrong with coming to visit a friend? But these are not important.
What is important is the entire auditorium that is in an uproar at this moment. What the hell? She is Yi Tianyi's girlfriend? Wow. What the hell is wrong with this world? Why is it like this? What's so good about Yi Tianyi? Besides being handsome, what else does he have? Isn't he just a scumbag? Two-timing? By Han Xue and this pretty young lady? Yi Tianyi is finished. Alpaca. Die now.
That was all unbalanced cursing.
Why?
They really couldn't figure it out.
Besides being handsome, what did Yi Tianyi have?
It would be fine if he had nothing, but he was also a scumbag. You say it's normal for girls to like him, but even a fairy sister of this level is his woman, how can you make sense? It was just very unbalanced, very jealous, and very uncomfortable. When they thought that a young lady of this level was Yi Tianyi's woman, they all wanted to cry.
Sure, Jiayi and Huoxue were also confused, right? Yi Xian'er was even more confused. This Xiao Yi's girlfriend? Is she real? She's really beautiful. As for Bai Han Xue, why did she feel so angry at that moment?
It was like seeing her boyfriend being intimate with another girl.
She was obviously not Yi Tianyi's girlfriend. Yi Tianyi was her enemy.
She said that just to deal with him, but
women may all be like this.
When they meet a woman who is more beautiful and better than themselves, they will have many complicated emotions. To describe how beautiful a woman is, it is not determined by how many suitors she has, but by the degree of envy and jealousy among equally beautiful women. Having many suitors may just mean that you are beautiful, and at the same time, you are fickle and easy to pursue. But if an equally beautiful and outstanding woman thinks that another person is more beautiful and has more temperament, then she must be good.
Backstage, Xin Chao and Lin Changtian looked at Yi Tianyi. It was very uncomfortable, just like eating shit.
Xin Chao had never even touched Yi Xian'er's hand, and Lin Changtian had never even touched Bai Han Xue's hand. Then, this Yi Tianyi, who was nothing in their eyes, a woman who made them so obsessed with him came to him, and she was his woman.
It feels like
I was your math teacher, but in the end, we were in the same company and I was your subordinate while you became the supervisor.
That's how it feels. Yi Tianyi, what does this mean? Lin Changtian looked at Yi Tianyi coldly. What? Yi Tianyi scratched his head. You and Han Xue are a couple, what about now? Have you ever seen two-timing?
Yi Tianyi shrugged his shoulders.
Lin Changtian? Qin Dynasty? Damn it. I'll kill you with one sword. Fuck. Yi Tianyi has been praying that no one would say anything to Mu Qianxue.
Yi Tianyi is backstage preparing for the performance.
Miss, please find a place to sit down first.
Sure, Jiayi said to Mu Qianxue awkwardly. Mu Qianxue frowned slightly and looked at the big screen. The big screen was her own image, very big and clear.
She didn't like it, but she didn't say anything. Thank you very much.
She said this lightly, then found a deserted place in a corner and sat down.
Director.
Jiayi glanced at the big screen behind her.
Everyone else has sat in the back, and you're still pointing the camera at her? Director, are you dead? Everyone.
Jiayi then realized that she had lost her composure, and she laughed softly, saying, It's okay. That young lady just now was so beautiful, maybe our director was mesmerized.
Now it's okay, that I now declare that the Tianshui College Gala is now officially open. Then all kinds of lights, fireworks, and exciting music exploded.
Normally, these people should be cheering and screaming, but now it is unusually quiet.
Why? What's going on with today's young people's perspective on love? Li Boren sighed. What a nice cabbage this is. It hurts. Those people were still wondering why Yi Tianyi, a scumbag, could find such a top-notch girlfriend?
They couldn't be happy, and at least needed a little time to build up their mentality. The music ended, and Jiayi smiled.
Let me tell you the rules. There's a voting machine under each seat. Later in the show, the order in which each group will appear will be their number. After each show, everyone votes for them. If you like them, vote. If you don't like them, don't vote. We'll announce the results, and the most popular show will be announced. Okay, now please enjoy Wang Wei and Godali's song The Best Gift.
Then the two of them were the first to come up and perform, very helplessly. Needless to say, no matter how they performed, their scores would not be high, because everyone was in a bad mood. In the end, they performed perfectly but only received 13,120 votes. You know, there were 40,000 to 50,000 people who could vote, so it would have been easy to get more than 30,000 votes.
The second program. The third program.
As the show went on, everyone's mood basically warmed up and everything returned to normal. Now, please enjoy Lin Changtian's song I Still Love You.
Wow.
As the super famous Lin Changtian came on stage, the entire field was filled with screams and applause from countless girls. Lin Changtian then finished his soulful singing on the stage, bowed, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The final vote count was 37,000, which might not seem high, but don't forget these were student ratings. There were a lot of boys, and many of them were envious and jealous.
So why would I rate you? No fight, absolutely no fight.
However, this score was already the highest so far. Lin Changtian believed he had performed well, and only Qin Xiao could rival him. After a few performances, Qin Xiao went ballistic, belting out a super exciting song that brought the entire evening to a climax. His vote count crushed Lin Changtian, reaching 41,100.
Mr. Lin is still a little bit behind.
Qin Xiao was very interested in his performance today, and smiled at Lin Changtian when he got backstage.
Humph. It's just a matter of song selection. Mine are affectionate songs, which they can't understand. They don't need to understand young Master Qin's songs, they just need to have fun.
Lin Changtian said with a cold snort.
Maybe, but it's someone's turn. Qin Xiao glanced at Yi Tianyi behind him. Damn. I'm so upset. Why? I'm really upset.
Now, please welcome number 30, Yi Tianyi, to give everyone a speech. No.
A song. Chapter 64. Brother Tianyi is so handsome. Please vote for recommendation. Mu Qianxue found it quite interesting.
It was the first time she had seen such performances and she was quite interested.
She watched with great interest from behind. She voted for everyone.
Of course, the one she was most curious about was Yi Tianyi, who was finally going to take the stage.
Yi Xian'er was completely stunned. Xiaoyi actually participated in the performance? Bai Hanxue was also slightly stunned. Just him? Wasn't Yi Tianyi going to give a speech? Why is he singing? Is the information wrong? No, what if he can sing? Can he sing? Even if he can, I won't vote for him, alpaca.
You have such a beautiful girlfriend. +1+1, if you don't vote for him, don't applaud, and don't applaud when he comes on stage.
Amidst the meager applause, Yi Tianyi walked out. It is easy to explain why the men did not applaud.
As for the girls, many of them wanted to applaud, but they were afraid that applauding a scumbag would cause many people to misunderstand them, so the girls did not applaud much. But because this was a party, Yi Tianyi specially made a small change of hairstyle, changed his clothes, and did his hair. When his handsomeness was shown on the big screen, the girls were trembling. When Yi Tianyi dressed up, his looks simply crushed the school idol Qin Chao and the others.
Isn't he too handsome? I really want to scream. Ah! I can't help it. Yi Tianyi felt a little embarrassed. Why wasn't anyone screaming? Where was the applause? He might be a scumbag, but he couldn't be targeted like that, could he? At this moment,
suddenly, a section of the crowd, about 1,000 people, all girls, stood up. Some were holding banners, while others were holding fluorescent love signs with Yi Tianyi written on them.
Then, Yi Tianyi, male god. We love you.
My male god, I love you, I love you.
Go man. Go, go, go. Yi Tianyi? Everyone? What the hell? What does this sudden appearance of fans mean? Brother Yi, come on. Brother Yi is mighty. Brother Yi, come on. Come on.
Li Bang stood up beside them and whistled to cheer them on.
Seeing him, Yi Tianyi probably understood. Fool.
My brother told you to be low-key in front of the classmates, and Li Bang interpreted it as him deliberately saying that in front of others. In fact, the real meaning was not to be low-key, so Li Bang thought so, and then he paid extras, 100 yuan each, who only needed to do one thing, which was to cheer for Yi Tianyi when he went on stage.
Yi Tianyi said, "Well done."
But others don't know, because there are people taking the lead, and there are thousands of them, and those girls who were trying hard to hold back their wetness also let go completely.
Yi Tianyi. We love you. Come on. We all support you. Ah. So handsome. Oh.
All the men were stunned by the sudden excitement.
Could these women please stop being like this? Humph. I want to see what you can sing. Lin Changtian had a gloomy face.
Now he has been defeated, and Qin Chao has also been defeated. The madness of these women has surpassed theirs.
What exactly are they lacking in Yi Tianyi? One thing, appearance.
They are certainly handsome too, but Yi Tianyi's looks have exploded after this round of dressing up, and the girls have also exploded. Yi Xian'er secretly stroked her forehead. There was nothing wrong with Yi Tianyi, except that he was too handsome. Mu Qianxue looked at the group of girls who stood up and screamed crazily with a confused look on her face.
What happened?
Shi Jiayi and Huaxue were also confused.
He is indeed very handsome, even a little outrageous, but can you be a little reserved?
At this time, Yi Tianyi curled the corners of his mouth, picked up the microphone and shouted, "Who am I?" After shouting, Yi Tianyi pointed the microphone towards the audience with one hand.
Yi Tianyi.
Suddenly all the girls in the audience screamed wildly.
Louder. I can't hear you. Yi Tianyi. Ah. Who is the most handsome man in the world? Yi Tianyi. Everyone? What the hell? Doctor, come quickly. There's a girl here whose throat is broken from screaming. Hurry and take her out to get medical attention. Oh my god, she's still screaming. This has moved Tianjue and the entire nation. Don't come anymore, let's praise her for her persistence. Everyone? Isn't this fucking exaggerated?
Everyone looked at the group of crazy girls in confusion.
It turns out that appearance is everything. Okay, everyone, be quiet.
Yi Tianyi said this, and the whole audience fell silent.
For this next song, I need you to listen carefully and vote for me. I wrote this song myself.
The lyrics, music, and accompaniment were all produced this afternoon. I'd also like to thank the ladies in the music class for helping me create this accompaniment.
For this next song, I want to sing it to a girl. Here are all the words I want to say. Tick-tock.
As the accompaniment sounded, the lights in the entire venue suddenly dimmed, with only one ray shining on Yi Tianyi.
Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. He wrote the song himself? Tisk, you wrote it yourself? You can't even sing it well, and you still wrote it yourself? Lin Changtian sneered, but the next second he was stunned. On the big screen, in addition to Yi Tianyi's handsome figure, there are also the lyrics of the song Queen.
Finally found an excuse to express all my feelings while I was drunk.
Loneliness grows thicker, silence lingers in the corner of the dance floor.
If you say too little or too much, it will make people more anxious.
Everyone was shocked, including Yi Xian'er, Bai Hanxue, Shi Jiayi, and the others. It's surprisingly good, the voice is good, and the song is even better.
Suddenly the lights flickered. I envy your love, which is so powerful, like a queen with endless popularity. Only when someone loves you can you be so outstanding.
I envy your blind love for tolerance, which made you the beloved queen. Ding.
You've successfully captured the hearts of 1,388 young ladies. Your coolness value plus 1 million.
Ding. You've successfully made 5,762 young ladies cry.
Your coolness value plus 1,500,000.
Bite.
As Yi Tiany's last note fell, he stood there motionless, with his eyes closed, waiting for the ending accompaniment to end.
Damn it. You have to let me act cool, can you blame me? Tick-tock. After the last syllable ended, Yi Tiany opened his eyes.
At the same time, screams, cheers and applause filled the entire scene.
Yi Tiany. Yi Tiany, we love you. Come on. No one can scold you anymore. If anyone scolds you, I'll bite him to death.
Woo woo woo, that sounds so good. Yi Tiany is so handsome, come on.
Ah.
The screams continued, and even the school wanted them to stop.
It was too annoying.
Wait, Yi Tiany said this song was for a girl, could it be for?
Chapter 65. Oh, that's not it seeking votes. What's the general meaning of this song? Since they can read the lyrics, they can probably guess.
The general idea is that a girl is so outstanding, so beautiful, so noble, like a diva, and it's hard to win her love. Of course, there's also the vanity aspect, but everyone feels more like the former.
Then who qualifies? Either it was sung for Bai Hanxue, or it was sung for the fairy sister behind. It could even be Yi Xianer. After all, playing love songs doesn't necessarily mean expressing love. Yi Tiany chose this song because it sounds good, and secondly it is exactly what those people think. I won't tell you who I am singing for, you can guess for yourself. Bai Hanxue sat there in a daze.
It's not that she hasn't heard better songs.
She has even attended many big stars' concerts live.
But because Yi Tiany is quite special, in everyone's impression, he is uneducated, a troublemaker for girls, and the worst scumbag he can be. Suddenly one day, he sang a song he wrote in front of everyone, and he sang it very well.
The song was also very nice. You will feel a great sense of unreality and contrast. Even at that moment, Bai Hanxue felt that Yi Tiany might be singing this song for her.
It's not narcissism, some things match the song, and this person just likes to match them to themselves. For example, what characteristics do certain zodiac signs have, and you'll find, wow, it seems true, but it's all nonsense, there's just always something that you'll find true, you just match it to yourself. Even Yi Xianer wondered if the song was sung for her, but Mu Qianxue didn't think so, because she didn't quite understand it. It wasn't that she didn't understand, but she didn't think that way.
This is where Yi Tiany's brilliance lies. The screaming below has not stopped yet. Yi Tiany, I love you.
Wake up, I have a girlfriend. I don't know if it's Bai Hanxue or that fairy sister.
Everyone?
She has never lost to anyone in her life, ever since she met Yi Tiany.
How come this kind of thing didn't make him look bad? Is this still Yi Tiany? Everyone be quiet.
Jiayi came up and said with a smile, now you can vote for Yi Tiany. He actually wrote the lyrics and music for this song himself.
I've talked to the girls from the music class backstage, and they've witnessed the entire creative process of Yi Tiany.
So, those who like his performance can vote.
Before you vote, Yi Tiany, do you want to campaign for yourself?
Jiayi was so happy. Even though the surgery hadn't been successful, if her students ranked high, she, as a tutor, would receive a bonus from the academy.
Little money, wow.
Yi Tiany coughed dryly and said, there's no real need to canvass for votes, but I'll still do a little bit. I hope all the girls will support me.
As for my fellow lesbians, I know you're jealous of me. Everyone? Nonsense. Why should you make us jealous? How are you better than us? That's right, you're just a piece of trash, and you want to participate in the competition with Tianqing Academy? You're just giving away points. Ha ha ha. Everyone mocked.
Yi Tiany didn't care, and then said, although you are jealous of me, I don't care.
On the contrary, I want to be friends with you. So, which little brother votes for me?
When the time comes, take a photo in front of me with the voting number, and I will give you my guide to picking up girls, yes, spring and autumn.
Everyone. TSK, who the hell wants your guide to picking up girls?
That's right, you think we can't have girlfriends because we don't have girlfriends?
That's because we don't like to have girlfriends. I love studying. Even if there's an earthquake or a tsunami and I can't leave the house, I'd still use Ding Ding and study online. This is my favorite. Learning makes me happy. Yi Tianyi. I have something to say here. Shi Jiayi also risked everything for her bonus. Although Yi Tianyi is a bit of a jerk, has a bad character, and is not very good looking, he is still my student after all. I am not canvassing for his votes, it's just. Shi Jiayi then sniffed and looked like she was about to cry. It's just. I just found out that for this performance, he hasn't been to the club in half a month. He hasn't even touched a woman in half a month. I'm very touched. His attitude is commendable.
Then she instantly recovered from her near crying expression. Okay, that's all, vote.
Yi Tianyi. Sister, are you helping to canvass votes or trying to bring them down?
In the end, to everyone's astonishment, Yi Tianyi's number of votes appeared, 42,125. According to statistics, there are a total of 44,000 students in the entire Tianshui College, plus those family members who come to visit, about 50,000 people, half of whom are boys. It is impossible for those adults to vote, after all, they all know Yi Tianyi, so basically it was these 44,000 students who voted, and Yi Tianyi actually got 42,000 votes? Crush the Qin dynasty and crush all of Lin Changtian. 42,000 tickets? No, didn't you guys just say you didn't want his guide to picking up girls? How could there be so many tickets? Huo Shuwei was stunned. Even if the girls were all fascinated by him, that was only 20,000 votes.
Occasionally, some men would vote, but that was only around 20,000 or 40,000 votes? Did most of you men vote too? I didn't vote. I didn't vote either. I don't know who voted. Right. I don't understand who voted for this either.
Really, who wants his guide to picking up girls?
Everyone? What the hell?
The school was also confused.
The final result was obvious.
Yi Tianyi really defeated all the competitors and won the first place, as Li Bang said. Shi Jiayi in the backstage was holding the thick stack of prize money, and her eyes narrowed with a smile. Li Boren was inconsolable. He had never expected that the final champion would be Yi Tianyi with the most votes.
Now Tianshui College was going to be humiliated. Dean, don't think like that.
Think about it, it's really shameful that Yi Tianyi won the championship, but think about it this way.
Yi Tianyi is a waste, a scumbag.
Since he came to our Tianshui College, such a person has grown and achieved results in Tianshui College.
Doesn't this just reflect the teaching methods of our Tianshui College?
Shi Jiayi said as she counted the bonuses.
Li Boren's eyes lit up. Yes. This is a good thing. Right.
Teacher Shi, when the award ceremony comes around, have Yi Tianyi give a thank you speech. Have him emphasize praising the academy's training.
The rest of you will be responsible for recording the speech. Promote it for me and post it online. If it's done well, everyone will get a bonus.
Good. He is very smart. He will understand without us having to tell him. It would be bad if we go on stage and tell him that others see us whispering.
Shi Jia said.
Okay, then hurry up and get on stage. Shi Jiayi quickly ran to the stage.
Tonight's party has ended successfully. Now let's present the award to the first place winner, Yi Tianyi.
Here.
Shi Jiayi then handed Yi Tianyi a trophy.
On the stage, Shi Jiayi asked Yi Tianyi, you won the championship today.
What do you want to say?
Xin Chao and Lin Changtian beside them had very ugly expressions, but they still had to smile.
Damn it.
Nothing much, I just want to especially thank my sister and Han Xue.
It's Han Xue who practices with me every night.
Without her, I wouldn't be where I am today.
By Han Xue? What about the academy?
They should be able to help you a lot, right?
Shi Jiayi asked with a smile.
Li Boren stood by and gave the camera a professional fake smile.
Oh, no. Li Boren?
Chapter 66, The Secret of the Young Family.
Everyone dispersed one after another. No one expected Yi Tianyi's brilliant performance today. Brother Yi, what do you think? I told you, you will definitely be the best. I understand you. Walking out of the auditorium, Li Bang nudged Yi Tianyi with his elbow and said, Yes, you understand me. Hey, Brother Yi, how am I doing? Yi Tianyi patted his shoulder and said, Well done. I'm really grateful for that.
He unexpectedly got the upper hand. Without his help, those young ladies wouldn't have been able to start screaming.
I support him. He.
After receiving Yi Tiany's praise, Li Bang scratched his head and smiled foolishly.
Go find a girl you like, and I'll help you pursue her.
Yi Tiany patted his shoulder and said.
I won't. I want to catch up on my own. I want to learn. This. Yi Tiany stroked his chin.
At this time, a group of people ran towards Yi Tiany.
Yi Tiany, give me your Yes Spring and Autumn Annals. This is a screenshot of me voting for me. Me too. Hurry up, or those people will come out.
Being able to play both sides without any problems, this Yi family must be invincible.
A group of people surrounded Yi Tiany. Li Bang also looked at Yi Tiany expectantly.
Yes, Spring and Autumn Annals, just 2 words.
Yi Tiany cleared his throat and looked at them seriously. Everyone looked at him expectantly. Be handsome.
After saying that, Yi Tiany pushed the crowd away and ran away.
Everyone? Alpaca. If I were handsome, would I need to ask you?
Han Shui and Yi Xianer came out one after another.
Yi Xianer looked for Yi Tiany but couldn't find him.
As for Li Boren, he wanted to find Yi Tiany to beat him up, but he couldn't find him. Outside Tianshui College, Yi Tiany and Mu Qianxue were walking on the street.
How was it? Did you suffer any loss by coming here? Did you enjoy the show? Yi Tiany asked with a smile.
It's okay, just
what? Mu Qianxue thought for a moment and asked, why were they surprised when I told them I was looking for you?
What surprised her was not looking for Yi Tiany, but calling Yi Tiany husband.
Ahem, because you're so beautiful. What does it matter? Mu Qianxue asked doubtfully.
Yes, in our human world, beautiful girls will attract a lot of attention. So, from now on, don't call me husband in front of others.
Why? Well. Yi Tiany scratched his head. How do you say this? How do you explain it?
Because, you're so beautiful.
If others knew we were close, I would be met with hostility.
Oh, but I saw on TV that people who call each other husband and wife can sleep in the same bed together.
Yi Tiany.
At this time, Yi Tiany received a message from Yang Chusheng, saying that he was going to treat him to a meal. Yi Tiany was interested in making friends with Yang Chusheng, so he agreed.
Well, a friend asked me out, so I went. I'll ask you out to the movies next time.
After saying that, Yi Tiany quickly slipped away.
Chu Sheng.
In the Yang family compound, Yang Chusheng had just walked out of the room when his father Yang Chaoyuan called him over.
Father, what's wrong? Yang Chusheng sat next to Yang Chaoyuan.
Yang Chaoyuan patted Yang Chusheng on the shoulder and said, Chusheng, you are the only male of our Yang family.
I have to tell you something. Yang Chusheng frowned slightly. Do you know how our Yang family rose to prominence? Yang Chusheng nodded. I know. The Yi family was destroyed, the Yang family took over, and they promptly absorbed many of the Yi family's exiled businesses and rose to prominence. What happened? Actually, there's something very important you don't know.
In the entire Yang family, in the entire Tianshui holy city, only your grandfather, I, and your uncles know this. That is, the powerful men who massacred the Yi family were hired by your grandfather, your uncles, and I.
What? Yang Chusheng couldn't help but scream out in surprise.
Yang Chaoyuan took a deep drag on his cigarette and said, to be honest, our Yang family has indeed risen rapidly in recent years. Even the remnants of the Yi family, Yi Xianer and Yi Tiany, I thought they wouldn't cause any trouble. On the contrary, if we took action against them, we might be exposed, so I kept them for these years.
Why do you do this? Yang Chusheng asked angrily. If I hadn't done this, would you be where you are today?
If I hadn't done this, the Yang family would have had no room to survive long ago.
Yang Chusheng calmed down. Then what?
Originally, this matter should have been nothing, but some time ago, that strong man died, and Yi Xianer also attacked the Yang family at night, so I have to suspect that Yi Xianer has already found out about this matter. Yang Chusheng lit a cigarette and smoked without saying a word. So, the future burden of the Yang family will fall on you.
You must also know this.
There may be an unknown force behind them, the same force that killed that powerful man.
Now, Yi Xianer, I will find someone to kill Yi Tiany.
Yang Chaoyuan moved a photo on the stone table in front of him.
Yi Tiany is left to you to solve. There are some things you must choose to do. Yang Chusheng's eyes fell on the photo, and his pupils suddenly shrank. It's him. This Yi Tianyi is actually the Yi Tianyi from the Yi family. Why? Why is it that the person he really wants to make close friends with is him? Why? You know him?
Yeah, there are quite a few people who know Yi Tianyi, so it's reasonable for you to know him, but what I want to train you on is getting rid of a person without any flaws or omissions. Getting rid of him is easy, he's a piece of crap, so start with the simple things first. Yang Chaoyuan said lightly.
Father, he's not a loser, and I don't want to do anything to him. Yang Chusheng pushed the photo in front of him again. Bang!
Yang Chaoyuan slammed the stone table angrily, and the entire stone table shattered into pieces. Chu Shang, remember that you are a member of the Yang family.
There are things you must do and must take responsibility for.
The Yang family has more than 100 members, and it is you who will lead them in the future.
You don't want to, do you want the Yang family to perish?
Yang Chusheng lowered his head, clenched his fists, and was completely unaware that the cigarette butt had burned his fingers.
After more than 10 seconds, he said in a deep voice. I see.
Yang Chaoyuan sighed, stood up, patted his shoulder, and said, Father was just anxious and shouldn't have lost his temper with you.
Anyway, I think you can understand some things.
If you do this well for me, I, and the Yang family, will believe in your ability and believe that you can shoulder the heavy responsibility of the position of patriarch of the Yang family in the future.
After saying that, he walked away.
Yang Chusheng sat there for a long time, then he rubbed out the cigarette, but that was about to burn out with his hand. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Then he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Yi Tianyi, saying that he would not go.
Yi Tianyi didn't even stay long with the fairy sister, just for her to come out for a meal with him, and then he received the news that he wasn't coming? After a few seconds, Yang Chusheng received a message from Yi Tianyi.
I hope your brother will download DingTalk on his computer.
Yang Chusheng? Chapter 67. Today is another day when Yi Xianer didn't kiss me, I feel wronged. The next day, Yi Tianyi got up early and made breakfast for Yi Xianer.
In fact, it was not to show off, but for other reasons.
Right now, Yi Xianer couldn't let go of two things, the Yang family's affairs, and Yi Tianyi.
If she could let go of these, she would be able to go to the Moon Palace with peace of mind. But how could she let go of herself? Simple, make her feel that she was no longer needed, or make her completely disappointed in herself. Yi Xianer walked out of the room and was shocked to see Yi Tianyi making breakfast in the kitchen.
Wake up, I've made breakfast. You did it?
Yi Xianer looked at it in surprise.
Yeah, it's great, right? If you think I'm great, then give me a kiss.
Yi Tianyi walked over with a smile and put his face in front of Yi Xianer.
Yi Xianer.
She then reached out and gently pushed Yi Tianyi's face away, sat at the table, took a bite, and found it surprisingly delicious. Yi Tianyi smiled, sat next to her and looked at her profile.
It's beautiful. This woman's profile is enough to charm people to death. That beautiful person last night, the one who called you husband, is she your girlfriend? Yi Xianer asked doubtfully. If someone calls me husband, I must be your girlfriend? Then if you call me husband, you are my girlfriend? Yi Tianyi asked with a smile. She doesn't look like a loose woman.
Yi Xianer looked at Yi Tianyi doubtfully, and then continued, and I can't see through her at all. She seems very strong.
I tricked you. Yi Tianyi grinned. Yi Xianer.
You, be careful. Yi Xianer didn't know what to say anymore. She could only warn him, it was okay to cheat on little girls before, but now.
I know. I'm going to school.
Today is November 25th, and the weather is sunny.
It's another day that Yi Xianer doesn't want to kiss me. I feel wronged.
Yi Tianyi then ate breakfast and walked out.
Yi Xianer.
She looked at the breakfast on the table, then sat there in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. Yi Tianyi was walking on the way to Tianshui College, and then he saw an old man lying on the ground, and an electric bike behind him was also lying there, as if someone had fallen down while riding the electric bike.
Grandpa, are you okay? Yi Tianyi walked over and helped him up. In a flash, the old man hugged Yi Tianyi's legs. Oh, you hit someone. You hit someone. Don't run. You hit someone.
The old man hugged Yi Tianyi's legs and shouted, which immediately attracted many passers-by who came to watch the show.
Yi Tianyi. What the hell? Passers-by were pointing and talking there.
I said, I thought you fell off your electric scooter, and I helped you up out of kindness, and you're trying to blackmail me, right?
Yi Tianyi smiled and said, you must never have a daughter or granddaughter.
These passers-by were used to seeing scammers, so they believed that Yi Tianyi was innocent. If you don't compensate me 1 or 200,000 today, don't even think about leaving.
The old man hugged Yi Tianyi's legs. Young man, do you have money? Give him 200 yuan and the matter will be settled. Otherwise, you will be in great trouble. A passerby said to Yi Tianyi. Yeah, give him $200 and leave quickly. Yi Tianyi shrugged. Okay. I admit defeat today and will give you 200 yuan. Then I will go check your household registration to see if you have any daughters or grandchildren.
Yi Tianyi then took out 200 yuan, but before he handed it over, the old man snatched it away.
Passers-by saw the scene and pointed and talked. Okay, you're lucky today. I won't bother with you. Let's go. The old man waved his hand at Yi Tianyi and let him go. Young man, why don't you just get on your electric bike and go? You still want him to blackmail you? The passerby said to Yi Tianyi. Yeah, let's go. Yi Tianyi. Is there such a good thing? Yi Tianyi picked up the electric bike next to him and sat on it. Hey, that's my car.
The old man was about to pull Yi Tianyi down, but was stopped by the group of passers-by.
Hey old man, extorting 200 yuan is enough, why are you still extorting someone's car? Yeah, you said he hit you, so the car must be his. Then I'm leaving. Yi Tianyi then happily rode his electric bike to find a piece of land and sold it for 1,000 yuan.
Tianjue College was bustling with activity today.
Why? Two things happened. The first was that Yi Tianyi had actually made it into the intermediate class. Everyone was stunned.
There were 20 beginner classes evaluated. Although dozens more classes would be evaluated later, over 1,000 students from those 20 classes advanced to the newly opened intermediate class, and only 100 did Yi Tianyi make it into the top 100?
How did he do that? Did shattering the star stone mean he advanced? The second, even more shocking event was naturally what happened last night. First, Yi Tianyi's superb performance thrilled a group of young ladies. Second, something even more shocking was that Yi Tianyi was two-timing.
One was the number one beauty, Bai Hanxue, and the other was a goddess-like sister whose looks and temperament were even considered superior to Bai Hanxue by many people.
There are many speculations about this.
Some people don't believe it and think that they have some misunderstandings about the relationship between Yi Tianyi and Bai Hanxue, or that fairy sister. Others really think that this is where Yi Tianyi is so powerful. Although they don't want to believe it, they have never seen Bai Hanxue come out to clarify. When someone asked, she said nothing.
Bai Hanxue was the most unhappy.
She thought that announcing her relationship with Yi Tianyi would give Yi Tianyi a splitting headache. After returning home, she saw her father excitedly and sighing as he told her that he had spent 10 million to make Yi Tianyi leave her.
Bai Hanxue was completely stunned.
Then she told her father the truth. Bai Zhanyuan was now kneeling on the washboard at home under the supervision of Bai Hanxue's mother. The second thing that made her unhappy was that some people actually suspected that she was Yi Tianyi's mistress. However, this matter did not affect Yi Tianyi, but affected herself. The more Bai Hanxue thought about this, the more aggrieved she felt. Yi Tianyi, Huoxue, you two come with me to report to the intermediate class. Shi Jiayi arrived at class 10 and said a word, and Yi Tianyi and Huoxue followed her out.
Baby Shi, where do I rank? Yi Tianyi came close to Shi Jiayi and asked with a smile. The last one. Shi Jiayi gradually became immune to Yi Tianyi's way of addressing her.
Because she was the only one who understood the meaning of Yi Tianyi's talent identification, and it was she who helped Yi Tianyi get the last place.
Last in last place? I can't stand that. I'm not going. I'll just stay in class 10. Bai Hanxue is substituting for the new student in the intermediate class. Yi Tianyi. My wife's substituting for me? Then I have to go. Shi Jiayi. Troublemaker.
Shi Jiayi stopped and looked at Yi Tianyi with her beautiful eyes.
She raised the corner of her mouth and asked, "Who was that young lady last night?" My first wife, Bai Hanxue, is my second wife. You're bragging, calling her the first and second wife?
I saw you two walk out last night with my own eyes. I didn't even see you touch her hand for several minutes along the way. How can you still call her the first wife?
Yi Tianyi shrugged and said, "Why would I touch her in such a cold weather?
I can touch anything I want in a room with the air conditioner on.
Why do I have to hold her hand on the way?" Sure, baby, do you think that couples have to hold hands when walking together? Have you never been in a relationship? Sure, Jai. Bullshit, this fairy has been in more relationships than the girls you've ever met.
Ha ha ha, I haven't been in a relationship for over 20 years.
How miserable. Yi Tianyi laughed. Do you believe it or not, I'll bite you to death?
Sure, Jai gritted her teeth. Ever since he took advantage of her that night, Sure Jai has become increasingly unable to deal with Yi Tianyi. In the past, Yi Tianyi was always defeated by her, but after that night, she was defeated by Yi Tianyi every time, and she didn't understand why.
Bite it, I'll let you bite it, I'm not afraid.
Teacher, sure, he's still taking advantage of you,
said the troublemaker.
I know, that's why I deliberately sent him to the intermediate class and let Bai Hanxue teach him.
Bai Hanxue became half his mentor. Do you think he'll have a good life? And a second wife?
This fairy can guess with her bare hands that you and Bai Hanxue are rivals. Sure Jai showed a sly smile and winked at Yi Tianyi.
Yi Tianyi. Chapter 68. Bai Hanxue cried, asking for recommendation votes. Wow.
I thought Sure Jai sent him to the intermediate class for his own good, but that's actually the case.
Wow. What a sinister heart. What a cunning villain. Yes, any smart person can guess that Yi Tianyi and Bai Hanxue cannot be a couple, but how many smart people are there? Huo Shui's eyes lit up. A cunning villain. It feels so good.
Sure Jai then happily took out a small bottle of wine and took a sip. By the way, the competition between Tianjue College and Tianqing College will be held in 2 days.
Each college has 50 students, which means you are one of the 50 people attending the party. You are one of them.
After all, you are not that useless person now, so don't embarrass yourself when the time comes.
Sure Jai thought of something, wiped her mouth and said to Yi Tianyi. Where is the competition? Yi Tianyi asked. Tianqing Academy. Yi Tianyi. Fuck. I'm not going. Yi Tianyi quickly shook his head. What's wrong? I have dozens of ex-girlfriends at Tianqing College. Wouldn't it be a death wish if I went there? Sure Jai. Troublemaker. Hearing this, the two were stunned. Is this bastard so fierce? Stop talking nonsense. You really shined at this party. I believe you will shine in the competition with Tianqing Academy as well. Keep up the good work. Yi Tianyi.
I want to slap her until she cries and begs for mercy. As they chatted, they came to another campus.
This is the intermediate class campus. You 200 people are in class 1, which is the freshman class for the intermediate class. Bai Hanxue will lead you temporarily.
In 2 weeks, you will be assigned to new classes.
I won't go in.
If I, a fairy, go in, those students will go crazy again.
Oh, this damn beauty.
Sure Jai lifted her hair.
Yi Tianyi.
Then Yi Tianyi and Huo Shui walked into intermediate class 1.
They were basically the only two left.
The moment Yi Tianyi entered, the girls in intermediate class 1 looked at him with sparkling eyes. They already thought Yi Tianyi was handsome, but after last night, they felt even more that Qin Chao and Lin Chantian were nothing.
Aren't they just a little more capable than Yi Tianyi? Can being capable be a living? Only good looks can be a living. The male compatriots looked at Yi Tianyi with jealousy and hatred. Bai Hanxue was already standing on the podium.
When she saw Yi Tianyi, she felt a mixture of emotions.
Come and find a place to sit. Bai Hanxue then said lightly. Yi Tianyi came to the first row. Hey, go to the back. Yi Tianyi knocked on the table of a male compatriot and said lightly. Why? Do you have a sister? If not, you still have a mother, right? The man was stunned for a moment. You'll give me 3 seconds to think about it. Yi Tianyi, don't be so arrogant. The man slammed the table and pointed at Yi Tianyi angrily and said, very manly, and then he walked to the back. Everyone? Fog. I thought this guy was going to fight Yi Tianyi, but he's just so scared?
Yi Tianyi curled the corners of his mouth, then sat in the first row closest to Bai Hanxue.
Xiao Hanxue.
Yi Tianyi called out softly, then made a heart shape with his hands towards Bai Hanxue. Bai Hanxue took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the others. As one of the most outstanding senior students in their Tianjue College, Bai Hanxue is more than qualified to substitute teach for the freshmen for the time being. Yi Tianyi was chatting and playing with his phone in class, but Bai Hanxue didn't say anything and turned a blind eye. Yes, Yi Tianyi did it on purpose. He thought that if he didn't behave well, Bai Hanxue might call him to the office and scold him. This would give him a chance to spend time with her alone, so he could apologize to her properly then. Yi Tianyi didn't plan to do the task of making Bai Hanxue cry. It was too despicable. This scumbag system really made him too uncomfortable. So he asked her to come to the office and apologize to her. Snap. Yi Tianyi lit a cigarette and took a puff. Bai Hanxue saw the scene when she was halfway through her words. Bang. She slammed her palm on the podium, staring at Yi Tianyi. Yi Tianyi, that's enough. This was the first time Bai Hanxue lost her composure in front of everyone, and Yi Tianyi was stunned. Bai Hanxue really tolerated Yi Tianyi for a whole class. It's okay for you to play with your phone and sleep, but you still smoke in class? She had been holding it in, telling herself that she couldn't see it, but when this moment happened, the string she had been holding tightly to her chest couldn't be held tight anymore. After all, she was a girl. She had been kissed by Yi Tianyi before, misunderstood by everyone, and even heard so many people whispering about her being a mistress today. Maybe she had been telling herself that it was nothing, but all the grievances burst out at this moment. He is Yi Xianer's younger brother, and she can't do anything. She feels really wronged. Asshole. She gritted her teeth and glared at Yi Tianyi. Her beautiful eyes suddenly turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. Everyone was stunned. The next moment, she covered her mouth with her delicate hands and ran out. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission, crying Bai Hanxue. Mission reward, special physique, heart of extreme ice, will be issued in 3 hours. Ding. You've triggered the quest, successfully confessed to Bai Hanxue, quest reward, wind attributed heavenly martial arts, wind sweeping the clouds, quest penalty, chirp disappears, quest duration, while the scumbag system exists, remaining time, 2 days, 14 hours, 33 minutes, and 57 seconds. Yi Tianyi. Yi Tianyi was completely stunned. Why was Bai Hanxue crying? Was he really going too far? Damn. He's a beast. When these things didn't happen, Yi Tianyi thought that since he was a scumbag, he could just be casual. But he never expected that the cold goddess Bai Hanxue would cry in front of 200 people. He really felt that this shouldn't happen to Bai Hanxue. After all this happened, Yi Tianyi panicked, really panicked. He didn't know what to do. After all, he really wasn't a scumbag. This feeling was completely different from the time Huo cried. Why? Huo wanted to frame him, and Bai Hanxue had never done anything wrong to him from beginning to end. Yi Tianyi knew it all. If it weren't for this damn scumbag system, he would definitely not have teased Bai Hanxue. At this moment, Yi Tianyi didn't even care about things like mission rewards. Huo was also confused, sitting in the back. Bai Hanxue actually cried. What the hell? What's going on? What the hell is going on? This Yi Tianyi is indeed too much, but this is Yi Tianyi. But why did Bai Hanxue cry because of him? Yi Tianyi didn't give Bai Hanxue any face at all. Maybe Bai Hanxue knew last night that she was a mistress? Maybe there are other reasons we don't know about. Everyone was talking about it. Hey, Hanxue. Yi Tianyi quickly stood up and chased after him. Please vote, please, please. Chapter 69. No, I want to chase you. Please recommend. Bai Hanxue ran out crying, attracting the attention of many passing instructors and students. Before they could say anything, Bai Hanxue ran over. Hanxue. Yi Tianyi was chasing after him. Bang. Bai Hanxue ran into the girls' dormitory building, ran into his house, and slammed the door. Because she was an excellent student, she had a separate room at Tianjue College. Hey, classmate, this is the girls' dormitory, you can't come in. The dormitory manager suddenly saw a man running in, and then she quickly shouted, but when she looked again, Yi Tianyi was gone. Academy, a boy broke into the girls' dormitory. It looks like a couple had a fight. Come and support them. Come and support them. What? Me? I can't beat them. Bai Hanxue ran into the room and lay on the bed crying. Yi Tianyi came to the door of her house. Hanxue, please open the door. I want to apologize to you, okay? Yi Tianyi knocked on the door, but there was no response. Then Yi Tianyi saw the window outside and crawled directly to the window outside Bai Hanxue's room. Wow, how come he is so skilled at climbing through windows? Click. Yi Tianyi pulled and jumped in, looking at Bai Hanxue lying on the bed, feeling really guilty. Really, this damn system, Yi Tianyi swears that he will never touch the scumbag system again after using it this time.
Well, I won't touch it anymore. He is just a child. He doesn't want to be a scumbag.
Encountering such a thing, Yi Tianyi, who has never even been in love, is not panicking.
Hanxue.
Yi Tianyi slowly walked to her side and called out. Bai Hanxue lay there and wiped her tears, then stood up, looking at Yi Tianyi with red eyes, and then a terrifying cold force enveloped Yi Tianyi.
Get out. Get out. If you stay here for another second, I'll kill you. Bai Hanxue looked at Yi Tianyi with gritted teeth.
Yi Tianyi scratched his head and walked towards her.
Bai Hanxue actually stepped back subconsciously.
Yes, she was a little afraid of Yi Tianyi.
I was wrong.
I didn't expect it would have such a big impact on you.
I apologize to you.
I was wrong because you were against me, and I refused to admit defeat, so.
Bai Hanxue turned her face to the side.
As time passed, her impulse and some of her emotions gradually faded.
I don't want to see you. Go away. Bai Hanxue pointed outside and said coldly. I'm not leaving. Yi Tianyi shook his head.
The two of them remained in a stalemate for several minutes, neither of them saying a word.
Okay, I sincerely apologize to you. I'm a scumbag, I'm a bastard, I'm not a human being.
Yi Tianyi walked over and held Bai Hanxue's shoulders and gently pressed her to sit on the bed.
Bai Hanxue didn't know why she didn't refuse. Yi Tianyi then sat next to her. Let's have a good chat.
Yi Tianyi said softly while looking at her profile.
There's nothing to talk about. If it weren't for your sister, I would have killed you long ago.
Bai Hanxue slowly returned to normal.
I know I've had a big impact on you these days. I won't do that again. I swear. Bai Hanxue didn't say anything.
At this time, a milky white pastry appeared in Yi Tianyi's hand. There was no other way, he had to use this cake, and then Yi Tianyi placed the cake in front of Bai Hanxue.
Give. Bai Hanxue turned her face away again. I'll leave once you eat. Yi Tianyi said. Bai Hanxue then slowly looked at the pastry in Yi Tianyi's hand with her pretty face. You said it. She doesn't want to see Yi Tianyi. Well, I made it myself.
I originally planned to give it to you as an apology, but I didn't expect to offend you before that.
Yi Tianyi said softly. This can't be considered as lying to her.
In a sense, he did make this thing, and Yi Tianyi did plan to find an opportunity to let her eat it.
We don't ask to pursue her, but at least the favorability level shouldn't be too low, right? Bai Hanxue then took the pastry from Yi Tianyi's hand and ate it in big mouthfuls. The faster she ate, the faster Yi Tianyi walked. Ding, Bai Hanxue's favorability towards you plus 30. This is the effect of the secret love cake. Ding.
Due to Bai Hanxue's special situation, the effect of the secret love cake is doubled.
Yi Tianyi? He understands. In Bai Hanxue's eyes, Yi Tianyi was indeed nothing, but to Bai Hanxue, Yi Tianyi was undoubtedly the most special person.
There was a saying that went, the boy who made a girl laugh would always lose to the boy who made her cry. No matter how good you were to her, it was not as good as that boy saying, I'm back. Bai Hanxue really disliked Yi Tianyi, but if Yi Tianyi handled it well, it would be very easy for this dislike to turn into not love, but at least friendship. Coupled with the fact that she had a secret crush on Gao, this was undoubtedly a great opportunity for Yi Tianyi.
How does it taste? Like shit. Bai Hanxue said coldly. Yi Tianyi then laughed and said, what you said is not right. Doesn't that mean you are eating? Bai Hanxue. Shut up. Do you still blame me? Yi Tianyi then asked softly. Bai Hanxue stopped moving. Strange. Why was she suddenly not so angry anymore? On the contrary, Yi Tianyi was sitting next to her, but she didn't want to kill him so much. Bai Hanxue didn't say anything. Actually, I kissed you because I really had feelings for you. Maybe it's because I'm such a jerk. I don't know how to properly pursue a perfect girl, and you're just that kind of girl, so because I'm such a jerk, I resorted to that method. I've had many girlfriends, but most of them were just vain and lusty for my body. Bai Hanxue. Yi Tianyi tilted his head and looked at her. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she wanted to smile. Bai Hanxue was shocked. Why, did she want to laugh? Ding.
Due to Bai Hanshue's special state, the effect of the secret love cake has doubled again.
Bai Hanshue's current favorability towards the host is 0. Yi Tianyi. Fuck. It only took a few sentences to go from extreme dislike to 0 favorability? Was it Yi Tianyi's fault, or was she just too perverted to secretly fall in love with him? All of them. Bai Hanshue's special psychological state, the effect of the Feng Xanmi Su Gao and Yi Tianyi's correct operation achieved this effect. You smiled. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianyi smiled and said. Bai Hanshue's expression suddenly changed. No.
After saying this coldly, she finished the last bite of the pastry.
After eating, you can go now. No, I'm not leaving. Bai Hanshue looked at Yi Tianyi with frowned brows. You smiled, do you forgive me?
Bai Hanshue glanced at Yi Tianyi, then took a deep breath and calmed herself down.
You're right, you're a scumbag. I really shouldn't have fought with you.
From today on, you and I have nothing to do with each other.
I won't blame you, and you shouldn't provoke me again. Bai Hanshue stood up after saying this. No, I want to chase you. I have to be responsible for you. Yi Tianyi stood up and looked at her and said. Chapter 70 Arabati, Dad is here. Bai Hanshue glanced at Yi Tianyi.
She admitted that she had lost her composure just now, but she did blame Yi Tianyi. However, after such a short period of time, she inexplicably felt that Yi Tianyi was not so hateful anymore.
But he wanted to pursue her? She didn't care. Give me a chance. I don't want to be the scumbag Yi Tianyi I used to be. Bai Hanshue looked into Yi Tianyi's eyes and was shocked to find that his eyes had become exceptionally clear. Is it an illusion?
You and Sienna have made many promises many times, but you have never changed.
I will now. Because I have changed. Bai Hanshue looked at Yi Tianyi with a slightly frowned brow, then she was the first to look away.
My sister has been noticed by the Moon God Palace, and they want to take her in as an elder disciple.
Yi Tianyi then said to her. Good thing.
It's a good thing, but she won't go because she's worried about me.
She knows I'm a scumbag.
She knows if I leave her, it's a question of whether I can survive or not.
I might even be beaten to death.
Yi Tianyi shrugged his shoulders.
So, I want to pursue you.
If my sister knew that I was with someone as outstanding as you, she would definitely feel at ease going to the Moon Palace.
I won't give up everything for Sienna. I'm not that noble. Bai Hanshue said. I know, that's why I said I want to pursue you. I'm not trying to force you to be my girlfriend by using my sister. Then Yi Tianyi looked at her and said, so, can you give me a chance? Can.
Bai Hanshue said this, and she was stunned for a moment after she finished speaking. She felt that Yi Tianyi, at least the current Yi Tianyi, was not really that bad, and she didn't know if he was acting. Naturally, she hoped that Yi Xian'er could go to the Moon God Palace.
Aren't you going to participate in the competition with Tianqing Academy?
If you can really take first place, I will seriously consider our relationship and become your girlfriend. You can also use this competition to prove to me and Yi Xian'er that you have changed. After Bai Hanshue finished speaking, she walked into the living room, and Yi Tianyi followed behind her.
You said it. I said so. Okay. I believe you won't break your promise.
I will also prove my change to you and my sister so that she can go to the Moon Palace with peace of mind.
Also,
I sincerely apologize to you again.
Then Yi Tianyi walked to the door. Oh, by the way, how are we going to explain what happened today?
Yi Tianyi scratched his head and asked.
Whatever.
Then I'll just say that I have a conflict with you.
Ha, leave, I'm going to practice. Yi Tianyi waved his hand and pushed the door open. When things reached this point, Yi Tianyi felt relieved.
This scumbag system is killing him. As soon as the door was opened, a crowd of people stood at the door.
That's him.
He ignored the academy rules, take him away.
Hey, I'm a good person, a good person.
Bai Hanshue watched Yi Tianyi being taken away by the college instructor and stood there for a long time without moving.
Did he win first place in this competition?
That was impossible, because several of the strongest opponents in the competition were at the Shintian realm, the same realm as her, and Yi Tianyi, he couldn't do it. But inexplicably, Bai Hanshue was looking forward to Yi Tianyi's change. She didn't know how things between her and Yi Tianyi had suddenly turned from extremely bad to what they are now, but she felt it was pretty good.
2 days later, Yi Tianyi opened his eyes in the room. Today is the last day of the scumbag system.
Although Yi Tianyi loves and hates this system, he definitely can't afford the mission punishment, so he must at least successfully confess his love to one girl, and that girl is Bai Hanxue. If he wins first place in the competition, she will promise him that he will work hard to get first place. For 2 days, Yi Tianyi did not go to the academy and practiced at home. This god-level cultivation talent was indeed not weak. Yi Tianyi's realm directly reached the 7th level of the spirit refining realm. Bai Hanxue had been fine since the day Yi Tianyi left. She had been teaching the students in the intermediate class normally. Without Yi Tianyi, the entire Tianxue Academy became much quieter, but also much more empty. The affair between the two of them caused a lot of buzz in the academy. Yi Tianyi just said something about the conflict, and Bai Hanxue never made any explanation afterwards. She didn't even explain their apparent couple status. The 7th level of the spirit refining realm probably isn't enough. Yi Tianyi opened his eyes and sighed slightly. He knew that the strongest opponent this time must be in the Xiantian realm. There was a huge difference between the refining god realm and the Xiantian realm. Even if he was at the 10th level of the refining god realm, it would be difficult, not to mention that he was only at the 7th level now. So he had to find a way to advance to the 10th level of the refining god realm in a short period of time. The only thing he could think of was the fairy sister Mu Qianxue, and then Yi Tianyi quickly ran out of the room. At the moment, the Tianxue Academy team was led by Dean Li Boren, with fellow instructor Shi Jiayi organizing the team. Bai Hanxue didn't participate, but she went to Tianqing Academy with the team as a spectator. Lin Changtian, Qin Chao, and others from Tianxue Academy were also in attendance. The role of the disaster was given to Yi Tianyi, and she went there to watch. Where's Yi Tianyi? After Shi Jiayi sorted out the team, she found that Yi Tianyi was missing out of the 50 people. Then why did she keep calling Yi Tianyi? Asshole. Could this guy be dying on some girl's belly right now? Shi Jiayi gritted her teeth. The places have all been claimed, and even if there is one less person, no one can be replaced now. If Yi Tianyi doesn't come, he will have to get a bye. Forget it, no need to wait, let's start right away. Let's go to Tianqing Academy. Inside the Tianqing Academy competition arena, nearly 100,000 students from the 2 major academies gathered here. Dozens of instructors sat on the judges' seats, and students from both sides stood there, waiting for the competition to begin. Yi Tianyi hasn't come yet? Fuck. You're a piece of crap. It doesn't matter whether you come or not. Let the duel begin. Yeah, he's a piece of crap. It makes no difference whether he's there or not. Don't wait. He's just giving away points. It's the same with 49 against 50. Let's get started. There are still 10 minutes before the competition starts, and they can't contact Yi Tianyi. Li Boren thinks to start right away. It doesn't matter whether he is there or not, since it's a free point anyway. However, Shi Jiayi strongly asks to wait until the time is up. Bai Hanxue stood in the corner of the audience seats in the arena, looking into the arena. There's only 1 minute left, the competition is about to begin. A Tianqing Academy instructor shouted. Bai Hanxue sighed slightly. Is he still a scumbag? It turns out that what he said that day was just a joke. Fortunately, she actually took it seriously and really thought he had changed. She really had a little hope for him. Bai Hanxue shook his head secretly. How sad and ridiculous. 10 seconds left. Just at this moment, a figure ran in through the crowd. Everybody, Dad is here. Everyone?